Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 520, Mission Silo, Good and Bad. Loki looked at Nicholas and Pernelli with some surprise. He'd learned two things: first, that they'd summoned what was likely the god of death. And secondly, that they had a strange spell that could allow them to steal anything from anyone. It wasn't like an ability from the error pathway which converted the things into runes to store for later use, but more like a gambling contract which coerced the parties participating to grant the prize of the contract to the winner. What it did was pretty simple. As long as the two sides of the proposed contract willingly entered it, the losing side would be forced to grant a pseudo-boon to the winner. This boon could range from things like mystical items and simple promises, to entire beyonder abilities in themselves. And given that the spell was something Pernelli had cooked up with the runes of the sun goddess herself, any who violated it would suffer her wrath directly. I can use this, especially against this wretched fool. Loki thought as he pondered for a moment before speaking calmly. It hasn't gone to waste. Loki shook his head. How so? Nicholas asked, looking tired and spent, although the glimmer in his eyes still shone with vigor now that he felt his sacrifice against Grindelwald hadn't gone to waste. Since Grindelwald was related to the true creator by virtue of most likely being his Horcrux, Loki had a simple idea. But instead of revealing his plan directly, Loki asked softly, "Is the spell still active?" Pernelli nodded and pulled out the book she had been holding earlier out of thin air and showing it to Loki. His gaze deepened as he studied the strange artifact that gave off an aura of suppression and radiated a strong biting cold on all those that gazed upon it. Loki's eyes decrypted the entire spell within the fraction of a second, working to find all the possible loopholes before choosing the best possible ones for his upcoming plan. After a few seconds, Loki finally smiled. It's all done. Let's go. And even before anyone could ask Loki what he was talking about, everyone flickered for a second before vanishing from their positions and reappearing in the golden marble that was still hovering in its spot. As soon as they reappeared, Loki turned to Daphne's soul that was hovering right beside his head. "Curse me with misfortune." The small gentle white feathery ball jumped back in surprise before looking at Loki deeply, and then, as if trusting a certain madness that seemed to be unfolding before herself, she floated towards Hermione and slipped into her. Everyone was confused for a second or so, but suddenly Hermione's eyes widened. I can hear her. Loki smiled politely and explained quickly, "That's very nice, Miss Bookworm. But I'd like to have my curse now, please. Time is of the essence." Nicholas raised his brows in confusion, and Pernelli nearly smacked the back of Loki's head for being so rude with his own friend who was only recently heartbroken at having killed him, but both stopped when they saw how Loki's smile never reached his eyes. And for the first time since Loki had reappeared, under the bright light of the marble-sized golden dome, everyone saw just how cold Loki looked. Even without his divinity leaking out, which had been suppressed using the Sapphire Castle, Loki's gaze spoke 1,000 words. It felt like gazing into an abyss, as something darker than the abyss itself stared back. Hermione trembled slightly, but Loki gently nudged her. "There will be time to talk later. I'd like my curse now, please." Did something happen after Mr. Error used Loki's body? Is this because he's a vessel? Did Grindelwald's body do something to him? The question lingered at the front of Hermione's mind, but another soft voice spoke up from within it. "It's all right, Mione, let's trust Loki. Doesn't he always seem to know what he's doing?" The voice was Daphne's, just as gentle as Hermione remembered it to be, almost filling her chest with an unspeakable rush of emotions. She'd just been trapped in Grindelwald's spell that had caused her to do the unspeakable against Daphne, but speaking to her right now felt dishonest, almost like she'd somehow betrayed her friend in some way. Her eyes watered as if a dam was about to pour out, but Loki snapped his fingers. His smile vanished. "Not right now, Hermione," Loki said calmly, coldly, and to Hermione quite infuriatingly. Hermione's gaze sharpened as he felt a surge of anger within her mind. Her emotions were missing, but everything about this situation seemed logically wrong. Why was Loki behaving so hurriedly? But before Hermione could launch into a barrage, Daphne spoke up again. "Trust Loki, Mione." Hermione paused. "Only because you're asking me to, Daph." She took a deep breath and exhaled before beginning to follow Daphne's next instructions to set up an altar. With Hermione working, Loki turned to everyone else. "All of you create altars for your corresponding gods and goddesses to communicate with them." Everyone looked at Loki with some confusion before slowly nodding and pulling out their own materials, all except Tonks, who looked at Loki with a raised eyebrow. She was frowning after seeing him mistreat Hermione, but hadn't said anything because Loki seemed to be serious about something, and given their lack of time and high danger right now, she only posed her question. "I don't know how to contact the true god of my pathway." "I don't think we have one." Loki looked at her and nodded. "The Arbiter pathway, right? Just use your ritual to contact Amelia." Tonks nodded and went back to her own ritual. In the meantime, Loki closed his eyes and went over his newly formed plan inside his head. Except no matter how hard he tried to keep it away, Elaine's face kept swimming back up to the surface. His heart wrenched with pain just imagining Elaine crying, and so Loki clenched his fist tight to hold it. Catchy. A sharp metallic cut later, Loki opened his eyes and slowly turned to look at Hermione, who was holding a tuft of his hair that she'd just cut. She glared back at him with an indignant and brave anger while she asked, "What?" Loki's brows raised in question only for her to shout back at him, "It's for the curse. Or do you want me to cut your hand and draw blood? Maybe your filthy tongue will do." Loki's brows twitched, but he forced himself to calm down as he tried to smile before speaking, "You're getting late." Hermione fired a gaze into Loki's eyes for a moment longer before HMPFING, and turned around while walking up to her altar and throwing the hair on it with as much hatred as she could muster. For a second Loki felt that the amount of hatred was enough for her to curse him with the Avada Kedavra, which brought an inadvertent smile on his face, but it was only momentary, vanishing quickly once again when Elaine's face swam back to the surface. And so Loki kept his eyes closed. Even so, he had calmed down a little, allowing him to focus on the abyss outside. "I can't feel the tenebrous world anywhere within miles of where we are. Well, not like I can if even Mother Tree of Desire can't. But that's not a problem. I can just ask Salazar to reveal its location to me for my plan." Slowly Loki's perception shifted. And instead of viewing the outside world, Loki began to slip into the depths of his mind. First only into his surface thoughts, then deeper, past his mental defenses, and finally into the sea of subconscious alongside his own island of consciousness. Loki was here for two purposes. And he quickly attempted to complete his first one. Loki looked around for any signs of tampering with his mind. If he couldn't divine about the situation, he could just look at his memories and decrypt everything else through it. Except Loki stood rather shocked. His enemy hadn't even attempted to hide their intrusion into his mind. Loki looked at his island of consciousness floating in the sea of subconscious with a sad frown. A chunk of it was gone. Not a large chunk, mind you, but a chunk large enough for it to be apparent to Loki because it hadn't been replaced by anything else. On the edge of the island, an entire portion was filled with a hollowing void, as if it had been cleanly disappeared. Almost like a magic trick. After recovering from his momentary shock, Loki rushed towards his island of consciousness. He couldn't fathom exactly what had led to a chunk of his mind going missing, but he desperately wanted to find out. Only for him to stop at the last second. Can I even look into it? If divination is banned, why would my memories be any safer? Perhaps I did this to myself. Even still, Loki paused to think further. Whatever had happened to Elaine had clearly happened in the moments his memories had been fudged up. And so without the true creator cooperating, the only other method to search for her without relying on him was to dig through the clues left behind in its wake. Perhaps I can scour the edges while staying safe. Loki carefully walked towards the heavy void. He couldn't see anything inside it, not darkness, but his mind simply failed to comprehend it. All he could tell was that a gaping void stood where his memories should have been. Yet on its phrase, Loki noticed intimate signs of spirituality that resonated deeply within him. An ability of the error pathway. But, I'm not strong enough to do such a clean operation, at least not yet. Did the true creator steal my memories? Why would he do that? Why did he even get locked in the Sapphira Castle in the first place? What is his role in all this? Or is there a third person involved in all this? Myself from the future that traveled to the past. But why would I do such a thing? Why would I torture myself like this? Why didn't I simply save Elaine? Why was the true creator being chained inside the Sapphira Castle more important to me than Elaine's safety? Loki sighed deeply. A heavy weight had fallen on his shoulders and he seemed to be incapable of bearing it. He was already getting tired. The adrenaline of the situation had slowly vanished as the grief started to slip through its cracks. Loki clenched the locket around his neck and whispered, "Are you all right, Elaine?" Loki's vision blurred for a second, but he stole his tears, reminding himself exactly what he'd told Hermione moments prior, "Not right now. Not right now. Elaine's fine. She's definitely fine." Loki looked at the projection of the true creator pinned to his robes and frowned. The true god's madness seemed to have slowed down. He hadn't become intelligent again, but he wasn't turning any dumber. Probably a miracle. Loki decrypted, finding no other explanation for the bizarre occurrence. Either way, it doesn't matter what he does once Daphne curses me with misfortune. Loki turned his gaze back at the void, hoping to study its boundaries to uncover more of the mysterious circumstances in which he'd escaped with his life. I escaped into Grindelwald's body. So I used the true creator somehow. But I can't really parasitus the true creator. So he tried to do something to me, but it backfired. But why did it backfire? Was it her? Grindelwald held her doll, so when he tried to use me and escape from his confines he encountered her, and then his plan backfired and she helped me instead. Loki didn't know if such a thing was possible. There was no real evidence to say it was wrong, but nothing to say it was right either. Especially since there was no need for a lock on divination if that was the case. The only reason for her to stop him from divining about the situation would be to maintain her image of being on his side. But he felt like she wouldn't have harmed him now, given that she could have much more easily harmed him earlier when she took control of the Sapphire Castle. Loki thought back to his last moments with Mother Goddess of Depravity. He vaguely remembered her destroying the barrier that had massaged his hands and the true creator stepping out of it, so he formed another idea. If he had already escaped after she broke the barrier, why did he come to me? Wait. Why didn't she kill me directly in the first place? Why did they trap me, and then poke a hole in my head? Loki's fingers brushed against his forehead, and then he looked at the void in front of him. Did she do this? But why would Mother Goddess of Depravity be interested in my memory? And why couldn't she just use some other method to take it away? Why even let me live after that? And why then did she use such a complicated method to make me stop using divination to divine about the events? And why did Grindelwald get locked up in the Sapphire Castle because of that? Loki couldn't find a valid reason for someone as powerful as Mother Goddess of Depravity to be interested in a mere Sequence 4 demigod. Even if she knew I was the reincarnation vessel for Mr. Error, why wouldn't she just have killed me directly? Why wait to immobilize me and then poke a hole into my forehead? And I wasn't even corrupted by her in any way in the end. What exactly happened back then? Did I from the future that goes back to the past help myself? But then why would I ask myself not to divine about the situation? And why would I then proceed to trick myself into divining about the situation? Why wouldn't my future self have saved Elaine? Or because he knows that I can save her myself? Unless he has a different aim. But Loki couldn't see it. He couldn't find a reasonable reason for even his future self to put Elaine through such distress. What reason could there be to let Elaine suffer at the hands of her captor? Or perhaps Elaine is with my future self. And he just wanted to be with her because he missed her for so long. Perhaps the reason why I advised myself not to divine about the past is because I shouldn't mess up the timeline. No, that's too vague a reason. If that was the case, I wouldn't even have let myself think about all this. I would have continuously stolen all thoughts about my future self from even appearing in my mind. Then was it because the opportunity to travel back in time is coming soon and is involved with other beings? Perhaps my divination can cause them all to hijack the opportunity too. Loki shuddered thinking about a Mother Goddess of Depravity or a Mother Tree of Desire that had all future knowledge going back in time. Yes, that sounds like a more valid reason. But then who messed up with my warning and wanted me to divine about it? Grindelwald. Since I somehow used his body to escape from Mother Goddess of Depravity, I ended up with the true creator realizing about the possibility too. Perhaps now he wishes to travel back in time with me to change things. But if time is a loop, shouldn't he already exist as some part in history? If he doesn't already exist, doesn't that mean that he died and I lived? That I won and he lost? Looking at the true creator drooling out of madness while pinned onto his robe seemed to only reinforce the idea. Loki relaxed slightly after coming to that point. If that's the case, then doesn't it mean that I'll be going back in time soon? Once I get rid of the true creator, I can divine about it all right. No. It might even involve Mother Goddess of Depravity since she was present on the scene. So as long as I distract her, and then get rid of the true creator, I should be able to divine about the incident freely and then go back in time. A soft joy rose in Loki's heart and mind as the theory took hold. Then, is Elaine just likely spending time with future me right now? Right. Loki still felt tense, however. A certain unease and stifling sense of worry had gripped him like a vice and refused to let go. Even still, it felt like his subconscious was hinting at something he'd forgotten, but it was still something he had no way of remembering. Loki looked back at the projection of the dumbed-down true creator on his robes before giving him a little shake to jostle him up. The drooling, slightly deranged god's miniature eye blinked slowly before looking around in confusion and settling on Loki and smiling eerily. Loki too gazed at it before asking it a simple question, one that hinted deeply at his identity, one that he'd kept a deep secret all this time. Even so, Loki trusted himself to ask the true creator about this question at this moment, not because he expected the true god to keep it a secret or because Loki was holding his life in his hands, but because the secret seemed to have already been brought out of the bag for his captive. How do I go back in time? The single eye spun lazily, and Loki could see the true creator's mouth open and close as if he was trying hard to control himself from spilling the beans. Loki wanted to desperately steal the true creator's thoughts at this moment, but held back. Loki didn't know if the true creator could weaponize his thoughts against him. If the true creator was truly the one that wanted Loki to divine about the situation, then he could very well flashbang Loki with the information and cause the world to spiral the wrong way down. So Loki used his ability as a mentor of deceit. He added an enormously persuasive addition to his voice as he smoothed his question out. Relax, aren't we friends? We go back in time and we can both be buddies. Just imagine it, you, me, together, against the world. We could beat up all the outer gods there are, take the reins of all of humanity, you could even consume all the uniqueness of the God Almighty group and become a great old one and a pillar yourself. Just imagine it, deciding the fate of humanity, all of it, at the tip of your fingertips, only a single extension of your mind away. The true creators already lose pupil dilated further, entranced by the picture Loki was painting. Even still, almost all of a sudden, Loki choked. His voice vanished and he had to cough for a second to speak again. It no doubt broke the effect, but Loki's gaze sharpened further as he concluded, another miracle. The true creators I returned back to normal, at least as normal as they could until they appeared stupidly foolish again. Loki clicked his tongue before trying from a different angle, one that was a lot more dangerous, but just that much more effective at the same time. Do you really think you can save yourself again and again using miracles? How long do you think you can keep it up? 100 times more? What about 1,000? What about after that? Loki pulled out his bone wand and pointed it at the true god whose eyes dilated at its sight, causing Loki to chuckle. Oh, so you recognize this gift? Well, that doesn't surprise me, in fact it only makes things easier, doesn't it? It gives you credibility for what we both already know. Loki flicked his wand calmly with a wealth of spirituality powering his custom spell. Mens Velox Acus, Runic Descent. The true creator shuddered for a second as the appropriate runes all formed on the tip of Loki's wands. Except, Loki's usual spell that was using his own domain of the error pathway's ability to interact with the mind was modified. Instead of the runes simply pointing at the error domain, they stepped up, expanding until they formed the symbols of the domains of multiple true gods at once. It included nearly everyone from Salazar, Rowena, and Helga to the moon goddess, Cheek, for body and the chained god. Everyone that Loki knew would be very interested what he was about to tell them if the true creator didn't respond. I wonder what'll happen if all of them learn of the fact that the secret to change history lies inside your mind. But that alone still didn't seem to sober the true creator up, and so Loki upped the stakes further, his spirituality forming half the symbols of two outer gods they had very recently encountered. The true creator's eye dilated near instantly in horror and surprise, but Loki's tone was even, calm and almost uncaring, as if he had no qualms about doing what he was about to do. What do you think will happen if I add them into the mix? Loki asked. The true creator's eye looked past the runes on his spell and at Loki, who was staring off at the memories floating around in his island of consciousness. Just imagine for a second, imagine all these true gods suddenly showing up within your mind. 7 deities showing up within it, each with a single piece of information about the secret to grabbing a hold of history and rewriting it to their whims and fancies. Rowena would grasp it in a heartbeat to free her husband. Helga would likely take it to prevent you from getting it, to become God Almighty herself. Salazar would do his very best to become the master of death and a pillar. Cheek would likely want revenge on me, much like you. The moon goddess, for body, and the chained god would likely do it to buy time to prevent her corruption from spreading any further or to prevent it from ever happening in the first place. Each one of them would tear you apart from the inside to find the one piece of information that would let them rush to the stars, to grasp history and rewrite it to put themselves on the throne of power. They might not cooperate with each other if they were the only ones brought in, and if that were the case, it would allow you to survive by weaving through their uncoordinated efforts, but what if I added 2 outer gods to the mix? What do you think would happen then? Wouldn't all those on Earth do their very best to prevent its downfall? Do their very best to stop the 2 outer gods from ever accessing such secrets? Wouldn't they destroy your mind entirely? But would the 2 outer gods let it happen so easily if they knew that such a valuable treasure lay in the battlefield before them? No. The result would be simple. It would be war. A war that would plunge your mind into an eternity of chaos until you'd be begging for the sweet release of death. Loki finally looked back at the true creator and spoke in a gentle, polite tone, and who do you think will be the savior then? Wouldn't it be me? Mr. Error? The one person that letting go back in time poses no danger. The one person who they can fully trust to not kill them because he has already gone back to the past and created a favorable outcome for everyone. A warm smile graced Loki's face. And yet the simple smile seemed like the devil's in that moment. But Loki didn't stop there. His tone turned sweeter as he spoke calmly. Oh, and what was it you told me again before? Fate was in your hands. What if I, the person who's known as the one fate favors, the wooer of fate, added her into the mix? Half the symbol of the goddess of fate was added into the mix of symbols floating at the tip of his wand right then, and Loki felt the upside-down crucifix tremble on his robes. The chains shook harshly as the true creator's mad mind rattled between sanity and insanity, flickering while trying to comprehend what Loki had just said, trying to find a way out, but alas, nothing he tried could help in this moment. Loki only looked at the desperate true god and put away his wand. You have a few minutes to decide the outcome. Either you let me help you by keeping you alive for now, or you write your fated death by your own hands. With that, Loki hid the true creator in the grey fog once again and put a pin on his racing thoughts about the true creator's decision. Instead, Loki focused on the island of consciousness before him. There were no other memories than he'd remembered so far that he could examine, but there were also no other signs of deception or trickery involved in fabricating any false memories to replace his previous ones. At least I can trust what I remember. Loki closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them and switching to his second task. Where are you, little piggy? Loki searched through the various connections within his sea of subconscious and picked up the one vague connection that he had formed when he'd embedded the error pathway symbol into the unsuspecting mind of Dolores Umbridge. Loki shifted through the newly formed open connections between his mind and his marionettes as he was using it to read their memories to get a read on Grindelwald before locking onto the oldest one. Ah, there you are. Umbridge, sitting in her office looking at Percy Weasley quietly and filing away letters that she had received, suddenly jumped in her chair as if shocked. Her eyes hollowed up momentarily before refocusing. Percy looked up a little surprised since Umbridge's jump had caused ink to spill all over her table, but his eyes quickly turned hollow. His mouth hung loose for a second as he met Umbridge's eyes before completely ignoring her and going back to helping her in filing the letters. A small but sickeningly sweet smile showed up on Umbridge's puffy face before she gently stood up and waved her wand. The ink on the table flowed back into the pot before its lid was screwed on top as she continued into the restroom attached to her office. She created an altar before kneeling in front of it to light up the candles that represented the divine and then lighting up her own as she spoke reverently. I pray for the power of darkness. I pray for the power of crimson. I pray for God's loving grace. I pray for God to appear in the isolated depths of my mind. Night dew, a herb that belongs to the night, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Vanilla, a fragrance that belongs to the darkness, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. The ritual finished smoothly and there was no response for a second. The candle stayed lit with a steady flame until it flickered. Darkness descended soon after. The flame of the candle remained fully lit, yet no light radiated out of it, its effects only visible to those that looked directly at it. The darkness slipped slowly over Umbridge, and soon sank into her very being, reappearing directly within her body of heart and mind. The darkness concealed itself, forming layers upon layers of concealment barriers before it inched towards the connection calling on it. It paused for a second before accepting it, as if preparing itself, and then brushed gently against the sliver of spirituality that was left behind, waking it to do what it was meant to. A simple projection appeared in front of the darkness that had engulfed it entirely. Loki appeared in the form of a projection. And almost instantly, Loki spoke in a high-pitched, fervent and zealous tone, like he had been touched by the divine. He has spoken to me. The darkness stilled as Loki felt it focus on him almost instantly before it rumbled with what Loki thought was excitement, so he continued. He is preparing for his resurrection. There was a delay, almost as if the darkness had been shocked by something, before a surge of energy rushed through it as Loki continued further. I shall sacrifice myself for the resurrection of the Lord at the most appropriate moment that he demands. The darkness inched closer to Loki's projection, almost touching him as its gaze on him intensified. And Loki continued still. I will sacrifice myself to spring the trap I have prepared on her. He shall awaken to completely seal her into an abomination characteristic that you will provide. And with that Loki went silent. The darkness flickered around him for a moment more before flooding back to its source. The layers upon layers of concealment were undone before Loki was left all alone in Umbridge's mind. His eyes lost their fervent glow as the insanity was toned down until only a frown remained on Loki's face. Why didn't he even praise or talk about Mr. Error even once? In a garden high above the world, two beings sat together, sipping on tea as they waited for the third and fourth. Rowena, are you sure? The simple, kind and homely-looking lady asked politely while serving her guest some freshly baked pies. Yes, Helga. I am. You don't have your spirit body right now, so you can't feel it. But it failed. Completely failed. But I don't know. The calculations were all right. And yet everything just went poof all of a sudden. As if the entire chaos sea vanished. I can no longer find it. It's like it's not on Earth anymore. Gone. Poof. Helga sipped on her cup of tea patiently. Suddenly, startling no one, the light bent strangely, causing a darkness to form in space that coalesced into the figure of a man who looked at Helga and Rowena with wide eyes. You found out about magic being out only now? Rowena commented sarcastically while looking at Salazar's bald head. It caused him to feel infuriated, but he felt now was not the time for that, except Helga flicked her finger and caused a slice of the pie she'd baked to fill his mouth. Have patience, Salazar, Godric is awake, he'll be arriving soon. Salazar tried speaking by pulling the pie out of his mouth, but Rowena wasn't having it. She snapped her fingers and caused the pie to fuse with Salazar's mouth, keeping him shut for now. Helga smiled funnily and calmly brushed Rowena's hair, as if gently saying, "Don't be so rude." Rowena was about to say something, but the place turned cold all of a sudden. An ash-like flake of frost descended onto the remaining chair. It caught a flash of fire as soon as it landed and morphed into a fresh new body being. Godric. Rowena greeted lightly. Helga served another plate of pie before Rowena allowed Salazar to speak. Instead of saying what he was only just dying to say, however, Salazar simply glared at Godric, who was looking at him with a smirk. "So, you're still only a single pathway god?" Godric said with such a blatant amount of smugness in his tone that Salazar felt like he'd just eaten dog shit. Rowena rolled her eyes and was about to snap her fingers to shut Godric's mouth again, but Salazar dropped a bombshell at this moment. "He's coming back." Rowena's hand froze. Helga stopped mid-sip. And Godric nearly crushed the chair by clenching its handle. Their heads all turned directly towards Salazar, who spoke calmly. "I felt the aura of divinity of a great old one linger on the boy. He's been touched by him, at least recently. That can only mean one thing. He has recovered." Rowena whispered, causing Salazar to nod as what could only be described as a solemn silence spread across the table. Chapter 521, The Fool's Gambit. Loki stepped out of Umbridge's mind and reappeared within his own island of consciousness and paused before pulling out the True Creator. The True Creator was still drooling, but it seemed that he was still being arrogant about something. "Does he know something more that I don't?" Loki frowned but didn't think so. "It seems that things will have to be done the hard way then." He covered up the True Creator within the grey fog and stepped out of his island of consciousness and arrived back inside the abyss, within the golden marble dome that had still been protecting them all. He still didn't open his eyes, however, keeping them closed because of the strange feeling welling up inside him constantly, as if he was nearing the end of his life very soon, as if everything was going to end for him, finish without a way back again. It was strange. He couldn't quite place the origin of this feeling, but he could still clearly feel it as if it were a constant part of him, consuming him as it did its best to mute everything else out, as if he were drowning and unable to find an anchor to drag himself back out to breathe. Nevertheless, Loki opened his eyes and looked at everything that was around him. Everyone was done preparing their rituals. Pernelli and Nicholas each had set up a wall of spirituality around themselves to prevent anyone from seeing their rituals, as had everyone else. But among them the only walls Loki couldn't look into were of Pernelli and Nicholas. For everyone else, Loki could simply deceive their walls of spirituality to bypass it. And so Loki peered into Hermione's ritual. Inadvertently he gazed at Hermione's body of heart and mind, showing him it was a flood of questions regarding the situation, but Loki averted his gaze from them, clearly not wanting to entertain that for now. "He's going to be all right? Hermione asked Daphne. "If he wishes to be cursed with misfortune, he should know what he's doing, and the goddess seems to favor him." Hermione gulped before nodding and then performing the last of the ritual that Daphne had guided her to perform after having sacrificed all the required spiritual items. I pray for the power of fate. I pray for the power of curses and calamities. I pray for the goddess's loving grace. I pray for the goddess to assist me in cursing this effigy such that the target can never recover. Daphne flower, the fragrance that belongs to fate, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Greengrass dew, the liquid that belongs to the settlement of fates, I pray for you to bestow powers to my incantation. Loki heard the ritual finish, but nothing happened for a few moments. Did the ritual fail? Loki wondered for a second as he was about to scan himself for changes, but instead of something even happening to him, the first thing that took place was an explosive break of the golden marble barrier that was protecting them all. The barrier shattered without putting up any resistance. The space within it exploded violently as its confinement runes were scattered, and it expanded rapidly to return to its original size, throwing its inhabitants violently. What Loki saw left him feeling slightly uncertain about their future. The vast abyss that lay before them had almost turned alive. The dead land filled with roots was turned upside down as the roots themselves grew sharply, infecting everything contained within it even further as they all rushed towards the invaders who had come here seemingly for a vacation, them. Even without the misfortune, Loki felt the danger about him multiply by several fold almost instantly. The presence that was lording over them just a few moments ago had vanished. Instead now it was deeply entrenched as a part of the abyss itself. Loki could feel the stringent feeling of confinement that erupted out of each of the roots around them, making it clear that those roots weren't just part of a simple beyonder spell but likely a partial manifestation of the goddess herself. But the effects didn't stop there. No. An inextinguishable and maddening wailing of ravings erupted from within the roots of the trees. Loki's heart froze for a second as he felt his body begin to mutate, making him realize just how grossly he'd been underestimating how even the presence of an outer deity could harm him, but he didn't relent. He'd called for help and was sure it was already on its way. In the meantime, Loki stole the corruption and memories of all the low-sequence beyonders in the area before directly covering them in a blanket of the grey fog to help them fight off the corruption, since they were now completely isolated from the rest of the world. This left only Nicholas, Pernelli, and Loki outside, each of whom had adjusted well to the space that had suddenly exploded and sent them flying across the abyss. For a second, however, Loki's attention fell on Ron. He couldn't put his finger on what it was, but he only just realized that something about Ron was remarkably different than before, as if he was not himself anymore. Did Grindelwald's spell do something to him? But Loki didn't have the time to decipher any of his mysteries. Instead, Loki was forced to contend with the sudden rise in his desire to flee from the abyss as his survival instincts were dialed up to 11,000. Loki felt his body go numb as it tried to force itself out of his control to run and teleport away to anywhere else but where he currently was. Loki looked at Nicholas and Pernelli, but they seemed to be doing much better. What exactly is the difference between an angel and a saint? Loki wondered. He snapped his fingers and the desire to flee suddenly receded, not because he stole it, no, that wouldn't have helped at such a close distance to an outer god since all his delusions about being able to contend with one had vanished as reality had set in. No, Loki did something completely different before looking back at the encroaching roots that rushed in tides to attack them. Don't worry about the corruption, Loki said softly to his two grandparents, causing them to look at him a little confused. But when Loki raised his hand, they involuntarily each took a step back. In Loki's hand was the upside-down crucifix that was already evoking a rap of maddening ravings of its own. In his hand was the true creator. Already maddened by the trap he had fallen into because of Loki, where his sanity was in heavy question, the true creator worked tirelessly to keep himself safe from the ravings of Mother Tree of Desire. From the crucifix emitted not a musical masterpiece that would get the slim god to stand up, but a hollow scratching of what sounded like a banshee's wail that overrode the corruption of the ravings being emitted by the roots created as a manifestation of Mother Goddess of Depravity. The true creator used his authority over degeneration to confuse the roots about their own nature before imbibing the area with the corruption of the Chaos Sea, ensuring that it couldn't be overridden easily in a short period of time. It sounded horrendous to Loki, who was right beside it. Almost as if his skin was being forcibly peeled off his face while ants crawled on his freshly exposed muscles and blood vessels while someone dripped lemon juice mixed with salt onto it. Loki gazed at the roots all around them as his mind went over his strange and positively wonderful plan about all this for the last time before he enacted on it. Why didn't she curse me yet? Loki stopped to think, but regardless of the reason, the only way to save Elaine was to enact his plan. And so Loki pulled out the first key piece of his plan. He summoned it out of the Sapphire Castle. Loki looked at the simple but small golden object in his hand and sighed. It had been a while since he'd gotten it, or rather stolen it, from an unspeakable. It was a time-turner. Loki looked at it fondly as he remembered the simple times of his life, when all he had to deal with was the corruption of a single true god and not a million of them along with outer gods. A smile sprouted on his face which seemed to relive some tension within him before he put the chain around his neck. Nicholas and Pernelli looked at him with confusion, wondering what a simple timer-turner was going to do to help them in this situation where the outer god could kill them half a dozen times over before they went back in time, but Loki continued calmly. Loki pulled out the second key piece of his plan. A short flute. Loki blew into it to summon his best spirit servant, Sunny. But since they were inside the abyss, Loki held onto the ritual from ever fully completing, leaving it to hang at just the edge before completion. Nicholas and Pernell's gaze turned even stranger. The roots all around them had slowed down too after Loki had revealed the true creator that was fighting against them, but they found Loki's actions even stranger. Yet Loki hadn't finished yet. Loki finally raised his wand as the runes for his latest spell formed on its tip while he whispered the name of the spell for all to hear. Mens Velox Aegis, Runic Descent. Nicholas's gaze trembled as did Pernell's, but Loki didn't launch the spell even after all the runes formed. Instead, he kept it on hold before turning to them and throwing a small card at them by deceiving its momentum. The card flicked right into Nicholas's palm while he stared at Loki in confusion. Once this spell activates, pour your spirituality into that card. And as soon as you do it, grab everyone and run east. You can leave the abyss with the help of my alchemical puppet from there. Loki Wadash. Pernelli was already moving towards him, worried sick, her eyes watering as she assumed Loki was about to sacrifice himself, but Nicholas firmly held her back. And even as Pernelli tried to pry his hands off, Nicholas held her firmly, his eyes sharp as he nodded firmly while looking at Loki with a deep amount of newfound respect that he hadn't thought possible before. Loki smiled before turning to Pernelli, who had already started screaming, and spoke calmly. He wanted to use some of his charm to calm her but felt it dishonest and so let her listen to him as it is. Thanks for those excellent meals, Pernelli. I don't know when I'll have them again, but I promise I will return. The words choked Pernelli. She couldn't understand what was happening. Only just now Loki had been acting like everything was in his control and it was all fine, asking them to contact the true gods of their pathways, which they did and got a favorable response. But now he was acting like he was never going to see them ever again. Her heart cracked as she thought about Loki and then about his sister Elaine, about how much he loved her, and yet he was being forced to sacrifice himself here, leaving the little girl all alone. She was about to attempt to smack some sense into Loki, but Nicholas was holding her back still. She just couldn't understand what Nicole saw that she didn't about the situation. Why did Loki have to sacrifice himself? Was it because he was a vessel for that strange Mr. Error? Or was it because of something else? Her mind was rapidly revolving into a mess of confusion as she did her very best to stay rational, but it seemed her mind was failing her. Loki noticed and only smiled as he spoke again. It seems it's time, since her effect is starting to overpower his. Loki looked back at the true creator still in his palm as his eyes turned cold as he found the true creator slowly succumbing to the irrationality of logic as Mother Tree of Desire's presence became stronger in the abyss. All this happened because of you, so it's only right for it to also end with you. The spell Loki had been holding back all this time finally launched. 3 things happened in that moment. The true creator's mind was bombarded with a kaleidoscopic explosion of the exact same information: universal dance competition. Prize, time travel to any point in history you want to go to, after which each reflection of the information in his mind was paired up with a rune corresponding to a true god of a pathway. Nicholas activated the card in his hand and felt his power return fully, so he instantly moved away from his position in the direction that Loki had told him about while grabbing hold of a ring that Loki had included along with the card. He could feel that the ring held all the low-level beyonders that had accompanied them, and so he held onto it for his life along with Pernelli. And finally, all the surviving gods and goddesses of the universe all turned in the direction of the abyss. Loki suddenly felt the sense of danger about himself multiply almost immediately. As if the goddess of fate had been waiting straight for this moment before she cursed Loki to oblivion. Loki saw his own spirit body threads bend to fate, as they were all thinged with a mercurial sheen, becoming poisoned towards death as they rushed to conquer him and make him walk the plank into an unrecoverable abyss. But Loki was prepared. He first activated the spell he'd hijacked from Pernelli by deceiving it to believe that the true creator was Grindelwald, which wasn't very hard since he was, and that Loki had won against him, which also wasn't very hard since he truly had. As a result, Loki obtained the right to choose what he wanted to steal from the true creator. But Loki didn't steal anything yet, because doing so meant he'd break the true creator out of his chains without a counterbalance. No, he had to wait for the right moment. And that moment happened in the same moment he decided to wait. The abyss lit up like the sun because there truly was a sun currently inside it. Helga was the first to arrive as the roots in the abyss were almost all burnt up in a single instant. Loki felt the fear and irrational desire to save himself within him vanish in the next second as a soothing melody played itself into his mind, calming his tense nerves as the darkness wrapped and completely concealed him, hiding him from the gaze of any inside the abyss. Salazar had arrived. Yet in the very next moment, the darkness was forced to shift the target of its melody from Loki to everyone else inside the abyss, since before it could have fully concealed Loki, a sharp pair of eyes, made entirely of information, locked onto Loki's position, allowing its owner to look directly past the concealment and at the true creator that Loki was holding. Rowena had arrived. Because of being exposed to such great and grand forces, the life of the minutiae decayed and rapidly devolved into nothingness, giving birth to the domain of death within the abyss. Cold frost spread rapidly across Loki, building up at speeds that would have killed any simple saint, sapping life out of him at speeds that one would think was only possible if someone was thrown into a star. Godric had arrived. However, that wasn't the end. The darkness suddenly tore apart as a hellish presence returned. It was Mother Tree of Desire, and she was stronger, as if given a dose of new life. The roots that had just been burnt away to oblivion erupted within it, hiding from the sun, as soon as a crimson moon became visible inside the high and dark sky of the abyss. The crimson moon fought with itself, however, turning white sporadically as it reflected the light of the sun to eradicate any corruption over it before turning back to crimson once again as the roots on in the abyss lashed out at it. The moon goddess and mother goddess of depravity had also stepped onto the battlefield. The various lights shining across the abyss caused several reflections to emerge, allowing a being of unparalleled beauty to step out of them, drawing the attention of every person present, either through charm or simply because she immediately imposed the symbolism of chaos as soon as she became visible, turning the already chaotic abyss into a blatant explosion of nonsense. The corrupted demons whose gaze fell on the symbolism evaporated into dust, their entire beings vanishing as if experiencing a personal apocalypse. Cheek had arrived. At the same time, the strong symbolism of chaos attracted the will of the primordial demon whose corpse was the abyss, causing it to rise even in its death, shifting the battlefield as Mother Tree of Desire lost control over it for a few precious seconds. As soon as Mother Tree of Desire lost control of the abyss, two beings immediately erupted out into the battlefield. The abyss itself paved the way for the Lord hidden in the shadows to emerge, for body. And closest to the true creator, closer than all present in the area, out of the chains that bound the true creator emerged the chained god. The chained god looked straight at the true creator, activating his ability to take control of the true creator's body and win the prize before everyone else. He was the closest to the true creator and hence the fastest, to the point that no one else could react to his speed and cunning. For a moment everyone thought that the battle had been lost. Rowena was planning on protecting her husband before he acted on the knowledge he gained from the true creator so that history could be rewritten, but everyone had completely forgotten about the perpetrator of this grand incident. It was Loki. And obviously they didn't care about him at all. After all, what could a mere saint do in the presence of nearly a dozen true gods and outer gods? It was a miracle that the boy hadn't dropped dead already. But although Loki still hadn't completed his theft, he did have a card to play at this point in time when someone other than him was about to win the grand prize. Previously, right when Loki was about to be teleported into the abyss because of Grindelwald helping Mother Tree of Desire to temporarily accommodate the error pathway uniqueness, Loki's backup plan had kicked in. And his backup plan had been rather simple. At the moment that the error pathway symbolism exploded into fragments in Mother Tree of Desire's presence to corrupt her and reduce her to madness, the fragments had embedded themselves into the space and time around Pernelli. That is, they had embedded themselves into the missile command silo that Pernelli had so meticulously engraved using her spirituality to turn it into a welcome gift from the sun pathway. And since Mother Tree of Desire had used the same error pathway symbolism to teleport them all into the abyss, they were all converted into runes before being converted back into people when they were brought to the abyss. Except, it wasn't just them that was converted in the process. Even the missile command silo itself had been converted. And so the large missile command silo that Loki couldn't steal before because of its vast size was turned into a small thumb-sized rune for him to grasp with his bare hands, giving Loki the ability to re-steal it from Mother Tree of Desire. It was the theft that he had completed at the very end right before he had been teleported to the abyss. And now, for his grand trick, Loki simply unrolled the rune that had been hanging around him all this time. Suddenly, Loki holding the true creator along with the chained god were all inside the missile command silo that was inside the abyss. Except the entire situation had changed once again. When before the chained god was the only one closest to the true creator, now the sun goddess was right beside him because of Perenelle's painstaking engraving of the sun pathway symbol into the entire structure. And so the chained god that had been eyeing the prize only until a moment prior was now staring directly at the sun that was burning in front of the true creator, stopping him from possessing the true creator in any manner. Except what they seemed to have forgotten was the fact that the chained god had been keeping the true creator bound all this time, and with his sanity at an all-time low and having just been subject to the absolutely maddening ravings of Mother Tree of Desire that messed with his rationality and reduced him to think purely with his instincts, the true creator, given his already strong connection to the Chaos Sea, lunged at the sun goddess to accommodate with her to give birth to someone above. The sequence. Unfortunately for them all, however, this did not stop Loki from what he was about to do next. A simple disc with a green glow in the center emerged out of the gray fog in front of Loki and he made a wish. A wish as plain as ever, but as fatal to everyone around him as it could be at any point in history. I wish for the original creator's spirit to strengthen within everyone here for the next few minutes. A tall order for a mere sequence 2 miracle invoker beyond her characteristics to grant. But Loki wasn't depending on it for that long either way, he only needed it for a momentary distraction and it was successful. The true gods all shuddered immediately as if someone had cursed them with the killing curse, they froze in their tracks, each retreating into the depths of their consciousness, not risking even the tiniest bits of their sanity to strengthen themselves with their anchors and brave the upcoming storm. The outer gods momentarily rushed away. They still remained in the abyss, but they were pushed back, straying a good dozen kilometers away so that they wouldn't be included in the range of the Disc of Wishes. Only the true creator, already maddened, devolved into the further madness. His lunge at the sun goddess was about to complete as he nearly sacrificed himself instead of the sun goddess to create a being above the sequence since Mother Tree of Desire stepping away from the battlefield and had reduced the heightened survival instinct of all present, but Loki reacted quicker. With his arm stretched, Loki empowered Perenelle's spell and forcibly stole something simple. No, Loki didn't steal the full pathway authority or even the knowledge about where Elaine was. Instead, Loki directly stole the information he had so desired from the very beginning of all this. Loki stole the information about how one could travel back in time. Of course, since Loki's Disc of Wishes was impacting so many true gods in its vicinity, it lasted only for a few moments, which allowed the true creator to slowly come out of his insanity and poison Loki's theft with corruption from the Chaos Sea. Even still, it didn't work in any prominent way to hurt Loki, for Loki was now a sequence 3 mentor of deceit. Loki simply deceived the true creator's target for the poisoning, and instead of letting the true creator poison the knowledge itself, Loki deceived the target to be directly himself. His body. Had it been anyone else, they'd have been killed on the spot for the corruption from the Chaos Sea. Loki instead only battled it out with the help of the grey fog. But even then, since it was the poisoning of a true god, the poison permeated into Loki's very being, except Loki had seemingly planned for even that. It was the reason why he had used Perenelle's theft and not his own. Because Perenelle's theft was a spell blessed by the sun goddess herself. A contract from her domain. And so when Loki stole the knowledge from the true creator's mind, it caused the contract to kick in and the sun goddess herself to be forced to purify the poison while at such close proximity. Loki was completely safe. And even that was for only a moment, as Loki performed a secondary theft when the true creator was facing a backlash from violating the contract of the sun goddess herself. Loki thieved the memories about the truth of the incident that he had lost his memories about. So in front of everyone, all the true gods there were and all the outer gods, Loki claimed his prize. In the form of a blob of light, the knowledge about how to travel back in time to rewrite history floated out of the true creator's mind and entered Loki's along with the truth that had been so meticulously hidden from his sight. There was only silence for a moment as everyone stood shell-shocked in their places, watching as Loki's expressions changed from shock, to surprise and finally to a warm smile. Loki looked at all the true gods around him before snapping his fingers and speaking softly. Semper Adsum. I am always there. And before anyone could say another word or even make a sound, Loki vanished, as if he was there in his place in the universe for 1 second before being nowhere the next. Each god searched for Loki using their own authorities except the true creator, since he was now a useless blubbering buffoon who held no value to anyone, perhaps except the sun goddess. But no one's search turned up anything. Loki wasn't inside the abyss or in the reflections of one's hearts. Loki wasn't present in the darkness, or in any information anywhere. Loki wasn't present in the light of the sun or that of the moon. Loki wasn't present in rationality or in life. Loki wasn't chained anywhere or dead. It was as if the universe had forgotten Loki even existed, and yet they knew he did. It was unprecedented. Had Loki traveled back in time? If so, where was he? Had he been killed like Mr. Error had been killed previously? Why hadn't the outcome changed? Was he planning something in secret? Or was he being used in another's games? Everyone looked at each other as a suspect. Perhaps one of them had hidden or supported Loki in some way throughout history. And his death had only been a great reenactment to fool everyone. Or perhaps Loki had been living only as a ghost of what he once was. It was only after a few moments that everyone remembered that there were two outer gods in their midst. McGonagall walked into her office, flicked her wand and caused the fireplace to light up. Luna experimented on Cedric's soul for a while, flipping it around while dipping it into a variety of potions available in the room of requirements before returning it to him when he left, since no one showed up here today apart from the two of them. Nicholas, Pernelli, and the rest of the people who were just inside the abyss calmly exited it and stared at the vastly hollow place where the missile command silo was supposed to exist, a little baffled. What happened here? Hermione mumbled before she looked at Daphne, who was standing beside her with a similar look of confusion. Pernelli and Nicholas both looked at Daphne with slight confusion before it passed over their minds with a daze. Ron, however, was positively baffled. His eyes were round and wide as he stared at Daphne like he was looking at a ghost. It caused Tonks to only smack his head again though. However, he managed to keep awake without fainting this time as Pernelli explained. I used a spell to save us from the demons coming out of the abyss. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore looked out at the threads of fate woven together as the fate of the world all around him and shuddered. He lost. How? All of a sudden Dumbledore froze before he collapsed into his chair. A golden monocle appeared on his right eye, glimmering as Dumbledore stood up slowly and walked over to the secret compartment behind his chair. He snapped his fingers before the wall slipped into itself and dissolved, revealing a set of 3 items. A quill, a book, and a mirror. Dumbledore walked directly up to the mirror, grabbed it off the wall, and before it could respond or say anything else, attempted to snap it in half. Among the threads of fate of the world, there were a billion different threads, each with their own trajectories and histories. Some threads were mixed with others, intertwined deeply as they ascended the spiral of heaven, others lingered around in orbit, a few more clashed with each other and spiraled into oblivion, or sometimes even clashed into others to give rise to a chaotic knotted spiral where beginning and end couldn't be decided very easily. Among the most recent sections, however, there existed a spiral of threads so dense that it would take as many people as there were threads to untangle it and even still be left over with a complex web. The dense section contained threads from various majestical beings, each one primordial in their essence but recent in their occurrence. All except one. A simple thread that appeared bland and unoriginal in the beginning, but any sharp-eyed individual would spot that it existed itself as the core of several other threads, almost all if not everything. And if one traced the history of this thread, they would find that it never ended. In fact, it preceded time itself. Like an era beyond worlds. A young boy woke up in the middle of the forest, confused and positively frightened. Where the heck am I? The boy looked all around himself in confusion, looking for something to anchor himself, wondering what exactly was going on to bring him into this position as he had found himself in. I was just in my room, reciting the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual. Did I transmigrate into LOTM? I was just joking, not really expecting it to work. The boy was confused as a new question popped up in his mind. Why haven't I died from corruption when I know so much? The boy looked up at the skies. The night seemed rather chilly but completely normal. The forest around the boy was covered in the dim glow emitting out of the stars that twinkled, along with the gentle white full moon hanging around and shining a radiant white light onto all that it could see. Even still, for a boy from the suburbs to suddenly be thrust into a deep and dark forest threw him off. It caused him to feel some fear in spite of the excitement that he felt regarding his sudden jump to a new world. His looking around, however, did grant him some benefits, since he noticed a little, strange, animal looking at him in the distance, as it stood on its hind legs over the branch of an old and ancient tree. Over here, the little animal said politely. It had a deep voice which sounded calm and reassuring, which further intrigued the young boy, causing him to follow it after making sure that he wasn't missing anything around himself. Days passed in the wizarding world as the lives of people continued. Soon it was the first of the month once again, and all the Tarot Club members quietly stayed awake in their beds, waiting for the clock to strike midnight so that they could attend the club and figure out what was happening to the world around them. Sitting in her bed, Hermione grasped her hands, feeling uncertain about something, as if her intuition was warning her that something was missing around her, but she couldn't point out what it was. Did I forget some homework? No. This feeling has been around for a couple of weeks now. Did Mr. Error ask me to do something? Did he give me a target regarding the number of people I had to proselytize to before this month of the club? I don't remember, and I would have remembered if that was the case. Hermione's brows furrowed. She thought carefully about all the things that had happened recently. I got that intuition from my spirituality about having to grow stronger. Several demons were unleashed in the world because of a strange ritual that you know who carried out according to Mr. Error. We then went on that mission to save the nuclear missiles from those demons who had infiltrated the silos and were about to launch them all over the world. Me, Harry, Ron, Tonks and Belmont defeated the demons very easily after Headmaster Dumbledore sent the Flammels to help us. Ever since then we've been going on missions almost 3 times a week, with different teams each time at different places around the country to deal with the other demons that have been unleashed. Hermione thought carefully. Everything seemed perfectly logical and completely reasonable according to her expectations. What could it be? Suddenly a flood of crimson light filled her vision and she was dragged up into the spirit world and over the grey fog before being thrust into her seat at the Tarot Club. In the head seat sat Mr. Error as always, and on the seat opposite to him sat Mr. World while everyone else was sitting around the two in their normal positions. Hermione stood up and continued her general greeting routine. Good evening, Mr. Error. Good evening, Miss Empress. Good evening, Mr. Moon. Good evening, Mr. Strength. Hermione then looked around for a second, wondering as to where Mr. Star was before she turned to look at Mr. Error and ask him about it silently. Mr. Error seemed to have noticed her question too and he nodded softly before speaking. Mr. Star is busy on a mission. He has taken a leave for today. Hermione accepted the reasoning and nodded before sitting down herself. Oddly, Mr. Error tapped the table with his fingers in a rhythmic fashion before speaking again, then let the meeting for tonight begin. Chapter 522, The Fool's Gambit, A Past. Everyone paused when Mr. Error said that, thinking something similar to Hermione, each in their own tone. Mr. Error seems to be in a good mood today. Did something nice happen? But Mr. Error didn't say any more after that, leaving everyone to their own devices, as if he couldn't care less and was just watching them as a form of entertainment. Dominic looked around for a few seconds before placing his question in front of them all. Do any of you happen to know what's going on with the sudden increase in the number of demons popping up all around the world? But no one said anything, not when he looked at Mr. Moon or even Miss Empress. And when Dominic finally looked at Miss Magician, she just shrugged softly to indicate she knew very little and so Dominic turned directly to Mr. World. Perhaps you know something more, Mr. World? Mr. World paused, then looked at Mr. Error before seeing him shake his head softly and paused after saying a short sentence without revealing much. You are not strong enough to know more about the current situation. Left with a polite rejection, Dominic thought for a second before offering, is it a matter of price? I can offer you a high price for any relevant information that might help. Does it have something to do with the Great Old Ones? Mr. World's body paused for a second, and any competent spectator would have almost immediately recognized it as shock and surprise, but before anyone else could figure something like that out he continued speaking. Some things are better left for when you have the power to deal with those situations. Dominic frowned slightly, a little disappointed as were the other members of the Tarot Club who were hoping to learn more about the situation. But with Mr. Error directly not letting them learn more, he stuffed his curiosity into a hole and shut up. Snape finally looked at Mr. World directly and spoke up calmly. What happened to the item you were about to give me? Mr. World paused once again, slightly confused as he looked at Mr. Error subtly without letting anyone else realize, before he spoke calmly. The item will be delivered after you return. What payment would you like in return, Mr. Moon? Snape looked at Mr. World for a few seconds before turning to Mr. Error and stating his request directly to him. I'd like for the deal to take one person of my choosing to the Chaos Sea to include one more. There was a soft silence in Sapphire Castle, making it almost seem like a place of mourning. Mr. Error's fingers rested on the hard marble surface of the table between them all, his fingers tapping them rhythmically as they followed a set beat before they paused as he spoke up. That will not be possible since the Chaos Sea has vanished from the world. The mourning silence of the castle suddenly turned tense as each member of the Tarot Club reacted in their own way, with Miss Magician being the most vocal. Vanished? But then how is magic working fine? Wasn't the Chaos Sea the key to all the magic in the world? Did the recent attack from Voldemort have something to do with this, Mr. Error? Did he steal the Chaos Sea? But to do what? Are spells even safe anymore? Perhaps dash. A crisp snap echoed in the Sapphire Castle as Mr. Error flicked his fingers. The result wasn't a commanded or even demanded silence, it was a stolen one. Mr. Error had stolen Miss Magician's voice. Nearly everyone inside the castle felt their hands draw to their wands, partly out of a reflex but partly because for a moment each one of them truly felt like Mr. Error truly meant harm. But since they remembered their positions in front of a true god at the last moment, they held back, only hoping that Miss Magician wasn't going to be hurt. And while their thoughts would have continued into a soft culmination of pity for her, it suddenly switched, as if it had been deceived of its original purpose before it was all twisted into a new outcome. It was her fault for speaking so much. That was when Mr. Error finally spoke up, his tone calm but solemn. I'm sorry, Miss Magician, but I cannot allow you to think further. This is for your own good. These matters involve beings beyond even angels, much beyond what a mere sequence 7 is capable of thinking about. Hermione paused confused for a second before she nodded. Of course Mr. Error only seemed rude. He was just trying to keep me safe, right? There's no way he traveled back in time. Rowena said rashly, clipping her nails as she'd chewed them unevenly earlier. Salazar frowned while everyone else stayed silent. But nothing changed. Rowena spoke up again. If he'd have gone back, something would have changed. Right. Why go back in time otherwise? Or maybe he just dropped dead the moment he went back. Helga suggested helpfully. No. I never sensed his death. His imprint isn't even in the river. Godric commented with a shake of his head. With the newly forming silence, all their heads turned toward Salazar, who was still frowning, staring at the table like his gaze was going to bore a hole through it. Finally, after the silence got a little stale, Rowena kicked him under the table. What's on your mind, you baldy? Salazar's brows twitched at that as his head snapped in Rowena's direction, looking thoroughly irritated by the tag he was addressed with. It's because of you. You witch. Because you caused all the earlier Hogwarts students to believe that I was bald and ugly, that I became bald and ugly. All your fault. Rowena rolled her eyes. And who told you to leave the school and go around the world on a tour while leaving all the hard work to us? Salazar took a deep breath to calm himself as he spoke while exhaling. I did that to explore the secrets that Mr. Error left behind. Not to go on a relaxing journey to find myself. And what have you got to show for it? You didn't even know that he'd traveled back in time to change things up. He was a fraud. Salazar immediately felt enraged. No, he was not. And I'm 100% sure he didn't travel back in time. No one can. And not that far back to change the course of the entire world. You know that I know that, and nearly everyone else does too. If he would have even tried something as ridiculous, he couldn't have done it without leaving our memories intact. To even make such a ridiculous claim makes you seem stupid. But it's him. Rowena finally raised her voice. You know what he's like. He does everything he says he'll get done. I've hardly ever seen him fail. And the one time he did, we all paid the price by having to get sealed because of his reawakening. So forgive me for believing that he can do what he says he can. Salazar frowned. He couldn't argue with Rowena because what she said made sense too. He'd just never seen Mr. Error lie before. What would make it different now? Did he really travel back into the past? If so, how did he do it without messing with the memories of every other true god and above the sequence out there? Helga finally placed her teacup on the saucer before she spoke calmly. What's there to worry about? All we need to do is infiltrate his little tarot club. We know when it happens, we know who takes part in it. Now we just need to either infiltrate the club using them, or just send someone new. Send someone new. Rowena instantly said, infiltration is too risky since he is a master at deceit. The best part would be to let one of your clones go directly into the club. Helga. One of my clones? Helga asked, slightly surprised. She paused to think for a second before speaking. Which one? The ROB one or Madame Pomfrey? Or Isolt? Not Pomfrey or ROB. If you move either of them, Merlin will know. Rowena shook her head, but Isolt will do. How long has it been since you've used her anyway? Don't you need to check on Ilvermorny? Helga paused to think for a second. It's been some time since I checked on that place. I left it in Chadwick's hands when I created ROB, and since the place only has spectators, no one should have figured out anything about it anyway. Rowena nodded. Well, then we have a perfect character who we can use to infiltrate into the club. Isolt is just a Sequence 5 dream walker, nothing too strong to arouse any suspicion. Everything should work just fine. Rowena then looked at Salazar and he nodded too, adding, I'll conceal her fate. She then looked at Godric and he too added, I'll give her a false lifespan. Have just the perfect ordinary life for her, of the sister of a beyonder that went out of control after looking at the moon at the wrong time. Rowena closed her eyes and sighed. She then opened them and spoke with authority. I'll make sure that any knowledge of a relation she might have had with us will be destroyed and will never be found. The founders all looked at each other with a firm gaze before vanishing from their T-spot. All but one. Salazar, still sitting in his seat, looked rather solemn. Will it work this time? This is the last try we have, Mr. Error. And with that his body dissolved into darkness. The boy followed the weird-looking rat and eventually ended up inside a thick tree whose trunk was as wide as a house, enough for a family of 22 to stay in. Being from the suburbs and having never seen such a large tree, the boy looked at the tree strangely, wondering if it was the body of Mother Tree of Desire, but quickly abandoned the thought once he realized that it didn't have any fleshy organs hanging from it. As soon as the boy stepped inside, he came across a rather magical scene in front of himself, not one of beauty and awe but one of uniqueness and strange ideas. The weird rat that the boy had been following jumped into the open mouth of a dog, vanishing into his teeth as if that were its home. The teeth weren't particularly big too, only about as big as the boy himself, nearly 5 feet in height. A reasonably sized tooth on a dog that was nearly 16 times the size. It drooled dangerously, but the boy showed no fear, instead speaking out loud like he were speaking to a puppy, since the dog looked enchanted with the boy himself, almost smitten if its tail wags producing a short dust storm were anything to go by. "Oh-ee. Such a cute doggy. Come give me a kissy. Moi. 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 Moi." The boy kissed the dog's rather large snoot, stroking its fur as the dog embraced the boy with obvious joy. Its pupils dilated slightly as its head tilted to the side, almost pushing into the boy's pats and scratches regardless of its terrifying size. Every single wag of its tail sent dirt and dust flying everywhere, while its small enthusiastic jumps caused tremors to travel all around, all of it stopping only when the boy was finally picked up by the dog, pinched between its teeth and thrown on top of its head. The boy then heard a rather sudden excited howl from the dog before it jumped into what the boy could only describe as a rush of darkness that surrounded them from all sides. Except they didn't arrive anywhere in particular afterwards. They remained inside it, as if the darkness itself were their destination. They traveled together in the darkness, with the boy only being able to distinguish things through their vague silhouettes by gazing upon the starlight that occasionally glimmered high above in the darkness, making the edges of things glimmer softly like an eclipse ring. The dog's speed was unimaginable to the boy. Entire mountains seemed to pass in single leaps, as if they were but pebbles tossed to the side of a road. The boy even felt they were moving at speeds to cross entire civilizations, but there wasn't enough light for him to see clearly. Even still, like all journeys come to an end, theirs came to one with the dog lying down recumbent, its fluffy tail swishing about lazily as it spoke in an almost wise but deep tone, "Reclaim your throne, master." "Huh?" The boy seemed surprised, but he still slowly slid down the dog's furry head, already missing the comfortable warmth it provided but still moving towards the single star-like brilliance showing ahead. Because of the sharp contrast of darkness, it took the boy's eyes a little bit to adjust, but he quickly did, and what he saw surprised him greatly. A potion. A Beyonder potion. For what pathway? Sequence 9, right? Darkness, you're amon Ices. The boy quickly turned around to look at the dog once again, only to find himself inside the real world again. He was standing on the cliff of an unassuming forest, inside an unassuming hiking cabin, in which sitting on a table was the potion that he'd just been led to. The boy walked up to the table and looked at the potion, then he looked around once again but couldn't find anyone else present there. He peered out the window, trying to see if there was a village in the valley down below, but the darkness of the night and the lack of any lights only made him think that not a single life lived down below. How did I end up in this place? I had a giant pet dog, likely amon Ices, but then it was a boy, I think, so not amon Ices. Or maybe amon Ices is actually a crossdresser. Maybe amon Ices is just playing with me. Amon Ices, amon Ices, amon Ices, amon Ices. Amon Ices is a transmigrator. Adam. Amon. Leodoro. The result was only absolute silence. Where am I? Why am I here? Sigh, alright, I'm either in the forsaken land of gods, or in an entirely different world that is just similar to LOTM in some way. The boy looked at the potion in front of him before picking it up. Don't I need to have humanity to drink a potion and maintain my sanity? Then shouldn't I give myself a name? Alright, my name will be Loki. Yep, Loki sounds good. It sounds like a name a kind person would have. And so, Loki consumed the potion for the first time ever, becoming a Beyonder of the Marauder. Error pathway. Loki deduced as his mind grasped the sudden rush of information about his abilities he received as a Beyonder. Huh. Loki yawned softly, tired from having just consumed a potion and from his unfamiliar surroundings. He decided he would explore the area in the morning when there was some light to drive away the impenetrable darkness, and fell asleep in the cabin by wrapping himself in a thick animal fur coat he found inside it. Waking up was not pleasant business. At least not when someone drops a bucket of cold water all over your head. Bah. Loki awoke with a start. The fur had protected most of his body, but his head was drenched, and it felt as if someone had dunked it in ice-cold water. At least that was what Loki assumed, since he saw chunks of ice crystals floating in the fresh pools of water around him. Who, wadash? That question's mine, boy. Who are ye and what are ye doing here, in these woods? All alone. What happened to your little mummy and daddy that ye had to sell your pretty bones in this valley? Loki paused, reeled the words of the men in front of him. His eyes blinked rapidly, adjusting to the light when he took in the image of the men standing in front of him. A bow and a short knife. A hunter. Loki rewound back to the man's words back in his mind for a second before letting them play back again, as he mumbled, "What year is it here? Am I in the medieval period?" Medieval. The gruff old man asked with mock offense, "Boy, there ain't a time like right now. Mad creatures running about all over the world, breeding rocks, plants, and every other thing that lays still for a second, whether to sleep for a while or forever. The world is fresh. Born anew where nothing of the old remains. And he just called her medieval. Loki looked at the men, his surprisingly quick mind trying to continuously kick back the man's accent and understand his words. So, is that why no one responded to me when I called their names out before? Because we're in the first or the very start of the second epoch. When no true gods have been born yet and the Sapphire Castle hasn't released its reincarnates yet. So Amon and Adam are just not born yet since Girisha hasn't been released. But then that wolf, of the darkness pathway, who was he if not Amon Isis? The cold water from before slowly dripped from Loki's hair and fell onto his back, causing him to shiver involuntarily before he looked back at the old gruff man and spoke gentlemanly. I come from a land beyond thine. A land where man is no slave to madness and where people conquer it to slay their foes, to protect those in need and those with greed. Greed. The old man raised his brows, causing Loki to nod before speaking. Greed to live. Loki's response caused the men to finally smile. Oh. And so are ye greedy to live? Loki shrugged his shoulders and explained, an explorer by profession but a thief by creed. I love to steal life, but that's just me. The name's Loki. I wonder if you'll part with some food for me. Steal life? The old man asked with a smile as if expecting a certain answer, and Loki didn't disappoint. He replied almost immediately, the lives of those creatures you call mad. I even have a saner one of those kinds as my pet. Although, I seem to have lost it for now. Those things. Sane. And as a pet. I don't believe ye, the old man laughed, extending a hand that Loki grabbed and stood up. Next you'll lay claim that thine brother is thine father. Loki's eyes widened in mock surprise. How did you know? Before they looked at each other for a second as they broke out into fits of laughter, walking out of the cabin and towards the valley that now seemed full of life. As soon as everyone was kicked out of the Sapphire Castle, it fell into a dull silence. Mr. World looked up at Mr. Error and spoke softly. How do they even know about them? Shouldn't they have died after learning about them, or at least be corrupted in some way? Mr. Error's fingers tapped the table while he thought things through slowly. He then looked around at the Sapphire Castle and then at the grey fog that was swirling around him before speaking up. Maybe it's just the secretive nature of the Sapphire Castle. Although it was an answer, neither Mr. Error nor Mr. World was convinced enough by the reasoning. After all, even if the Sapphire Castle could save them while they were inside it, they'd have died almost instantly once they left it. Putting the matter aside, Mr. World spoke up again. Was it reasonable to let them know about the Chaos Sea vanishing? Especially since Merlin is partly under your control now. Mr. Error drummed his fingers again and nodded. I only wanted to steal them and called Mr. Moon's knowledge regarding the Chaos Sea to see what all in the Tarot Club knew about it, given that they already knew about the Great Old Ones. There was a short pause as Mr. Error seemed to go silent, but the meaning was clear to Mr. World. I just didn't think they knew so much more. Do you think, is it a trap? Mr. World asked softly, his fingers wrapping around the edge of the table. Mr. Error's response was almost immediate. No. Trap? He's gone. I killed him. I took his place entirely even before he became a true god. He has no way to come back. It would have been different if he was a pillar. That might have left an impression on the characteristics that I'd have to deal with and absorb fully now. But him. A mere sequence 3. He's dead, more than dead. I replaced him. Fully. There was a soft silence for a second before Mr. World spoke up again, but his memories, we didn't get them. Mr. Error paused momentarily at the mention, but he spoke immediately after. He managed to erase them, and given the look he gave me right before he did it, I think he was only trying to annoy me. The last claw of a dying prey. Mr. World nodded before standing up and bowing deeply. Praise Mr. Error, before his connection to the Sapphire Castle was cut off by a wave of Mr. Error's hands. Left alone, Mr. Error's gaze turned to a corner in the Sapphire Castle that obscured something under a thick layer of the grey fog. His gaze was enough to part the fog as the true creator became visible behind it. Holding him back this time were not chains from the chained god, but various unrecognizable errors that formed a seal embedded directly within his body. The true creator couldn't speak, make a sound, or even twitch. It looked like he was frozen, both in space and in time. Mr. Error raised his hand in the true creator's direction, causing the seal to twist for a moment before an orb of white light shot out of the true creator and towards Mr. Error. Mr. Error held the orb of light in between his fingers, watching it slowly shifting as a prominent rune appeared on the surface, the full pathway symbolism, before it shifted into a miniaturized beyonder characteristic that looked much like a translucent curtain that looked nearly invisible. Mr. Error looked at it for a few seconds, enamored by its appearance before tossing it back into the true creator's body. There was an almost unwilling expression as he did so. The greed in his eyes was undeniable, almost uncontrollable, but still held back. Not time yet. Not time yet. I need to get fate on my side before I can accommodate the other pathways. Walberga looked at the new report she'd gotten with some confusion. I asked them to follow and keep track of those mad flesh-eating barbarians from the Aurora Order. Why? She frowned for a while, trying to remember something she seemed to be forgetting, trying to understand what it was, is age catching up to me? Knock knock. Walberga's brows raised at the unscheduled knock on her door, but she flicked her hand and caused the door to swing open anyway, only to feel a lot more surprised by the unannounced visit of her current guest. Amelia. The person outside the door smiled warmly before coming inside when Walberga welcomed her into her office. To what do I owe you this pleasure? Sitting calmly in their seats, Walberga asked Bones after Creature left them with a few fish and chips along with some tea. Bones looked around for a while, as if admiring Walberga's office, or rather its macabre setting with books on dark magic related to the soul and rituals corresponding to evil entities and the like openly displayed without any hesitation. Only after a few seconds passed and each of them had taken a sip out of their cups did she speak up, "Something's wrong with this house." Huh. Walberga frowned. I don't know what it is, yet, but there is a distinct imbalance of chaos and order in the fates of all related to the house. It feels like someone has deliberately tipped things in favor of order. Order? House Black. Walberga frowned, and isn't that good for you anyway? Amelia shook her head softly, her gaze turning rather strange as she spoke with a little confusion. I can tell it tips towards order, but it feels like someone's only bottled up the chaos to make it appear orderly, as if someone's tried to trap chaos in a jar and then stored it on a shelf somewhere. Like a landmine. Well, something like that, as I feel it. House Black currently feels more like a taut string on a bow, set to release and take a lot more down with it than just order. Walberga's gaze fell on the report that she'd hidden away in her drawer when she allowed Amelia inside, thinking if this had something to do with it before she asked calmly, "Is it related to Sirius?" Amelia opened her mouth to speak but then stopped, confusion apparent as she couldn't seem to decide on a single answer. In the end she settled on a rather strange set of words that repeated the earlier conclusions in an almost prophetic way. He will part from the bottled-up chaos and is waiting for the right moment. Walberga frowned. Was House Black being involved in some conspiracy she hadn't figured out? That Mr. Error that Sirius had introduced her to. Was he going to do something to them? First it was Dumbledore and Grindelwald, now it was someone who was seemingly a friend that looked to be stabbing them in their backs. But she wouldn't be a Black if she wouldn't fight back. Walberga knew she couldn't contend with such a force alone, and so she decided to gather allies. I have information about this rather strange god. Amelia deadpanned. Her gaze lingering on the several hundreds of books on evil gods displayed openly before looking back at a proud Walberga who explained, "Well, this one's not on the wall. Sirius told me about him. Apparently, he is also against the White Lord and his lapdog." Amelia's gaze sharpened. "You have my attention." Having returned to his cabin at the end of the day after meeting various people in the valley during the day with his new friend, Loki was only more confused. He'd learned several things about this world, but he couldn't fully piece it all together. This clearly is not the fifth epic in LOTM, since there are no orthodox god characters. Even the moon is not crimson, at least not yet. So Mother Goddess of Depravity hasn't planted herself on the far side. But wasn't she here during the very start when her sphere was ripped from her, when the original creator woke up and plunged the world into chaos? And the biggest hint of all that these characters don't exist is that I get zero corruption from thinking about them. In fact, if they did exist, at least even the outer gods, I would have died 100 times over already since the moment I appeared here. This feels like it's getting complicated. Where exactly am I? Why am I even here in the first place? Just because I did the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual. Loki found himself feeling a little weirded out. I can't have been the only person in the world that tried the ritual right. So why was I chosen for this? Should I try the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual again? Does he even exist in this world? Well, no harm in trying since I can't get corrupted at all apparently. Loki stood up from his borrowed-for sleeping bag that was arranged on the floor around the fire pit in the cabin to keep him warm during the night. He picked up the various foods the villagers of the valley had given to him during the day and placed them at the four corners of the cabin. He then took 4 steps counterclockwise and chanted the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual lines exactly like Klein had. Each step that Loki took he found himself feeling more nervous and wrought with a deep sense of anticipation. Only when he took the 4th and final step, nothing happened. Loki looked at the food around the room and frowned. Perhaps the celestial worthy doesn't like berries and rare cooked meat. As absurd as the reason was, Loki couldn't think of anything else. It's not like the Sapphira Castle itself doesn't exist, right? Loki frowned. Wait a second, if no spherotes exist, then Mother Goddess of Depravity wouldn't have a reason to come to Earth since it wouldn't have been ripped from her, so no Crimson Moon. Are there really no spherote? Am I truly in some different world where there are just mad creatures all across the continents and the world has been plunged back into the era of hunters and gatherers? Perhaps this is some effed up version of a parallel Earth with a zombie apocalypse where creatures mutate and have gotten powers like LOTM. Loki shook his head immediately. He didn't have any proof, but he distinctly felt that that wasn't the case. Something was still wrong with this world. And Loki couldn't put his finger on it. Not yet. Chapter 523, The Fool's Gambit, Who's That Gal? Loki's heartbeat quickened slightly as he looked at the statue of the pretty girl in front of him. She's pretty, he whispered with dream-filled eyes that traced a rather remarkable perfection in the artistry of the sculptor that kept drawing them to the petite face. Oh, that she is. The gruff man who'd given Loki a tour of the village yesterday spoke with pride before smacking the back of Loki's head as he continued, but don't you go getting any ideas about my little morning dew. Loki rubbed the back of his head softly, his eyes still lingering on the face that was at about his height. A statue of a girl his age that looked rather ethereal under the gentle caressings of the golden light that streamed in through the window. He could distinctly feel a sense of high value emit off the statue, like a sommelier looking at a bottle of finely aged wine or a collector looking at a priceless item on sale at a bargain store. He didn't know why, but the statue almost made him feel like he should have just pocketed it and run away. But Loki quickly calmed down. Perhaps the statue's just messing with my perception. Loki could have spent more time trying to dissect the statue in some way, but before he could step closer, the gruff man who was already walking away through a draped door spoke up. "Du said something good would happen yesterday. I guess that's why I didn't smash your head to a pulp yesterday morning when I saw someone special laying flat in my cabin. You can tell Beyonders from normal people." "Huh? Beyonders? That's what they call the specials in your part of the world." Loki just nodded, and as if the man had eyes behind his head he continued speaking. "Well, Beyonders or specials, my daughter is one too. She gifted me a necklace. It heats up in the presence of those that are up to no good." Loki froze in his spot for a step. "What dash? Well, most aren't up to any good, but I trust you." The gruffman added, "Because Du trusts you." The gruffman paused then and turned around slowly to look at Loki, his head half covered in shadows under the drapes beyond the door and half in light from the window. "You won't break that trust, will you?" Loki shook his head. Quickly. Something about the man left his feeling unsettled, like the man looked at him like prey for a second, making Loki cognizant of just how big the man was compared to his little 13-year-old frame. "Ha." The man laughed before stretching to pat Loki's shoulder. "Don't worry, boy, I was just joking." "Heh." Loki gave him a wry smile and kept up his guard nonetheless. The gruff man, however, didn't stop to even look. His hand rested on Loki's shoulder and yanked him by his neck. The leathery drape slapped Loki in the face before he broke through and found himself in an entrancing room. Loki looked around the room he'd found himself in and felt a strange sense of relaxation. Not because the space was filled with intoxicating smells or soothing sights, but because it was completely dark. Much like the darkness of the starry sky that he'd found himself in when he'd transmigrated. Much like the darkness of the starry sky that he'd found himself in when the dog as large as Fenrir had traveled with him. It felt cool and complete, filled with a bounty of senselessness that left his mind freed from constant bombardment of value or calculations from his surroundings that had been forced onto him because of the marauder potion. His eyes hovered at the artificial starry sky before they landed on the gruff man before him. "He's kneeling." Loki thought, slightly baffled. He looked around, but there was no one else. The soothing world compressed into a room was empty apart from them. Loki quickly activated spirit vision, but even that didn't give him any results. It was blank and empty, filled with no spirits or even any Beyonder materials in the proximate. "Wait." Loki mumbled with some panic. "You just told me you had a Beyonder item given to you by your daughter." The gruffman looked back at Loki before smiling, shaking his head and bowing back down. It immediately caused a sharp sense of crisis within Loki, making him feel unnerved by everything around him. Suddenly the darkness didn't seem so calm and soothing anymore, and neither did the stars twinkling in the sky. It all seemed like it was placed just to mock him. Out of his reach. Yet within his sight. "Why did I come here again? Loki." A soft, gentle, and soothing voice entered Loki's ears as a soft sensation pressed against his cheek. Its warmth made Loki think it was a hand, but when his eyes flicked over, he could see nothing. Huh. Loki didn't know what to feel. He felt panic and a simultaneous sense of ease as the warm hand held his face, squishing his cheeks, pinching them before laughing and releasing it once they had gotten their fill. Suddenly the warm hand slipped onto his head and gave it a vigorous rub, shaking his head and almost leaving him dizzy before the hands were retrieved. "You are still rather naive. This iteration won't do." Loki looked up at the location where the sound had just come from, very confused. Nothing was there anymore, and a sudden voice spoke from behind him, right by his ears before it too moved away once again. "You must start over again once you reach the peak, or there will be no hope in the next." Loki turned around immediately, but he obviously didn't catch whoever was speaking to him in time. He looked around for a few more seconds before turning to the gruff man who was still kneeling. "Hey, Mr. Greengrass, what just happened? I pray for Mr. Error to let me know what I can do to obtain the Sequence 6 potion for my special pathway hidden from fate. Fireflower, a herb that belongs to the mysterious, I pray for you to bless my incantation. Bogget Dust, a powder that belongs to the mystical, I pray for you to bless my incantation." A sudden crimson mist engulfed Hermione's vision as she finished her ritual. She found herself back in the familiar location of the Tarot Club meeting, in front of Mr. Error in her chair as Miss Magician. She'd come here with purpose but, above all that, was her respect for Mr. Error, so she bowed deeply even before she began her greeting. "Good evening, Mr. Error." Mr. Error tapped his fingers on the table rhythmically, listening patiently as Hermione stood up and looked at him in anticipation before speaking up. "I've finished digesting my potion, Mr. Error. What could I do to obtain the next potion?" Hermione's eyes were clearly filled with hope precisely because this was the first time she was going to be getting a direct order from Mr. Error. Mr. Error tapped his finger a couple more times before speaking softly. "My blessed is currently busy with a different task and he has something else that needs to be done." The tapping of his fingers hadn't stopped, but the rhythm hadn't changed either, as if Mr. Error was talking about something completely routine and normal. But Hermione couldn't have been any less excited. She almost jumped in joy when she heard that Mr. Error did in fact need her help and that she could help him in some way. After all, what were the chances that a true god actually needed your help in any matter, ever? Hermione even lightly suspected that Mr. Error was only being kind to her and giving her a job to not make her seem like a burden. I shouldn't waste Mr. Error's sincerity towards the Tarot Club members if that's the case and should match it with my own. Hermione nodded her head and spoke confidently. "Yes, Mr. Error. I can take on anything. I promise to fulfill it flawlessly at all costs." "Oh." Mr. Error's finger tapping stopped, plunging the entirety of the Sapphire Castle into a sudden silence. Hermione suddenly felt the urge to take back the words she'd promised, but then out of her respect for Mr. Error held back. Of course she had no problems in helping out someone who'd given her a friend BAC. Mr. Error's fingers snapped, but Hermione didn't react to it in any way, as if it never happened, while Mr. Error continued speaking. "My blessed requires a mystical item that is being transported into the Unspeakables department in the Ministry at the same time as your next mission. If you can get the item to him safely." Mr. Error's words stopped there and he didn't have to say any more. Hermione's smile was already as wide as it could get. She was giddy and happy. Possibly happier than when she'd reunite. Mr. Error's fingers snapped again. Hermione spoke softly, but the excitement in her voice couldn't be masked. "Yes, Mr. Error. Everything shall be done as you have asked." Hermione bowed deeply before Mr. Error cut the connection to her Crimson Star, sending her back into the bathroom she'd come from. He then looked at his fingers for a few seconds, seemingly confused for a second before the true god sealed within the grey fog behind him acted up. The seals degenerated rapidly for a second before Mr. Error snapped his fingers again, reinforcing them, making them tight enough to make the hanged man bleed for a second before the grey fog cleaned it up diligently by corrupting it and then burning it all up. Loki looked at the valley from the hunting cabin with confusion. He still remembered perfectly what the invisible being inside the dark room had told him. "I'm not ready yet." What did she mean by this iteration? Are there more of me? What am I? A clone. I'm of the marauder pathway, so I'm a clone of some Amon. Loki shuddered, his body chilled, but he quickly calmed himself. That couldn't be. I have the memories of my previous life, of my past life. But then what did she mean? Who even was she? Loki thought for a while but didn't have a conclusive answer. From the way Mr. Greengrass was acting, she could have just been his daughter, who he'd strangely enshrined in a statue, but could a 13-year-old really be as strong as that? Strong enough to deceive his spirit vision? Loki didn't think so. For her to be able to deceive my spirit vision means that she's of some pathway that allows strong anti-divination, so the Fool, Door, Wheel of Fortune, and Chain pathways. Well, the counter-divination skill is still rather common among the other pathways too, as long as you're high up in the sequences, so that's not too much to go off of. And could a 13-year-old even be such a high sequence beyonder in the first place? Nah, no way. That'd be like asking Klein to become a fool when he was just a bab dash. Wait a second, baby, divination. Will Septon? Loki's eyes widened as the revelation hit his head like a brick. Is she a reincarnation of Will? Or like Will? Loki found himself in disbelief. He paused for a second as his mind blanked, trying to put things together, trying to think of any similarities apart from the one thing he'd just noticed, but he hadn't found them yet. Mr. Greengrass, while respected among the village, is neither the richest nor the most favored person, he's just a hunter. And the place he took me to, why would a Wheel of Fortune true god or even a reincarnated Sequence 1 angel use a dark room with fake stars shining in it as their residence? Yeah, no way that was what happened, I'm just dreaming things up. Loki clicked his tongue and slipped into the thick fur sleeping bag while using the fur rug as a makeshift pillow. But what did those words mean? Loki thought as he relaxed into the sleeping bag. What does this iteration won't do even mean then? Loki thought for a while but couldn't get to any sane conclusions that didn't involve him being a toy in the hands of some great being. Well, at least she didn't try to immediately kill me. Even still, the very fact that another Beyonder is here and has warned me about something means I can't stay here any longer, lest I risk attracting danger to myself because of her. So Loki made up his mind. although this village had been his home for the last 3 nights. He'd take himself on a tour across this new world he was in now. After all, what's an ice guy without an adventure? Hermione, Ron, Harry, and Daphne all looked at their new handler with some confusion. Harry and Ron looked ready to hiss like cats whose tails had been stepped on, but Hermione remained calm. Daphne was the only one who took the initiative to communicate. Professor Snape. Snape looked down at the teenagers, all looking at him with clear probing gazes before he spoke in his trademark tone. You have been assigned to help at the front lines. His gaze passed from Harry and to Ron. Make as much as a single mistake and I'll make sure you watch the life of those who pay the price for your mistakes slip in front of your eyes, forcing you to keep them open, wide and clear. Not that I have much hopes for dunderheads managing to save anyone in the first place. They gulped in silence before Snape pulled his hand out of his robes. In it was a simple broken chained pocket watch. He said nothing, but he didn't have to, since almost immediately the watch and the chain began to hum with a practical buzz. Everyone quickly gathered around, holding the chain and waiting for only a moment before they were swept off their feet. They reappeared in a swirl of colors right in the midst of a dense tropical forest, flying in as if they'd been thrown out of a vortex. Snape and Harry landed on their feet, while Hermione and Daphne held each other up. Ron was the only one who stood off to the side, holding his stomach like it had been punched. He was glaring daggers at Snape, who he thought gave him a smirk that no one else saw. But Snape didn't appear to be hung up on the matter. His guard seemed to be up already with his wand in his hand. He shifted to looking at Daphne before speaking calmly. Our target will arrive here. That means anyone else wanting to take it will too. And our destination? Harry asked, but when he saw Snape glaring at him he added, Professor. Snape simply ignored him after that and looked at Hermione. Divine our destination. It stunned everyone in the group. Divine the location. Wouldn't that just give them the wrong answer, since the unspeakables would have put up several anti-divination measures? Hermione too should have been worried about the fact that Snape seemed to think her divinations were 100% accurate. However, it seemed the fact had slipped from her mind before she even thought about it. Hermione, while confused like Harry and Ron, didn't have the same disregard as they did, so she quickly performed a dream divination. The destination of my current mission, where the target has to be delivered. Hermione repeated the statement 7 times, except just as she was expecting her spirit body to have to search for the answer for a few seconds, she was slammed with it. It felt like the information had been bombarded into her mind, like it had been just waiting for her to divine about it. Is this why Professor Snape trusted me to divine about it? Are the unspeakables using some mystical item for this? Is this some form of divination assist or something? Hermione's questions were an endless ramble in her mind, but she quickly opened her eyes and reported the answer she'd received. Bones Manor, Professor. Snape looked at Hermione, and once he noticed the several questions reflected in the shining curiosity of her eyes, he simply turned away to look at Harry. Your one job here is to keep everyone alive. Hopefully you don't have your father's talent in that regard. Harry's eyes turned red. He nearly lashed back, but Ron held him back at the last second while speaking on Harry's behalf. Slimy git. Hermione too had already lost her cool since she nearly stepped forward to punch Snape's already wonky nose. Daphne held her hands to stop her, and before anything else could happen spoke up quickly. Someone's coming. Everyone's attention turned to the rustle of bushes that happened right by their side, everyone except Hermione, since her vision was immediately clouded by a crimson flash. Mr. Error appeared before her, sitting on his seat at the Tarot Club table as he spoke. Be ready. When Hermione was back, she found herself still in Daphne's embrace as she too focused on the intruders. However, instead of a normal group of 4 or even 5 walking through with the object they were supposed to carry and deliver, the first person that stepped out broke every preconceived notion about the group. The person was dressed in a bizarre fashion, wearing a clown's headrest, a plumber's overalls, a doctor's stethoscope, a military rifle, a band drum kit, along with a pirate leg and a dead bird pet hovering behind in a ball of water connected to him by a string tied to his little finger, like a strange balloon. Everyone but Snape was confused. Ron looked at the person for a second, frowned, and then blurted out in surprise, Professor Moody. The words caused an even larger surprise in everyone present, making them all look at the men in front of them with confusion and slight distaste. Tonks stepped out after him, before Belmont stepped out from behind her while holding a strangely heavy-looking treasure chest. Tonks. Hermione said happily, almost rushing to hug her friend before realizing that she was currently under Snape and would have to hold herself back. Tonks nodded calmly before turning to Belmont and then looking back at their team. So, who among you all is going to hold onto that thing? Everyone in Snape's team looked at each other for a second before Snape interrupted their musing. Cut it out, Moody, where's the book? Moody gave Snape a glare that would have frightened any baby and made them wet their underpants, but Snape stood strong and unafraid, while also looking pissed at Moody for wasting time. What's the password? Moody asked with his glare still in full force. Snape only returned the glare with an even stronger one and remained silent, causing Ron to whisper to Harry, did he forget the password? But before Harry could bend over and start laughing, Moody nodded and growled, no, you fools, there is no password. Ron deadpanned, the meaning of his gaze clear. Then why did you even ask? To which Moody responded, constant vigilance. After he said that, Moody turned to Tonks, who flicked her wand and caused the weirdness around Moody to vanish. Left in its place was a simple Moody that looked as normal as he could, with his spinning magical eye and a stump for a leg, wearing a dark rubbery coat filled to the brim with magical materials. Moody clenched and unclenched his hands for a second, observing them for any changes before he plunged them into his coat and pulled out a thick book-shaped package. The package looked to be bound in human skin, filled with runes from a dozen eras that Hermione herself couldn't name even if she were given a day or even a week inside the library. They glowed an ominous golden with light, pulsing every few seconds as the book trembled like it was trying to break out. Moody looked at the book for a few seconds before holding it out in front of himself, waiting for Snape to get it. But Snape only scowled. I'm not here to play childish games with you, Moody. Moody looked at the book in his hands and then at Snape before mumbling, constant vigilance, especially against known traitors. Snape's eyes froze in a cold glare at that, but he stayed calm nonetheless, even if his eyes turned progressively redder. Moody dropped the packaged book in his hands, letting it drop to the forest floor, but it vanished even before it hit it. Instead, he pulled out what looked like another thick package from his coat, however this one was invisible. His hands looked like they were holding something, when they held clearly nothing. Invisibility cloak, Professor? Harry asked softly, since he remembered that Professor Dumbledore had borrowed it from him a couple nights ago. Yes, Potter. The prized possession of a brave dash. Coward. Snape mumbled, but almost no one heard him, no one except Harry, since he was the only other Sequence 4 in the area, except Daphne. And the result was immediate. Harry's hand flew before he even realized it as it pummeled into Snape's forehead, sending him crashing into a thick tree a little distance away without regard for his position or status. Dust clobbered into the air as Snape crashed into the tree, obscuring his figure for a second as everyone stared at it. Except, before anyone realized what happened, Harry was thrown to the floor, his head buried into the forest floor as Snape stared deeply into his eyes while pressing his knee onto Harry's neck and back. No words were exchanged as Snape's gaze darkened. Suddenly Harry felt an inexplicable link between himself and Snape, however the very next second he felt an unimaginable amount of pain within himself. Something that felt like it could crush him from the inside without even letting him open his mouth to scream. Snape forced Harry to keep looking into his eyes. And finally, when Moody reacted to rush towards Harry, Snape slammed Harry's head into the ground once again before speaking, 150 points from Gryffindor for attacking a professor unprompted. Moody's spell shot towards Snape and struck his head, but without a sound Snape's body was replaced by a moon paper figurine, exploding in his stead as he reappeared right beside Daphne. Everyone in the two groups stared at Snape with open hostility, but neither made a move to rebuke him. They hadn't heard what he had said, and so to them it seemed like Harry had suddenly snapped and tried to hurt him, and Snape had only defended himself. And while they did all think Snape had to have done something to have prompted the response from Harry, they didn't have any proof, and so they didn't bother concealing their unrequited hatred, especially since they all felt that Snape had gone too far in whatever he had done, since Harry's eyes looked hollow, almost dead, until Moody brought a strange vial next to his nose. Harry snapped out of his daze with a sharp gasp before immediately returning to glare at Snape. His fist clenched a bit of the soil from the ground before he stood up calmly. Don't do anything stupid, boy. He's a Death Eater, they're all like this. Cunning bastards that call the enemy their home. Moody warned, causing Harry to pause for a second before looking away as the soil slipped out of his hand. Snape looked at Moody before placing his hand on the seemingly large invisible package in Moody's hand, but Moody snatched it back. It's all right, we can all travel together. Snape looked straight into Moody's eyes, scowling with hatred before waving his robes, vanishing it in a flurry of smaller bats that it erupted into, while he himself turned into a shadowy whisper that blended in with the dense vegetation of the forest. The bats spread out in the forest, nearly invisible to all eyes except Harry, who could see them hanging around in the darkness, constantly watching. Voldemort gazed at the crystal skull hanging from the nail on the upside-down cross with keen interest. He could see scenes through it that others could not. The scenes appeared fractured, almost kaleidoscopic, yet he peered at it for a long time in silence. His fingers traced the edge of his wand while his eyes focused like pinpricks at the sights he could see. Finally, after a few minutes of silence in the hall, Voldemort spoke. Snape has set up the trap, now all we need is to capture the boy. Bellatrix, who was kneeling at Voldemort's feet, smiled wildly before asking, and the other little babies. Do with them what you will. Voldemort said before Bellatrix giggled softly and vanished, apparating away in a swirl of colors, her destination, unknown. But before she was fully gone, Voldemort threw his wand at the swirl that she was. Silence returned to the Bone Cathedral. A short while later, two pops in the nave caused Voldemort to frown. He stayed silent as the two people who had entered caught their breaths, panting as if they'd just escaped a choking. There was a soft rhythmic silence as a result, but even this felt like a snake slowly constricting its prey to the point that it could no longer breathe. Simply because Voldemort hadn't reacted to their presence yet, the silence seemed harsh, almost stifling, to the point that the two newly arrived Death Eaters found it like hanging over a mountainous cliff of sharp spikes. Voldemort continued to look into the skull in silence until one of the Death Eaters finally spoke, breaking the stifling feeling. "We failed, my lord." Voldemort's lips instantly curved downwards. His pale cold bluish hands clenched tightly, making a leathery sound as they slowly squeezed tight before he broke eye contact with the skull and looked at the two. He hadn't asked anything else yet, but the other Death Eater spoke automatically. "We were able to finish setting up the trap, my lord, we only failed in getting inside the Department of Prophecies." Voldemort's frown eased slightly, but then he raised his hand while posturing it perfectly before he spoke calmly, "Crucio." Screams were all that filled the place after that, yet to Voldemort it made no difference at all. Almost as if the space was as silent as a still lake silently reflecting the clouds and the sky. Peace soon returned, however, only for it to be interrupted again when Voldemort spoke. "As punishment, you will be at the front lines in the Ministry." Free from the torture, the two Death Eaters apparat away almost instantly as they arrived at the same location, the Malfoy Manor. They looked at each other and saw the same fear in each other's eyes. The fear of death. But that didn't stop them from discussing, "Can we take someone out before it begins?" The second Death Eater paused for a second before responding. "Shacklebolt has been a pain recently. As long as he's gone we can access the Vault of Prophecies easier, and as long as he dies, we can force his son to allow us to inherit everything else." The two looked at each other, their gazes sharpening before they nodded and apparat once again. "There are 3 rules everyone has to follow," Moody said calmly while looking at everyone in Snape's group. "Walk only on my steps at all times. Stop when I say stop and walk only when I say walk. Do anything else and things won't be so pretty anymore." Ron wanted to ask more questions to crack a small joke about this being a noble's ball training, but seeing Moody's serious gaze he shut up. Hermione however put forth a genuine question. "What happens if the package falls?" she asked, since the package was bound with an invisibility cloak. "Can we just divine about it?" Moody spoke quickly but seriously. "Do not attempt divination under any circumstance beyond this point. Any means of locating the book is forbidden. Through touch, sight, hearing, or smell. The book cannot be allowed to fall. Is that clear?" Moody asked and everyone nodded, then he turned to the shadowy figure of Snape hidden from everyone and spoke with authority, "Lead the way." Snape looked at Moody, then at the location of the invisible package in his cloak and then back at him. They stared at each other for a few seconds before Snape turned around and began to walk with Moody following behind him. Everyone else however waited until they heard Moody say, "Walk," before they followed exactly in his steps, moving exactly where he stepped with his normal leg and his artificial one. "Do we really have to follow this, Tonks? I don't remember you doing this when you arrived with Professor Moody. Is this another, constant vigilance thing?" Ron asked softly, causing Tonks to give him a half-hearted shrug with an equally soft response, "Don't really know. You never know what's true and what's not when you're on his team, just do whatever he says, he always has a reason." Ron nodded as the group fell into a comfortable silence which only the critters and dried leaves of the forest floor being crunched underneath their boots interrupted. But after the third time a sharp mosquito bite almost caused Ron to stumble out of the steps Moody had laid out, he whispered while looking back at Hermione for a second, "Where are we anyway?" "The Forbidden Forest." Hermione looked around and then said calmly, "I think we're somewhere near the Nile." "Nile?" Ron mumbled, confused. Tonks however glowed with surprise when she caught Hermione's guess. "How did you figure that out?" Hermione smiled softly before explaining, or rather she attempted to explain when she felt an inexplicable chill travel down her spine. Even before Moody's warning shot out at them, Hermione was forced to duck when a bat shot at her head and thrust her down. A rush of green flashed above her, right where her head had been moments earlier before it slammed into a tree on its path and exploded in a rush of splinters that bombarded the group and forced most to shield their eyes. "Professor Snape," Hermione mumbled while looking at the bat that had helped her. It looked at her for a moment too, evaluating any damage on her before darting off into the shadows of the forest. That was when she heard Moody's gruff voice. "Which one of you stepped out of the line?" Everyone turned to Ron, who looked aghast that they'd suspect him before they all turned to Hermione, who was looking down at her left foot that had stepped out of Moody's steps. Hermione mumbled, trying to ask what she had to do next, but before anyone could even respond, they felt it. They all felt their breath stop as a sudden stream of information rushed into their heads. Violators are not allowed to breathe as the first punishment. Chapter 524, The Fool's Gambit, a Rule-Abiding Society. Loki looked down at his feet confused. What's going on? Only the ground underneath his feet remained standing, while the rest had already completely collapsed into oblivion. Where even am I? Loki asked out loud, wondering while looking at the darkness that surrounded him from all sides. Mountains stood in the distance, but only an oblivion remained raised in between them and him while he stood on the peak of a pencil-like pole mountain himself. The scenario was bizarre to say the least. Is this a dream? Loki thought, and as soon as he did, something within him snapped. A flood of memories came rushing back as Loki's eyes snapped open in the darkness. That's right. I left the village to go on a tour around the world since I wanted to digest my potion and advance to a true god of the Lord of the Mysteries pathways. After traveling for a while, only partially aimlessly, while following a poorly hand-drawn map he stole from the archives of the retired expedition team of the village, Loki stopped for rest. It was night, and his destination, the next village, wasn't moving from its spot, so he decided to take a break to keep himself alert throughout the rest of the journey. The world wasn't particularly dangerous. There were a few strange plants and animals morphed because of beyonder characteristics, plotted here and there, but Loki avoided them rather easily because firstly most if not all of them were mad and barely cognizant, while secondly none of them could hold a candle to his ability to escape as a thief. His intuition always warned him of any suspicious animals simply because their worth was more than normal, so he already knew to stay on guard against them, walking without drawing any attention while making sure to stay a safe distance away so that he could always just run away or dip into the thick roots of a tree to hide himself from particularly large predators. And right now, Loki was in the burrow formed by the dense roots of one such large tree. As the world around him started to slowly become clear, Loki slowly scanned around him without moving. A dream, so someone from the darkness pathway. Loki activated spirit vision and carefully observed his surroundings. The tree he was under was normal, just like it was when he'd scanned it before hiding under it, but the world or rather the creature lying in wait outside it was not. Loki clearly saw a short and strange rabbit-like creature sitting just outside. To call it a rabbit would be an insult to the cuteness of fluffy creatures like them, but that was what Loki guessed it was, at least before it had fallen prey to madness. In Loki's spirit vision was a macabre animal whose spirit had been torn. Instead of a healthy rabbit-shaped spirit, its head was replaced by a swirl of darkness, not the pretty kind, but a twisted swirl that twisted its head with it, making everything a bizarre onion-like mix of flesh and blood. Loki almost shuddered involuntarily but held back because he had already seen such things in his short journey outside the village. Alright, can't just escape this time since there is no other way out of this burrow, but it's just a rabbit, so nothing should go wrong even if I were to fight it out. However, it's a rabbit that's sequence 7 at least. Can I even fight that? No way, would a mere sequence 9 whose only ability is slightly better eyesight be able to compete with a monstrous creature that has nothing to lose? That can make me succumb to madness without even trying. Is there even a point in putting up a fight then? Won't it just be more painful to fight? Shouldn't I just surrender? I should just surrender. By this point, the rabbit with the swirling head had already hopped closer. Moving to stand just beside Loki's head as his gaze turned listless, seemingly giving up and ready for being doused in the chill of death, completely unafraid of losing their glimmer. The rabbit's body transformed once it saw this. Its previously swirled head unwrapped into a large tentacle that had a particularly pointy end which it directed right at Loki's head. The rabbit stayed there for a moment, seemingly admiring its handiwork before. Poochie. Ag, the headache. Loki shook his head and pulled back the short knife he'd stabbed into the rabbit's chest. He watched it whimper on the rough but moist soil floor for a second as it tried to escape by kicking its legs while it died, being unable to do a thing about the silver dagger in its heart. Damn, this feels horrible. Loki mumbled before twisting the knife with force and finally putting the mad rabbit out of its misery. The squishy sensation of gutting an animal lingered on his fingers as he spit out the bile that his stomach had thrown up. It took a while, but Loki controlled himself well, and after his emotions stabilized, he cleaned the silver dagger, which he'd stolen from the same archives of the retired expedition team in the village, on the fur of the now dead rabbit, before tucking it back into his belt. Yuck. Loki closed his eyes, sighed, and then opened them to reveal a deep gaze that watched the spirit body of the rabbit slowly decay and slip out of view. He had always been lucid after he had broken out of the dream. As soon as Loki realized that he was dealing with someone from the sleepless pathway who was at least a sequence 7, Loki began to figure out a plan to escape the situation. But he didn't have to think hard because almost immediately after he broke out of the dream, Loki felt a drastic sense of listlessness. He just wanted to give up and lie flat on the ground, allow the world to take its course and the rabbit to eat him up. He managed to stay lucid even through this surprisingly. Whether it was because the rabbit was just a mad creature that couldn't fully exert the effects of its beyonder ability or some function of his anti-corruption ability, he did not know. But Loki remained lucid nonetheless. And so he lay there, pretending to have given up, waiting for just the right moment to strike, to perform a theft. To steal the rabbit's life. Does this also count as acting? Loki asked himself and soon felt something shift inside his being, as if a mass or sludge just became slightly looser, almost easier to move around, and was dissolved into his soul. He waited some more for the beyonder characteristics of the rabbit to form and picked them up before putting them inside a small pouch and sealing it up with walls of spirituality to avoid contamination. I can't eat the rabbit, can I? Loki thought, looking at the fresh meat that was laying at his feet. I mean, the beyonder characteristics already formed, so this is worthless, isn't it? It should just be plain meat. Eventually Loki decided not to take the risk since some lingering spirituality in the rabbit's corpse might interfere with his own beyonder characteristics, since it was likely classified as a mystical material. The sun rose up after a few hours and so Loki was on his way to the next village again. Will there be another little girl like last time in this village too? What is up with me and meeting these true gods so soon after I've reincarnated into this world? I just came here and I've already met the darkness pathway true god, and whichever pathway she was from, likely the Wheel of Fortune pathway. Should I have asked her for a blessing before I left? Loki shook his head. He'd rather be self-sufficient and not rely on the blessings of random gods so early in his Beyonder journey. Especially not from someone who called him a failed iteration. No point in regretting such things. Once again on his journey, Loki encountered a few strange creatures. Things like parrots and fish that could summon lightning were rather common among them. While even stranger creatures that held characteristics from two non-adjacent pathways like a bizarre tree that hung corpses on its branches while setting anything that came close to it on fire were rarer. Loki guessed the other farther pairs likely died due to madness before they survived for long enough. Hopefully no high-sequence mad Beyonders decide to intervene in my journey to my next village. The next village. Loki pondered as he looked at the map. I've been walking for 2 days already, and I haven't reached it yet. The map says it should have only taken me a day. These maps need to be seriously improved. Oh, how nice it would be if someone made a map for marauders. A grand map of all valuable items that can be stolen in one place. For only people with the most solemn vows of theft to see and use. Sigh, too bad nothing like that exists right now. I should see if I can get someone to make it for me later. Dumbledore looked at the papers spread in front of him with annoyance. He said nothing for a while before quietly pulling out the quill in the drawer beside him. He thought for a while before writing down words he felt were extremely sensible. Minerva McGonagall suddenly finds herself free and realizes that she hasn't contributed enough to the school and comes to Headmaster Dumbledore's office to take on additional work. This is a reasonable development given her workaholic character. Dumbledore smiled upon seeing the words written on air before quietly letting them sink and dissolve away. As soon as he did so, his eyes sharpened. He placed the quill back into the restrictive drawer before leaning forward on the table and thinking through the recent happenings that he had already predicted. The weave of fate disturbed by the newly authored scenario to it resurfaced in Dumbledore's view, allowing him to study it keenly. His eyes traced every last bit of it, making sure not a single knot remained hidden from his view as he examined the constant interactions between every important character in the story. Mr. Error seems to have already fallen into the trap. He occupied Dumbledore's body and spent time rewriting the fates of several characters in the play related to the main character. But he has still not seen through the fatal flaw in his plan. Or is he just that arrogant? Sigh. Too bad I can't ask the damn mirror anymore, a partner of over 1,000 years, lost so easily. Knock knock. A series of knocks broke Dumbledore out of his reverie while the web of fate disturbed by the special quill sank back into listless restfulness. Ah, Minnie. Dumbledore said with a smile when he looked at who his guest was. Care for some licorice? McGonagall looked at Dumbledore with a glare, almost hissing at him for offering her candy that would bite your mouth before controlling herself and speaking calmly. I just happen to be a little free at the moment, Professor. Is there anything else I can help you with? Dumbledore looked heartbroken, his eyes watering up, but McGonagall didn't budge, so he just sighed sadly and collected the papers on his desk. Well, you always were an overachiever even when you were at Hogwarts, Minerva. Who am I to stop you from doing the same now? Dumbledore smiled and handed over the pages in his hands, but just as McGonagall grabbed them, Dumbledore spoke in a deeper tone. Could you call for a meeting, Minnie? McGonagall was a little startled by the sudden order, but when she looked into Dumbledore's eyes she nodded nonetheless. I'll ask the order to convene in 5 minutes. Dumbledore smiled once again and let go of the papers, leaving McGonagall to take care of them. He watched as she walked away before sighing and pretending to wipe away some sweat as he mumbled, administration, how tedious. Would Hogwarts even run so profitably if I weren't here? McGonagall seemed to have heard Dumbledore's words, but before she could say anything else, the gargoyle staircase spun around and took her back to the second floor from where her office would be the closest. Dumbledore inside his office popped open a new pack of cockroach clusters and bit on the head of a particularly lively one. His gaze remained on the wriggling cockroach body for a few seconds before it shifted to a tear in the spirit world from where a short awl flew out and landed on his table. A letter. From Nicholas. What has he been doing since the last time I saw him? Dumbledore looked at the letter for a few seconds before frowning in thought. He has the memories of a child from Hogwarts that doesn't exist but is rapidly forgetting about him. Whose child is this? Did the Black family do something to him? But there aren't any black kids at Hogwarts right now. Perhaps the mysterious creature belongs to one of Sirius's nightly escapades. Why didn't this letter arrive a few minutes ago? I could have just asked Minerva to perform a ritual. Sigh. I guess these old bones have to do everything around here after all. Dumbledore quickly pulled out the quill from his desk before scribbling another statement into the air. Severus Snape losing control over his emotions upon seeing the love of his life is completely reasonable. The words faded into the air, sinking into the weave of fate, causing it to shimmer into existence in front of Dumbledore's eyes. His eyes scanned the knots again, staring hard at them before sitting calmly to study the specific mercurial weave of fate entangled with the letter he'd just received. A boy. Nicholas doesn't seem to be connected to a boy. There are no signs of the boy being hidden by concealment or even killed. Did he hallucinate? Dumbledore frowned. An angle hallucinating something. While not impossible, it wasn't exactly good news, so Dumbledore frowned. Is he losing control? As Dumbledore studied the fading weave, his hand suddenly trembled. Mr. Error. Was he responsible for this? Dumbledore's eyes twitched for a second as he studied the weave with more intensity, trying to find any signs of interference with the fate of the world, trying to search for someone who had bent it to their whims and fancies in any way. But absolutely nothing. It's perfectly normal. Dumbledore thought that, but he could see clearly that those words were a clue in itself. Perfectly normal. How could the fate of an angel ever be perfectly normal? Snape felt a slight brush against his mental defenses before a sharp announcement rang inside the minds of all his bats. Violators are not allowed to breathe as the first punishment. Almost instantly, Snape felt his bat body start to suffocate. He remained perfectly fine as a creature of the darkness under the moonlight, however his split-up bats began to feel a strange sense of suppression, as if something greater was attempting to control the air around him. Worry not. A soft, sweet voice rang inside his mind as he felt the suppression his bat bodies felt. Snape relaxed almost immediately when the suppression was lifted and his body felt rejuvenated. His clouded head cleared as he quickly ripped out half a dozen ingredients from his darkened self before tossing them into a moon-like crucible that was slightly tinted by crimson created out of the light from his own current form. Not even a moment later, Snape dunked his shadowy hand shimmering with moonlight into the cauldron and pulled out an ethereal liquid from the Moony crucible and tossed it to the ground in between everyone on Moody's side. Just as the ethereal potion hit the ground, Moody shouted, "Stick to the line." Stick to the line. Hermione quickly fixed her steps, regardless of her sudden inability to breathe, adjusting her feet to be exactly on Moody's imprints on the wet forest floor just as the potion hit the ground and exploded into a cloud of sparkly dust that engulfed all of them. Everyone in the group took a deep breath. Or at least they felt they did. In truth, their bodies simply felt like they'd taken a deep gulp of fresh air despite the fact that their lungs still couldn't trap any air in them. Hermione, being hounded constantly by Loki's excellence during the potions class, instantly recognized the special potion that Snape had used. Monty's liquid air. A potion that allows those in contact with it to absorb air through their skin. Unfortunately for her, she wasn't at Hogwarts, and there was no time for anyone to award her points for her excellent answer. Snape only glanced her way before looking at Bellatrix, who had paused her attack and gripped her throat with irritation. "Ddu do Snape?" Bellatrix asked, looking directly at Snape's shadowy body, gasping for breath as she started turning purple from the lack of oxygen in her blood. Regardless of her being a demigod at this moment, or her being from the death pathway and being resistant to the aura of death, Bellatrix instantly found herself dying. Yet true to her crazy self, she stayed calm, her eyes turning frosty as she quickly tried to determine the weakness of the attack levied on her. Her eyes suddenly widened momentarily before she shut them with a sharp screeching wail and jumped away in horror. By this point everyone on Moody's side had either pulled out their wands or simply readied their spirituality for their beyonder abilities. Hermione and Tonks had their wands pointed directly at Bellatrix, both aiming to use the same spell from the error pathway. Daphne was ready to curse Bellatrix, Belmont was ready to apply the abyss shackles to bind her for everyone else's assault, while Ron simply observed the situation quietly. Harry, however, was the fastest. Almost as soon as Bellatrix appeared, he activated the Eye of Demon Hunting, sending a glimmering haze over his green eyes as he used his enhanced observation prowess to almost instinctively determine Bellatrix's weakness. Except, before he could act on it by shooting the special knife in his hand right in between Bellatrix's brows, Moody shouted, "Don't attack. Stay back." Needless to say, the words took everyone by surprise, and it only doubled when Bellatrix finally took a deep gulp of fresh air before she snarled. "You can't affect me from so far, can you?" Her head was tilted at an awkward angle, almost upside down when she asked her question, making one pause to think for a moment if she were a contortionist who specialized in breaking bones. Moody said nothing. If he was waiting for a trap to spring or Bellatrix to attack, only he knew, but since Tonks had warned them all to follow his lead, they didn't move. Instead they too continued to stare at Bellatrix, waiting for her move, pondering about the imbalance in their current situation. Could a single demigod take on so many beyonders of a variety of pathways at once, given they also had multiple demigods on their side? They had their answer the next moment, and Harry almost immediately realized that Bellatrix had been holding back immensely in their previous fight. Bellatrix's hands came together to touch the corresponding index and ring fingers to form a horizontal diamond shape, using them which she imposed upon her glabella, causing a small dark diamond to form over it on her forehead. Almost immediately, in the next moment, a horde poured out. Within the blink of an eye, Harry found himself face to face with about 30 different undead, all rushing towards him, wanting to simply devour him as if he were the tastiest meal on the planet. Everyone else was under a similar strain. From skeletons the size of a 3-story building that could simply sweep everyone off their footing with a single wave to ice and fire-breathing dragon skeletons that expanded to the size of half a Quidditch field to a swarm of banshees or kappa demons, each undead rushed towards them like they were a swarming part of an avalanche. Moody had no time to shout new commands, but apart from Tonks and Belmont, who were used to Moody, not everyone else had the courage to hold on to his previous orders. Harry didn't attack his undying onlookers himself since he almost immediately realized that they weren't strong enough to cause him any harm no matter how terrifying they looked. It was just that, Ron was too weak to contend with them. So before a single undead could attack his dear friend, Harry tossed a handful of small potion vials, each glowing a distinct gold, at the swarm headed towards him. Moody's eyes widened in surprise at Harry's actions, but before he could react to protect him from harm, a greater threat unveiled itself. Bellatrix had circled them in the time it took the swarm to be thrust upon them before planting a simple object that threatened to sweep everyone off their feet. The gate to the underworld. A sharp shredding suction force tore through the forest, ripping apart entire chunks from trees and toppling them along with the dirt and all the other creatures in the area. Of course, it also included the small group that had to for some reason follow Moody's steps lest they risk being punished. All of a sudden, in an unprecedented manner, the group faced two life-threatening threats. First was the planned threat of the swarm of undead rushing towards them from the front, threatening to take out the weakest among them. While the second was the gate to the underworld that was sucking everything so hard that they were all being lifted off their feet and going to violate the law laid before them. Moody's magical eye spun around rapidly, scanning each and every grain of gravel on the forest floor to find an appropriate solution. Snape was already moving towards Bellatrix, but he wasn't fast enough. Ron Weasley seemed to be terrified of the swarm and was raising his wand to attack. Harry Potter had already tossed the vials to save his friend and was now turning to act to save them from the gate of the underworld. Hermione and Tonks were also readying up to use a spell since the situation had clearly gone out of hand. Belmont had already cast shadow shackles to pin himself to the floor to prevent himself from flying towards the gate of the underworld. He could perhaps hold onto Tonks and save her from flying into it too, but everyone after that would inevitably collapse. And Daphne was still waiting. All this led to only one possible solution for Moody. Within the blink of an eye, Moody's hand slipped onto the invisible item in his robes before pulling it out and tossing it straight at Bellatrix. Empowered by the suction force of the gate to the underworld, the invisible item soared, speeding through as it rushed towards her in a trajectory that was ready to slam into her head like a bullet. The suction force from the gate and Moody holding onto the cloak unfurled the bindings from the package to reveal a fat book bound by thin brass sheets. Everything after that happened in an instant. The book slammed into the veil of the gate of the underworld. A lightning bolt struck the gate of the underworld, causing Bellatrix to be thrown back dozens of meters. Harry's potion vials landed on the swarm of undead that was coming before each one exploded in a bright radiant warmth reminiscent of the sun as each of the undead was completely purified and killed. Ron's hand flicked unnaturally as his spell was redirected towards the brass book that was about to be sucked up into the underworld, causing it to forcibly be stopped and enter a state of tug-of-war between Ron and the now crumbling gate. Hermione and Tonks each used the same spell to steal the voice of the banshees, causing them to stop launching their wails. Snape changed his direction from Bellatrix to the book that had almost been sucked into the gate of the underworld before grabbing it and forcibly darting away as a glimmer of moonlight, regardless of the fact that it was bright daylight. While most importantly of all, Daphne held onto her curse of bad luck, waiting for the right moment to use either a blessing or a curse for the right person, since fate seemed to be rather fickle at this very moment. The sudden flurry of spells, involuntary actions, explosion of potion vials that had been blessed by the sun goddess herself, the enormous damage caused by the suction of the gate of the underworld, and finally the throwing of the book that Moody had performed left everybody's ears ringing. Yet it was still not done. Bellatrix, standing up with her nose bleeding, looked down upon everyone else while standing atop a tall rock and reabsorbed the gate of the underworld, transforming it into a rune that snapped onto her left palm, emitting a deep sense of decay and death. There was a pause as both the parties looked at each other with an evaluating gaze. Clearly the net winner of the last confrontation was Moody's side, with the book still in their hands and Bellatrix having suffered a clear defeat both in her undead forces and personal health. Yet, Bellatrix hadn't run away. Her eyes were firm and showed a glimmer of anticipation, as if her impromptu plan had finally reached a climactic fruition. Her right hand slowly slipped to her waist from where she pulled out an old simple bone wand that belonged to her master. Her lips curled up into an eerie, unsettling smile as she flicked the wand once. In the startling silence that followed, outpoured two gray misty forms that 4 people in the area immediately recognized. Snape's pupils widened. And Moody's grip on his staff tightened. But Harry's mouth hung loose before he barely uttered in a horrified whisper, "Mom, Dad." Walberga looked at the final result of her divination. She'd just convened a ritual to ask the god of the darkness pathway, Salazar Slytherin, if he could perhaps guide his followers, her, to reclaim the death blasphemy card that was stolen from them. And the result was simple, a dream that pointed her exactly to its location. Only, the location and its contents had been rather unexpected. Walberga kept her eyes closed and recalled the result of the divination. A deep dark world, hidden under a myriad of tree roots, within a colossal shadowy structure inside it, and on a simple table deep within lay the card of blasphemy for the death pathway. She did not recognize the location. But even stranger was the fact that she saw someone she recognized in that divination. A rather tall man whom she felt her heart call out to instantly. Sirius. A slight tinge of worry crept into Walberga's heart as she pondered upon the place that Sirius was inside. Since she didn't recognize it, it could only mean that it was either a completely irrelevant location that posed no danger, or a location that posed so much danger that even she as a demigod had never heard or seen it until today. And for some strange reason Walberga felt like it was the latter. After all, it had taken a true god revealing it for her to know of it. What's he doing in such a dangerous place? Walberga for the first time in a while felt herself reminded of the death of her first son, Regulus. She kept her eyes closed and slowly formed the symbol of the crimson moon on her chest. May the god of darkness bless him. Walberga opened her eyes and after some thought made her way to Sirius's room. If I can't help him directly, I can ask for some luck. As soon as Walberga stepped into his room, however, she wished she hadn't. The room was at the peak of disorder, so much so that Walberga almost felt that this was what Amelia had meant when she was here the other day to talk about bottled-up chaos and order. With clothes strewn about, Walberga almost thought for a second that a hurricane had swept through the house. Creature. A short elf popped up upon Walberga's loud shout before it looked at her innocently. Seeing her house elf not answer her clear question, Walberga made herself explicit. What's the reason you haven't cleaned this room? Creature looked around in confusion and rubbed his finger over a spot on the furniture before asking, Is it not clean enough, madam? The words left Walberga dumbfounded, so she looked around with her spirit vision active and almost immediately recognized what Sirius had done. The brat concealed all his dirty laundry. Walberga's face scrunched up in annoyance and frustration before she glared at the innocent creature who was suddenly imagining himself beheaded and hung up on the wall like his ancestors. Forget it. Walberga said, holding her head, you may return. Creature nodded, albeit a little confused, before he bowed and vanished again in a pop, leaving Walberga to go around the room and clean the dirty laundry. Except almost immediately, as Walberga picked up a pile of clothes off of the desk, a strange coin slipped out of a pant pocket. Walberga picked it up and looked at it carefully. There was nothing written on it for a second before the coin turned uncomfortably warm as new letters popped up, circling around its metallic edge. 5 minutes. 5 minutes what? Walberga was about to toss away the coin, thinking it was a toy before she paused. A toy using the protean charm. Since when did Zonkos become so expressive? Chapter 525, The Fool's Gambit, Deathly Rules. Everyone on Moody's team stopped breathing. Not just because what they were seeing was strange and unbelievable, but also because Snape's breathing potion had run out. That was when everyone behind Snape heard a soft but authoritative voice repeat inside their minds, those who do not follow the holder are violators. Violators are not allowed to speak as the second punishment. Harry's heart trembled as he opened his mouth almost immediately to reach out to his parents, and although his lips moved and his throat appeared to tense up as his lungs tore open what would have sounded like a screaming shout, yet nothing happened. His voice remained trapped to the confines of his mind while his body strained itself for nothing. Can't even scream, Potter. I was quite looking forward to that. Bellatrix frowned but chalked up his strange behavior to the book in Snape's hand, since it was an artifact powerful enough to hurt her, using the connection between her and the gate to the underworld. Unable to reach out to his parents through words, Harry did the unthinkable. He rushed towards them, breaking the line formation that Moody had asked them to hold until now. Harry's already tense muscles tensed further as he pushed his body to his limits in hopes to reach them before Bellatrix did anything to them. However, he was too late. Bellatrix made clear eye contact with Harry and then with a haughty sneer brought her hand marked with the rune of the gate to the underworld closer to James. Come a step closer and you'll lose your father. Oh wait, you're an orphan, completely parentless. But the words didn't seem to land. Harry rushed forwards almost like he cared for nothing other than ripping Bellatrix apart at this moment. His speed doubled as he pushed his body to its limits, almost transforming partially into a mythical creature form to give himself an extra boost in strength. The whites of his eyes reddened and the veins of his arms burst open, but Harry didn't stop. Or at least he didn't plan to until he crossed Snape, only for Snape to grip Harry's neck and slam it into the ground, forcing Harry to only be able to look as Bellatrix brought her hand closer and closer to James. Even still, James and Lily finally breathed a sigh of relief. They both looked at Snape with a sense of gratefulness, but Snape only spit on the floor beside Harry's head in disrespect, even though Snape's expression wasn't much different from Harry's at this moment. And even though a restriction hadn't been imposed onto him since he was the new holder of the brass book, Snape hadn't spoken ever since he had laid eyes on Lily. A soft, kind and soothing voice resonated in Snape's mind at that moment, reminding him of something he already knew. You need her soul to complete the ritual. Snape didn't say anything, but his eyes gained a rather wild, ferocious glare that hadn't existed only a few moments before. He hid it well from everyone else given his rather strange shadowy moonlight form, but Lily saw right through it. Her eyes looked at Snape softly before, for the first time since both she and James had been summoned, she spoke to break the otherwise suffocating silence. "It's been a long time since we last met, brother." Bellatrix froze. Harry's eyes suddenly widened. His eyes lost their rage as his body trembled with shock and what felt like fright. "What?" The word didn't leave anyone's lips because of the rule, but it was still there, resonating loudly in their minds. Even Moody stood shocked, a rare expression of surprise and confusion appearing on his otherwise stern face. Snape stood silently, his shadowy form flickering slightly as it glimmered while emitting faint rays of moonlight. His eyes remained locked on Lily, but he said nothing. "Arg, what is this?" "A twist?" Bellatrix asked with slight disgust, interrupting out of turn before looking at Snape herself as she spoke boorishly. "Give me that book. And you can have her, Severus." Snape said nothing for a few seconds, his hands holding the book, trembling but still holding onto it with great strength. The silence only stretched since no one else could interrupt, and they were all holding onto their breaths, saving it for the right moment of action as they were losing strength because of lack of oxygen, preferring a burst instead of a prolonged fight. James spoke up then. "Don't do it, Snape. You know, he is untrustworthy. His promises can never be dash." "Crucio," Bellatrix whispered, flicking her master's wand, causing James to freeze instantly before a gasp of pain escaped his lips as he froze in agony, doing his best to keep himself from tearing his throat because of the sheer tortuous assault on his soul by the spell. Disappointment flickered across Bellatrix's eyes before she spoke with disgust. "You're like them, Longbottoms, they held it all in, just like you. Unfortunately I didn't have the time to amp up the power then, but..." Suddenly Bellatrix's eyes flared up with vile power as she spoke in a tone dipping with malice and madness. "But now I do." "James." Lily tried to hold James and pull him away from Bellatrix, but her hand simply slipped through, unable to touch him or even block him from Bellatrix's spell as its effects slowly turned visible, causing James' soul to show signs of cracks that made visible the chilling frost within. James felt death touch his spine. A chill far beyond what he could imagine branded him like hot iron, making each part of his soul ramp with pain. It felt like 1,000 beetles were clicking inside his ears, crawling under his skin as they ate up his flesh, driving him towards madness with each click, torturing his mind by breaking down every thought he could have to save himself before it even manifested. Everyone watched as James slowly transformed, first from a normal-looking human into one that was slowly turning into a monstrous amalgamation of otherworldly horrors. Moody attempted to flick his staff towards everyone other than himself, to knock them out, to put them to sleep before they were corrupted, but he couldn't. His already weakening body, ridden powerless due to the lack of oxygen, didn't support his rapid movements. And so while his normal eye darkened, its vision slipping, his magical eye each watched keenly how Ron was the first to mutate, the boy's eyes elongating until they fell out of their sockets as his whole body became covered in shiny ethereal scales before the boy fell on his now transformed 4 limbs while he snarled, looking at the rest of them. Belmont was next as his body proportions suddenly changed, his gender becoming androgynous as his curled mustache grew like a robe around himself and became tinged a sharp crimson, as if dipped in blood, turning him into a blood-soaked monstrosity. Only before things could progress any further, Hermione and Tonks almost simultaneously flicked their wands to steal the corruption in their teammates. Daphne acted along with them and flicked her wand again and transfigured a portion of the earth in front of them into a thick wall to block their sight. Moody noticed that the green grass girl still hadn't used her beyonder abilities and grew a little worried about why she had held it in. But time for further thoughts didn't exist at this moment. Harry roared, his scream that would have been heard throughout the entire forest was still silenced by powers beyond his control. His hands struggled to push away Snape's iron grip on his neck as his nails bled freely, snapping like opening shells as they caught on Snape's hard, inhumane body and the uneven ground. Bellatrix's smile only turned crueler, her eyes glimmering in enjoyment of the show in front of her, in which she participated as an active member, as an audience director, where all eyes were on her, each looking at her with fear and hatred but completely powerless to change anything about her actions. Bellatrix finally stopped after a few more seconds when she saw Harry losing control. James was beyond hopeless at this stage, his knees buckled as he collapsed in the air, hanging, floating while completely unconscious, as if he'd died a second time. But with Bellatrix stopping herself, he regained some control. Snape's eyes openly displayed disdain, but he remained put. However, Bellatrix needed to get things done since she'd already had her fun, so she turned to Harry and looked into his half-dead eyes as he was forced to watch what was essentially the second death of his father. One where his inaction was going to be burnt into his memories. She looked at his helpless expression, his bleeding nails, his broken teeth, and his hopeless expression and smiled with delight as she spoke in a sharp tone, "Do you want to save your mother, Potter?" A sinking feeling that Harry didn't know was possible gripped Harry's guts. His chest felt a rather strange feeling, as if someone had stabbed a knife into it and twisted it on purpose, drawing it out slowly to let him feel every single inch of the blade. Tears spilling out of his eyes as he appeared to mouth the words, "Don't." But Bellatrix didn't mind. Instead she continued to speak with an air of power about her, an air of superiority while standing on her rock. "The next time I won't be as kind as I was with your father," she said, bringing her left hand with the rune of the gate of the underworld shimmering on its surface closer to Lily, about to grip her who was standing in front of James, trying to support him and bring him back to consciousness. The silence after that lasted longer than anything else in Harry's life. He heard the desperate sobs of his mother as she cried softly while patting the trembling James. "You need to get up, honey, it's for Harry. We need to help him. Look how strong he's become, we can't let ourselves disappoint him now, can we?" With James still unresponsive, Lily turned towards Snape. "Snape, go away. Take Harry and go away. You know what is best for us all. He cannot be allowed to gain an advantage." But seeing Snape's red eyes and his sharp gaze on Bellatrix's hand that was hovering beside her shoulder, Lily practically screamed, "Go away, Snape. Or are you still the coward who can only save himself while sacrificing everyone else?" Snape's hand on the book in his hand and on Harry's neck tightened. While everyone else was slowly blacking out because of lack of oxygen, Snape was because of sheer anger. A dangerous sense of despair seemed to cloud his being as he stood with a remarkable sense of despondence. To an onlooker it would seem like the world had isolated Snape, painted him all alone, as if placing the burden of the entire world on his shoulders while leaving his sacrifices unrecognized, made fun of, or even spit on. Snape took a deep breath in before looking directly into Bellatrix's eyes. The silence tensed for a moment before Snape took a single step forward, only for Bellatrix to move her hand even closer to Lily's head. "As much as I would love to see you wail," Bellatrix said as if pondering on something before making up her mind as she demanded, "Get the Potter boy to do it. I want to feel his rage, the rage as I hold the lives of everyone he's ever cared about in my hands." Snape stopped. His eyes flickering to Bellatrix, then to Lily who only slowly shook her head before it slipped down to Harry whose gaze had lost its previous shine. His gaze looked broken, dim, and almost dead. Harry closed his eyes, the strength in his body slowly leaving, even as he felt Snape's grip on him lighten. He'd already given up. It made him look forgotten, burdened, and above all, almost alone. Memories that he could have never had came flooding, teasing him, prodding his defenses, testing his commitment, each one its own sharp burden that hurt his being. What would life have been like had I never been introduced to the world of magic? What if Mom and Dad remained dead in a car crash? What if I wasn't Harry, but Dudley? Would Aunt Petunia love me then? Would I have been able to call her a mother? Maybe I'd have gone to Smeltings instead of Hogwarts. Maybe I'd never have to face the horror that is the world of magic. Harry's expression kept devolving into a forced forfeit. A myriad of thoughts had been unraveled in front of him all because of the current scenario he had been thrust into. If Bellatrix could use his parents to stop him today, what else could Voldemort use to force him tomorrow? The lives of all those around him. The lives of his friends. Of random muggles. Could he bear the burden of those lives by himself? Lives that will be lost fighting in a battle caused by his existence. Some sanity remained behind those eyes when he reopened them, but they looked only enough to comprehend the pain. A flicker of hope sparked in Harry's eyes, constantly battling the wind as it struggled to think of hope in this scenario while stopping the dangerous but constant ramblings in his mind that he could already hear as an early sign of losing control. He stood up quietly, his breath still frozen as he grabbed the book Snape was holding and began to walk towards Bellatrix. Was he a coward for wanting the people around him to be safe? Harry's eyes blurred in and out of focus as the world around himself faded from color to black and white. Harry saw his mother scream out something at him, but he couldn't seem to catch what she was saying. Perhaps the strange book in his hands had imposed another punishment upon him. That wouldn't be so strange. After all, that was what he was, a violator, someone who should have died on the night he was given the scar on his head. He should have never been the boy who lived. He should have died. Then none of all this would have ever happened. Harry felt something cold touch his chin as his head was forcibly lifted to make his gaze meet Bellatrix's. Her gaze filled with an indescribable joy bore back into his as she carefully brushed the blood that had trickled out of the corner of his busted lips. She brought the finger to her mouth before she carefully licked the blood. She reveled in it for a second, as if it were a ritual of triumph, only. Why is there no Fia dash? Bellatrix looked back down at Harry, but as soon as her gaze met Harry's, it froze. All she found in Harry's eyes was a gaze of a predator looking down on its prey. Even though she stood above him on a rock that stood about as tall as the boy's knees, Bellatrix felt herself lesser. Lo, Lord. Bellatrix's mind panicked. Her plan had finished. She had tricked everyone into thinking that she was ordered to bring back the book and not Harry Potter. Now all she had to do was bring the boy back. All she had to do was bring Harry Potter back to the Dark Lord so that he could finally claim victory over him and tarnish Dumbledore's reputation and ruin his ritual. But instead, meeting Harry's gaze sent a deathly chill up her spine. And no matter how she tried to suppress it, it only suddenly heightened however when she felt an even more dangerous gaze lock onto her. It was Snape. Bellatrix only matched gazes with him momentarily, but she could no longer remember what she saw, for her head was stabbed with an incomprehensible amount of pain. Her hands brought themselves up to her face as she felt a strange wetness that she recognized almost instantly. Blood. Why is there blood on my face? Why can't I see? Did the Potter boy's head explode and fall into my eyes? Bellatrix, with the last shred of her sanity, slowly licked the blood that she had just touched with her fingers. She recognized the taste. It was her own. Bellatrix didn't give herself the time to comprehend the information. She already had Harry Potter within her grasp. All she had to do now was apparate back to her master. Everything would be fine then. Right. Only almost as soon as Bellatrix spent her spirituality to apparate, her fate took a turn for the worse. In the distance, over the pristine wall Daphne had just transfigured now stood Eris Greengrass, looking at her with a gaze that could freeze the world. Bellatrix obviously couldn't see it, but she felt it. A chill that gave her an intuitive dream that warned her that the apparition, something that she could do almost instinctively, would abruptly fail, splinching her. She twisted her actions immediately, hoping to touch Lily with the rune on her hands to warn everyone to back off, while simultaneously pushing Harry Potter into the failed apparition so that he wouldn't be able to take advantage of her momentary disruption, and the apparition wouldn't fail since he would be splinched too otherwise, and her enemies wouldn't want that. Only Harry Potter was no longer underneath her. He was also no longer in her grasp. Bellatrix's hands flailed aimlessly for a second after she failed to touch either of her targets. Only by the time she realized what had happened, it was too late. Her head suddenly turned upside down and backwards as the world twisted around her before she found herself rushing past a flurry of colors only for it to all stop when she landed at her destination. Her mouth opened to speak when she felt her object of worship nearby. Her lord who had let her run wild. She wished to call out to him once more, one last time before the light left her eyes, but she couldn't. She didn't need anyone to tell her that the call of death was approaching, since she could feel the pull of the eternal river of death already laying claim on her undying form. The only thing she could do at the last second was open her mouth and reveal the rune of the gate of the underworld on her tongue. It glimmered with the final faint pulse of spirituality before dispelling to reveal a brass book falling out of it. And the light of her eyes vanished seamlessly after that. Yet, Voldemort, who was standing and looking down at her, cared not for any of it. He simply stretched his hands and seemed to grab something ethereal in the air, which caused Bellatrix's face to morph, unfreeing her frozen expression of the acceptance for death into one of shock that slowly became tinged with horror as she was pulled out into a deep murky black liquid blob in Voldemort's hand, keeping her alive. Voldemort's hand kept the murky tar-like liquid from touching anything around it, no matter how hard it bubbled or exploded, keeping it firmly contained in an invisible field of spirituality as he slowly placed it into the skull that had been hanging from the wall until now. An eerie crimson flame lit up inside it that attracted Voldemort for a few seconds before he calmly waved his hand and tossed the empty body of Bellatrix into a pile of eternally smoldering skulls, adding another tortuous scream to the faint taint of madness that was immersed in the air around the Bone Cathedral. Voldemort's attention then turned towards the brass book. He casually waved it over, pulling it closer to him by grabbing the fear the object displayed in his presence. He flipped the brass pages slowly for a few seconds in slight confusion before he landed on a page without any rules on it at all. It was an empty page, polished to the extreme, making it almost mirror-like. Voldemort saw his clear reflection in it as it stared back at him, only the reflection pulled out a distinctly golden monocle and placed it on his right eye before smiling eerily. Loki looked carefully at the strange door sitting in the middle of the sky, about 10 feet off the ground. Someone from the door pathway. Loki guessed rather easily, but then stopped. Or is it someone from the death pathway with the gate to the underworld? But the gate to the underworld was supposed to have a suction force, right? So this one's probably not that, so the door pathway. But which door pathway ability allows you to create doors in midair disobeying physics? Not even Minecraft allows floating doors. Is that the uniqueness of the door pathway? Loki quickly shook his head. No way, he mumbled, a uniqueness out in the open and no one's attracted to it. Too easy. But then what exactly is it? Loki frowned, unable to quite figure out what the door hanging in the air above him was before he gave up and decided to walk a different way because it gave him an eerie feel. He almost didn't want to be around it. I'm close to that village I was supposed to reach soon, I'll just ask the people there about it. With a simple logical answer known to him, Loki began his journey towards the village while following the poorly drawn map in his hands. 2 hills about 30 feet high, and an eye-like large rock protruding out of the center, towards the east. Loki looked around and found something similar on the horizon using his sharpened vision. That's not 30 feet high though, it's more like 40 or even 45. I guess the map maker really was just that bad. The sun was setting behind him, but he continued to walk unobstructed since he was now out of the forest and in a deep rocky valley that had nothing but rock and gravel in it. About a half a dozen kilometers, I should reach it by sunset. With a short walk ahead of him and no external threats, Loki's mind began to drift with thoughts that he hadn't had the time to think about before. I wonder how everyone else I left behind is doing back home. His eyes traced the rocky outcroppings around himself, making him feel a little alone as he walked among them without any other soul in sight. Did Mum return the Harry Potter book I borrowed from the library? I borrowed it only because I was hiding my phone using it during the night, pretending to read Harry Potter when I was actually reading Lord of the Mysteries. It was a half-decent book since I finished it after I finished Lord of the Mysteries, but it was too nice. What would I do if I were in the world of Harry Potter instead? Maybe develop a cultivation method to make and condense a mana core like in Ascension. Perhaps I could even make a secret organization to take out Voldemort before he came into power in Book 4. Oh, I know who I'd include in that organization. Sirius Black, Hermione and Snape. Hermione for her magical skill, Snape for knowledge on Voldemort, and Sirius for keeping track of Dumbledore. A perfect idea. Maybe even someone from the Ministry to make things secretive. So that there's an arc where I want to get a secret identity like Klein and I can ask the Ministry employee to help me get it. Oh. I could even involve some non-human creatures for representation. Haha, how funny. Maybe I could tell Voldemort courting death. Note out before this celestial wizard and cripple your cultivation before I erase you from this world. He giggled softly at his strange ideas before remembering something silly. Oh. Maybe I could even kill him and then pretend to be him and then use his identity to bend the wizarding world to my needs. Maybe I can then extract money from the wizarding families, the nobles and all the Wisingamot members before funneling them into my own pockets and making my own new laws so that I rule the place and not Dumbledore. Ha ha ha. He sent a passing glance at his target, the mountain, and realized that he'd already walked quite far somehow. Only half a kilometer left. That's funny, I didn't realize time passed so fast while you were lost in your thoughts. Loki thought before humming a random tune as he began walking towards the strange mountain. He took a few more steps in a happy mood as he rushed up to the crown of a rock formation with nimble steps while shouting out into the air. That has got to be the best pirate I have ever seen. So it would seem. Captain German Sparrow, W. Loki's eyes froze as he reached the peak of the short rock formation. His eyes drifted over to his target, the mountains beyond which his new village was supposed to be, and he froze. Half a dozen kilometers away. He then raised his head and looked up into the sky. The door in the sky was right above his head and he was right where he'd started. Loki's body trembled slightly, both in shock and surprise. He felt his fingertips turn cold as he held his breath and turned towards the sun. It's already setting. Wah, what is this? Harry looked at his parents with soft pained gazes. And even though he wasn't restricted in his speech anymore, he couldn't bring himself to speak as he simply stared at them with equal parts, frustration, remorse and happiness. How? Harry finally asked Lily, who was the only conscious person of the two. Lily, who had remained silent until now, admiring her son for how much he had grown and into what he had become, finally opened her mouth to speak up. It happened on the night we died. He found a way to become immortal by splitting his soul. And so, when his final killing curse rebounded, he could only remain immortal by splitting his soul. And the price for that is the eternal torment of another. Given your dad and I happened to have just died and were lying right there. Harry nodded, feeling even worse now that he was informed that his very existence had caused the two people he looked up to be tortured for eternity in the hands of the men, or rather animal, who had tried to kill him too. But Lily quickly grabbed Harry's hands. Her hands passed through, and only caused a rather ethereal chill to spread in his body, which only made him feel worse, but Lily spoke boldly nonetheless. And I wouldn't have had it otherwise, no matter how many times I was given the choice to go back to the same day given that you would live. Harry's eyes widened slightly before he grew teary-eyed. He sniffled softly before someone pushed him aside, not gently, but by a sharp thrust, as if they were getting rid of garbage by kicking it. Severus. Lily said sharply, but Snape didn't have the time to handle the complaint. Instead, benefiting his potion as a shaman, Snape wrapped his arms around Lily, her chill failing to do anything to his already cold body, making it feel at most like the warmth of another person that touched his heart. Everyone in the area grew shocked, wide-eyed, and a little loose-jawed as several gasps rang out among the participants of this heartfelt reunion. Harry, however, seemed like the only calm person, regardless of having just been kicked, as if he were expecting such a reaction already. Lily, who was frozen in place by the suddenness, calmed down in a few seconds as she too wrapped her hands around Snape before whispering, "Brother, it's been so long." Snape stayed there for a few seconds as those with keen eyes watched his shoulders tremble slightly before he pulled away and spoke in a rush. "You need to come with me. I can bring you back." Before Lily could say anything, however, Moody thumped his staff. "Don't be ridiculous, Severus. Or have you already succumbed to the very thing you fight? Death by the killing curse is permanent. Not something you can simply undo unless you want a monster wearing human skin, the skin of your loved ... Moody, however, was silenced by a glare from Snape. A glare so sharp and penetrating that it was clear to anyone that met his eyes that Snape knew what he was doing. He slowly turned back to Lily and looked deeply into her emerald eyes. "Are you sure?" Lily asked again, a little uncertain as her eyes flickered towards Harry momentarily before landing back on Snape. Snape only nodded without explaining much or even saying anything to reassure her. Yet, Lily felt reassured. So she did what every little sister would do and shamelessly added on her own condition to such an offer, James too. Snape's brows furrowed and Lily caught onto it, shamelessly adding, I won't agree if it's not him too. Snape's furrowed brows bent some more before he turned to Harry and glared at him with anger, causing Harry to almost feel like Snape was about to somehow take away 1,000 points for Gryffindor for him simply existing. But Snape did no such thing. Instead he turned back to Lily and nodded with a soft sigh which caused her to break out into a beautiful smile. With that settled, Snape pulled out a carefully prepared straw doll from one of his pouches and handed it to Lily, surprising everyone when she could hold it, before he picked up a random leaf off the ground and placed it on James' head. He also pulled out a few fragrances and spread them around in the air before closing his eyes as his shadowy form receded to reveal a resplendent milky sheen, making his body appear as if it were made out of moonlight, shimmering like the full moon reflected in a lake. His form slowly tinged in a soft crimson before Lily suddenly froze. Her eyes seemed to see something beyond what everyone could see as she gulped visibly before looking at Snape in shock and awe before sinking into the straw doll in her hands. James too similarly floated into the leaf placed on his head. The two objects floated in space for a few seconds until Snape's eyes snapped open and he grabbed them, stuffing the leaf rather rudely into his pockets before placing the straw doll on his shoulder warmly. Mother? Harry asked with slight weariness which lasted only until the straw doll turned to look at him and spoke in a chirpy, slightly nasal, tone. Harry. Harry's eyes widened, before it slipped to Snape's robe rather uncomfortably. So Dad's a leaf. Loki looked up at the door with a strange sense of weariness. His heart beat stiffly and his palms turned sweaty. This can't be the uniqueness, can it? No way. Loki quickly shook his head, dismissing such a thought almost immediately. If it were the uniqueness, I wouldn't be the only one here. There would probably be 6 mad angels and true gods battling for it to accommodate its authority. Or perhaps because it is the uniqueness of the door pathway it teleports around and doesn't let anyone find it. Loki suddenly felt very confused. The door in the sky was out of his very short range to properly tell just how valuable it was. But simply given its strange glassy appearance, it was definitely more valuable than anything else he'd seen in his entire short life as a Beyonder. Yet he couldn't understand what it was doing here, if it was the uniqueness. Why would it teleport near some random village? And why would it trap me in its influence? Loki thought for a few seconds before coming to a short conclusion. Oh. Perhaps because of my speciality about being incorruptible by high-level knowledge. Maybe it tried to simply corrupt before thinking that I was just another low-level Beyonder but then failed to do so and control me in any way, so it now wants to study or use me for something else. Loki didn't have any reason to think so with 100% certainty, but he felt that he was right almost instinctively since the door hadn't harmed him in any way, yet. Hey. Door. What do you want me to do? Loki shouted out loud, but true to its apparent inanimate nature, the door remained still and the silence in the impromptu valley remained undisturbed. Loki walked around a few more times, hoping to leave or even find an error in whatever method the door was using to keep him contained, but he failed and kept getting teleported back to the spot under the door after only a few dozen steps. It truly would have been rather strange if I could break out of the influence of a uniqueness when not even angels could break from the quill of Alzahud and the Turnsoist brass book. Loki sighed as the last light of the day vanished under the horizon. Perhaps someone from the village will come out here to scout this place. No, why would they come out at night, and I'm sure the village probably already has tales about people going missing in this area, making it forbidden to travel to. But, wait a minute. If people came here before and were trapped or corrupted by the uniqueness, why aren't there any bones of the people that died because they couldn't handle the corruption? There could have even been stronger people who managed to fight against the door, right? So why aren't there any signs of battle anywhere? Loki carefully studied the area for any signs of battle, but even though the darkness made it a little hard for him to go through it all, he didn't find any obvious signs of anything occurring on a large scale. Walking to the border and teleporting back to the spot under the door because it was shorter, Loki stared up at it for a few minutes in silence before picking up a rock from the ground. He took aim using his dexterous hands and launched the stone up into the air 10 high. The rock landed on the door with a fopping thud, as if hitting something solid, something metallic, before simply vanishing as if it never existed. Loki's eyes sharpened. So I can get out of this place if I touch the door. Interesting. And so, with a goal in his mind, Loki began to gather the large rocks around him. His aim? To build a short pyramid to touch the door up above. Given Loki could only travel a short distance all around, he had to be particularly clever in getting his rocks, making sure that none of the taller ones fell the wrong way when he fell them by digging underneath a corner so that he could transport them without issue. He did have some strength to carry them, but it wasn't enough to continuously drag around a bunch of 1-ton rocks and stack them upon each other. So Loki let physics do the work. Why waste effort when things could be done easier? The night's really getting colder. Loki whispered, rubbing his arms while looking around into the darkness. Except. Loki suddenly raised his head and looked up above when he heard a short rumble. Given the door was the only object close to him that could make such a noise, Loki naturally looked up at it. His eyes first saw the twinkling stars in the background before he saw the door tremble under pale moonlight. Loki had a sinking feeling that something was not right, but he couldn't put a finger on what it was, so he was about to continue his thankless task of building his pyramid only to suddenly realize something rather strange about the door. Did the distance to the door just shrink? Loki picked up a short stone from the ground and took aim at the door before launching it once again with the same amount of force he had used earlier. Only, the stone shot past the door this time, missing it entirely as it arched above it and returned on the other side. So the door is falling. Loki didn't know why, but he didn't really like the sound of that. He then looked at the pyramid he'd just built and then up at the door whose strange instinct was to reach the ground below and felt a little afraid. He couldn't quite put it in words, but a strange chill spread through him, instinctively warning him to keep away. All right. Inverted pyramid it is. And so Loki started to undo hours of his work from earlier and began to clear up the stones he'd piled up, before digging down into the ground underneath the door. He didn't know why, but he felt like there was something strange about the situation he hadn't fully realized yet. As if there was a lingering piece of the puzzle right in the background that was waiting to be picked up. But Loki didn't give himself the time to figure it out. Instead, he became busy digging in the darkness of the early morning. Survival takes priority. It was only after the sun went past noon during the day that Loki slowed down. At least the door hasn't dropped again since then. Loki looked up at the bright sky and sipped a bit of the water remaining in his leather sack while making sure it was only enough to wet his lips and nothing more. He didn't know how long he'd be stuck in this place, and the last thing he wanted was to die of thirst. The walls of the pit he dug rose around him like a well, making him wonder if it might become one should there be some rain, but given there were no clouds in sight he put aside the thought and went back to looking at the door and thinking about the strangeness surrounding it. All the time I dug, I never came across any remains, either animal or plant. It was all gravel or hard rock. A stark contrast to the forest that borders this region. Shouldn't there at least be a grassland before such a large rocky region suddenly shows up? And Loki looked at the strangely tall mountain in the distance that was his target on the map and mumbled, "There's that mountain that's taller than the one in the map. Plus if this place is a valley with a rocky bed, shouldn't it have formed a lake simply from rains?" That was when the creeping sensation from before crawled back into Loki's mind. I'm missing something. Loki climbed out of the pit and looked around himself, staring at nothing in particular, trying to glean an insight into his current predicament before he suddenly realized. Ah. Loki whispered as he looked back up at the door in the sky and mumbled softly, did it swallow everything in a radius around itself? He remembered the stone he'd thrown at the door and realized exactly what it was that had made him so uncomfortable about it. So its power fluctuates throughout the day, and at midnight when it's the highest, it consumes everything around it in a certain radius. Things started to fit in just the right places in his mind as he drew several other new speculations simultaneously. Does it send everything into the cosmos? Perhaps during the dead of the night when its connection to the cosmos is the strongest it moves down and sends everything it comes in contact with outside the barrier protecting the planet. Did it consume the village that was here before and send it into the cosmos too then? Loki's hands trembled unknowingly as his mind felt rather weak and rattled. Only a single fact remained in his mind that kept the embers of hope in him burning. But it hasn't sent me to the cosmos, yet. Perhaps the thing the door sends away needs to be corrupted by it first. Then, I'm just immune. Loki didn't think so. If he were truly immune to the influence of the door, then he should have never even been trapped to forever remain confined in its vicinity. And the very fact that he had meant that the door had some control over him in some way. Perhaps the abilities of the door get stronger the closer I get to it. Then it doesn't matter if I get corrupted by it or not, I'll simply get teleported at that point. Like the stone that touched it during the day. Loki broke out into an immediate run towards the mountain that was his target, only, this time even before the previous couple dozen steps that he could take, he was teleported back to the center at only about a dozen plus some. All of a sudden, the door in the sky that moved when it wished started to seem like a fancy guillotine. Loki looked at the pit underneath him that he dug out of a sense of instinct and then back up at the blade hanging in the sky with a sense of dread. Will the door move the same set amount each day? What if it moves directly to the bottom of the pit tomorrow? Loki didn't have answers to these questions. But trapped in this fateful encounter, all he could do was observe. So Loki quietly, very quietly, climbed back into the pit he'd carved out for himself and holed himself in it. Hermione broke the stiff silence that had befallen the group after they all realized James' current condition, since a separate important matter was on her mind. What about that book? The silence lingered for a few seconds before Moody thumped his staff onto the floor, releasing a powerful burst of spirituality to clear the air of the smell of the undead that was still lingering around them before speaking like someone had gutted him. Those dastardly cowards stole our trap. It sounded like a typical Moody, but the words and the tone didn't quite make sense to them. Why's he upset about our trap being sprung? Isn't that good? Moody's eye spun around quickly before it landed on Harry as he asked, How did you figure it out, Potter? Harry rubbed the back of his head slightly before looking Snape's way as he explained, I don't really know, but Professor Snape embedded the instinct of using the item as a means of bargain when he punched me earlier. Severus punched you. Lily's high-pitched voice shot sharply out from beside Snape's ears, but he didn't even flinch. Instead, looking at everyone with a sense of superiority, like they all owed him the world and he owed them nothing. He hit me too. Ron said suddenly from the forest floor, since he'd partially recovered from his corruption after Hermione stole it using the error pathway steal spell. Everyone looked at him for a second before glossing over as Harry continued with a wry smile, so I pretended to be slightly angry and followed Professor Snape's plan to use me as the one that took the book to Bellatrix Lestrange. So you knew all along. Moody thumped his staff again while giving Snape a deep look, as did everyone else. Hermione was rather reverential while Tonks was still a little skeptical like her master. Ron was constantly fluctuating between wanting to criticize Snape for putting their lives in danger and praising him for such a simple yet brilliant plan, emotion spurred by his changes in betraying his pet spider. Of course he didn't know his own conflict stemmed from such feelings. To him it was only a feeling of not wanting to criticize Snape since no one had been harmed and everyone was safe and sound. But what was that trap? Was it to harm you-know-who? Ron asked suddenly, causing everyone to nod and look at Moody, who was the one who'd brought over the book. To their surprise, Moody feigned ignorance. I was only the transporter. Didn't learn what it was so that if I were captured I wouldn't know how to deactivate it. The sudden tension in the group to learn more about you-know-who and the trap was released and everyone relaxed, but only until Moody barked out their new orders. We must still go to our destination while pretending that we're traveling with the book. One enemy might have been taken down, but if we can still become a flame to draw out the moths for the other teams risking their lives, we must. Tonks' eyes lit up with admiration before she saluted and quickly stood in line behind him. Hermione followed and then Belmont along with Ron stood in it too. Harry looked at Snape, who was looking at it all with absolute and utter disgust, like he was about to recall his bats all around the forest and apparate away until Lily spoke up again. Where are you going, brother? Harry's going with them, right? Snape looked at Harry, giving him a glare that made Harry feel like he was laid on a butcher's table, pinned to it with sharpened bones while being cleaned for prepping. Harry gulped, but the silly-looking straw doll on Snape's shoulder balanced the sharp glare, so he managed to speak out his thoughts. We can't just abandon our mission, can we, Professor? Before he stood behind Ron, leaving a single-person space, just enough for Snape to fit in. And Snape did not want to fit in. He looked like he'd do anything but it. Eventually, however, Snape fell in line after recalling his bats. Regaining his rather human appearance as the straw doll still on his shoulder commented. Your hair's just as greasy as ever, brother. Puffed. Ron quickly stuffed his knuckles into his teeth but failed to keep his laughter to himself. And even though for the rest of the way after that he felt Snape's icy glare piercing his unprotected neck, his shoulders kept quivering ever so slightly, as did everyone else's, including the straw dolls. It was the dead of the night again. Loki, sitting in his hole, stared right up at the sky. His eyes watched the door with careful precision, each blink taken consciously, only after he'd memorized the position of the door in the sky each time. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Rumble. The sound was there again. And Loki saw it this time. The distance shrank, again. Loki noted. The distance it dropped by was the exact same as the last time, about a foot again. The echo of the rumble faded away as reality started to finally sink into Loki's mind. Throughout the dig today, it had been a faraway thought in Loki's mind. After all, he could always just keep digging and lengthen the time it took for the door to reach him. Except, by the end of the day, when he'd reached about 15 feet deep, the second he stepped a single foot deeper, he found himself back on top of the pit, where the lack of ground caused him to fall once again, in a cycle again and again until when he managed to wedge himself between the walls of the pit and drop some gravel to cover the gap below. Sitting on that same uncomfortable gravel right now, Loki released a warm puff of air and watched the condensation make it visible despite the darkness. It's getting colder. Time passed and Loki spent all his time looking up at the door throughout the night. Countless thoughts passed by his mind as he thought of everything he had so far. But how does one even fight a uniqueness as a Sequence 9? How does one fight being flung off into the cosmos as a Sequence 9? Loki sat there, pondering the same questions with his hands around his knees, stuffed into his sleeves to conserve heat as he strained his neck to remain vigilant of the door dropping any further. Night slowly turned into day, and Loki, not having slept in a while, sank into the comfortable coolness of the rock around him while the rays of the afternoon sun wrapped around him like a blanket. Day slowly turned into night again as Loki awoke. His first instinct was to look up at the door with sharp eyes, measuring it for any changes as he watched over it carefully. No movement, yet. As it reached midnight, Loki began counting backwards once again. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Rumble. The door sank again. By a single foot. About 23 feet remaining. But Loki didn't dare move. He waited, staring at the door throughout the night before sleeping for a while in the morning and then trying to dig underneath himself once again. However, as soon as his shovel hit the gravel floor and siphoned off a bit of the gravel to sink underneath the line he'd measured earlier, he found himself back at the top of the hole. Luckily the door was still a good 8 feet above, so he didn't have to worry about touching it, yet. So he only undid his digging before sitting calmly in his pit. Night passed again. Another foot. 22 feet remaining, 7 feet from the top of the hole. It's gotten colder still. Loki felt a comfortable chill during the nights now. Enough to make him want something to cover himself with. A couple of days passed once again as the situation turned for the worse. 20 feet remaining. The chill had now made Loki feel uncomfortable even during the day. He didn't know if it was real, or if he was simply hallucinating things, but he felt he could hear a strange wailing at the edge of his senses. He didn't know what it was, and given his incorruptible body and mind he tried paying attention to it, but he failed. The sound was too far away, for now. A few days rolled away with Loki in his pit. Too cold. Loki thought. He couldn't speak anymore since his lips were so dry, the water in his pouch had long since finished. There was now frost during the day on the upper walls of the pit. White flakes often drifted down during the day like winter snow. Touching them often brought him closer to hearing the wailings of the people beyond. There were several questions, but Loki neither had the energy to come up with them nor answer them. Loki blinked his eyes, only to find that days had already passed again. His body was covered in a dense pile of those white flakes from before, preventing the rays of the sun from embracing him. Constant wails assaulted his ears, but they seemed merely like background noise now. They were much louder than before, but still couldn't be communicated with. Loki's frozen eyelids pained to keep open as he stared at the walls of the pit that had become fully encased in ice. His broken reflection showed in a few unnatural mirrors that had spontaneously formed in them. But even they were covered when the days rolled by and the snow covered him fully. Loki had only a single hole above his eye. 6 feet. 10. Loki whispered soundlessly as he pushed himself. His skin, a deathly blue, twisted as his fingers scraped the icy walls. 8. Loki whispered as he took the first step counterclockwise with great struggle in the narrow pit. His blackened lips moved after much effort, prying apart with skin ripping itself as blood flowed. It was faint, but among the loudest wails, one could hear the faint, tender voice of a child, the immortal lord of the universe for blessings. 6. Loki whispered as his body tilted for the second step, his leg slipped as his skin was pulled away, but he managed to stay awake. The Sky Lord of Heaven and the universe for blessings. 4. Loki whispered as he took the third step, his body turning numb as he began to feel the result of exerting his body on fumes. The wailing forced him awake, if only to wish it were turned off. The exalted Thearch of Heaven and the universe for blessings. 2. Loki whispered, hoarsely as his throat felt like the driest of deserts, taking the final step. His leg lifted as his body twisted to complete the step while his lips moved to finish the final chant. The celestial worthy of heaven and the universe for blessings. Rumble. The world around Loki reached an incomprehensible still at that moment. The door that had slipped down by a foot again touched his head. The wails that had turned into roars reached their crescendo. The chill that laid an eternal rest on all that it came in contact with singed Loki with burns. His eyes slowly flickered away their light. Only, at the very edge of death, a different roar echoed in Loki's ears. And this roar extended not just to his mind, but to the very universe itself. For a second the Beyonders in the entire universe stilled, maddened or otherwise. True gods trembled. And great old ones added to the wails as their bodies tore away. The universe itself felt like it was being rearranged. The cosmos that held recognizable constellations suddenly became incomprehensible. The suns that existed in the wide cold of darkness erupted in a blast of fire and light. Space bent in strange ways, giving way into the abyss. Minds lost their strength and collapsed in on themselves as the darkness in their heart split up into a multitude of personas leading to madness. And Loki, who was nearly dead, felt a strange sensation grip his soul as it dragged him through what felt like a cacophony of torturous wails that nearly exploded his eardrums. Crimson light flooded his vision. And before he knew it, he was thrust upon what felt like an untouched marble floor surrounded by an eerie gray fog that swept over it like a rug. Loki barely comprehended what was around him before collapsing into an unconscious slumber. Chapter 526, The Fool's Gambit, Immunity. Loki woke up with a soft flutter in his eyelids. His arms trembled as he strenuously pushed himself up and began to observe his surroundings with a stern gaze. So it worked after all. He tried waving his hands in an attempt to interact with the gray fog blanketing his legs on the floor while patiently sitting in the silence enveloping his surroundings. It feels like running your hands through a thick mist for some reason. After messing about for a few more seconds, Loki finally stopped and mumbled out loud. Who would have thought that redirecting the honorific names to what I assume was the original creator would work to allow me to access the Sapphire Castle? Did it work because the spherotes haven't split from his body yet? Loki felt a slight chill at the thought that he involuntarily mumbled out while looking all around him, waiting for an old man to pop up and say that he was Santa Claus. Have I entered his body now then? Loki tried to concentrate on the vague memories of the final moments of the incident but didn't get any important clues directly. All I remember was that there was a large amount of wailing in agony. What happened to the door anyway? Loki had a simple plan to escape from the door that was about to touch him. If he couldn't fight the door directly given his ridiculously low sequence, and would get teleported away into the cosmos upon touching it, why couldn't he just make the door fight the spherotes pulling force on his spirit body instead? Surely a uniqueness would lose against a spherote. Loki's looking around stopped abruptly when he noticed a glass door standing calmly at a distance. For a second he felt afraid about walking closer to it, but after realizing that the grey fog seemed to have frozen it stiff from fear, he calmed down and walked up to it. Even after walking towards it, Loki still didn't carelessly touch it. Instead he wrapped up a bit of the grey fog around his hands like simple mittens before he carefully brushed them against the glass surface of the door. From southwest up close, Loki spotted the various motifs on the door that seamlessly flowed across its various dimensions. Stars glimmered from inside it as if trapped in an endless space held between the frames. Planets and asteroids seemed to form rings around the stars, creating a garland of pearls that slowly circled the sources of light. However, that was not the end. Almost as soon as Loki touched the door with the grey fog wrapped around his hands, the entire picture shifted, and instead of the outer cosmos being visible through its glass was a space that gave off an eerie sense of familiarity to Loki. The spirit world. Spirits big and small all traveled around, unbeknownst to the gaze of a being beyond their comprehension tracking their every move. So depending on what touches the door, it shows me a method to travel anywhere into that dimension. Loki pulled his hand back and the door remained frozen in its spirit world configuration, making him wonder for a second about how it had gotten stuck in the cosmos before it found him. Did it do that itself? Probably, since I didn't see anyone else in the area around it. Or maybe they were teleported into the cosmos and I stole the door from them before they could come back. Almost as soon as Loki thought the sentence, he felt something crack inside his body as a familiar feeling of warmth spread across his entire being. So I did steal it. But who'd want to go into the cosmos? Willingly. Feeling his potion fully digested but without any answer to his second question, Loki could only remain silent in his speculations. But how am I even immune to the corruption from the original creator? Loki mumbled out loud while staring at the door. The modified honorific name was supposed to be directed towards the original creator since only he can be the lord of the entire universe. That was the only option I had at the time since I'd already confirmed that the spherotes hadn't split from him, which meant that as long as I invoked his name, there was a good chance that by the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics, I would be attracted to the lord of the mystery spherote, the Sapphire Castle, which could be used to fight away the influence of the door. But there was always the risk of becoming corrupted and reawakening the will of the original creator inside my body if I did that. Only, I seemed to be immune to corruption even from him for some reason. Loki shivered involuntarily before sighing and thinking if he could use the door to locate the original creator's body or something and then talk to him about potentially sending him back to his original world or something similar, but shook his head. I can't take the risk because there could be some reason that the original creator didn't realize my presence originally and can actually still corrupt me through some way. After all, I still have to digest every potion I take and I don't get free digestion. So even though I have some immunity to corruption, there should be a reason I still have to digest the potions regardless. With his mind set, Loki looked around the Sapphire Castle for a while, pondering if he should start the Tarot Club to learn more about this new world before quickly shaking his head again. I don't even properly know the state of the world and if there are even any strong beyonders that are not wonderful right now. It'd only be an unnecessary risk to bring someone here that could be stronger than me in every way. I might not have Klein's luck in that regard. And so, Loki did the only thing left to do. He broke his connection with the Sapphire Castle and let his spirit body sink back into the real world, going through a healthy dose of wailings in the crimson light that engulfed his sight before landing back in his body safe and sound. Oh, I'm fully healed. In spite of not having taken his body into the Sapphire Castle, Loki found it to be fully healed for some bizarre reason. Someone just happened to stumble upon me in this pit and then healed me out of the kindness of their heart. Yeah, right dash. Loki's words froze as he looked up into the night sky. There high above, instead of the familiar white moon that usually hung around like a bulb in the night sky, was an unfamiliar crimson. What the hell? Did I awaken the original creator and cause all the spherotes to be taken away from their respective great old ones? Wait, is that why he didn't pay attention to me because every other great old one turned on him at once? Loki's blood chilled even though the unfamiliar icy chill of the door's uniqueness had long vanished, replaced by a familiar spring warmth. What have I done? Hermione looked at their new mission with some distaste. Are you all right, Mione? Daphne asked softly, holding her friend's hand gently. Yeah, but it's all just a bit mental, isn't it? Daphne remained silent for only a second before nodding. Yeah, it is. I thought we'd be assigned to the front lines too. But what about you? Why do you have to come with us? Hermione asked, turning towards her friend. The Ministry doesn't have bad blood with your family, does it? Daphne shook her head. It's not that simple. It's more about Fudge not wanting to offend the Malfoys since they usually hold most of the palm-greasing money. The Greengrass family only pays the Ministry enough to keep their seat and not anything more, well usually at least. Hermione nodded, showing her understanding before whispering, we won't be reading anything too dangerous, will we? Oh, come on Meoni, you don't need to be so scared. You advanced to sequence 6 scrolls professor recently didn't you? That means you're stronger than most Beyonders out there then. And given that I will be by your side, you don't need to worry about being corrupted by a single thing. But Hermione looked at Daphne with slightly comically teary eyes as she spoke hastily, it's not myself I'm worried about, it's Ron. He's so dumb that he's barely able to follow orders in the potions book straight. I performed a divination yesterday and learnt that in the upcoming mission, he'll be the one in most danger because of the books. Daphne frowned at this, lightly, but frowned nonetheless before she spoke, how did you divine that? My last divination showed me that our next mission will be smooth and without any troubles. Huh. Hermione looked genuinely confused at the disagreement. Wait, let me perform the divination again and then you can see for yourself. Daphne looked confused for a second but nodded nonetheless, waiting as Hermione let the topaz pendulum swing out of her sleeve before she began whispering the lines she wanted to divine about, only. Daphne almost instantly grabbed Hermione's hands and stopped her with a strict whisper. Hermione. What happened? Hermione asked, slightly confused and partly disoriented because her divination was suddenly stopped. Where did you get this pendulum? Daphne explained her question while gripping the chain dangling from Hermione's arm tightly, preventing it from swinging. I don't remember. Hermione said softly, I think it was a gift. During Christmas. From someone. With each word Hermione's eyes only trembled further as did Daphne's, who spoke quietly. Let go of the pendulum, Hermione, I think it is cursed. But Hermione refused, almost instantly grabbing onto it like it was her lifeline. No. No, I don't know what it is, but I have this feeling that I can't part with it. The two girls looked into each other's eyes for a few seconds as several thoughts rushed past their heads. Each flurry or explosion of thoughts could be simplified however to a single question. Was Hermione's spiritual intuition warning her that the pendulum was to be trusted, or was it the pendulum tricking her into believing that it was to be trusted? The strenuous silence was only broken however when Daphne placed forth a new question, can you at least let me examine the item, Meoni? Hermione closed her eyes, her mind rushing past several thoughts and questions in the moment before she opened them again and spoke calmly. You can, but please don't take it out of my sight, I have this feeling that, as long as the pendulum is away from me, something terrible will happen. Daphne nodded, gulping audibly before gently slipping the silver topaz pendulum out of Hermione's hands. They placed it on a desk in the empty classroom and began to quietly examine it from all angles. There are runes meaning connection carved into the links. Hermione noted while Daphne spoke of her own observation, spiritually, the pendulum reflects a bizarre state of balance between good luck and misfortune. With their preliminary examination finishing, both leaned in closer to get a better view of their object of observation. Hermione wrapped the chain in a blanket of her spirituality as she observed the runes that shimmered to the surface because of that, while Daphne's eyes rolled into the back of her head as she lazily held her hand above the chain, keeping it as still as a calm lake. Just as they were about to study the chain with more precision however, there was a sudden knock on their classroom door. Miss Granger. Shit. Both Hermione and Daphne thought at the same time as they quickly stuffed the silver topaz pendulum into Hermione's sleeve before she spoke up rather normally, completely hiding the fact that she had just been experimenting with a Beyonder item of unknown origins. Yes, Professor McGonagall. Daphne hung back while Hermione quickly opened the door as she looked outside, except, both the girls froze as soon as the door was opened. But dash. Hermione's voice got caught in her throat as she looked at Daphne only to have the same confusion reflected back at her. Where's Professor McGonagall? I don't know. Daphne mumbled out before grabbing Hermione's hand and dragging themselves towards the deputy headmistress's office. They knocked politely on the door and when they heard the professor's rather surprised voice from the other side asking them to enter, they rushed inside. You called us, Professor? Hermione asked immediately without regard for her breathlessness from rushing all the way here. McGonagall frowned in confusion before shaking her head. No, Miss Granger, I did not. She paused for a second as her eyes turned deeper, clearly examining the two students in front of her with spirit vision before she stopped and asked back, have you been caught up in a prank by the twins perhaps? Hermione and Daphne looked at each other, and decided to keep the pendulum a secret for now before they laughed slightly and pretended to have been caught in an embarrassing situation. McGonagall didn't make things awkward and spoke quickly, I was just about to go out looking for you girls, your mission assignment has changed slightly due to sudden circumstances. Oh. Hermione asked softly, her arm trembling slightly as she looked at the letter McGonagall was holding. Do either of you know someone named Dominic Shacklebolt? His father has been cursed by a strange book about an evil god. Which god, if I may ask, Professor? Someone called Mr. Error. Harry looked at the two straw dolls in front of himself with slight unease. Why are you looking so guilty? It's not your fault we ended up like this. It's all that Slimy Git's fault. One of the dolls attempted to shout, but given its small form, it sounded more like a squeak. Harry bit his lips to hold his laughter back, making him look funny as the other straw doll finally bent over and broke into a fit of undying laughter. Haha, James, you sound like a bird. It's obviously that Slimy Git's fault. He was the one that gave me this body. Stop. Stop. Don't speak anymore. I can't hold it in, I might break out of this straw doll. Look, even Harry's barely holding it in. No one was born to stop the great me. Doll James finally exclaimed while striking a strongman pose which finally broke Harry's resolve as he too burst out laughing. The two straw dolls shared a glance before quickly rushing up and climbing onto Harry's shoulders. Didn't expect you to become a Sequence 4 demigod so soon. James said softly while pressing onto Harry's cheek with his boneless hands. Harry giggled again before shaking his head and explaining, it was all mostly possible because Professor Dumbledore helped me so much. Oh. The headmaster did. Lily interjected from the side, seemingly interested in this new piece of information. I thought, Snape. Professor Snape. No way, all he's done since I've come to the school is find newer reasons to take points away from Gryffindor because of me. He once even took points away because apparently you can't bring library books out of the school for some reason. Lily's voice turned into a low growl that sent a dangerous feeling in both the boys by her side. But almost immediately it was replaced by a chirpy voice, then let's go thank the headmaster for taking care of you all this time. Harry laughed a little lightheartedly as he spoke, sure. I had to meet him anyway since I think I've come close to digesting my Sequence 4 Demon Hunter potion. As Harry quickly put on a sweater from Mrs. Weasley because of how cold it was outside the dormitory, he explained where he'd gotten it from to his mother. So the Weasleys helped you all this time? I thought you lived with Dumbledore. James asked, confused. Oh, no, I live with the Dursleys. The Dursleys? Lily asked with even more confusion. You don't know them, Mum? Harry asked, confused before assuming that Aunt Petunia had married after his parents passed away. Aunt Petunia married Vernon Dursley. Except both James and Lily looked at each other in confusion before looking back at Harry as Lily asked, Petunia? Who's that? Harry's eyes suddenly widened with shock. What? Loki looked around himself with slight confusion as he pondered about where he would go next. Should I just pick a random direction and travel that way and let the convergence of Beyonder characteristics lead me to the next sequence ingredients? Loki thought about it for a while before shaking his head. No, that's too risky since I don't know who or even what I'll encounter in the time I'm waiting. But can I do something better? Loki thought about it and then quickly performed the original Creator Sapphira Castle ritual to enter the spheroid where he moved towards the glass door he had as a part of himself that he touched after wrapping his hand in the grey fog. Loki then used cogitation to focus his mind, spirit and body before he spoke calmly as if he were performing a divination. The location of the Beyonder characteristics for my next sequence, Swindler. The picturesque scene in the door of the spirit world remained bolted for a few moments before it jittered and dissolved to reveal a new scenario, one of a men adventuring. So that is the person who has my next Beyonder characteristics. Only, as soon as Loki thought so, he found the scene within the door changing rapidly. Two more people soon met up with the men in the dead of the night, causing him to pause and begin speaking to them with smiles of joy as he seemed to explain something of importance. The two other men looked at each other with some wariness, before nodding and accepting the strangely jovial men on their journey towards their village. It didn't take long after that a massacre occurred. The jovial man was a swindler. Not the kind that swindled you out of your money, but of the kind that could manipulate his appearance to swindle you out of your life. The man was a man-eating chameleon. And it ate up everyone inside the village during the night when they were all asleep. So a swindling killer then. Loki shivered a little after seeing the carnage that remained once the swindler was done with killing everyone in the village. It made him feel a deep sense of disparity between their abilities, their methodologies, and above all their skill. While Loki could have achieved the same outcome, he knew at his level he, at the very least, needed the help of an external distraction to keep everyone busy while he took them out one by one. But his current enemy seemed to have been able to do it without any distractions in a matter of minutes. Everything was quick, efficient and soundless. The swindler first took out any babies that could wake up their parents due to sounds, then any children that might wake up randomly, and finally the parents who were sound asleep. He did so while moving from house to house, tiptoeing across ledges, walking acrobatically on the thinnest of beams while using his superior physical strength to perform the most riskiest of leaps through windows to arrive at his destinations. It was as if the swindler had swindled the silence of the night into making no noise regardless of what he did. Even Loki remained silent throughout. His hands trembled as he tried to figure out what he could do to help. But nothing came to mind immediately. Even if he risked touching the door right now and teleporting directly to the location of the view in the door, he wasn't sure if his body would be brought along with him. And without his body moving with him, he couldn't do much in the real world, let alone warning anyone about the tragedy headed their way. Finally, after the last of the people in the village were killed, Loki simply closed his eyes and returned to the world outside the Sapphire Castle. Inside the familiar pit he'd carved into the earth. What do I do? It's been a long time since I've written in my diary, but here I am. I don't really remember why I stopped writing in this book. My last diary entry is about me going on an urgent mission to Nocturne Alley at the end of my 4th year. Did something happen back then for me to stop writing? I don't really know. Perhaps I was just a little too busy. Anyway, the reason I've started writing again is because of 2 important reasons. First, because we're going on a new important mission at the end of today. Apparently our senior, Dominic Shacklebolt's father has been taken hostage by a cursed book. We're going to head towards the area he is currently held captive to rescue him by helping in studying the book while other experienced unspeakables make sure that the book doesn't cause an even greater problem as we study its abilities. Ron and Harry, however, will be sent out of the country for a while, apparently to curtail dissent among the general populace that have been fighting each other because of the provocations of various devils who wait for their deaths to harvest their souls. But the second and more important reason for me starting to write in my diary again is because I want to digest my potion. I was surprised when I drank the potion and almost immediately digested more than half of it. According to Professor McGonagall, that was because of pre-acting. A term used to describe a state where someone fulfilled the acting conditions of a potion before even consuming it. Professor McGonagall thought it was because of my habit of helping everyone with their studies like a professor and studying advanced knowledge scrolls and tomes in the library. As such, to improve the digestion of my potion, I'm taking to the role of a scribe, writing down anything of importance and recording all that I see to improve my chances of digesting my potion faster. Apart from all that, for some reason, I feel a strange sense of stuffiness recently whenever I think about him. It almost feels like he has changed. I don't know why I feel that way, since I've never known him personally, but it does feel different. Either way, I should go to sleep now since I should be in perfect condition for the evening. If Dominic's parents have been targeted, will mine be too? What do you mean by that, Professor? How can they simply forget about it? How can Mom just forget her sister? Dumbledore stroked his beard gently as he spoke in a measured tone. I do not know much about the ritual or magic to resurrect the dead by binding their souls to mediums. Perhaps their memories were lost when they lost their Beyonder characteristics after death. After all, plenty of living can vouch for their connections before they died. Lily looked at Dumbledore with suspicion while James held his chin and spoke in a slightly confused voice, so Snape did something to us. Oh, come on, James. Don't blame Severus for everything. Lily kicked his shin. Harry, however, had his own worries. Were the people in front of him still the same people he should have known? Were they really the souls of his mom and dad, or just an amalgamation of remnants from the wand that took their lives? Just as his mind was about to fall into a deathly spiral, he felt a calming sensation pass over him, causing him to look at Dumbledore in confusion. Don't mistake imagination for reality, Harry. Harry's eyes widened slightly before he calmly nodded, waiting for any new instructions Dumbledore might have for him. Perfect. I require you to help Professor Snape on his next mission. Professor Snape? Harry asked, slightly worried, thinking back to the annoying glare he'd faced when Lily told Snape that she'd like to be with Harry for now. Yes, Harry, Professor Snape. With this mission, you can finish digesting your potion and finally advance to Sequence 3 Silver Knight. Harry nodded and stayed silent to allow Dumbledore to explain. Internally, however, he felt jubilant. He'd heard from Hermione how few people had actually crossed the threshold of Sequence 4 in the Beyonder world, since even Hogwarts professors had mostly only reached Sequence 3. This mission will require you to hunt down the rogue Death Eaters and devils on the front lines. Professor Snape will decide your targets, while you will help him reach those targets so that they can either be turned to our side or at least deemed unfit for further contributions on either side. This should be the fastest way for you to digest whatever is left of your potion. Harry nodded and, after getting Professor Snape's location from Dumbledore, set off towards the dungeons to meet the Bat. You must fulfill my wish now, Severus, for I have yours. Kneeling in front of an altar depicting the moon, Snape remained bowed with his eyes closed, paying attention to the feminine voice ringing lightly at the edge of his ears. What can I do? Snape asked calmly without any arguments. He will have an opportunity to revive soon. And to do so, he'll need an opportune moment of distraction. Snape asked, slightly confused. He is my benefactor and also yours. The voice replied back. Snape, still puzzled, nodded nonetheless before asking once again, what level of distraction must I create? The voice on the other end paused for a few seconds before speaking up. All you have to do is to make sure that the true gods of each pathway on the planet don't realize the true source of the originator of chaos in the coming times. Originator of chaos? Snape asked again, slightly puzzled. Times have already shifted in his favor. And so the river of all life will move towards his pointed direction. The only thing we can do is to prevent anyone else from recognizing his presence. Snape tried to decipher the contents of the vague prophecy-like words he had just been fed, but failed rather easily since he had never heard of someone referred to as the originator of chaos in mysticism. A sharp knock disturbed his conversation, however, which led him to quickly clear up the altar and move back to his desk, from where he flicked his wand to pull open the door in between him and his guest. Yes? Snape asked softly, with a rather clearly annoyed expression when he saw Harry and his two parents riding on his shoulders. Professor Dumbledore wanted me to hand you this letter, Harry said, giving the letter to Snape and patiently waiting in the shadowy dungeon. Snape read the letter once over as the feminine voice from before spoke into his mind. You can use this to create chaos and distract everyone from the true source. What about those on the Arbiter pathway? Snape asked back. Leave them to me. Loki looked back at the door in front of him. His mind wandered over the different ways he could take out the swindler in front of him, but all such thoughts eventually ended with the same conclusion: as long as I can't touch him, I can't do any damage. But if I can, then I might be able to end him before he knows anything about it. Loki finally broke out of cogitation and then performed another pseudo-divination to test his information. The current location of my body. Loki repeated the statement 7 times before the door changed its location back to the pit where his body was. After the image in the glass door stabilized, Loki got rid of the gray fog and quickly brushed his ethereal spirit body hand over the door's surface. The world spun around him for a second before he vanished and reappeared outside the Sapphira Castle, right at the location of his body, which was standing in the final counterclockwise step it had taken to enter the Sapphira Castle. Loki tried pulling away the leather water bottle and managed to unclip it from his belt, but anything heavier proved to be a Sisyphean task for him. So I can at most carry around a few hundred grams from one place to another. Can I take things back to the Sapphira Castle? Loki held the leather watercan close to himself and promptly tugged on the vague feeling of belonging he had inside the Sapphira Castle and found himself inside it, right in front of the glass door. Loki looked at the leather watercan in his hands and mumbled softly, "Okay. I can teleport back into the castle and bring items along with me. So this is just a better version of the Klein self-prayer teleportation ritual, since it allows me to travel to anywhere I can divine about. But how do I take the swindler out with all this?" Loki looked at the setup around him as a simple but efficient plan popped up inside his mind. I can do that. That'll be easy and still allow me to extricate myself if things go wrong somehow. I only need to be able to lower his guard by letting him sleep, and then once he's sound asleep simply stab his neck and kill him as soon as possible. Once that is done, I just take the beyonder characteristics that form and leave the place none the wiser. And so began Loki's strenuous plan to stalk the swindler that was going around looting the random people he'd killed in a random village. And by the end of the night, Loki found himself with the most perfect opportunity to get the swindler. He's taking a rest after having looted the village. Loki noticed after the swindler dropped a bag filled with valuables in the messy undergrowth of a particularly thick bush near which he set up a short camp and fell asleep after a night of hard work. Loki took a deep breath in and quietly returned to the real world himself. He'd gathered enough information about the swindler's habits to know exactly how he would move in case he sensed danger, which was why Loki was currently grabbing the spoils of his earlier fight in the forest, the Sequence 7 Nightmare Beyonder characteristics that he had sealed inside a small pouch. Loki reappeared inside the Sapphira Castle and quickly teleported to the site of the swindler sleeping peacefully. As soon as he did, Loki poured in a ton of spirituality into the Beyonder characteristic he was holding, causing everyone in its vicinity to fall into a simple dream, including Loki. However, only Loki knew for a fact that the scene in front of him was currently a dream, and so Loki exploited it ruthlessly. Almost as soon as the dream began, Loki appeared in front of the swindler and attacked his head with a rock with all his strength. Hearing the noise and the strong sense of danger, the swindler's eyes snapped open as he analyzed the situation quickly before rolling out of the way of the rock falling on his face. In the next immediate moment, the swindler grabbed a fistful of dust and tossed it at Loki in the dark, causing him to forcibly close his eyes, which further allowed the swindler to speak quickly, "Allowing me to kill you is in your best interests." The words, as nonsensical as they seemed, made perfect sense to Loki in that moment as he froze up with a glaze covering his eyes as he allowed the swindler to walk up to him and stab him in his guts. The knife would have stabbed his guts had Loki truly been there with his real body. But he was currently only a spirit through whom physical attack simply phased through, and since it was all a dream, Loki had the perfect chance to counterattack as soon as the dream was broken. The swindler, still reveling in his joy of overthrowing his attacker, missed the fact that the real attacker was right in front of him and was completely unharmed all this time. So with a plainly open view of the swindler's front, Loki jabbed his sharp knife into his neck and twisted it open for blood to flow out in hordes. The swindler quickly grabbed his neck, hoping to stop the jarring destruction of his body, but even before he could try and take a fresh gulp of air, he choked on his own blood and collapsed to the floor. A puddle of blood formed underneath his head as the man twitched for a few seconds before going into a permanent rest. Loki stared at the dead man calmly. His breathing was slightly uneven because of having used so much spirituality to keep up the dream, but other than that, Loki's eyes only stared at the spot the Swindler Beyonder characteristic was forming soundlessly. Only 8 more sequences until I become a true god, and only 1 more after that to become a great old one and a pillar. Maybe after that I could even accommodate the God Almighty pathway since I'm immune to corruption for some reason. Could I become the original creator myself? Chapter 527, The Fool's Gambit, Spirits. Loki looked down at the corpse of the latest Mad Beyonder from the error pathway he'd killed. How many does that make it? 10. 12. Loki waited patiently for the Beyonder characteristics to form before he quietly whisked it away with himself into the Sapphire Castle. Before leaving, however, Loki left behind a short mark on the forest floor using the blood of his enemy. All praise Mr. Error. Once inside the Sapphire Castle, he patiently shattered the Beyonder characteristics and let it reform by placing it in a crucible made out of the grey fog with the door pathway uniqueness spinning inside it like a blade. All this had become a routine over the past few months for him. He had finished digesting his swindler potion long ago by simply swindling a few of his enemies into becoming his prey, while also swindling some of his enemies into conspiring against each other without realizing that he was the manipulator behind the scenes. What he was doing now was overdosing on the swindler potion and also the marauder potion, all in preparation for sequence 3 when he would be able to create avatars for himself. Of course, not all of these Beyonder characteristics were pure. Most were mixed in with non-adjacent sequences, and some were mixed in with corruption from outer gods who had landed in the solar system after the original creator had momentarily woken up due to convergence. But Loki had learned to purify them rather easily by simply tossing them at the door pathway uniqueness so that it would slowly chip away at the corruption and seal it away before teleporting it to a random spot in the universe. Loki could use the corruption to hurt his enemies and destabilize their mental condition, but he already had a metric ton of them stored in the form of runes hovering around him at all times after he simply used steel on them. At this point, he was rather afraid of one of those runes undoing itself at some random point and causing his death not by simply corrupting him, since he was immune to that, but by alerting an outer god of his presence. It was also why he'd taken to tossing the corruption away by blessing random spots in the universe with it so that the convergence of the Lord of the Mysteries pathways did its trick and affected all the nearby Beyonders. With all of it set, Loki returned to his physical body which was residing in the hollow of a tree protected by a spiritual wall sealing him inside it. God, is there a god or goddess out there that I can simply pray to for good food? Loki was tired of eating plainly cooked meat with the faintest hint of spices since he'd finished almost all of his stock in the last couple of months. It was bearable in the first few weeks, but once things settled into a routine of hunting down his targets, food, his only source of entertainment in this monotonous life, became the target of his frustrations. Oh. I know. Loki quickly performed the original creator worthy of heaven and universe ritual before reappearing in the Sapphire Castle where he paused the door uniqueness's job of reforming his Beyonder characteristics and called it for a divination. Loki placed his hand over it before using cogitation to focus his mind and perform a divination. The place where I can get spices for my food. Loki repeated the statement 7 times before opening his eyes to look at the result. Only, what he saw nearly burnt his eyes into oblivion. Agig. The hell? Loki shut his eyes and quickly enclosed the door in a walled box of the grey fog before using some more of the grey fog to heal the burns on his spirit body. Except, the sight he had just witnessed hadn't just burnt his skin. Instead it had quietly burnt new information into his mind that he didn't quite like. Eternal blazing sun. Inextinguishable light. Embodiment of order. God of all growing life. Guardian of holy plight. The witness of contracts. But Loki didn't have the time to study the new information that had just been fused into his mind without his consent. Instead he had to be more worried about the true god that was literally trying to reform inside the Sapphire Castle by casting his rays through the grey fog and using it to teleport into the castle wherever his light touched. However, the process that should have taken mere moments to occur because of the speed and power of a true god, happened in seconds because of the interference of the Sapphire Castle itself. Seconds that gave Loki crucial time to counterattack with the only weapon in his arsenal. Almost instantly, as soon as the eternal blazing sun stepped into the Sapphire Castle, Loki bombarded him with all the collective corruption that he had turned into runes until now. Of course, not all the runes reached the men. Most burnt up as soon as the sun god himself appeared in front of them, while others couldn't make it past the first phase of his glamoring defense. Even without thinking much, Loki knew he needed to create an opening for a breakthrough. And so he churned the grey fog itself, something that had remained dormant until now, strictly plain defense, and turned it into a weapon. A torrent of the grey fog rushed down below, piercing through the air like a spear as it struck its target with force he could never imagine. For a moment or so, since the eternal blazing sun failed to recognize his current location, he appeared confused and bewildered about a mere sequence 8 Beyonder having an authority that was greater than himself. Enough to damage even the great him. And Loki took full advantage of that bewilderment. Almost in a second, Loki slammed the rest of the corruption runes that he had on him, throwing it with all his might into the grey fog that had created a dense gap in the eternal blazing sun's defenses by causing it to focus on fighting off the grey fog instead. Not even a second later, the corruptions became fully rooted in his body, causing an inarguable amount of pain to a true god as his sanity was chipped away almost instantly because of the introduction of the wills of several other outer deities. The rest was simple. Loki just used the grey fog to spear the eternal blazing sun and killed him without remorse. As the spirit of the eternal blazing sun faded away, leaving behind a mass of beyonder characteristics, uniqueness, and mystical items and materials, Loki collapsed to the floor. His spirit body was cooked. For every second he'd spent in front of the true god, Loki had been bombarded with all sorts of electromagnetic rays that had turned his skin a shade of black deeper than charcoal. His brain seemed to have stopped working a long time ago, but his instincts of survival seemed to have survived. And so, through all the pain and numbness, Loki directed the grey fog to nourish his spirit body so that he could live again. Sprawled out on the floor, Loki was afraid to return to the real world. Will there no longer be a sun outside? The question was only rhetorical since Loki knew the answer to it. But Loki didn't know the answer to a different question that had been troubling him for the last few hours as he healed from the miraculous win of his previous fight. Will I be able to take down the current high-sequence beyonders of the era pathway if I do the same thing to them? My lord, I failed to find the location of his sister. I'm ready to accept any corrections for failing the task. Gehrman Sparrow said solemnly, keeping his head bowed while kneeling gracefully. Mr. Error looked down at his subordinate and resisted the urge to plunge his hand into his subordinate's gut because this one was the only one that remained after the final battle of the fourth epoch. A battle in which he had finally regained his freedom after the everlasting torture as a mere remnant he had to undergo at the hands of his captor. Unfortunately, his captor had chosen to sacrifice himself fully, which caused him to lose his body once again and be forced to be turned into a will that haunted him through his rebirth. Who knew, however, that the next chance came only a couple thousand years later when his foolish captor would try and forcibly raise his sequence to sequence 3, especially when he had planted a fake sequence 4 beyonder characteristic for his captor to consume earlier that was filled purely with his will. But now that he had finally returned, after a fight that had lasted 3 epochs, how was it that he couldn't find the one thing that he needed to get rid of to make sure that his captor never returned? Was this all a part of his plan too? An involuntary shiver spread across Mr. Error's spine as he clenched his fist to keep control. He could have simply spoken with distasteful anger at this point, but he knew just how bizarre his thoughts were, and so he turned to Gehrman Sparrow and spoke calmly, "Keep looking. Let me know as soon as you find her." With that done, Gehrman Sparrow took his seat back at the seat for Mr. World as Mr. Error raised his hand to start the tarot club today. Figures appeared one by one, bathed in a crimson light that faded away gradually before allowing them to see around themselves. Miss Magician was the first one to get up from her seat as she curtsied and spoke gracefully, "Greetings, Mr. Error." After receiving positive acknowledgement from him in the form of a nod, Miss Magician moved on to the other members. "Mr. Star is missing today as well?" Hermione asked casually, causing Mr. World to speak up in response. He said he was performing a mission he had received from the true god of his pathway, which is why he is busy. The words caused a slight rumble through the members of the Tarot Club. Especially Mr. Moon, Severus, who was slightly confused by the implications. Is that not an offense against Mr. Error? Silence soon returned after that, however, as they remembered that they were supposed to be spreading the gospel of Mr. Error, and that was a mission from a true god anyway. Hermione, however, took things a step further. "Mr. Error is also guiding me on my door pathway journey. So in reality he is equivalent to the true god of my pathway." Mr. Error cast a glance at the thought and ignored it completely. He had already tried stealing such thoughts over the last few Tarot Club meetings, but then quickly realized that doing so would only make her think even weirder things about him. As such, Hermione was safe from his thefts. Silence reigned over the Tarot Club until Mr. Strength placed a request in front of everyone else in the group. "Does anyone know a way to get rid of a curse from a true god quickly?" There was a short silence for a minute where everyone had their own thoughts, while Hermione quickly connected it to the most recent occurrence of curses in their lives. "Is that Dominic Shacklebolt?" "No way, it can't be so coincidental." And while Hermione didn't want to expose the identity of someone a part of the same club, it seemed like Snape wasn't so keen on secrecy as he posed a rather direct question. "Is it for yourself or for someone else?" Mr. Strength paused before he spoke calmly, "For someone else." Silence spread through the club once again before Snape spoke up. "If it is for someone else, you could transfer the curse to someone else by performing a sacrificial ritual. As long as the other person is willing to take the cures in their stead, they can sacrifice themselves to take over the cures." The response was blunt, and it asked a crucial question: was Mr. Strength willing to make such a sacrifice for the other person? Could he sacrifice himself? Miss Empress, however, chimed in at this moment. "You could try praying to the primordial demoness." Mr. Strength only felt the first wave of disgust at having to contact an evil god when Hermione chimed in. "Oh. You can just use the steal spell, can't you? Since it even steals corruption." Mr. Error's fingers tightened around the armrest. he didn't want anyone using those spells since they would strengthen his remnant will and allow him to resurrect smoother if he were to try. But since he didn't steal the thought, as it was from Hermione, it was now in the open. But is it really so easy? Mr. Strength asked once again, this time looking at Mr. Error. Do I just steal it? And it'll be solved. Although the question was directed towards Mr. Error, it was Mr. World that answered it this time, no. Not really, since you're not immune to corruption, you'll have to toss the corruption you stole onto something else. And if you don't do it fast enough, you'll have to suffer the corruption instead. So the same as Mr. Moon's method? Dominic asked, slightly tired. But Hermione responded with a slight uptone to her voice, no, not really. As long as two people know the spell, they can easily ping-pong the corruption right. Everyone's eyes widened slightly at the proposal. All for reasons similar to Mr. Error, who was looking at Miss Magician with a certain sense of disbelief. When did a girl that's not even a demigod get the courage to play ping-pong with the corruption of true god? Mr. Error then tapped the table with his nails, causing everyone to fall silent as he spoke. Do not underestimate gods. Their corruption is not something that can be stolen or even transferred so easily. Hermione immediately fell silent as a blush colored her cheeks pink. So that leaves me with just Mr. Moon and Miss Empress's methods. Dominic asked patiently, once again looking at Mr. World. Mr. World spoke up at that point. Yes, those should be the only methods one can use to deal with the corruption of a true god. However, if a true god's corruption has left you alive all this time, it usually means that the true god wants something from you. If you can give them that thing, then the curse could be lifted naturally. Dominic fell silent at that and nodded quietly before settling into his seat comfortably once again. Breaking this silence was Mr. Moon, who raised a question for Mr. Error to answer. My lord, I fulfilled the last mission you handed over to me well. Is it possible that I ask for a reward in return right now? Mr. Error tapped his nails on the edge of the table before nodding. You may. Snape then spoke rather hurriedly. My lord, I'd like for you to cure the corruption on the goddess of my pathway. Everyone instantly became dumbfounded. Partly because it was an old request from Mr. Moon, about helping the goddess of his pathway, which Mr. Error seemed to have failed to complete until now. And partly also because Mr. Error had just told them that corruption from true gods wasn't to be dealt with so carelessly. Mr. Error himself at this moment seemed rather annoyed and surprised as he studied everyone's thoughts rapidly. What gave him, as a mere sequence 5, the audacity to promise someone that he could help the true god of their pathway with corruption from an outer deity? How did he even think that saving someone from corruption induced by her was possible? Is it possible? Am I missing something here? Seeing Mr. Error fall into a short silence, everyone looked at him with patience as they all entertained their own possibilities for the scenario. Is this task beyond Mr. Error? Hermione questioned, her unfaltering, unbending image of Mr. Error faltering ever so slightly the longer Mr. Error took to respond. Eventually, however, he did respond, causing everyone to look at him with full attention. It is possible. Mr. Error finally said, but I will need to prepare the sacrifice of a true god for it, which will take me some time to do. How about picking this matter back up during the next meeting? Snape's eyes widened, as did everyone else's. Sacrifice another true god. In just a month. And so Mr. Error's reputation in the Tarot Club grew further than it ever had. Even Mr. World seemed surprised by Mr. Error's declaration, as his posture beamed an esoteric sense of pride and confidence. But only Mr. Error truly knew that his plan was rather simple. It was to sacrifice the Hanged Man and make him die after taking the curse from the Moon Goddess to fully heal her. A waste of a true god, but a sacrifice that would give me a lot more in value otherwise. It will allow me to anchor the Tarot Club members to myself rather than to him. So that in the future, when they grow strong enough, I can completely take over the identity of Mr. Error when he eventually tries to revive within me again for the last time. Hermione, on the other hand, felt something incongruent in between the images of Mr. Error in her mind and the one in front of her. Wouldn't Mr. Error have simply said that it would be done by the next Tarot Club? Or rather, why would he bother explaining the method to us? Mr. Error noticed her observation but said nothing since Dominic posed a question to Mr. Error at that moment. Mr. Error, would it be possible for you to help me cure the curse? Mr. Error turned his head to look at the boy before he explained in a deep tone, there is a great difference in power between a true god and a mere mortal, which makes it so that methods suitable for the former fatal for the latter. I understand, Mr. Error. Dominic finally said with a deep sigh. Miles away in time, in a world that had just had its disaster woken up, a beautiful lady with a head full of lush hair whose ends were snake heads opened her eyes in confusion. Where's he? He promised to meet me at noon. Why did he break his promise? Cheek could believe anyone else breaking their promises, but not the eternal blazing sun. And so after waiting for another hour, she felt like she had no other choice but to divine about his well-being. She closed her eyes and brought forth the mirrors all over the world. And out of them all, she chose only a single mirror-like reflection in the eyes of his gate guardian. Only, the moment her eyes caught the reflection in the eyes of the angel from his divine kingdom, her heart fluttered with hawk and impatience. On the white marble throne that he was so proud about, sat not the grand majestic being that rules over all light in the solar system, but the hollow, empty corpse of his shadow. Hung from his neck was a simple board written on which were the words, "All praise Mr. Error." What? The snakes on the ends of Cheek's hair hissed sharply as if echoing her surprise as she jumped from her regal throne. Being the high peak of a pathway that was deeply intertwined with mysticism, Cheek only needed a single glance to figure out who had done the unthinkable. Her followers had recently come across the same saying at several other locations, and they had divined that this was the work of a Sequence 8 beyonder of the Marauder pathway. But could a Sequence 8 have killed a true god? Cheek could not wrap her head around or believe it in any way. So, just to be sure of it, she decided to divine about it directly. After all, her enemy was supposedly just a Sequence 8. And to top it off, he had just fought against a true god. So the odds were looking to be in her favor, which meant that if she caught him at a good time, she could even take away his spoils from the fight against the sun god. With her focus set, Cheek performed a simple mirror divination. She conjured a mirror of Mercury in her palm and peered into it while simply focusing on her question. The being responsible for the death of the sun god. She did not even repeat the statement 7 times before the ripples on the mirror of Mercury settled to reveal a distant scene. The scene showed a plain gray background accompanied by the deathly throes of a dying man. And not even a second later the scene snapped as the Mercury mirror in her hands exploded into a dangerous shower that bombarded the walls of her room. Cheek was left stunned. How could a Sequence 8 do that? What was that gray fog? Was it all related to the moon turning crimson a few months ago? Was it related to his momentary awakening a few months ago? Without any answers to her questions, she chose to place the name Mr. Error at the back of her mind before cutting off all her connections to the sun god spiritually, making sure that nothing about their deal was ever known to the rest of the world before vanishing from the place altogether. Only, Loki was currently spectating the hell on earth that was currently the sun god's chambers using the door pathway uniqueness. Interesting. Half a dozen true gods had tuned in to watch the proceedings of the sun god's funeral. Loki obviously couldn't directly notice all of them since they were well hidden. But the fact still remained that he could notice the effect they all had on the spirit world. Areas where they had gathered were avoided like a plague by the rest of the spirits in the spirit world. Spirits related to light that should have been abundant in this part of the spirit world connected to the astral realm were nowhere to be found in certain sections. The only reason they would do so was likely because other great beings were imposing themselves in the area. Loki, however, took it all in calmly. His eyes scanned every bit of the world as he looked for a high sequence member of the error pathway among them. He didn't find any. Southwest He left the place in silence, continuing his routine journey from the last couple months, hunting beyonders half mad and a danger to themselves and to him so that he could increase in sequence and grow stronger. However, this time, Loki had a million other ways to kill his enemies faster, almost instantly. One of which was to subject them to the uniqueness of the sun pathway directly. A miniature Sunday purifying them of corruption wasn't an issue now either, simply bringing them closer to the sun purified it to oblivion. So he didn't have to keep tossing them at random places in the universe using the door pathway uniqueness again. As such, in only a few months, Loki had advanced to Sequence 5, and he was currently targeting a Sequence 4 that seemed to have been unaffected by any corruption, a surprise in this time of the world. A pale-looking man who had a monocle over his right eye suddenly kicked the heavy wooden table, splitting it in two as it flew over and thrashed into the wall without regard for any damage. The man looked at his right hand that was covered in a plethora of woody veins that intertwined all around the right side of his body and finally reached the monocle itself, making it seem as if the monocle had grown and fused itself into his being. How could I have known that the monocle that I've been wearing for the past year would suddenly be corrupted? It was exactly as he'd just said. He'd taken the monocle off while going to sleep, and put it on when he'd awoken, only for the monocle to reveal its suddenly corrupted nature and fuse with him through the veiny tree roots that had grown all around and through his right side. It was as if the universe had decided to corrupt the monocle or no reason at all. He had managed to stop the corruption from spreading fully and taking control of him by multiplying and creating several avatars, in a quest to create more anchors and maintain his sanity. But it had come at a heavy price. The price being that all the avatars he had created were affected too. Which meant that he had to order his older avatars to create more avatars. And to make sure that they didn't question him to take the top spot, he had to kill one of two of them to make a point. Of course, he'd used an illusion to hide his corrupted arm in the process, but it had still raised a few questions. Even still he pretended like it didn't matter before using the new avatars to stabilize himself. Only, recently, some idiot calling himself Mr. Error, the name of the sequence 0 of his pathway, was going around killing his avatars for no good reason. Suddenly, however, his eyes glazed over as a smooth smile washed over his face. So he's targeting another one of my avatars that walks alone. Then I'll get rid of him and this bizarre corruption in one go. Loki looked at his target with some curiosity. Given how much I've been hunting Beyonders from the error pathway these past few months, I assumed that they'd be taking things more seriously by this point and at least hiding themselves better. But they haven't. Or maybe this is all one elaborate setup for me. A trap of grand proportions. I don't really know what it is, but I should be safe either way since I have the uniqueness of 2 pathways and I can abort my assassinations whenever I find it risky. The only risky thing is if my enemy figures out that I'm about to end the assassination and teleport away, he steals my intention of doing so, making me stay in place in a daze. But even in that case I can just give myself the thoughts of leaving I stole from myself to continue the plan. And if he still steals all of those thoughts from me, I can have the sun pathway uniqueness appear and burn away my enemy in a suicide attack which should keep them away. With all that set up, Loki finally descended into the real world so that he could take on his target with as much efficiency as he could. Except as soon as Loki stepped into the real world, he felt his thoughts slow to an uncontrollable crawl. Parasitism. Loki mumbled, watching in slow motion as his target turned around and looked him right in the eyes. How did he know I would come right now? Divination. But I thought the Sapphire Castle would protect me from that. Not having the time to sit and play detective with his enemy, Loki almost instantly broke free of the parasitization, with the help of the sun uniqueness. But instead of completely breaking free and taking the advantage, Loki had something different in mind. Instead of simply breaking free, Loki did the next best thing. He pretended to put on a struggle just to show his enemy that he was at a disadvantage, and could easily be taken out if not for his struggle. And that seemed to have worked. His enemy stepped closer, speaking with a strange charm that Loki was supposed to find irresistible. Oh, come on, you don't need to reject your benefactor. You want to get stronger, don't you? Then I'll help you if you let me. Loki's eyes widened slightly at that. His focused eyes lost some of their shine as he paid attention to his benefactor's words keenly. Grow stronger. Loki thought softly. Of course I want that. Yes, you want that, don't you? His enemy tempted him, whispering sweet nothings into his ear as he came closer. Loki nodded, vaguely, no hint of resistance in a single cell of his body as he fell to the opponent's charm. That was when his enemy lifted his right hand slowly and held it in the air, prompting Loki to raise his own hand and place it inside the enemy's. As if he were meeting a gentle friend and giving him a calm and gentle handshake. Only, as soon as Loki's hand touched his enemy's, the handshake went from being one that reminded someone of the gentle rays of the morning sun directly to hellfire. The world burnt as it squirmed in and out of focus for Loki. His mouth opened in screams that never left his throat. His head slammed onto the floor without any regard for how caved in his skull became. It was impossible to handle the pain. Almost like a freight truck had hit his head and slammed every bone in his body to a crushed, jumbled puzzle. Only, all of this was a bizarre act that Loki had set up to lower his enemy's guard, making sure to steal every thought of disbelief at how easy the process was and making it seem like this was the perfect outcome. Of course, a mere Sequence 5 would never be able to overpower someone with actual divinity. Of course, a mere Sequence 5 would find the charm of someone with actual divinity irresistible. Of course, a mere Sequence 5 would find the path to instant power a little painful. After all, if there was no pain there would be no gain. Loki, however, had noticed the corruption in the arm of his enemy almost as soon as it had appeared. Yes, appeared, since the corruption wasn't there when Loki had scouted his enemy or even when he had landed in its vicinity. Instead, Loki had watched as it suddenly sprouted onto the enemy's body along with a monocle on its right eye. For a second Loki almost thought he had been visited by the great Amon himself. But after recalling his several attempts to meet him had failed, Loki knew that he was only dealing with a lookalike suffering from corruption of an outer god. So Loki wanted to play his cards right, because if he did, he would have the error pathway uniqueness in his hands. And so, the game began. As Loki watched himself be subjected to the pain of an outer god's corruption, he bore it all through gritted teeth since he knew that no matter what happened, he couldn't be corrupted fully, and that he could save himself by simply using the sun pathway uniqueness or just stealing the corruption from himself. Within seconds of the corruption switching its target over to him after he came in contact with the Amon lookalike, Loki enacted his counter-attack. And his counter-attack was simple. He used his free hand to smash the uniqueness of the sun pathway into his enemy's face. But it didn't end there. As soon as their spirits were connected firmly by the corruption rooted in both their bodies, Loki teleported himself and by extension his enemy to the Sapphire Castle, taking him to his stronghold so that he could cook him up in the best way possible. The rest of the battle didn't take long to end after that. Almost as soon as the Amon lookalike found himself inside the Sapphire Castle, he was bombarded with a ton of mystical weapons, each earned by Loki from his one-sided battles with his enemies during this time. Some caused the Amon lookalike to freeze up, some caused him to burn, and others simply stole away his ability to have a proper cohesive thought. And within the next second, Loki had stabbed the men with a spear made from the grey fog, ravaging his insides into vast emptiness before he stepped back to allow the men to at least die a graceful death. The sun pathway's uniqueness floated to Loki's side after that, curing him of the horrendous-looking corruption that he had been subjected to as he calmly took in the scene of the enemy who had attempted to trap him, dying because the trap hadn't been big enough to fit its prey. And within a few more minutes, the monocle and the Beyonder characteristics both formed on the surface of the Amon lookalike's corpse, which Loki graciously grabbed and tossed into his ever-growing pile. Chapter 528, Revelations begin. With the soft thud of the carriage, Hermione pretended to wake up from her sleep that she had pretended to take while she was at the Tarot Club. Her eyes still slightly in a daze as she thought about what Mr. Strength had told them about. A corruption that not even Mr. Error can do anything about. Are we going to Mr. Strength right now? Thinking something, Neone? Daphne asked from the side as she waited for someone to knock on the carriage door to let them know it was all right to get out. Not that they couldn't get out otherwise, but since they were dealing with a rather dangerous corruption this time, they were supposed to take every precaution they could to save themselves and those around them. Hermione's gaze flicked towards Daphne before she broke into a smile. Nothing, I was just wondering what scrolls I'll have to read and write to make sure my current potion digests quickly. Daphne nodded before saying, if you want to digest your potion quickly you should read things from the third epoch. They are the most mysterious but also interspersed with information about high sequence beings. Hermione nodded, but just as she was about to respond, a soft knock from outside on their carriage door interrupted them. Daphne quietly pulled open the latch and stepped outside along with Hermione, only to be greeted by her first-year Slytherin prefect and head boy. Dominic. Dominic looked worse for wear. His usually neat hair was all rumpled up and thick eye bags hung around his sunken cheeks. Yet, his posture didn't falter as he bowed deeply before speaking. Greetings, Madam Greengrass. I was not expecting you, or I would have been better prepared. Daphne simply waved her hand. I'm not so heartless, Dominic, and I'm not here as Heiress Greengrass this time, just a member of the Unspeakables. Dominic nodded, relief evident on his face as he quickly looked at Hermione and gave her a short nod before walking towards the modest manor behind them as he began speaking. My father is rather unwell. Most Unspeakables higher up in the Department of Curses have already taken samples of my father for study. I have sent away all the servants after they were screened for any potential contamination. And since Mother is away trying to find a way to help Father, I'm here keeping him company through all this madness. Hermione trailed along a little behind the two of them, her eyes constantly scanning the priceless artifacts scattered around them in various glass cases, with an occasional glimmer in her eyes as she contemplated about how she would one day own something similar in her grand mansion after she became a rich young lady as a high sequence in her own pathway. Only, her machinations were cut short when they entered a rather silent, cold and opaque corridor. At its end was a simple door that gave Hermione an unnerving chill, but she didn't let it show. Instead, she patiently followed Dominic and Daphne as they moved in silence to the door and then to the world beyond it. And it truly was a different world altogether. The mansion outside, one filled with wealth of unimaginable price from all parts of the world, was replaced by the sudden ramblings of a mad old black man who was half drooling, half sleeping, and half scratching the surface of the walls with his nails. Blood painted the surface in tally marks that counted from or towards an unknown point in time as Dominic quickly rushed towards him. Father, no. Don't do it. I told you already, there is no one hidden in the shadows. No one's waiting to watch you die. Hermione looked at the person squatting on the ground in the corner with a slight tremble in her hands. Her palms turned sweaty and her mind felt strangely bogged down by the sluggishness of fear. Her gaze flickered between the person fighting Dominic for control of his hands as he attempted to etch his blood onto the wall some more, and then to Dominic himself, who looked pained and heartbroken. She gulped dryly before whispering to Daphne, "Isn't he, already?" Daphne shook her head and stayed silent, but quietly pointed at her eyes. Hermione understood and quickly activated her spirit vision. Only. It failed. Things clicked in Hermione's head and the coincidental suspicion suddenly turned into a solid confirmation. So he is Mr. Strength. But the corruption of a true god. How are we supposed to cure that? Why did Professor McGonagall even send us up here in the first place? Suddenly the divination error from earlier that she and Daphne hadn't had the time to figure more about felt rather important. So the entity corrupting Mr. Strength's father interfered with Daphne's divination but not mine. Why? Does it have something to do with the topaz pendulum I use for divination? Could the pendulum perhaps have a way to stop the corruption of the true god corrupting Mr. Strength's father? Hermione clenched her fists tight as she felt the cold sensation wrapped around her wrist inside her sleeves. She did want to be a high sequence Beyonder one day, and also help serve Mr. Error a bit better, but wasn't this too soon? She wasn't even a full-fledged sequence 6 yet and she was already dealing directly with a true god's corruption. Hermione then slowly turned towards Daphne while keeping an eye on Dominic, who was slowly and gently dragging his father back to the bed to let him rest. And it seemed that Daphne had the same idea as her, to test the strange topaz pendulum of unknown origin. They nodded when their gazes locked and Daphne took a step forward. We want to try something out, but it'll take time. Dominic looked surprised because he hadn't expected Daphne and Hermione to be of any real help. He'd only known that Professor McGonagall had asked them to be sent over herself after discussing a few things with his superior Laura, but he assumed it was just to help him handle his nearly wonderful father, not actually solve the issue. He'd already seen the look on the faces of the curse-breaking department's team members and knew that if nothing was done soon, it might be the end of the line for his father. But he still held hope. Why he still held hope was simple. It was because it was as Mr. Moon had said in the Tarot Club, that perhaps the true god who had cursed his father didn't want him dead and only wanted to use him in some way. Maybe if he could distract the two little girls with something else, he could look into this avenue of the matter on his own. And so he nodded softly while looking a little unsure but still confident. After all, if worst came to it he could ask Mr. Moon for the ritual and sacrifice himself to keep his father safe and well. It pained him to see such pain on the face of one he respected the most. With that, Dominic showed the two girls to a separate room nearby where they made sure to make themselves comfortable and prepare to examine the bizarre chain that Hermione had acquired. Do you think the two things are connected, Daph? I don't know. Daphne shook her head, but if they are I wouldn't be surprised. Hermione nodded softly before placing the topaz pendulum in her hand onto the table for them to examine once again as another question came to her mind. Perhaps Professor McGonagall knew about it all along. Daphne shrugged as she enveloped the chain in her spirituality since she had sensed that the chain wouldn't harm her as long as she didn't harm it. The runes on the chain showed up first, which Hermione began to sketch onto paper she'd conjured using her wand, while Daphne was more interested in the chain's reaction to her on a more spiritual level. The two stood in silence around the table continuing their deepening research while Dominic summoned books from the library towards him in his father's room, to try and figure out if there was any way he could communicate with the true god that had cursed his father. Phew. Hard work. Loki said, wiping the sweat off his brows as he looked at the newly formed Beyonder characteristics in front of him. Am I going to become a true god all at once? Loki found it a little disbelieving that he had encountered the true god of his pathway, or at least a king of angels, so soon. And above all that he had killed it without much effort. Well, not like anyone wouldn't be surprised by an artifact that is above the sequence in a world where outer gods have only just reached the planet. Loki frowned then in thought. Couldn't the gods have already figured out my identity though? Why haven't they dealt with me yet? Perhaps because they fear that I am only a shell that is a spawn of an outer god. So they don't want to risk corruption without knowing how to defeat me for sure. Worried to turn crimson like the moon. And then there's the fact that I already killed the sun god. I'd be scared if I were them too. Or is it just because of their inherent madness in this era? Perhaps both. Loki finally concluded. A sharp gleam appeared in Loki's eyes at that moment. Can I steal the uniquenesses from all the mad gods? After all, that would be a service to humanity, would it not? And it would also help those mad gods regain some sense if they haven't already been corrupted by outer gods. And so the fire of greed suddenly lit up in Loki. In doing so I could even find the current full pathway true god if one exists and steal his uniqueness and give it back to him when he completes his apotheosis ritual, only to steal it from him again to become the error pathway true god and lord of the mysteries once and for all. How easy? Is LOTM supposed to be so easy? But something that had been sitting in the back of his mind reared its ugly head in his mind once again. Ah, there's that thing that the goddess of the Wheel of Fortune pathway said and wants to do with me. What does she want to do with me? Surely she knows that I'm the one performing these killings of true gods, so why hasn't she tried to stop me or kill me to help the others? Bah. Troubles for another time. Loki shook his head before grabbing the esteemed monocle off the table in front of him. Can I place it on my right eye? Or will that cause me to become the guy from before? All right, I'll only put the monocle on my eye when I reach King of Angels status. Until then, let's advance my sequence. What was the ritual for becoming a Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit again? I should have just asked the guy before killing him like I did while advancing to Sequence 4. Loki walked up to the precious door that had survived attacks from two true god-level beings by now and still stood standing impressively before placing his hand on it and entering divination mode and quietly moving in search of his next target. Location of an avatar of the error pathway true god I killed that has advanced to Sequence 3. The stars within the door gently floated around as if scanning the vast world around them before spitting out the fractured image of 4 different people. One was an old man gardening in his backyard. The other was of a child sitting patiently in what appeared to be a church to the sun god in a random village. The third was strangely of a single-celled creature floating around in some liquid he suspected was blood. And the final was of a young dashing man preaching to other people about the gospel of the Crimson Moon. Only, things weren't as good and easy as they seemed. The old man gardening had fused with his backyard, using his tears to water the plants. The young child sitting patiently in a church of the sun god was staring blankly ahead, completely oblivious to the half-dozen knives stabbed into his body. The single-celled creature inside the bloodstream was consuming itself. And the one teaching the gospel of the Crimson Moon seemed to have become a tree that had trapped random people passing by to preach to them. Did they all lose control when the main body died? But weren't avatars supposed to be independent? Mysterious. Well, I can just try and divine where the blasphemy slate of this era is. The location of the first blasphemy slate. Loki repeated the statement 7 times before opening his eyes and looking at the translucent gate whose image twisted into a swirl before it paused and shuddered for a second and quickly returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Huh. Divination failed. No, that felt more like rejection or anti-divination. Is it because of the power inherently within the blasphemy slate or is it because of some true god? Loki frowned. He then looked at the characteristics on the table and thought of a different rather cumbersome plan that he did not like the thought of one bit. Can I just subject myself to absorbing the characteristics forcefully and then experimenting with whatever feels right and wrong and helps me digest the potion better? After all, isn't there supposed to be a guiding instinct within a Beyonder to make sure they remain a semblance of humanity regardless of the situation? And even if there isn't, I'm sure I have the time and the means to experiment since I don't get corrupted fully. But the question still remains, why do I have to even act to digest my potions? With no answers in sight, Loki did the best he could to quickly advance to power in this world of madness. He simply swallowed the sequence 3 Beyonder characteristics without even making a potion out of it. The effect was near instant. Loki felt his body explode with power, only the price extracted for it was rather enormous. His body exploded in a shower of worms as he heard the wailings of a million different creatures all aiming to fuse and overwrite his own identity, his image and his history. Aiming to transform him into something beyond himself, into something unrecognizable as it all ate away at his sanity. Loki remained sane, barely, by focusing on the fact that he was incorruptible. Why can I not be corrupted by outer gods, the Spherotes and everything else but have to bear with the corruption of a stupid Beyonder characteristics? What's wrong with this game balance? If you're going to give me debuffs, at least give me something that makes sense. Loki waited patiently as he felt the Beyonder characteristics slowly dissolve into his body, merge with his core being and become a part of his spirit. Only did the hellish assault on his senses stop. But the wailings of Beyond remained, just slightly toned down to be audible on the edge of his hearing, like tinnitus. Mr. Error looked down at the card of blasphemy in front of him and sneered. What a fool, he followed the trap I set up for him through the Founders, and now he's done all the wrong advancement rituals to advance through the sequences. He then looked at the sequence 3 and 4 ritual that was written and compared it with what he knew himself. Instead of parasiticing a fundamental force of the universe, all I have to do is to collapse the order in a region. And with the uniqueness of the Justicar pathway in my hands, that is rather easy. For sequence 2, instead of advancing by remaining a parasite for 300 years and drinking the potion after that, all I have to do is assume the identity of another through deception and without violence. This one I am already doing by assuming his identity, obtained only by exploiting the loophole that I was always a remnant will in his Beyonder characteristics since he advanced forcefully after killing me. I only have to make sure that none of the Tarot Club members find out so that I can turn them into my anchors. Should I include new members? So that I can create more anchors. After all, I can't create more avatars and risk awakening his will within me again. Mr. Error's nails tapped away at the table rhythmically as he pondered on the identity of these new members before coming to a conclusion. Perhaps someone from the Sun pathway, the Death pathway and the Abyss pathways will do. With his mind firmed, Mr. Error filed away the act of inviting them for later by shortlisting candidates with the help of Gehrman Sparrow, and quickly waved his hand to use the sequence 3 Beyonder characteristic. He had recovered it from his body after taking over when Loki died because he invoked the will of the original creator in the Abyss. He then waved his hand and used the characteristic to manipulate his seal on the true creator. Who would have thought that the fool would store away the uniqueness of the Error pathway in his own soul and hide it there so that it remained with him when he reincarnated? It was only because of that when Mr. Error took over that he had been able to temporarily raise his sequence to 0 forcefully and manipulate the memories of all those around Loki to forget he ever existed, reducing his anchor so that his will would be weakened. The sealing keeping the monocle sealed quickly caught on however and ripped control back away, but before it did he managed to parasitic the avatar sealed alongside it, Gehrman Sparrow, and bring it to the real world. As for the monocle, it would unlock eventually when he advanced to sequence 1 anyway, so he wasn't worried about it. Now all that remains is to advance slowly and methodically to make sure that his remnant will never reawaken within me. With that, Mr. Error walked up to the true creator hidden in the fog of the Sapphira Castle, sealed by various errors in space and time that caused him to remain frozen while experiencing the flow of time in a bizarre manner. At least his plan of making someone become the full pathway true god wasn't a waste. I can use it to advance myself now. Hermione looked at the symbols she'd drawn on her paper by copying the pendulum with slight confusion. Have you ever seen runes arranged so meticulously before, Daph? How much would this thing even be worth? 30 galleons. Daphne looked up from the ritual she was setting up before gazing at the runic arrangement of the locket that Hermione had drawn in the book. It was nothing short of spectacular. She had taken runes as her elective too and knew just how hard it was to come up with an arrangement so perfect, yet so beautiful and without any random shortcut blemishes. I don't think such a thing would even exist. Hermione nodded, but that does narrow it down a lot, doesn't it? Who among the people currently alive in the wizarding world would be able to make such a thing? Daphne's eyes widened slightly. No way. Exactly, the headmaster and Nicholas Flamel and Pernelli. Daphne nodded before sharing her own observations. The lingering balance of fortune and misfortune tells me that the pendulum was recently touched by the domain of luck, meaning it was in the possession of a high sequence beyonder of my pathway, or even my true god. I wanted to perform a ritual to divine an answer from her, but if we know the 3 people who are likely to have made it, the price I have to pay won't be that big. Understood. Hermione nodded, slightly nervous about knowing more about the pendulum, something that seemed to be haunting her and those around her with its mysteries. Only as soon as Daphne finished setting up her ritual and was about to set up the wall of spirituality, a small tabby cat jumped out of thin air, appearing with a soundless swirl of perfect apparition. The cat immediately transformed into McGonagall, who rushed towards Hermione without reserve and grabbed her shoulders. Miss Granger and Miss Greengrass, I'm sorry but I'll have to take you away from this mission for now. Huh. Looking at the worried expression on McGonagall's face, Hermione felt her throat dry up. Something ominous lingered around McGonagall's expression as it made her immensely worried, seeing her pillar of support and admiration suddenly in such a panic. What happened, Professor? Hermione blurted out in a rushed whisper. McGonagall looked at the 2 girls before speaking softly. The corruption seems to be able to spread. Huh. Hermione felt surprised for a second, wondering if Professor McGonagall was actually just worried about that since she felt just fine right now, but then McGonagall dropped the bombshell. The corruption spreads not directly to those in contact with the patient, but to those that they know and spend time with. Huh. Hermione became dumbfounded as McGonagall went on to explain. Harry and Ron have been infected, Miss Granger, and Astoria too, Miss Greengrass. What? Hermione blurted out while Daphne's hand hung loose over the altar she had just prepared. Both the girls felt the world buzz by in a whirl after that, as they even left Dominic out of the loop before they operated away with McGonagall, back to the castle before rushing towards the infirmary where their dearests were being held. And both felt it would have been better had they not laid eyes on the result. Harry and Ron were struggling to get off the tight leather shackles keeping them on the bed, trying to scratch them off with their nails as they ground their teeth in a fit of madness, all in trying to break free. Blood flowed out of shattered teeth as they each had already bitten through the leather straps in their mouth before Madame Pomfrey rushed towards them once again with a syringe. What's happening to them, Pomfrey? McGonagall asked first. I don't know whose curse it is that is on them, but it is hell-bent on making them carve out numbers to a certain day in the future. The walls in their dorms have been ruined. They were discovered after those straw dolls over there asked the students for help. There was a short silence before Pomfrey spoke again. Could you get a hold of your sister girl while I forcefully feed these ones the sleeping draught? Pomfrey ended while looking at Daphne, whose eyes were wide as she stared at her sister, who was in a similar if not worse state than Harry and Ron, since she had managed to break free of one of the leather restraints before scratching the skin and muscle off her other hand to the bone. Don't worry, dear, I'm sure the headmaster will figure something out, he's already here. Daphne's head swiveled towards the door where Dumbledore had just entered the room, looking rather surprised and a little worried. He ignored everyone else for the moment and rushed straight to the patients' beds, watching over them closely as he examined them while bending low enough for his nose to touch them. Surprisingly, each one of the maddened patients ignored him completely as if he didn't exist, but since no one was in the mood for a detailed explanation, the phenomenon went unexplained. Sound ceased to exist for everyone in the next moments as they waited with bated breaths for the outcome of the examination of the world's greatest wizard and beyonder. The painful silence that had only been expected to last a few seconds started to stretch further, and after only a full half a minute of close examination did Dumbledore whisper into the deafened silence. Not again. The words were perfectly audible in the silence, and it aided everyone in their own line of thoughts. McGonagall and Lily, with their rich knowledge as a sequence 4 of their respective pathways, began to think about recent history, leading their thoughts on various mentions about the bubonic plague being the work of a powerful beyonder. For Hermione, the extended silence had let McGonagall's words from earlier sink in a little. If people related to those who were in contact with Mr. Strength's father are infected, then, are my parents all right? Did the headmaster see more infected people on his way here? Daphne was stunned about the fact that the goddess of her pathway had simply blessed Astoria with the misfortune of another curse. While James simply sat stunned, wondering if it was all the work of some dark wizard like Grindelwald or Voldemort. Especially since curses were often related to the latter. Or if it was possibly a witch. Dumbledore straightened his back before turning around to McGonagall and explaining, "You are right. This is indeed the bubonic plague. That plague occurred because of the corruption of a true god too. Those that were beyonders were heavily affected, while those that weren't faced mild corruption in the form of physical ailments. At least according to records in Hogwarts headmaster's diaries." Not minding the invasion of the privacy of her mind in the situation, McGonagall nodded before asking, "Is there a way to cure them?" Dumbledore gave a hard long look at Harry before speaking softly. "No. Not really. Not unless one can survive for centuries without any sustenance or be reborn in some way. The last plague wiped away nearly all independent beyonder organizations in the world that existed at that point in time. Not even if we sacrifice ourselves?" James quickly asked, hoping to at least transfer the curses on themselves since they were already dead. But Dumbledore only shook his head. No. Not unless you are just as strong as the one you want to replace. The expression on the straw doll that was Lily fell as an aura of sorrow and absolute distraughtness radiated off of her, since they were both weaker than Harry currently without their beyonder characteristics lost at the time of their deaths. They still had parts of their divinity still, but that was of no use now without any characteristics, especially when they were only sequence 4 and Harry was sequence 3. How long has it been? Loki asked himself as he studied the night sky for the nth time in the last dozen centuries. He adjusted the monocle over his right eye slightly before speaking out into a glassy rock that reflected his image. Cheek, did you come to peek at my beautiful self again? Or are you here to tell me just how much better it is to be a man than to be a woman? The reflection shimmered for a few seconds before the rock disintegrated. Tisk, shy as always, I've helped you so many times yet you always give me the cold shoulder. Or is it that you want some new help from me? What was it the last time? Didn't I kill the Lord of Storms for you? I just took the uniqueness and the characteristics as payment and you're so angry. A short angry voice filled the air, coming from behind Loki as the dust from the rock shimmered to form a mirror out of which Cheek stepped, but she was still hidden, as if light itself bent away from her anger. You made me pay you with the beyonder characteristics of the Twilight Giant and the Death Pathways just so that you could kill the Lord of Storms while I ended up with nothing. And worst of all, killing him was something you already planned to do. I bet if I looked into it, I'd find that him threatening and killing my followers indiscriminately was part of your plan too. And before that you tricked me into paying you with the White Tower pathway and the Mystery Prior pathway characteristics to kill the Hanged Man, and you took his characteristics then too. Only later did I find that you were the one who informed him about my secret and told him how to kill me. Hey. Fool you once, shame on me, fool you twice, shame on you. And what did you expect, killing a true god for the price of a few characteristics, and you still want their uniqueness and characteristics after advancing and fully completing your apotheosis ritual? What even is that saying? Who even says that? And it wasn't just any characteristics. Those were characteristics from sequence 9 to sequence 1. You could make a king of angels with those characteristics. What are you even doing with them? Don't worry about it, I never ask you what you do in your free time while standing in front of the mirror and putting on makeup while dressed as a man to look pretty, do I? Cheek coughed up blood at that moment. Fortunately she was hidden and hence Loki didn't seem to have spotted her. Oh, you actually coughed up blood from that statement. I always wondered if the saying was true, now I know it is. Oh, how, dash. Forget all that, tell me why you're here. I'm a little busy at the moment, I need to communicate with her. Who? Oh, her. Have you still not stopped pursuing her? A woman's heart is delicate, want me to give you a few tips? I'm sure all you're doing is driving her away with your persistence. The last thing I should be taking from you are tips, and for the last time, no, I'm not pursuing her. It's just personal business. Loki whispered, but the words seemed to have reached Cheek's ears as she shouted out loud, but since Loki reflexively stole her ability to speak, she found herself mouthing words strenuously to produce no sound whatsoever. Cheek stopped in a while, after which Loki restored her ability to speak. They both immediately adopted a serious look before Cheek began speaking. I need your help. I want you to find me believers. Loki smiled and spoke quickly. How many? 50,000, 100,000. Maybe even 1,000,000 if you're feeling a little unstable at the moment. The price is 1 sequence 1 beyonder characteristic from the door pathway, negotiable of course if you want the believers for less than 50 years. Cheek's brows twitched before she spoke rather strenuously. No, not those fake avatar believers of yours. I want to become an orthodox deity. Loki shook his head. Not possible, unless you're willing to change your ways. Not everyone has the ability to steal knowledge from the ravings of their own pathway's advancements and change them, you know. Cheek said harshly, annoyed. Then give me your uniqueness for a few minutes and I'll do it for you. Cheek gave Loki a deadpan stare which caused him to chuckle slightly as he spoke again. All right, I do have a different way, but it'll take a long time to implement. What is it? No way, I'm not telling you about it. What if you steal it? I'm not from the error pathway. It was Loki's turn to deadpan before Cheek spoke Aegean. I'll give you 1 door pathway sequence 1 characteristics and 1 full pathway sequence 1 characteristics in the next decade. Deal. The method is to create an artificial prayer ritual that anyone can take part in along with any god on the receiving end, so that neither the ritual performer knows which god is on the other end and neither does the god know who the ritual came from. It will help with avoiding you becoming contaminated by the images of your believers while you get the full effects of them praying to an anonymous god. Cheek pondered the idea for a while before asking simply, is it really possible? More or less. I already have a frame in mind and I think I can follow it to make it come true. Fine then. I'll make sure to deliver on my promise as long as you deliver yours. Loki nodded and watched as Cheek slowly shimmered away, and only then after nudging his monocle a little did he speak out loud. Finally, I have the locations of 2 more sequence 1B under characteristics of the door and the full pathways. I should be able to snatch them up sometime in the next few days. It's been a long time. Loki wondered as he undid the illusion on the bone wand in his left hand that currently had only a single spell recorded on it. Legilimency. A spell that had been birthed by Loki for reading the minds of those that wailed away mystical information constantly while he was unstable so that he could learn the advancement rituals quicker. He had spent the first century waiting to figure out the advancement ritual for Sequence 4 but had no luck since there were no other error pathway beyonders around, and those that were all birthed directly by other creatures splitting off the characteristics without progressing through the sequence like he did or had to do. And so he had a strange idea: what if he birthed himself? And so Loki began to study creatures birthing each other with split-off characteristics so that he could advance himself. Only, the second you interfered with the process of birthing, it seemed that you couldn't advance to a new sequence, or even if you did you would have to be mad or in the same state as you were before. Why? Loki hadn't figured that out yet since it was a rather well-kept secret one couldn't learn without losing themselves in the process. He could either learn the secret and lose all his characteristics or keep his characteristics and never learn the secret. It was possible to rid oneself of corruption this way, but not advancing through the sequences. Believe him, he tried several times by delicately stealing thoughts of his parents, of running away once they had his beyonder characteristics and not mating with each other. Fortunately, because of madness and a couple strong suggestions, they mated with each other and gave birth to a still mad him. So, he spent the rest of the half-dozen centuries after that developing the spell to pierce the minds of those that had constantly been wailing in his ears all this time, to piece together bits and pieces of information about his pathway, those that he knew, like the abilities and finally the advancement rituals. It had delayed him quite a bit, but after a few centuries he finally did it and his progress shot back up, advancing to Sequence 1 in only a year more. During that time Loki took on odd jobs to keep in touch with the beyonder world while also constantly bugging around the goddess of fortune to figure out what she meant by the words she had spoken when he'd first come to this world. But she'd either forgotten or was ignoring him completely since she never responded to any of his rituals. Granted, I call her about 3 times a day on average, but it still feels like the right thing to do. After all, this could be a question of my life and death. What if something goes wrong during my apotheosis ritual? Can't have someone immune to corruption lost, can we? After all, I'm the only person in the beyonder world who can currently take on jobs related to fighting off the spawns of outer gods without any risk. I'm doing a great service to humanity. The legilimency spell was rather odd, in that Loki had made it using the remnant will of the previous Mr. Error who had died at his hands. The bone for the wand was sourced off of the previous Mr. Error's body, which had given him the remnant will, which could use beyonder abilities by forcing it to flow through various runes prearranged by Loki. He used his own authority as a king of angels to force the remnant will to perform his bidding. It worked not because Loki was threatening the will in some way, but because the will wanted to resurrect itself. It tried to maintain its sanity by accepting Loki's ritual of asking for an ability to manifest before blessing it to happen. It was almost like ritualistic magic, only shortened quite a bit, using runes to activate it immediately, like a charm. It allowed him to use abilities without any detection in secrecy or with greater strength than usual if combined with his own, which was why he had recently secretly stolen Cheek's memory regarding the locations of the 2 Sequence 1 characteristics, only as advance payment of course. So while this did not mean that the previous Mr. Error had returned, it did mean that the previous Mr. Error was being kept alive and abused like a slave. Knowledge about the Spherotes and Great Old Ones has become common over the years among the remaining true gods. Fortunately, I'm a king of angels right now, and hence no one can really pick a bone with me. Not like there's anyone even really left to pick a bone with me. I have the entire sequence characteristics from sequence 9 to 0 for the Twilight Giant pathway, the Death pathway, the Mystery Prior pathway, the Sun and the White Tower pathway, and the Moon pathways. And the uniquenesses of the Hanged Man and the Tyrant pathway. That's a lot of gods in my pocket. Shouldn't I be called the original creator at this point, since I will be helping birth so many true gods? I should rename my honorific name to Dash. The one who births. The master beyond eras. The king who defies all madness. The true original creator. Loki already had the abilities from the other pathways, and there wasn't anyone really in the 3 adjacent pathways who could be his match in any way. But Loki still hadn't advanced to sequence 0 or even above the sequence because he hadn't found the perfect opportunity. My fate still shows uncertainty. Loki mumbled, looking up at the spirit thread connected to his body. It wasn't the uncertainty of death, it was one of survival. He wouldn't die during the apotheosis ritual, but there was a great chance he would be turned into a cog in the machine for someone else if he did so right now. Is it the goddess of fortune? I don't know. And what's the chaos pathway duo doing anyways? Why can't I ever find any of them on this planet? To his fortune or misfortune, Loki hadn't found a single beyonder from the anarchy or order pathways on the planet. Not even a beyonder characteristic from the duo, which left him slightly puzzled since not even the other remaining gods knew of these pathways, like they didn't exist on Earth at all. Either way, I should start setting up my plan for birthing the new gods and goddesses by making them a part of the Tarot Club, so that I can have a legion of new gods and goddess at my beck and call. How nice of me to protect the planet from outer gods when we have a deficiency of true gods on our side. Loki thought while adjusting his monocle while looking at the cosmos directly. He stared at the moon for a while and thought it shuddered before chalking it up to his imagination and looking elsewhere at the stars where a grand cosmic tree resided. Godric, Rowena, Helga, and Salazar were sitting around their table once again in silence. "This can't be happening, can it?" Rowena asked solemnly, her tone filled with fright and horror, something that very few things in the world could bring to her. Salazar simply shrugged as he spoke calmly, her response is the same as last time. "What?" She said that shitty prophecy again. Salazar simply nodded before uttering the prophecy word for word. "You killed him and hence you will die. It's the law, it always has been." Hiss. Rowena sucked in a sharp breath as she looked at Helga who calmly sipped her tea and then at Godric who seemed unperturbed. "How are the two of you so calm?" Godric shrugged his shoulders, "The plague won't affect me this time. I've already advanced to a half-great old one status." While Helga said, "I've fully accommodated most of the God Almighty pathways, and once I find the Chaos Sea I'll be at least a half-great old one too." Rowena's face darkened. "I was a great old one last time and I was still affected. What makes you think you'll be any different? Even if your pathways allow you to purify corruption or put a stopper to death, that doesn't mean you'll be able to resist his influence. I nearly died to prove that to you all once and for all." Godric shook his head. "That still doesn't change the fact that we can simply ride it out over the course of the next few centuries. We did it twice, and we can do it a third time." Helga was about to nod but Salazar suddenly interjected. "Not possible. It's stronger this time around. I subjected one of my followers to it, and he went mad almost instantly. He started praising Mr. Error as the only creator for whatever reason. The follower was a demigod, so I don't have any hope for us. The only way to rid the world of this plague is by sending in someone of a low sequence to get rid of it at its source in the cosmos." A stunned silence passed through everyone else as the words sank in slowly. "What about asking her for help?" Godric asked but Salazar shook his head in disappointment. "She said she'll help us if we help her resurrect him. Resurrect him? Why does she even care? She never responded to any of his prayers. He always said she leaves me on scene. So why all this love now?" Rowena practically screamed but Salazar simply shrugged his shoulder again. "Love is a foreign concept to the darkness, perhaps one grows fonder with time spent apart. Can we even stop her if she wants to resurrect him?" Helga asked the important question. Salazar frowned for a second before explaining his confusion. "I'm not sure, but I don't think she's talking about the same him as we are." Huh. Everyone around the table became dumbfounded. Who's the other Mr. Error if not him? Like I said, I'm not sure, it was only a spiritual intuition at the moment, nothing more. Salazar shook his head again. "Alright, why don't we do this? We'll send in someone to break the plague in the cosmos while sending along her descent vessel for the mission, then monitor everything she does." Rowena quickly came up with a plan to which everyone else acquiesced before moving on to a different matter that Helga brought up. "He contacted my avatar to join the Tarot Club." "Me too," Godric said. "Although he asked one of my misguided ones, though she's had a change of heart recently." "Then we can have the two of you keep an eye on him. The two of them nodded before Rowena asked again, "Is that all for this meeting then?" Seeing everyone nod, she dismissed them all before returning home in the Antarctic. "Honey, I'm home." "Oh. So it was today. What do you guys even discuss for so long?" "The plague's back." The chained god fell silent for a while before he nodded. "Yes, I felt it. It's stronger this time too." "How did you know it's stronger?" "Because, well." The chained god slowly stepped aside to reveal the white wall he had been covering that was now painted red with bloody scratches. "No." Rowena gasped as she rushed to hold the chained god, letting out a pained whisper in the process. "I just got you back." Fleur keenly studied the bodies of the victims of the recent plague that was just starting up. Chapter 529, Revelations continued. I'll need to use the Tyrant Pathway uniqueness for the magic system that's similar to Harry Potter. So that leaves the Darkness, Twilight Giant, White Tower, Sun and the Hermit pathways to be distributed. And the Hangman pathway is necessary for the plan of my apotheosis ritual. How do I pick the most suitable people for these pathways though? Do I just help any random person along the way or should I wait for someone to naturally pop up? Loki thought about it for a while, debating the pros and cons of each method before settling on the latter since he didn't want some whimsies who couldn't handle their own in a fight as a part of the Tarot Club. He'd make sure to supply suitable contenders with Beyonder characteristics and recollect them if things went south and they weren't able to save themselves. By the way, I wonder what happened to that dog that brought me along to the first village when I spawned into this world. I never met it again after that time. No one even knows of such a kind giant fluffy dog. Perhaps he's only ever kind to me and cruel to everyone else. Well, whatever it is, I'll make sure to help him out when I finally see him. With all that decided, Loki finally began to observe the world using the crimson stars in his Sapphire Castle, all to find people who would fit his criteria to join the Tarot Club. Those who could become true gods or even great old ones and still have the courage and decency to remain faithful to him and his orders. No. Not this one, she's too pretty, likely a demon. No. Not that guy, he's more handsome than me. No. Not. The world had changed since his time as a naive Sequence 9 Beyonder. Villages had grown into smaller fiefdoms with nobles sprouting up here and there claiming to protect their land from invasions and famines. Both were rather common due to lack of education and widespread sensitivity since every man was to fend for himself even under the rule of these great nobles. As such, the first member of the Tarot Club, the Child of Darkness, was found in one such invasion. The boy was literally a hidden gem. He hid away from the assault of various bandits and enemies on his village as he cowered in the darkness in hopes that they would miss him. Fortunately, even during the light of the day, the darkness seemed like his friend, bending and curving around him to shield him, while the light remained his enemy. Loki liked the symbolism and hence chose him to be the light bearer for the darkness pathway. He named him Salazar Slytherin. The second one he found was a man who loved training with the sword, a son of a noble that bravely stood behind with his fellow villagers to defend them from the oncoming onslaught of a large group of bandits who aimed to pillage his village. Loki chose him to be the path clearer for the Twilight Giant pathway. He named him Godric Gryffindor. The third was a woman of much refine. She held grace in her actions and she constantly attended to those in her fiefdom in pain and suffering, helping them grow from injuries, cooking them something delicious while also making sure that their mental well-being was taken care of. She was a pillar of light for everyone. And so, Loki chose her to be the anchor for the White Tower pathway. And he named her Helga Hufflepuff. The final person to grace his ranks was a simple commoner who fought against the Lord and Lady, sucking her fellow villagers dry. Using as much as she could learn about mysticism to make her own rudimentary charms to curse those that ruled over her. He chose her to be the lighthouse of the Hermit pathway. He named her Rowena Ravenclaw. And once they were all chosen, he let them rise, while covering them with a hint of the grey fog to keep them slightly hidden, while also making sure that should they reach a high enough level and be able to notice the grey fog itself, they would directly associate their rise with his kindness. Time passed and the world changed as they rose. Since each one was someone who had seen the ruthless ways of the world, they attempted to change the haste and waste around them by becoming lords and ladies of their own regions, causing a time of lasting peace and prosperity to arise. This change for the better Loki and the other gods and goddesses named the Third Epoch. An epoch where 4 of history's greatest Beyonders rose with the help of their followers while simultaneously pulling them along the way to rise even higher than they would have otherwise. Attention to scientific discovery was unlocked and people became calmer and more unified to each other's sensitivities as the world turned peaceful at last. Loki played a key role in all this since he whispered sweet nothings in the ears of his chosen ones in their dreams in the guise of the Tarot Club, watching the world change through them as he quietly molded it to his liking. Only, things weren't all as good as they seemed. Resentment furrowed in the hearts of the unfavored. Cheek, the chained god, the war god, the lord of the abyss, the mother to all, and the moon goddess all felt left behind through this progress. And so they sowed dissent against their enemies in the softest but harshest ways possible, by filling the minds of commoners with malice. They whispered to their followers that the ones leading the change were evil, and the ones leading the change only wished to consume them to grow themselves further without letting any of them grow, akin to a parasite. But even those against never realized that their complaints only stemmed through the gradual corruption of the outer gods. Only Loki did. However, it was already too late. Amon, I didn't know this would happen. Cheek said softly, her voice trembling as she spoke with fear and a soft reverence. Loki simply sighed before speaking. It's not that you did this that hurts me, it's that you did it at a point in time where we don't have a single great old one on the planet that hurts me. Cheek remained silent with her head bowed in an apology as she tried to shrink herself into a ball before she spoke once again in a soft squeaky voice. I can sacrifice myself if you promise me that I won't have to live as a corrupted fragment of her holding. Loki chuckled softly. Sacrifice yourself? For what? You're overestimating your worth to think that you can hurt her with a sacrifice. I mean, sure, both of you have the ability to touch the primordial chaos, but realistically, your authority is far lower unless you can merge with the Red Priest pathway in a short amount of time. Cheek's head lifted at that comment as she looked at Loki with a firm gaze. And what if I can? Loki's eyes widened slightly at the comment. So you've been preparing to advance to a great old one all this time too? What about the Red Priest true god out there? Cheek paused for a few seconds before explaining. He's already corrupted. It would be for the benefit of all if he were killed. His death would serve a greater purpose. Loki whistled softly as he heard the declaration before speaking up again. If you can merge with the Red Priest pathway uniqueness and reawaken the will of the primordial chaos in you, I have a better way to get us all out of this situation without you having to sacrifice yourself. Cheek's eyes widened slightly before she broke into a wide smile that almost tempted Loki to do the unthinkable. Of course you would. Cheek said with admiration. Of course I would. Loki reaffirmed before continuing to discuss the finals of his plan with her. Hermione sat blankly in front of Harry and Ron's beds while Daphne sat in front of Astoria's. Both looked equally lost and forlorn as they stared at the result of what was possibly their own actions. The sleeping draft had worked, barely, since each patient kept trembling awake at random moments while they slept, trying to get out of their restraints before falling asleep once again. Meanwhile, more and more patients had been added to the hospital wing. It started from various students who Hermione and Daphne knew, like Malfoy, to professors like Flitwick and Sprout who Madame Pomfrey knew and was in close contact with. But at this point no one really knew who was in contact with whom to have fallen sick to the plague. It was absolute chaos both at Hogwarts and the wizarding world at large. The two girls had stayed up for about 18 hours straight at this point, yet neither felt a lick of sleep. Even Hermione, who had a lot less energy in her when compared to Daphne given she was just a sequence 6, found herself wide awake in a situation like this. Since each time she even blinked she found herself staring at a void of regret and sorrow that she didn't wish to face. For a second, the two girls looked at each other and spoke across beds. "It'll be all right, right?" Hermione asked Daphne, who appeared to be calmer than her. But Daphne just shook her head. "I don't know, I'm only taking this better because Astoria, she's already been through something similar once before, it was just less violent then." Hermione nodded, her eyes turning hollow and losing more hope than ever, but she held firm. No tears or expressions of pain showed up on her steeled face as she looked at Ron and Harry. Yet the feeling of a hint of history repeating itself lingered at the back of her mind. Why do I get the feeling that something like this has happened before? Has it happened before? Hermione kept looking at her two friends, and not long after she slipped into slumber herself. Only, her dreams weren't as dead as the ones of the two before her. As soon as Hermione fell asleep she found herself transported to a realm she recognized. It was Nocturne Alley. A place she had been to countless times with her friend Daphne on missions. In the dream she was about to turn around after someone had violently pushed her when Hermione awoke with a gasp. Gulping fresh air as if she were drowning only moments prior. A tremble of fear clenched her chest as she tried not to think too hard about what had just happened. She had a feeling that if she thought about it, she wouldn't return the same from whatever happened afterwards, since her head hurt for some reason even as she skirted around the memory. What was that? Hermione whispered, opening her eyes to see that it was already afternoon and someone had been kind enough to wrap a blanket around her while she sat on the chair by the bed. "What happened, Mione?" Daphne asked softly, placing a hand on Hermione's shoulder, causing her to turn around to spot Daphne holding a tray of sweets and biscuits. Nothing, just a bad dream, I guess." Daphne's eyes sharpened. Prophetic dream. Hermione paused at the question, unsure of an answer until Daphne explained, "If you're unsure it likely is." Hermione nodded but remained quiet, only whispering a response in return, "I feel like if I think any more about it I'll explode." Daphne's eyes widened and she quickly placed the tray away on a desk on the side before rummaging through her pockets to pull out a key item in all this mess, the silver topaz pendulum. Hermione's eyes widened too as she saw the pendulum before quickly asking her a question. "Why did you take it away from me?" "Professor McGonagall asked us about it since she remembered we were messing around with it when we were at Dominic's place. I took it to show it to her. I was about to return it to you, didn't think it would cause such an adverse reaction." Hermione nodded and quickly attempted to snatch the pendulum, but as soon as her fingers brushed against the cold metallic surface her vision was tinted with crimson as a scene played out in front of her, overriding reality. A tall woman whose figure she didn't quite recognize was kneeling in front of an altar speaking reverently to Mr. Error. "Mr. Error, I have a mission that requires Beyonders below the demigod level to participate, the lower their level the better. It could help in solving the matter of the plague once and for all. Are there any such members in the Tarot Club who could help me?" By the time the vision ended, Hermione was already holding onto the silver topaz pendulum, but her eyes remained widened. Solve the plague once and for all. Her gaze shifted towards Harry and Ron, whose hands and feet that had been bound by leather straps appeared braced and bruised, and then towards Astoria, whose hands held deep gashes once again after Madame Pomfrey had fixed her up before. Then her eyes flickered to the pained look in Daphne's eyes before she nodded to herself to accept the mission. If they need only Beyonders below demigod level, the mission can't be that dangerous, can it? With that, Hermione excused herself from hospital wing for a moment to go to the washroom, where she set up an altar for Mr. Error and performed a prayer in response. "Please inform your blessed that I accept the mission, Mr. Error." When Hermione returned to the hospital wing, Daphne was already tending to Astoria, cleaning her up and redoing her bandages, so Hermione helped with Harry and Ron. Although her bandaging skills were rather poor when compared to Daphne, she managed to get through it in time for Daphne to propose something else. "I was thinking about it, and wondered if it was possible for us to figure out a cure to all this, Mione." "Us? When not even the headmaster could?" Daphne simply shrugged. "You did figure out it was the basilisk in the second year before everyone else, didn't you?" Hermione smiled and nodded. "To the library then. Since the headmaster said what happened is a repeat of the bubonic plague, why don't we start from there?" Daphne nodded with a wry smile, the best she could muster given the situation. And so after Madame Pomfrey returned to check on their beds once again and gave them the go-ahead, the two girls rushed to the library where there was a surprising lack of people given the current situation. It was only after they spoke to Madame Pans that they learnt that the school was currently under curfew and that very few Beyonders were allowed to move around unrestricted. They quickly settled into a corner seat after that to isolate themselves from the world before pulling up books about the bubonic plague. And they noticed something pretty quickly. What curse would be fatal to Beyonders more than Muggles? And what curse would be more fatal to those stronger and higher in sequence than those weaker and lower? Daphne asked, puzzled. After thinking for a bit in silence, Hermione finally said with some confidence, maybe it has something to do with why we act. The acting method. Yes, don't we act to suppress the will of the previous inheritor of the Beyonder characteristics from reawakening within us? Perhaps this curse causes them all to go mad for a reason related to that. That would solve the reason from earlier, since those that have accumulated more characteristics are more likely to go mad and those that have less, like Muggles, who have none, are less likely. That makes sense. But then does it mean that as long as one loses their Beyonder characteristics they can forego the curse? That might be possible, but the question remains, how does one forego their Beyonder characteristics without dying or going mad in the process? There was silence for a few seconds before. I might be able to help you with that, girls, a voice suddenly interrupted the two of them, causing them to become startled and almost prep their Beyonder abilities in retaliation. Whoa, I'm not looking for trouble. I'm here to help, I promise, the tall woman said with an air of elegance as she raised her hands gracefully and spoke calmly. Who are you? Daphne instantly asked, but Hermione remained slightly surprised. She's the one that contacted Mr. Error. Mr. Error's blessed. I'm Koko Chadwick. The woman said as if that were introduction enough, but to Hermione it was, since she instantly elaborated on the woman's behalf. Chadwick. You're from the founding family of Ilvermoney School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Gotten in one. The woman nodded calmly before continuing to explain her mission. A little birdie told me your location. She sent a meaningful glance Hermione's way before continuing, and since you girls happen to be the perfect candidates to help me, I couldn't resist interrupting you by arriving here. Help. You. I'm sorry, we're busy. Daphne quickly shot the woman down, but Koko didn't take it seriously. Instead she spoke calmly, don't be so quick to turn down my offer. I come bearing news about your troubles. You're trying to cure the plague, aren't you? What if I told you it was possible to simply rid the world of it all at once? Rid the world of it? How? Hermione asked this time, baffled because not even the headmaster had this solution, but slightly accepting of the absurdity because it had come from Mr. Error's blessed. Your decryption of the matter is almost right, keyword being almost. Almost. Yes, almost. While the madness does stem from the beyond characteristics itself, and the fact that those who have more of it suffer more, it is not the end of the problem. Tell me, do you know the will of what else is present in the Beyonder characteristics apart from its predecessor? The original creator? Hermione asked a little unsure, but Koko nodded, precisely. And that's the key. Ah. Daphne gasped softly as she mumbled, the primordial chaos. Bingo. Exactly. Koko said with her smile widening as she explained further. The original creator is called the primordial chaos, and this curse awakens his will as the primordial chaos within everybody. So as long as we kill the root of this will, everything will return to normal. The two girls stood dumbfounded. Kill the original creator? Why did the difficulty suddenly jump beyond Great Old One level? Aren't I just a silly little Beyonder that isn't even a demigod yet? But Hermione also quickly found that this didn't cover the entire picture. Why does the curse skip people in direct contact with those that have been cursed? Koko simply shrugged, it's learned from the last time. Learned from the last time. Daphne mumbled, her brows forming as she thought about it for a second before coming up with an answer, is it to cause more chaos and confusion? Koko snapped her fingers again, precisely. With it skipping people seemingly at random, no one knows who or when they'll get affected or even who is infecting whom. The last time this happened, the high-sequence Beyonders all sealed themselves up and caused the spreading to die out. But this time, it's becoming harder and harder to stop the spread in any way. So the only way is to kill the original creator? Hermione asked with fear. Koko looked into her eyes for a moment with maturity beyond her apparent age before she nodded sharply. Yes. Loki gazed at the cosmos that had been simmering to a boil slowly over the pre-sunrised vessel that was the battlefield of Earth. His gaze soft and steady as it observed each key item he had placed on it to counter every corrupted god and outer god they might meet today. It's about to begin. Loki mumbled. And not even before the echoes of his words died out in the astral realm, the white moon shimmered with a deep crimson, flickering with power as it rose by 12 degrees in the sky, signifying that something vast had dropped off it, unburdening its orbit as a few new cracks spread along its bottom before a vast, gigantic, ginormous figure appeared above the planet. It was a gigantic woman with fleshy organs hanging off of her. The astral barrier blocked the figure from entering the planet, which gave everyone inside it some respite, but Loki waited patiently. He was waiting for the one single moment when the barrier shattered for his plan to succeed. His gaze remained fixed on Mother Goddess of Depravity even as other orbiting gods and goddesses appeared on the field outside the barrier. Crimson light falling from the moon onto the planet birthed abominations of bizarre products. A three-headed man whose heads could be juggled in any order, a giraffe whose legs were replaced by multiple long-necked heads of other giraffes, a person whose cat had fused with his head causing his face to sprout an unnatural Cheshire grin along with a tail, and so on and so forth. Demons all over the world shivered as Rowena redirected the crimson light towards the abyss as punishment for attempting to destroy her kingdom. The chained god shivered when Salazar wrapped a rapidly growing sapling in darkness and tossed it towards the Antarctic. Rowena, however, not yet a full-fledged true god, suddenly fumbled with the weight of the crimson light. However, Helga and Godric stepped in at that moment to help support Rowena in directing the light to three different locations. First the abyss, next the war god's home, and finally the mirror dimension. But given the light was already spread thin, it was reflected back out of the mirror dimension and onto Loki himself, who simply turned it into a rune and stole it. Loki watched patiently with a steady gaze as the barrier over the astral world trembled after it recognized the authority of the original creator. Ho! Loki breathed out softly as he watched Mother Goddess of Depravity appear on the battlefield, shattering the barrier in the process using the authority of the Mother of the Primordial Chaos, the embryonic original creator of the next universe. Loki immediately teleported Rowena, Helga, Salazar, and Godric away as the shards of the broken barrier were still floating in the air around them, making sure they were safe from harm since they were going to be his backup plan should something happen to him in this fight. Almost as soon as they teleported away, the first shots were fired. Loki activated his theft and stole all the abilities he could from Mother Goddess of Depravity, namely he stole her ability to invoke new life, the authority which gave her the option to imbue anything, even attacks from enemies, with their own life, her ability to invoke revoke life, which gave her the ability to steal all life from her enemy and sentence them to an early death, and her ability to invoke moon manipulation, which allowed her to mix the spirit world and the real world and unleash several malice-filled spirits into the real world. However, Mother Goddess of Depravity was not one to easily give up, since she rather easily chose a separate option to save herself. Given she could no longer use new life or revoke life, she chose to corrupt the spawn of the original creator within her, which caused her to also become corrupted with her own abilities in turn, which allowed her to regain new life and revoke life to some extent, albeit in a weaker fashion. But by the time she did so, Loki had already moved. I wish for the will of the original creator to become the absolute strongest it has ever been, closest to me. Loki made a wish that was inconsequential to him. He was immune to corruption, but Mother Goddess of Depravity, who was the closest to the spawn that was the original creator and the firstborn of the original creator, could not simply ignore his call. The first time he had woken up when Loki had disturbed him, she had lost her spheroid and total authority over her pathways. Now when the will of the original creator suddenly rose to an all-time high due to Loki's wish, she wailed as she felt her body tear apart. This was where the wording of Loki's wish came into play. He had wished for the will of the original creator to strengthen closest to him, meaning the closer one was to him the stronger the will's effect would be. That would mean that the original creator who was within Mother Goddess of Depravity would tear her own body from the inside to be closer to him to regain sanity. A premature birth that would end this universe and start another directly if it happened, and one that Mother Goddess of Depravity couldn't let happen, for she would be erased in that scenario. But Loki didn't stop there. He stepped closer. This amplified the effect. So now, even though Mother Goddess of Depravity partially regained her authority of new life and revoke life, she was being constantly tortured, with her womb being torn open from the inside by the original creator before she was healed by new life. Mother Goddess of Depravity didn't stop her attack, however. She brought out her authority of Mother and exercised life. Almost instantly Loki found his body mutating uncontrollably as his feet turned into roots that dug into the ground, his hands turned into stalks and his head into a flower that bore fruits before returning to the ground. But Loki didn't die then. A large Big Ben dropped out of the sky, its clock turning back by a second before a large bell struck, ringing to change the very fabric of the universe, as the changes in Loki were reversed before he reappeared. However, this reversal of time applied even to Mother Goddess of Depravity. But this was not a mistake. Almost as soon as the damage within Mother Goddess of Depravity was reversed, Loki performed a new theft. This time he stole 4 abilities in succession. A series of thefts he had planned from earlier. He stole her ability to invoke new life, revoke life, and her ability to manipulate the moon. These were the same as the previous time, but this time Loki followed it up with the most important theft of the game, the theft of her thoughts of corrupting the original creator's spawn so that she could not regain her new life abilities. Now suddenly, with the burden of the corruption of the wish that Loki had made about increasing the original creator's will around him, the pain that the goddess bore could be borne no more, as she was forced to leave the planet almost instantly and create distance from Loki to stop herself from being torn apart by the symbolism of her own baby. But Loki wasn't so forgiving. Almost as soon as Mother Goddess of Depravity even thought about leaving, her thoughts were stolen. She entered a short daze and was left with an opening where Loki stepped even closer before plunging his hand straight into Mother Goddess of Depravity's womb. Taking the moment of the stabbing as an opportunity, Mother Goddess of Depravity stepped away and moved back out of the planet, leaving Loki behind. However, almost immediately after she teleported away, Loki began laughing uncontrollably. Mother Goddess of Depravity twisted her head in pain to look at Loki carefully to figure out what exactly he found so funny right now. They had just begun fighting and the fight was nowhere near done, so why was a mere King of Angels laughing so arrogantly after winning a single round? You're wondering why I'm laughing so much, aren't you? Loki asked softly, trying to hold his shoulders from trembling so much as he contained his twitching lips. Mother Goddess of Depravity remained silent in confusion, but suddenly her eyes widened as she looked towards her stomach and then towards the shards of the barrier that had suddenly frozen in place before returning to the sky to reform the barrier around the planet in the astral world. Precisely. Loki snapped his fingers, making a correct gesture as he calmly walked over towards Mother Goddess of Depravity, only the astral barrier separating them this time. You didn't think you could simply barge into my house uninvited and I'd let you, right? Tell me, why did you choose my house out of everyone's out there? Wouldn't the abyss be faster for you to go into since you could regain your spheroid quicker? Why come straight away to me when I didn't even do anything to you? It's almost as if you wanted to get beaten up. Oh, how? Mother Goddess of Depravity blurted out in shock and surprise. Oh, you're so surprised by how I controlled that little spawn of the original creator in you to recreate the astral barrier? Or is it related to some deep mysticism secret that made you want to kill me first? Mother Goddess of Depravity remained stunned in silence as she felt a force beyond her comprehension invoke the supreme authority of the original creator within her and expel her from the solar system. She resisted with all her might, but resistance was futile unless she wished to reuse the supreme authority and risk giving birth to him prematurely. Even so, she managed to delay her departure long enough for her to listen to Loki's explanation. I asked Cheek to merge with the Red Priest, and when you revealed the supreme authority to break the barrier, I parasiticed it through their symbolic connection, and since I can't get corrupted, I simply now control him. Loki suddenly coughed up blood. And then he violently vomited piles of flesh and blood before stopping to wipe off his mouth as his skin suddenly rotted and started to die. He swiped through the air and stole back his parasitism of the spawn that was the original creator to stop the sudden unexpected rebound as he spoke softly. It seems not even I am immune to the corruption of the original creator, but I'm immune enough to kick you out. Loki mumbled before laughing once again as he shouted for Mother Goddess of Depravity to hear as she zoomed out of the solar system. Keep trying in another 2,160 years, you hag. Chapter 530, Revelations Penultimate. Loki stood tall and observed the damages the very short battle between him and a great old one had brought onto the planet, and it was nothing short of devastating. The once lush lands of Africa that bordered the Mediterranean Sea had been turned into a harsh desert after Mother Goddess of Depravity had revoked all life in Loki's vicinity. The many organizations of Beyonders that were prepared for the chaos and devastation were no more, completely erased in the aftermath of the other outer gods appearing on the battlefield for mere moments after the astral barrier had been shattered. Most humans on the planet were once again turned into maddened creatures that only knew how to reproduce to save themselves. The abyss was corrupted, with the devils leaving it for better grounds, already bargaining a deal with Salazar, who hoped to save them and convert them to the faction of his lord. The mirror dimension was shattered since Cheek had forcibly absorbed the Red Priest characteristics and uniqueness after killing the true god of the Red Priest pathway in a surprise attack, only to then be doused with parasitism by Loki before being brutally hurt to deceive the concepts by similarity into hurting the primordial chaos within Mother Goddess of Depravity. It hurt her quite a bit. But she knew well enough that in such a situation escaping death by being turned into the plaything of a great old one was a greater boon than anything else available. The Moon Goddess was dead, sacrificed by Loki since she was already corrupted beyond saving, so that he could steal Mother Goddess of Depravity's authority over the moon by deceiving the theft of the weakened Moon Goddess to apply to the outer god. She was supposed to reincarnate into a new vessel of Loki's choosing. A price she had to pay because she had schemed against Loki and his disciples. The chained god was corrupted as well by Mother Tree of Desire. So the tally was 2 gods dead, 1 corrupted god and 1 whose home was now dislocated. But it wasn't all for naught. They had repelled the outer gods, and Loki had even managed to corrupt the original creator's spawn inside Mother Goddess of Depravity. If nothing went wrong, she would have to take drastic measures to keep herself safe from the healing of the corruption of the original creator's spawn, like separating herself from it or even possibly getting rid of it in some way. But the fact still remained that Loki felt a corruption engraved deep within his soul as a rebound at his attempt at corrupting the original creator's spawn, even though successful. A corruption of magnitude he could not properly comprehend even as he spent time studying it from all angles to see how it could be solved. Only, he could figure nothing out. Can I divine about it in the Sapphire Castle? Since the castle is an original creator level item, it should be able to at least help me figure out what the fuss is about, shouldn't it? Loki looked around the battlefield and cleaned up any remnants of his blood or fleshy bits from it before vanishing on the spot and reappearing on his seat in the Sapphire Castle. He could have performed the divination outside by dragging the Sapphire Castle's influence outside, but he didn't want to leave behind any traces. The high sequence beyonders that were all alive were mostly from his side, but should any other angels catch wind of his poor state and plan something with the enemy, true gods like Cheek and the Chained God, it would almost certainly spell doom for him at this moment, and he didn't want to be caught off guard. So Loki flicked a coin to perform the divination inside the Sapphire Castle. The corruption of the primordial chaos in me is for a planned reason. The statement indicated Loki's already sharp mind decrypting the nature of his corruption partly. If the corruption hadn't killed him yet, that could only mean that the spawn of the original creator wanted to use him in some way. And true to his status as a king of angels, Loki didn't have to repeat the statement 7 times or even close his eyes. A vision simply flashed in front of his eyes as a scene drew itself up from vivid colorful paints in his view. So you finally choose to kill me? A feminine voice asked Loki inside the vision. Loki, holding a bizarre bone stiletto, looked in the direction of the voice hidden in darkness and spoke in a bizarre voice that sounded both broken and pleasant at the same time. It was harsh on the ears but soft on the mind. Almost like an error, but of a much greater magnitude than Loki could currently conjure. The day you died was nailed to the calendar, the day you chose to kill me. The vision shattered and Loki found himself seated in the Sapphire Castle with his back drenched in sweat. What? The goddess of fortune wants to kill me? Loki's mind went into overdrive as his decryption abilities clicked into place. No. If she wanted to kill me, she would have killed me when she first met me or any time else. But why was I trying to kill her then when we have no beef? Was I possessed? Did the corruption of the original creator grow and take over my body and make that scene happen? But why? Why does the original creator have beef with the goddess of fortune? And what does it have to do with me? Loki sat puzzled for a few seconds before things clicked into place. I can't be corrupted by anything other than an original creator level corruption. Am I the descent vessel for the original creator or something? No, that can't be the case. If that were true, then she wouldn't have risked letting me live so easily. She did nothing to me, and even in the vision she patiently asked me if that was my choice. It doesn't seem like I'm a descent vessel for the original creator, or I'd have known sooner. My fate would have always been tied to his descent if that was the case. But if I'm not a descent vessel, then why am I incorruptible? Loki frowned in thought until a vague thought struck him. The primordial chaos. If Goddess the Fortune is willing to kill the primordial chaos as the vision stated, then it could be possible that it is because the primordial chaos has already corrupted her? Which is why she wants to get rid of it. And to get rid of it she needs it trapped in a vessel. And that vessel is me. Loki's mind trembled at the revelation. Is this true? But how is a vessel to contain the original creator made? Such that it is incorruptible to anything other than original creator level power and corruption. Loki still remembered the words that the Goddess of Fortune had used when she'd met him. You're still rather naive, this iteration won't do. That means that she has created multiple of me and destroyed them all multiple times before. She has faced off against the primordial chaos multiple times before. How is it so cheap to create vessels that can contain the original creator level entities? Especially since I just transmigrated into the world one day, didn't I? Didn't I? Loki felt his worldview shatter as he felt himself losing control. And almost instantly, the corruption within him grew in size, gnawing on his sense of self as it tried to assert control. Ravings that he had once parted with after their long stay returned with full force as Loki did his best to remain sitting still. Loki wanted to do nothing else than create an avatar and swap places with it to achieve a temporary rebirth while it died to the corruption, but the words that the Goddess of Fortune had told him next echoed in Loki's mind. You must start over again once you reach the peak, or there will be no hope in the next. Did the staring over mean for me to be reborn? Reborn for what? To die again. How would reaching the peak of my pathway or even a Great Old One status help? How does a Great Old One even fight a fully powered primordial creator? How can one fight a original creator level being without being an original creator level being himself? The question suddenly struck a deep chord within Loki as he repeated it a few times, specifically. Without being an original creator level being himself, how could he fight an original creator level being? Without being an original creator level being. What if my peak isn't just the Great Old One status? What if? What if it is straight up original creator level? Hermione gulped audibly as she along with Daphne followed their guide out of Hogwarts. Are we going to Ilvermorny? Ilvermorny? Koko asked puzzled. Oh no, we aren't going there, little ones. That would be too far for my taste, and we need to go to the Department of Mysteries anyway since that's where you'll be departing from, so let's finish everything there. Hermione nodded but was slightly confused, so she proposed her question. How are we going to stay sane in the Department of Mysteries? My memories of whenever I entered the place are all fudged up. You don't know it's secret? Koko asked, slightly surprised, but before Hermione could say anything else she nodded, thinking to herself, of course you don't know. It isn't taught at Hogwarts anymore. Don't worry about it. Just know that I know the person in charge of the Department of Mysteries, and they will let us go in and out without being affected. The person in charge, Madam Bones. Daphne asked softly. Only to have Koko give out a high-pitched laugh. Ha ha ha, no, what a funny joke. What made you think that a mere Sequence 2 angel could be the lord of what's in the Department of Mysteries? Anyway, like I said before, don't worry about it, worrying will get you nothing. Mere angel, the words rang in both Hermione and Daphne's minds. What was the sequence of Miss Koko for her to be able to call someone a mere Sequence 2 angel? Was she a true god? No, no way, why would a true god of all people come down and ask them to help her? That would be truly bizarre. Perhaps Miss Koko was a Sequence 1 angel herself. As expected of Mr. Error, he has someone like Koko under him. Hermione mentally commented. Either way, both the girls started to unconsciously respect Miss Koko more. And Daphne asked her another question, wait, is Madame Bones a Sequence 2? How? I thought no one in this era can grow beyond Sequence 4. And doesn't the Arbiter pathway not even have a true god? How is she even beyond Sequence 5? Hermione nodded at the question too, since it was something she'd recognized as well. Koko looked at the two girls with a funny smirk before motioning them to zip their lips as she winked and explained vaguely. All I can tell you without risking you to corruption is that a genie trapped in a bottle somewhere will be helping us out in our current situation and is related to the Bones pathway mysteries. The girls nodded, wondering if the genie was the true master of the Department of Mysteries, but didn't question Koko any further since they'd stepped outside the Hogwarts grounds and onto the unguarded pathway towards Hogsmeade, where Koko turned around and spoke to them. Come on girls, place your hands on mine and we'll apparate to our destination. Hermione looked at Daphne and they placed their hands into Koko's, and soon after the second they did, they twisted from the spot in a swirl of colors before landing in a dark and dreary but mostly empty place. Almost as soon as they landed, Hermione felt the pull of an external force on her. Almost as if she was meant to be one with the object pulling her, not physically but spiritually. Hermione turned around and there it was, standing in all its glory, a glassy door. It was underneath an archway that held a mask sitting on the front face of the vault stone, on top of which was a lamp much like the one from Aladdin. The door pulled her closer almost automatically. One moment she was standing a couple meters away and the next she was right in front of the door, about to touch it with her hands. However, she was stopped at the last second. Both by Daphne and by Koko, who were looking at her with a slight sense of confusion and intrigue respectively. The entire place was caked in a thick layer of dust, so Koko softly pushed Hermione behind her before clapping her hands and to make the dust magically vanish using a simple scour jiffy spell. After which, Koko moved directly to the now ominous door that visibly radiated a deep hatred towards her before flicking her finger and grabbing the lamp sitting atop it using the levitation spell. The display of magical authority captivated Hermione the most, since she'd never seen anything like it before, but she was further surprised when Koko slightly rubbed the lamp like it was a wish-granting lamp before the wick at the spout of the magic wishing lamp suddenly ignited, emitting light that looked like viscous water, spurting upwards to form a blurred and distorted pale golden figure. A real genie! Hermione audibly gasped. I thought you were only speaking in similes. So I need to become the original creator or reach his level before dying along with the primordial chaos to be reborn without corruption and escape the fate of becoming a descent vessel. Loki concluded after recovering from his shock, only to sink into another shock after he concluded this. What the hell? But I'm already cursed by the primordial chaos. And the only way to rid myself of his corruption is by being reborn inside one of my avatars and switching places so that it dies instead of me. But now you tell me that I have to reach the level of the original creator first before being reborn to save myself. How do I do that? How do I reach the original creator level without cleansing myself of corruption from the original creator? Loki closed his eyes and thought carefully for a solution. And he found one, a risky one but a solution nonetheless. What if I let my avatar grow to the original creator level and then parasitize it fully as if it were my own self? And then replace some random avatar to die in my stead with the primordial creator's corruption. Of course this has the risk of the avatar turning against me. Especially since it would have gained original creator level authority. But shouldn't it listen to its master if I explain it the situation a little? After all, according to the goddess of fortune, we can't survive either way without me being reborn after reaching the peak, and if my avatar tries to take birth without merging with me, I will simply steal the rebirth or at least contest for it, which would let the primordial chaos fudge things up again. Also, if I fall asleep during the time I plan for the avatar to be born and work for me, merging will simply be a continuation, as in, my memories will end when I fall asleep and the avatar's memories will be a continuation, blurring the lines between who lives and who dies. But is it possible? Is there a safer way to do it? What if I transfer the corruption at the right moment? What if I transfer the corruption of the primordial chaos to the remnant will of the previous era pathway true god that I killed and trapped in my wand? Loki frowned in thought, thinking rather deeply about his greater plans and the final details for his resurrection. Making sure every detail was taken into account so that he wouldn't fall through. And after quite a bit of thought, Loki felt like he had conceived a preliminary plan that could be put into work. What if when I create a new child avatar, I also create a backup avatar so that in case something happens to the child avatar, the will in the wand can take over for me to sacrifice it to the corruption, while the backup avatar becomes a backup for the child avatar to resurrect in. This way the will of the wand lets me live longer by living as me for now while I am asleep and waiting for the right time for the resurrection of the child avatar. All that will be needed after that is for me to guide the will in the wand into freeing the backup avatar in case things get spicy. And I'm pretty sure if I lock the will in the wand to the Sapphire Castle, he'll want an avatar to try and explore and affect the outside world, so he'll try to parasitus the already available avatar and use it instead. Which means that given as long as I protect the backup avatar from getting parasitised, I can upload the will of the child avatar into it and then let it continue reaching the top in case something happens to it. To reach the top I'll also need to provide the child avatar with rituals for advancement, that is a blasphemy card. Perhaps I can even give the child false advancement rituals as a backup plan for myself, so that I can parasitus the child easier in the final event. Especially since my avatars can't get corrupted, so as long as the child avatar believes that he has successfully passed a ritual, he'll be happy, and since he will never try to use a different ritual from the ones in the card of blasphemy he'll never know that those are the false rituals. So as long as there are no original creator level corruptions, I should be safe. Perhaps even Cheek's corruptions could affect the avatar since she has already temporarily achieved the level of the mirrored original creator. But why would she even corrupt me? No reason for friends to turn daggers against each other, right? No. If she does, I should have a backup plan for that too. But what can cleanse the corruption of a god that has previously attained the level of the mirrored original creator? To cleanse corruption on the level of life. Loki's eyes suddenly narrowed. Isn't that the authority of the sequence 0 of the moon pathway? So as long as I bargain for some favors from the newly resurrected vessel of the moon goddess I should be able to get myself cleansed of corruption. Loki finally relaxed. He knew just how he would gain those favors from her. If he could resurrect her in any vessel he wished, then he could simply make her a family member the next time around. With a plan finally settled, Loki acted almost immediately. He changed the trajectory of the fate of the moon goddess to be reborn close to when his avatar would be reborn. And made it so that they would be a family that would be under his protection as long as the plan was in effect. After which he carefully decided on the memories to give his new child avatar that would resurrect in a few thousand years. The new avatar must want to constantly grow stronger. And to do that he must choose the error pathway. Since I don't want anyone else to choose that pathway I'll give the responsibility of my avatar choosing the error pathway to Salazar so that he'll cover the Lord of the Mysteries pathways in a layer of concealment once he becomes a true god so that only my avatar can see through it and use the pathway's potions and advancement rituals. I can guide Rowena and the others to set up Hogwarts in the meantime so that my avatar in the future thinks that there is something more to this world than on the surface so that he isn't distracted enough to experiment with his incorruptibility. I can even use the avatar sealed in his soul for a backup to pretend like he gets corrupted by having it play the sound of ravings each time it thinks the child avatar should be corrupted so that the child avatar stops doing whatever he is doing and finds a way out of the situation. I can even make the backup avatar sealed in the child avatar's soul at ravings like Hornassus Flegria to make the child avatar believe that he needs to get stronger by following those like Klein did. With a smile, Loki then moved to slowly replace himself with the will inside the wand by taking its position in the wand, so that he could fall asleep for now and only periodically wake up to make sure his new avatar would be created in time and the surrounding situation would happen as expected according to his calculations. All I need to do while periodically waking up is make sure there's someone like Dumbledore and Grindelwald and Voldemort in the future. The genie in the lamp looked at Hermione and Daphne before his eyes widened slightly. Where did you get? That's not important, Mr. Genie in the lamp. Koko interrupted unhesitatingly before continuing with her purpose. I want to use my second wish. The genie looked at her with a soft glare before nodding. What is it? I wish for these two to be sent to the primordial chaos's hold after I give them the required items to clear the chaos plague. The genie's eyes widened almost instantly before it shouted as it tried retreating back into its lamp. Insanity. Utter insanity. Who would do such a thing? But Koko held a firm grip on his clothes using the levitation spell, causing the genie to comically freeze in the air as it tried swimming away. Finally seeing no semblance of sanity in the woman holding him hostage, the genie turned towards the girls. You should know how wonderful the job you are doing is. Do you really think you are fit for it? Hermione's eyes firmed as did Daphne's in that moment as they spoke firmly. We are. Hermione then added on, if we can do it, then we must. The genie looked absolutely bewildered at the madness it was witnessing before simply adorning a neutral face that had no reaction on it and asking Koko a question. Are you sure? Koko nodded and then shrugged her shoulders as she explained, as long as you don't take them to a different primordial chaos's hold everything's fine. I'll handle the rest. I can't control how the wish is twisted, but all right. The genie nodded. Koko then turned to the two girls waiting for her instructions. She walked up to them and placed her hands on their heads. A warm current of energy flowed into their bodies, spreading through each nerve, each fiber, each pore in their bodies as it gave them a relaxing feeling before something coalesced in front of their chests that was different looking in between the two of them. The crystal in front of Hermione was in the shape of a surreal, shimmering eye embedded with intricate gray-white patterns and flecks of starlight, while Daphne's was a sharp, deep black horn-like object with countless gray-white wrinkles. It was their beyonder characteristics. Koko had used the Sun Pathway's purification ability to purify the two off their beyonder characteristics. She grabbed them from the air before holding it for them in return. I won't be holding them for you, instead, since you'll need the abilities of your pathways to help you in the assassination, I'll morph them into dash. This. Koko revealed her hand to show new items in it once again. Both were powerfully bright golden bracelets, one with the eye embedded into it and the other the horn. You can use these mystical items for your mission, and once you're done, simply consume the beyonder characteristics to regain your sequences. Hermione and Daphne nodded, but Koko wasn't done. Instead, she handed the two similar-looking glasses. Wear these and it'll steal your vision before turning anything that can corrupt you through sight into cartoonish figures and showing it back to you. It'll also translate any language for you so that you can understand it to the best of your ability. Hermione and Daphne nodded again, putting on the glasses and immediately feeling slightly startled when Koko turned into a chibi version of herself and Eugenie turned into a cartoonish character too. The plan is simple: you're going to be teleported into the center of a dying neutron star where a diseased baby is being held. All you have to do is ascertain your direction to the baby and reach it before strangling it or killing it using any of your beyonder abilities. Baby? Hermione asked, her tone faltering slightly. Don't be sorry, it's a baby that's over 2 millennia old. Hermione gulped and nodded softly. The place is going to be filled with a ton of different spirits, so make sure you aren't caught, or even if you are caught after you kill the baby. I will teleport you back here once you are done with another wish, so you don't need to worry. Got all that? Koko finally asked. Hermione and Daphne nodded again. All right then, Koko turned to the genie before speaking, you can send them away. The genie snapped his fingers, and even before he was done, Hermione and Daphne found themselves in a dark stone cavern enclosed on all sides with the only open side blocked by hard stone bars. They looked around themselves to find a large crowd in the middle of which they had arrived before Hermione's eyes fell on a board at the top of the bars. Prison block. She mumbled, causing Daphne to look at the same board before they looked at each other in surprise and mild shock. Of all the places we could go to, why did we have to begin with a prison? Chapter 531, Revival. Loki felt a slight incoherence as he awoke. He nudged the monocle on his right eye out of a habit that was not his before he looked down at his hand and realized it did not belong to him. The ashen slender fingers coarse with dirt and blood looked foreign, felt foreign, and most importantly were foreign. Memory slowly trickled in as his mind settled in the foreign body he had suddenly occupied. Where am I? I'm Voldemort. How does Voldemort have the monocle? Did I parasitic him in some way? Or is it a gift from Mother Tree of Desire? The last thing I remember is remembering something bizarre that gave me confidence about finding Elaine after she had gone missing. What was it? Loki scratched the edges of his body of heart and mind to remember or even figure out what it exactly was that he had forgotten, but the memory seemed to have been buried rather deep inside. It would take time given the lack of an Accio spell for memories to be found, so Loki tried to focus on the present to see if he could excavate the memory easier that way, perhaps even using his decryption abilities for it. How did I become Voldemort? Loki browsed his recently gained memories as he saw something rather confusing and, for the lack of a better word, absolutely bamboozling in them. I'm Gehrman Sparrow. And I work under Mr. Error. Does this even make sense? Who wrote this twist? So I can't access the Sapphira Castle now, or can I? Loki wondered softly, his eyes scanning for the connection to the gray fog around him. It exists. How is it connected to two people at once? Or did the fake Mr. Error get kicked out now that I've returned? Where did the fake even come from? I thought I was the only one who knew about the error pathway. Another one of Mother Tree of Desire's corrupted demons. Questions, so many questions. Let's think about this logically first. I was racing all the true gods and outer gods to gain the knowledge to travel back to the past, and then I remembered something that gave me confidence after I won. And then I woke up as Voldemort. Loki frowned since he still failed to remember what he had remembered then. It was as if the information was on the tip of his tongue only for it to keep slipping away each time he attempted to reach for it. Like he was trying to cup water only for it to slip through his fingers. Loki looked at the grand hall around him. The human candles seemed grotesque, the piles of screaming and wailing human skulls seemed bizarre, and the world seemed all the more confusing for it. Where am I right now? The answer showed up in his memories as Voldemort, whom he seemed to have parasitized when he was Gehrman Sparrow. Underneath Hogwarts. Why am I underneath Hogwarts? Why is Voldemort underneath Hogwarts? How is Voldemort underneath Hogwarts? Is this another one of Salazar's hidden secret chambers? The answer came up in his new memories once again. I see, so Voldemort found this space underneath the castle when Dumbledore died. Wait, Dumbledore died. When? He seems to still be alive in my memories though given Gehrman Sparrow has divined about him. As usual the answer showed up in Voldemort's memories. He just suddenly up and died around the same time I vanished from the world after the curse on the Defense Against Dark Arts position latched onto him. I vanished from the world. How? Did the fake Mr. Error do so to try and steal my identity? Was he also the one that killed Dumbledore? Is that why he's still alive since fake Mr. Error parasitised him and turned him into an avatar? How did he do that to a Sequence 1 author anyway? Was Voldemort's curse so potent? But wouldn't it have been better if he just deeply parasited me and then continued living as me with none the wiser? Why go so far as to wipe my identity away from the face of the earth? And then parasitist Dumbledore. Confusing. Everything is so confusing. There was a sudden pop in the hall as two people operated into it, each already kneeling on the floor, afraid to look up. Whoa, Voldemort's lackeys, Death Eaters. Loki thought to himself as he looked at the two kneeling on the floor. Speak. Loki commanded simply as he knew nothing about what or how things around here operated since he hadn't had the time to study Voldemort's memories in detail yet. My lord, the delegate from Ilvermorny has left the school with the two girls you asked us to keep a watch over. Blood Traitor Air Greengrass and the Mudblood Granger that hangs around the prophesied boy, one of the two people kneeling on the floor spoke with clear excitement as if they had just learned something profound. Huh? Hermione and Daphne? Or is it still Astoria since Daphne is a soul? Or did Nicholas and Pernelli already give her a new body? Why did they even go to Ilvermorny anyway? Loki questioned only to receive an answer in the form of a memory from his time as Gehrman Sparrow. I see, so a new member of the Tarot Club requested help to get rid of a plague. Didn't she mention low sequence beyonders though? Isn't Daphne a demigod already? I remember divinity radiating off her soul when I last saw her in the abyss. I'll have to divine about this. What happened to the sequence 3 beyonder characteristic I had merged with? Oh, so the fake Mr. Error has it. I see. And he's trying to advance with it. But what about me? Didn't I already complete the advancement ritual back then? How did he separate the characteristics from me and then use it? Why did he even separate it in the first place? Who would want to get weaker to only try and get stronger once again? Suddenly a memory appeared in Loki's mind that gave him chills. I was doing fake advancement rituals. And the fake Mr. Error has the true advancement rituals. How? Why? Who changed them? Rowena. But why would she do that? My lord, the lackey asked softly, still keeping his head bowed, causing him to miss his liege's shocked expression. Loki let out a dumb sound, however given Voldemort's lack of nostrils it came out as a rather cold intimidating snort, causing the lackey to shiver with fear. Oh, these guys are still here. I'll just tell them to leave for now. Leave. Loki simply mumbled before turning around and gazing at the skull on the wall as Voldemort usually did until recently. There were two pops of apparition and the two lackeys vanished, leaving Loki alone in the grand hall once again. However, Loki remained enamored by the crystal skull filled with what looked like a thundering cloud inside it. Why was Voldemort collecting desires? I see, a part of his advancement ritual for Sequence 1. He needed to collect desires of despair and distraughtness from a large amount of people. The more distraught they are, the more successful the ritual. But whose characteristics would he get to advance to Sequence 1? Shouldn't Farbody have them all since he is a true god? Perhaps he's missed some over the years he was hidden by Salazar. I still have that promise I made to him, to let him return to the abyss. But why did Voldemort choose Hogwarts? A place where only the first-year kids might cry if they ever see him. Wait, is that why he chose Hogwarts as the ground for his advancement, since he wished to kill Harry Potter and collect all the despair from the people in the castle? Memories surfaced again and Loki realized something. Oh, and the rest of the world using specially prepared altars made using human sacrifices to channel all the hatred and despair towards himself. He what a sissy. In the end all he amounted to was collecting screams from itsy-bitsy children. But how did Gehrman Sparrow parasitis this fool anyway? Oh. Using the Turnsoist brass notebook. He used it as a carrier of a worm of time, an item that was supposed to be passed along to Voldemort after Bellatrix Lestrange got it from Snape before parasitising him once he touched it. And he bypassed Voldemort's danger sense by simply using the monocle to cover his fate and hide it with an illusory one so that Voldemort's spiritual intuition wouldn't be triggered. It's the same trick I used to stop Dumbledore and Grindelwald from learning. I spoke their names and schemed against them. So they still went on with the mission I had planned about giving an item to Snape in the Tarot Club. Although I'd only planned to parasitis a Death Eater and not Voldemort, it worked anyway. Nice. Now I just have to parasitis Mother Tree of Desire, and backstab Mother Goddess of Depravity, and everyone will be safe forever. He. He. He he he. He 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 he. Ha 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 ha. Loki laughed as Voldemort, not because he found anything particularly funny, but because he wanted to laugh like a villain while he was pretending to be one. He simply adjusted his monocle and paused slightly before speaking again. Funny, the villain laugh does sound evil. Alright, what do I do now? Do I dig deeper into how I arrived here or chase after the full blasphemy card I'm due? Should I change my pathway? That ought to throw a wrench in the plan of everyone who made this happen, wouldn't it? Hermione almost immediately tried to use her door ability by twisting her wrist to open a door mid-air, however the mystical item on her person failed almost instantly. A cutely drawn chibi dragonhead human looked at her with a silly expression before asking, "New around here, cutie? I haven't seen your kind here in a long time, did you forget that mystical abilities are prohibited here?" Prohibited? Hermione asked, a little afraid. The dragon-headed person nodded. Of course, the warden is from the arbiter pathway. He can prohibit anything he wishes. The bastard prohibited us from playing spit catch last week. Hermione controlled her expression with great care. She didn't want to appear confused or disgusted, and so she kept her expression neutral before nodding to the dragon-headed human in thanks before turning to Daphne and speaking in whispers. Mystical abilities are prohibited here, but how are our glasses working? Daphne looked around in slight amazement and fear before speaking her mind, probably because the glasses are a high-level B-under item, from a sequence greater than the warden. I can also use my abilities, but they are going to be severely weakened. Hermione nodded, accepting the explanation before looking at Daphne and asking the real question, what do we do now? Collect information. Daphne muttered while scanning through the crowd for an opportunity to do so. Only Hermione paused at the question since she had spotted a roulette table in the distance. She nudged Daphne in the direction too and asked her a question, you can use your abilities, right? Daphne nodded, immediately catching a whiff of Hermione's plan, but before they could implement it she spoke hastily, let's pick our target first. I have a feeling that we won't be able to abuse the loophole to use my ability more than once. Hermione's eyes widened slightly since that meant that the warden was constantly watching everyone in some way, adapting to their actions and creating more rules and regulations. Do you want to only target those playing or also those we can get to play? Hermione asked softly. Daphne remained silent for a while before speaking up, let's split up. I know those that gamble the best. I'll look into the ones playing to find a suitable target, you go and scour through the rest of them, surely there might be someone who might tell us something more about this place. Hermione felt slightly unsure at the thought of having to split up, but she nodded anyway since Daphne had been the one to propose the plan. They nodded in each other's direction before they split up, with Daphne going towards the roulette table to search for losing whales that might want some luck to turn things around, and Hermione going towards the wider crowd, searching for someone here that had been around for a long time and might know the ins and outs of the place, even vague whispers would do in their current scenario. Hermione scanned the place thoroughly, her eyes marking a few targets she would try until her eyes landed on a small chibi rat-like humanoid creature that had special chains on his wrist that kept him hanging from the roof and tied to the floor. His eyes were bandaged and his mouth stuffed with cloth. How did I miss someone who requires special restraints inside the prison? Hermione noticed quickly and began walking in her target's direction. As she made her way through, Hermione thought up several questions she could ask, ranging from the layout of the place to the general patrol routines of the warden keeping watch over them. However, the second she entered a short range around the chibi figure drawn in replacement of the original, she froze. The crowd shifted in between, people walked to and fro, but Hermione's eyes remained fixed on the rat that had been blinded. All because she could feel it. The gentle brushing of the legitimacy probe that was trying to scan her mind. A spectator? Hermione nearly hissed. She wanted to turn and walk away immediately, but the rat turned directly towards her and spoke into her mind. Ah, a member of the door pathway, how rare in these parts, and one that knows my branch of occlumency. Even rarer, tell me, are you from a planet called Earth? Hermione froze. Her occlumency shields rose up with full force as she turned her mind into a steel trap in hopes that nothing could get in. However, it seemed like she had underestimated the rat. That was a poor response. You protected your mind from the external while forgetting about the internal, the sea of subconscious. Get out. Hermione shouted inside her mind, but the rat simply shook his head in real life. You're loud. I heard a saying on your planet before, empty vessels make the most noise, and it seems to be right. Not only do you not know how to protect yourself properly, you even ask your enemy to leave when you're unprotected. Hermione quickly did the first thing that came to mind. She stepped back and dropped out of the supposed range the rat had control over. Only. Haha, how funny. You think I have a range? Why do you think you walked in my direction? With both her earlier options failing, Hermione did the next best thing she could think of. She shouted the honorific name of Mr. Error in her mind without regret. The error that does not belong to this era. The Mysteria Dash. Hermione's mind froze. Huh? What was I doing? You were calling for a true god like he was your friend, young girl, you seem to have a lot of connections in high places. Hermione shivered. You said error, so you're calling the true god of the error pathway then? He has been dead for a long time, has he not, or at least near dead because of corruption? At least he was dead when I visited the planet. He only made a bargain with me to create a virtual persona and write a book on occlumency before he fell asleep once again. Hermione shivered once again. Has he woken up then? If he has, I'd also like his help. Go ahead, little one, continue your prayer. Hermione felt heavier, like a bag of stones sinking to the bottom of a lake. Her eyes flickered towards Daphne in hopes that she would come rescue her from this nightmare, but no response returned, as if Hermione had turned invisible to the world. There was no hope of rescue and no one to help her break free. In the end, after a few seconds, all she was left with was a forceful burning desire to follow her captor. However, Hermione, ever the clever witch, twisted her methods at the last second. She was still going to contact Mr. Error, just a little differently than usual. She conjured the symbol for the error pathway inside her mindscape. Exactly as it appeared on the door when Mr. Error helped facilitate their requests. And at the same time she spoke in her mind. The error that does not belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The one who walks the veiled path lost to history. And be it because the rat didn't object to her warning the true god, or if she had really tricked the rat because of its restraints, the simple trick went through. Only Daphne on the side gave Hermione a soft glance before continuing back in her mission to find the whale that was losing the most and could give them some information. Loki patiently continued digging through his memories, seeing exactly what the faker had planned for Gehrman Sparrow to do by parasiticing Voldemort before he nudged the monocle on his right eye and shifted his attention to it. How is the monocle present on me, though? Shouldn't the fake Mr. Error have recovered it after I parasiticed Voldemort? Loki quietly plucked the monocle off of his eye and began to examine it carefully. To his surprise, there were several runes on the monocle. Loki looked at the runes and quickly concluded that it was an item tied to his soul. Or rather the soul of Gehrman Sparrow until he had reincarnated in this body. However, Loki felt a keen sense of error from the monocle, not as its unique authority but in its position. It almost felt to Loki like the monocle was flickering rapidly in position between him and someplace else. The fake Mr. Error has it too then. At least he did in Gehrman Sparrow's memories. Why did I reincarnate so suddenly though? I feel like I'll know the second I remember what I'm forgetting. But what is it that I'm forgetting? Loki switched into his island of consciousness and began examining the place for any hints of his forgotten memory that had left him feeling puzzled and unfulfilled for so long. To his surprise, there was a second large spherical hole in his island, much like the time after his fight against Mother Goddess of Depravity. So someone stole my memories again. Who? And why? Fake Mr. Error? Who even is this fake Mr. Error? And for the first time Loki hit a wall with his memories when nothing came up about fake Mr. Error apart from the fact that he was currently his master. Could the fake Mr. Error be myself from the future who traveled to the past? But why do I exist then? Shouldn't I be the fake Mr. Error if that was the case? Perhaps he was a different Mr. Error who was inside my beyonder characteristics. The previous Mr. Error who wants to reincarnate using me. Is it possible that he stole my corruption that came from using the wrong advancement ritual so that could replace me when the time came without letting me ever catch on to the fact that such a thing was happening? It's just speculation for the moment, but let's run with it a little. So if this fake Mr. Error was the previous Mr. Error, then there should have been someone who knew him, right? Wouldn't there be such a person? The founders perhaps? Or someone before them? The goddess of fortune. Just as Loki was about to delve deeper into his memories, he heard a few whispers in his ear. They surprised him for a second as he assumed he was going mad from using all those wrong advancement rituals until now when he realized that it was someone praying to him. Should I answer? No, that would make the faker suspicious. I have to pretend to be Gehrman Sparrow until I get direct access to him. Then I'm pretty sure I can beat him up since I have a sequence 2 angel parasitist and he's only a sequence 4 like me. Except just as the prayer died down, Loki felt another instinctive connection to the prayer even as it was already accepted. Loki's mind instantly decrypted the phenomenon as he noticed that it was someone praying to him while their prayer had already been accepted. And since that wasn't possible, it was likely someone using the error pathway symbol to connect with him directly. Can I accept this? Loki wondered for only a moment before accepting the connection, since he realized that as long as the second connection hadn't been accepted, it was invisible to the fake Mr. Error for some reason. Only what he saw surprised him greatly. Hermione. In her mindscape. And who's that rat? The rat looked at someplace else in the sky and began speaking randomly. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Mr. Error. How have you been? There was a short silence before a different voice, one familiar to Loki, spoke directly to Hermione. What do you need? Hermione trembled in her mindscape as she wondered if Mr. Error had gotten her warning or if she had led him into further trouble. And when Mr. Error didn't even acknowledge the rat-like being in her mindscape, she felt afraid of a creeping possibility. Did Mr. Error fail to notice him? Is he not strong enough yet? Hermione wondered, but not wanting to anger him, she answered his question. As you know, Mr. Error, the current plague is being caused by primordial chaos. As long as we get rid of it, we can get rid of the corruption being spread by it. So I wanted to help your blessed who asked for our help in ridding the world of the plague by assassinating the primordial chaos. Loki watched as the rat's eyes widened in surprise and shock at being missed, but he had bigger things to currently deal with. Almost as soon as Hermione had mentioned the words primordial chaos, his mind decrypted a million things at once. Primordial chaos. The one inside Mother Goddess of Depravity. Why would it be outside anywhere in the world? Wouldn't it only be born when the next universe was forming or taking birth and this one was ending? Someone hurt Mother Goddess of Depravity. Did that fight I was in with Mother Goddess of Depravity hurt her enough to make this happen? Force his birth early. Loki frowned. How did I do that though? The only way to hurt the primordial creator would be to hurt Mother Goddess of Depravity directly. Or, hurt the mirrored original creator and use the similarity to hurt the primordial chaos inside Mother Goddess of Depravity. But to hurt the mirrored original creator, Cheek would have to combine with the Red Priest pathway. Has she already combined with it? No, that can't have been the case. If she were, she wouldn't have responded to me when I asked her for help through Fleur. She wouldn't have taken the risk of me using her to attack the primordial chaos if she awakened the will of the mirrored original creator within her. So this happened sometime in history. In the third epoch, when the final battle happened and Mr. Error repelled the outer gods then through his own sacrifice. If that was me, and I could be corruption-free, did I risk corruption from the primordial chaos just to hurt him, and send back or repel Mother Goddess of Depravity and the other outer gods? A long-forgotten memory stirred within Loki at that moment. He felt a seal unlock and a barrier break within himself as something reminded him of a past he had recently forgotten. I remember. That battle with Mother Goddess of Depravity over the Chaos Sea, it was a battle between a king of angels and her. Someone possessed me just as I was about to die and turned the situation around. Who was it? Myself from the past. Myself from the future. How? Why? The conversation in the prayer continued with the rat trying to take the lead. You can't see me. However, Mr. Error ignored him again, as if he didn't exist at all, and spoke to Hermione again. Do you require help? Hermione, not knowing if Mr. Error truly couldn't see the rat being or if he was ignoring him on purpose, nodded fearfully, hoping to send some message to him. Yes, Mr. Error, I currently need help. A seemingly high sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway has invaded my mind. I can't fight him off. There was a short silence before Mr. Error spoke the words Hermione was dreading to hear. You're alone. Are you sure you are not losing control because of having been separated from your beyonder characteristics? Hearing that Hermione was in danger, Loki snapped out of his thoughts and quickly read her mind. That was where he learned two key pieces of information. Firstly, that Dumbledore was only a virtual persona, presumably of the Ratman in Hermione's mindscape, and secondly, she and Daphne had no means to defend themselves inside the prison they were in. The prison for the primordial chaos. Hermione, still shocked, couldn't speak. And that was when the Ratman took over. If you can't see me, you must not be real, but the little girl who's your follower can see me. How curious, even after the pact I made with the real Mr. Error, are you special in some way, little girl? Hermione snapped out of her shock as she spoke quickly in a panic. Mr. Error, please send someone to help us. There was silence again before the fake Mr. Error spoke once again. All right, I will. The prayer ended there with the fake Mr. Error cutting it off, as did Loki's connection to it, forcing him to return to the real world. Right at that moment, a crimson light glared upon Loki's eyes and dragged him into the Sapphire Castle. Loki looked on at the head of the table where he used to sit, only to find a new Mr. Error sitting there. His face was covered by the gray fog, so Loki couldn't tell his features apart, but he just knew instinctively that the person there was using his old body. Almost immediately Loki felt the strong urge to attack the fake Mr. Error and reclaim his rightful throne, but Loki clamped down on such thoughts by simply stealing his desires that were excessively strong given his new host. Now is not the right time. I must make sure that I have the upper hand, and that means that I must first recollect my stolen memories before making a drastic move. But why did I steal my memories? Unless I'm not the same Mr. Error as the one in the past, but an avatar meant to be reincarnated into. Loki bowed as per the customs in Gehrman Sparrow's memories before speaking. Yes, my lord. I need you to go help one current member of the Tarot Club and one potential member of the Tarot Club. Yes, my lord. As you wish. Where should I go? There was a soft silence before the fake Mr. Error spoke again. I'll send you to the right location. You only need to prepare. Loki bowed as the connection was cut once again and he returned to the real world. He quickly grabbed the Turnsoist brass book and the skull filled with desires that Voldemort was enamored with before praying to the fake Mr. Error once again to tell him he was ready. As he did so, a sharp gleam showed up in his eyes. If the primordial chaos can corrupt my original self, can I ascend to the status of the original creator to forcibly overtake my original self while merging? Chapter 532, Preparations. Loki felt his vision blinded by the crimson fog for a second before he found himself appearing in front of the transportation door he was so familiar with. The door opened and beckoned him to enter, creating a strong suction force that gave him no other choice but to walk in. Loki tried to peer beyond the open door, but something kept blocking his sight, not by stealing it but by flooding it with crimson light. As if he wasn't supposed to know of the location before he entered it. So Loki did the only sensible thing for now, he stepped forwards and allowed himself to be absorbed by the doorway. The world blurred in a swirl of colors as Loki felt the world twist around himself. Am I traveling through the spirit world? Loki wondered, since he occasionally saw various non-humanoid figures rush by him at high speeds. Did the faker get a traveler beyonder characteristic or something? For Hermione to advance to for the next sequence. Loki calmed down and examined the phenomenon as he began to lay the plan for his rebellion. He hasn't protected himself while transporting me. The travel lasted precisely 4 seconds and Loki found himself in front of an open door once again. This time, however, he didn't have the choice to stay back and examine. A hand pressed against his back and immediately pushed him out. Loki felt a strange barrier pass over his body before it closed behind him, as if someone had deceived it momentarily, after which Loki found himself in an entirely new space where he donned on an illusion to hide his appearance by turning it into Garamond Sparrow. Crowds of non-human beings all gathered in the area, but Loki's gaze swept over them without concern. They're all pretty weak, the strongest of them is Sequence 5, with the only Sequence 4 being Daphne. However, she has her characteristics extracted for some reason. Loki's eyes instead locked on someone more interesting. Hello, Mr. Merlin. Loki said softly as he decrypted the name of the rat that was staring at him blindfolded with confusion and surprise. The process was rather simple. There was corruption within the rat from an outer god that Loki recognized. And there was only one other corruption-filled being related to Dumbledore, whose virtual persona Dumbledore could be linked to, ergo Merlin. Even still, Loki was quite confused by his appearance as a ratman. They did say Merlin was not human and a being born out of a devil, a part devil. Perhaps this was also why the founders never trusted Merlin. Because they knew his real identity of someone from Earth, but of someone from the larger cosmos, an outsider. You called me? Loki asked softly while looking at the rat down his nose in annoyance. Hermione on the side finally heaved a sigh of relief she hadn't known she was holding as she made up a reason in her mind for such an occurrence. Of course, Mr. Error wouldn't speak with such a great being inside my mind. What if I got corrupted? Wait a second. He said that the ratman was Merlin. And that he called him is the one who arrived here, Mr. Error, then. But Hermione didn't know what to think anymore, so her brain shut itself down. Instead, she simply stared at the chibi representation of Mr. Error that was visible through her glasses, confirming her that the being in front of her would corrupt her simply by her laying eyes on him. And so she persisted, keeping her head lowered in respect even if she could still directly look at him. The rat spoke from beside her without regard for respect. However, your mind, it's a steel trap, a good one unlike the girls. You've got something to hide, don't you? Hermione tensed at that, but Loki responded calmly, no. It's just to prevent what's inside from getting out. Getting out? The rat made a puzzled expression, but Loki said nothing else to further the conversation in that direction. Instead he asked simply, where's the original creator being kept? I can't find him with my spirit vision. Is he being hidden inside someone? You're right. Though that's not surprising. He is being hidden inside a Sequence 2 Angel of the Mother pathway, but the woman doesn't know about the unfortunate herself. I guess you already noticed what's going on. Loki paused and looked around, or rather in a specific direction at a wall, using his spirit vision to look beyond it at the gathering of the angels in the primordial chaos's hold. She is coming, isn't she? To reclaim the primordial chaos and stuff it back into her womb. The rat looked at Loki curiously with intrigue even though his eyes remained blocked. You mentioned her, but you didn't get corrupted. It seems you truly are him. Loki questioned momentarily before moving on as if the matter was inconsequential. What do you want in return? Loki asked the rat. I'll help only if you can remove my corruption first. First? What if you run away? You've never risked your life before for me. Then you can hold the trigger to infect me again. I only want the guarantee that I can be free from this place. Loki frowned momentarily before asking the rat directly, I'll do you one better. I'll get rid of your corruption right now, but infect you with a brand of my own. Loki didn't trust the rat. At all. And so he devised a simple scheme. The rat was currently corrupted by Mother Tree of Desire, and he had been suppressing it for all this time, but with no other option to get it removed, he had come here to wait for Mother Goddess of Depravity. After all, if his previous decryption about the past where another Mr. Error defeated Mother Goddess of Depravity was true, it wouldn't be far-fetched to think that she would take time to recover from having the primordial chaos within her damaged. After that, if she would want to act as normal in her day-to-day life, she would have to separate the primordial chaos from her in some way and then recover immediately using new life before letting the primordial chaos recover on its own by feeding on her nutrients. And when it fully recovered, she would come around to collect it, hence giving Merlin the opportunity to make a deal to give new life to the corruption and get rid of it by killing it after it came alive. So Loki would do what he did best. He would steal such a puny corruption directly. But to keep control over the rat so that he wouldn't betray him, Loki would simply imply a corruption within the man that would steal all his thoughts of betrayal. But this was just a cover. Stealing the thoughts of a Sequence 1 author was not something Loki was confident about. However, there was something else that gave Loki absolute confidence in the fact that he could control the Ratman. Dumbledore was already parasiticed. If he wished, he could simply corrupt Dumbledore and then spread that corruption to all connected to that virtual persona, since it couldn't be dismissed as it was parasiticed, giving it a new identity and a new source of life. Especially when Loki would use the corruption he was going to apply onto Ratman to strengthen that link by allowing Mr. Error to use his Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit characteristics to exploit the connection. And so if Loki got corrupted by the original creator at any point in their mission, the corruption could be spread to the rat through his first layer of corruption first, and if that was dealt with in some way, it could be spread through the strengthened connection between the rat and Dumbledore. A perfect balanced situation for Loki, where his safety was in his hands while the rat's safety was also in his hands. Hallucinating figures that don't exist is often a sign of corruption. McGonagall spoke, explaining to Ginny Weasley and Luna Lovegood, who were sitting by Harry, Ron, and Astoria's bedside. Is that why they keep mumbling something about the original creator and someone called Mr. Error? Ginny asked softly, her eyes in pain seeing her family and the person she loved the most in such pain. McGonagall said nothing for a few seconds before explaining, "Promise me you won't look into the matter again. Not even in books available in the library. You won't be able to figure out when you begin hallucinating, such is the nature of evil gods that corrupt people." Ginny Weasley nodded before looking at Luna, who also nodded softly, although her eyes held a hint of surprise. She had called McGonagall here for something else, not just to lecture Ginny. However, it seemed that McGonagall had failed in detecting the anomaly. Should I call the headmaster? Luna wondered softly. There was a soft silence for a while before Ginny spoke again. Have you already informed Mother, Professor? Yes. McGonagall said sternly, I hope you won't encourage any of them to search more about the corruption either. Madame Pomfrey is already working hard enough as it is, and I'm sure she will figure out a solution one way or another, so all you need to do is give her time. And do we have time, Professor? Ginny mumbled out softly with red eyes, looking at the older witch with slight annoyance. I can feel their intense desire to tear themselves apart from the bedding and follow the orders of the voices speaking to them, Professor. They're barely clinging on to sanity with the help of the sleeping draft potion, fighting deeply in their slumber that was supposed to be dreamless. Of course they are, Miss Weasley. But the right solutions take time to find out. Anything else, any shortcuts you might find, will only trouble them later when things become much riskier and much, much worse. So you are not to study these things on your own, not even to help Harry and Ron. Do you understand, Miss Weasley? Ginny looked back at Harry and Ron and sighed softly in acceptance before nodding. Yes, Professor. McGonagall sent a last glance Ginny and Luna's way after that before turning around and walking back out of hospital wing. Luna looked at Ginny and saw her crying, so she decided to remove her cork necklace and place it around the girl's neck. She did so in a smooth motion before quietly walking towards the potions area of the hospital wing to help Madame Pomfrey brew more sleeping drafts. Knock knock. Yes. Madame Pomfrey's voice rang out from inside the brewing area in the hospital. Luna walked in casually after the permission was granted and spotted a potion about to overflow out of its cauldron, only for Madame Pomfrey to tap it with her wand and direct it back inside. Is that the cure, Madam? Luna asked bluntly in her airy tone. Madame Pomfrey looked at the little girl before smiling through her sleeping bags as she explained, it is not. But it is something that will help them calm down a bit more. It is a potion infused with the essence of the sun pathway's purification powers. Luna, ever the curious type, moved in closer to look at the potion brewing station. My mother used to make potions blessed by the sun goddess for me to help me get over colds. Madame Pomfrey smiled before brushing Luna's hair and warning her, don't touch anything in the cauldrons, all right? If you want to help me, then help me cut the ingredients. Luna nodded and quickly got to work as Madame Pomfrey spoke softly. There was another student who used to help me like this before. Another student? Only one. Yes. He was the only student that ever stayed in the hospital wing even when he wasn't injured. In all my time working there hasn't been another. The allure of magic is too strong for others to spend their time with an old lady like me. Luna doesn't think you're old. I think you are as bright as the sun herself. Oh ho ho ho, flattering me so much. What do you want? You caught me. Luna said unexpectedly. Madame Pomfrey stood slightly bewildered at the honesty before Luna spoke. I would like for you to give up the act, Madam. Pomfrey's face fell. I can see it even if Professor McGonagall could not. I can see your corruption, Professor. You were corrupted long ago, were you not? You hide it right inside the light so that no one would suspect a rapidly healing soul that was burning brightly, brighter than most stars, but I can smell it, Professor, the corruption burning within you, constantly. Pomfrey fell silent, her hands trembling as the ladle she was using to stir the cauldron stopped spinning while the rest of the knives cutting ingredients stopped in place, hovering midair. That potion and the sleeping drafts you've been giving to the students. The silence stretched thin as Luna pulled out her wand and pointed it at the Mandarin. It to poison them to death so that they don't die in pain, is it not? The Mandarin's mask fell after that, but there was no rage, nor sorrow, only a clear indifference that held the burden of the revelation. They won't survive either way, no matter what happens after being corrupted by such a high-level being, there is no other solution than to die. And all I can do is make sure they die a painless death and be embraced by the sun so they know some relief. Are you sure there is no way to rid them of the corruption, Madame Pomfrey? Luna asked again, holding her beautiful bone wand tighter. Are you sure you're not just hiding the truth from us all to hoard it to yourself? The Mandarin frowned before explaining herself. No. I am doing no such thing. What even makes you think so? Luna stayed quiet for a few seconds before revealing the truth, because you've been sipping the potion to taste it, madam. Why do you wish to taste poison while it is being made? If you were truly working to give everyone a peaceful death, wouldn't you have taken the poison last? Madame Pomfrey's brows twitched ever so slightly. But Luna caught it, so without further ado, Luna cast the first spell she had learned from Mr. Error's Gospel in the Room of Requirements. She flicked her wand and wordlessly cast a spell. Madame Pomfrey reacted almost instantly, waving her hands to defend herself, only, for a moment there she forgot what she wanted to do. You are already corrupted, madam, and not partially like Harry, Ron, or Astoria outside, but fully, are you not? Madame Pomfrey stood in a daze for a few seconds because Luna hadn't just stolen a single thought but a series of them, stealing an entire chain because of the amount of spirituality she had poured into the spell. Are we going to fight the angels, Mr. Error? Hermione asked fearfully. To which Loki spoke softly, no, that would be stupid. Just as Hermione was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Loki spoke calmly, I am going to kill them while you and Daphne fight a Sequence 2 angel and kill the primordial chaos hidden deep within her mind with the rat's help. Hermione gulped dryly before nodding softly with a weary face. She couldn't believe the words coming out of Mr. Error's mouth, but she could see just how demanding the world of angels and true gods was, and if they were in a time limit that was set because of her presence and was going to become an issue, then she would do her best to help Mr. Error by following his orders. Loki looked at the dispirited Hermione and nearly chuckled, but he held himself at the last second and calmly gave Hermione the plan. Mr. Merlin here will send you to the Sea of Subconscious, from where you will follow the ravings and madness that is constantly present in the background of this place. It will be apparent to you that you're getting closer the more ravings you hear. Don't get closer to it after you start to have to steal the corruption from yourself. Steal corruption. But Miss Chadwick told us that we won't be corrupted, Mr. Error. Don't worry about that, just do as I tell you to. Loki said softly. Hermione nodded, but she was clearly worried now. Did she lie to us? Why? Why kill some random Sequence 6 Beyonder and a Sequence 4 demigod when you are an angel able to call a Sequence 2 angel a mere angel? Hermione nodded again and turned to look at Daphne, who was speaking to a player at the roulette table. You may leave, Loki said to Hermione while turning to Merlin. After Hermione left, Loki flicked his wrist and pulled out a glowing orb of crimson light from Merlin. It was the corruption of the outer god that had infected him. At the same time, Loki inserted his layered corruption he had planned before into Merlin's mind. But in addition to the simple corruption, Loki mixed in a bit of the grey fog wrapped around him so that it could corrupt the Ratman once again if things came to the worst. Send them to the Sea of Subconscious when the time is right, would you? Loki asked Merlin, and the Ratman simply nodded, a little annoyed by the additional presence in the sanctity of his mind, while also happy now that the corruption that had been bothering him for so long was suddenly gone, wiped away, fully. But as Loki observed the corruption, he found himself confused. Why does it feel like this corruption is layered too? It feels like it has something to do with order and disorder. City of Calamity, maybe. Why did he get this corruption though? And where did he get it from? Is the City of Calamity on Earth, or was it taken by someone else to someplace else? The genie exists in this world too. Not having the answers to these questions for now, Loki proposed another deal to the Ratman. Can you give me a way I can recover memories I stole from myself? Huh? The Merlin looked confused. He pondered for a moment before explaining. Doing such a thing without prior inspection would be reckless. Loki gave him a deadpan stare, asking, do you really think I'll let you do that? Merlin simply chuckled. I just assumed you would, since you didn't add this condition onto the previous deal. I didn't, because you would have otherwise assumed that I was not who I said I was. Loki stated plainly, and you wouldn't have let me corrupt you, even if it is only momentary. Merlin nodded and explained with a sigh, while it isn't really possible for me to tell what you mean by stealing memories from yourself. All memories have their roots in the Sea of Subconscious, so as long as your memories were only stolen on the surface, dig deep enough and you will find them. Although since you are not a spectator, you will have to risk losing yourself if you want to find it on your own. All you have to do is find a way to summon it, either through a ritual inside the Sea of Subconscious or by performing a divination inside it. Loki nodded for the information, a plan forming in his mind with the Accio spell, and moved on to the next topic to prevent the spectator from realizing that he hadn't paid anything for that information. Not that it was worth very much, since any spectator could say so. I will take leave now. When I give the signal, send the girls into the sea of subconscious. And if I don't give you a signal, send them in when she comes here. At that point make sure to send me in too. All right. Merlin nodded before looking at Loki for a little while from under his blindfold and then asking him a question: how long until you resurrect? Loki stared off into the distance at that question, pretending like he was seeing something that no one could before he murmured, soon enough. Helga looked down at one of her avatars being held up by a student inside. She then turned to Rowena and asked her a question: are you sure there is no way out of the corruption? 2 of my avatars have become corrupted. They were quite precious too. Rowena, already sad-eyed, glared at Helga before speaking snarkily, the only way is resurrection. If it wasn't, he wouldn't be waiting to resurrect at the perfect opportunity. Salazar interjected at that moment, I think something is wrong with the way we are looking at things. Wrong? How can we be wrong? Everyone has reached the same conclusion as us. The mad primordial chaos is still rampaging while the one who he is rampaging for is lying asleep God knows where. Salazar kept quiet after that for a few seconds before speaking again softly, we wouldn't be here if not for him saving us all that day and repairing the barrier. Are we even alive anymore? She'll get the primordial chaos soon enough and then she'll have the ability to shatter the barrier again while we are all weakened for the 3rd time in a row. Where is your Mr. Error then? Still asleep and keeping himself protected while we handle all his weight. Salazar sighed softly before explaining himself, I'm not arguing with you, Rowena, what I'm saying is that if we can perhaps find his resurrection spot, we could wake him up and have him perform the substitution killing of the primordial chaos once again. What's one more corruption to him? After all, he has all the time in the universe to resurrect himself, right? A whole epic named after him. Rowena, Godric, and Helga all fell into a deep though after that point, pondering the feasibility of the situation as they calculated the gains and losses if they did so. Could they wake him up right as the barrier shattered to force him to perform the substitution? What if they left Cheek and him in the same room so that Cheek would remerge with the Red Priest pathway characteristics to awaken the mirrored original creator to kill the primordial chaos? The answer was simple. She won't agree. Rowena said, sighing. Once was already too much for her to handle. She won't risk permanently awakening the mirrored original creator in her just to kill her. She could just run away to a different planet. She's already suffering from madness here, another planet where she can actually proselytize her religion would only be freedom. But could we force her? Godric asked softly. And how do you propose we do that? We could offer her a chance to resurrect in the cycle of rebirth and death I created with Salazar. Godric proposed, one where she would be separated from the mirrored original creator by the Styx and resurrect in her vessel of choice. That way if we tie them up in the same room once we find them, the outer gods will think that they are going to perform the same trick as last time again and try to attack them, but if they do attack the 2 of them, they will be forced to defend themselves and choose our alternative. It's a much safer bet than letting her reawaken the mirrored original creator fully once again. After all, Mr. Error has nothing to lose, and once he sees that attacking Cheek to hurt her again is the only way, he will do it himself. Rowena closed her eyes with her fingers on her chin to think deeply. Time passed and Rowena finally opened her eyes with a fierce resolve. Let's figure out where Mr. Error hid himself to sleep. Godric nodded while Salazar smiled wryly, we should still respect him, you know. He was the one that helped us grow. Don't be tricked, Salazar. He wasn't someone kind. He only did that to have more gods and goddesses on his side. He would be proud that we are doing exactly as he taught us to save the planet. After all, if the planet goes away, no matter where his hiding place is, it'll get destroyed too, right? Salazar finally nodded with Helga agreeing as well, so the 4 of them began to look into where Mr. Error's resting place was. Where do you think we should start from? Or how do we even go about detecting it? Do you think the convergence of pathways would work? I still have the full pathway blasphemy card and we know the location of the uniqueness of 2 of the adjacent pathways, could we use those and search through the spirit world? Rowena asked softly. That seems like it could work, but why don't we just first divine about it? The type of failure could also tell us a lot, could it not? After all, he doesn't have the Sapphira Castle with him to hide inside it. Salazar explained. Rowena nodded and performed the divination with a simple flicker of her eyelid. Only. The second a vision flashed in front of her eyes. Her eyes popped. Aghai. Rowena muffled a scream as her eyes regenerated, before she looked back up and explained, I was hit by an imbalance in order and chaos. Simply looking at him exacts a price I was unwilling to pay. And simply earning the right to look at him required the price of my eyes. The Justiciar pathway. The genie. Is he just in the Department of Mysteries? Helga asked softly, a little unsure since she had been to the place several times before and never noticed something so unusual about it. I don't know, it should be somewhere on the planet. Just not visible without paying a high price. What would require such a price? Rowena asked everyone. A sealed place could have been broken easily by your authority as a great old one. To exact a price from you would mean that the seal's integrity is beyond that of a great old one, like the original creator's seal over the astral realm. Who even made such a seal? Salazar asked, puzzled. Chapter 533, Revelations Ultimate. Loki looked at the angels standing guard, gathered outside the prison block with ease using his spirit vision. They were Sequence 2 angels, Loki knew because he could see the amount of spirituality they held was similar to Voldemort, but Loki didn't really feel worried even though Voldemort himself was currently just a Sequence 2 and he himself was only Sequence 4. All because he currently held the uniqueness of the error pathway. However, Loki was still cautious. Need to be careful now. I've lost my memories too many times recently. I don't want to lose them due to some error again. Each of the angels held a different mystical item related to gardening, either shears, scythes, or hammers. Some even had multiple tucked away safely on their waists or backs. They're all from the Chaos Primogenitor pathway, all right. Loki concluded since the Chaos Primogenitor pathway had a sequence called the Gardener which made one proficient in using the tools associated with it as weapons. Not that they should get a chance to use them if what I have planned goes smoothly. The first task is to figure out where the damn warden is being hidden, and then take that person out so that my abilities are completely unrestricted. After which I must figure out who among the angels present in the area holds the primordial chaos and isolate her while killing the rest so that Hermione can enter the sea of subconscious of that person along with Daphne and Merlin. Then I must get rid of the other angels all while planning for the greatest theft of all time that the universe has existed. The theft of the primordial chaos himself. Loki held no delusions in being able to kill an original creator level being while being a measly Sequence 4 temporarily sitting at Sequence 2. After all, one had just gotten his divinity and the other was the closest to the very source of it. And so Loki hoped to accomplish two things in his fight with the angels: steal the primordial chaos so that Mother Goddess of Depravity doesn't get another chance to break the barrier around Earth, while also find out how the new life rebirth ritual worked so that he could take it back to Earth along with the beyonder characteristics of those Sequence 2 he killed to be able to free people of the corruption back on Earth using the same ritual. Loki evaluated the battlefield for the last time before he looked at Merlin and nodded, "I'll give you the signal for when you have to act." Merlin, the Ratman, nodded and that was it. Loki vanished from his spot soundlessly, reappearing directly in front of the 5 Sequence 2 angels all gathered around the entrance of the prison block. Only, things didn't go as planned almost immediately after Loki appeared. Not because the angels detected him appearing. No, they couldn't even see him since Loki was perfectly hidden under the illusions cast by the authority of deceit used from the error pathway uniqueness. No. It being the first time Loki had ever traveled outside the planet, he failed to account for one thing: the gravity of their location. They were currently in the center of a neutron star. One of the densest places in the universe. The place where black holes are formed. Hermione and Daphne got it wrong. Loki gasped in pain as his Sequence 2 body barely withstood the sudden change in gravity and pressure in the environment. The place they were being held, the prison block, wasn't a region of chaos and disorder being held down by a mere Sequence 4 demigod of the Arbiter pathway. It was a Paramitha. An ability of the Chaos Primogenitor pathway that allowed it to trap its enemies while also strengthening their own abilities. Almost as soon as Loki stole the distance between them, the Paramitha noticed his malice against their creators and spat him out of its mystical bounds, making it so that the conditions set for its existence no longer applied to him. Which meant suffering the infinitely high gravity of a neutron star. However, this was but a minor setback. As the Sequence 2 angels were reeling with the fact that someone had just broken from their Paramitha, Loki acted instantaneously even as Voldemort's body began to crumple upon itself. Loki performed a theft. He stole 3 abilities from each of the 5 Sequence 2 angels. Loki stole the first most important ability, their authority as a broken pillar. This theft Loki performed using the uniqueness of the error pathway. Stealing this authority rid him of the curse that normally came from attacking a Sequence 2 broken pillar, instantaneous and harsh rebound from the physical world, like the one Loki was suffering from the gravity of the neutron star upon being excluded by the Paramitha. This theft succeeded for 4 of the 5 angels, granting him near immediate relief from the gravity of the neutron star which had chosen to focus on him because of the physical rebound, but Loki didn't have to suffer the last one. That one could simply be deceived using the uniqueness of the error pathway, its target shifting to the final angel on whom the theft failed. Next Loki stole their Paramitha. Loki had no regard for the Beyonders trapped in the Paramitha. Firstly, they were being from the cosmos who held infinite malice towards those from Earth, and even if they didn't, Loki doubted that any of them hadn't yet consumed the bodily fluids of the 5 Sequence 5 angels keeping guard of this arbitrary neutron star so that they could become vessels for producing prime Beyonder ingredients in the form of babies. Hermione and Daphne hadn't yet eaten anything here yet and hence they were safe. With the stealing of their permitha, Loki stole their ability to resurrect dead individuals, i.e. resurrect their partners. They also could no longer use spells like ghost form inside it, which gave them partial invincibility, leaving them infinitely more vulnerable. This theft too was successful only on 4 out of the 5 angels, but the prison block shattered. And finally Loki stole the angels' ability of new life. With the theft of new life, the angels could no longer resurrect themselves or heal themselves instantaneously from his attacks, meaning they would suffer and bleed just like normal people. This theft too surprisingly was only successful on 4 out of the 5 angels. However, all this was within Loki's plan. After all, one of the angels was holding onto the primordial chaos, and for 3 out of 3 thefts to fail on any one particular angel would mean that out of the 5 angels currently guarding the prison block, that specific one was special to be able to block thefts of a higher level. With the vanishing of the permitha and the identification of the angel in whose body of heart and mind the primordial chaos was being hidden, Loki gave Merlin the signal to act and transport Hermione and Daphne to the Sea of Subconscious immediately. Daphne and Hermione vanished into the Sea of Subconscious, but with the vanishing of the Paramita, Merlin was finally free. And so he too vanished into the Sea of Subconscious, but he left for grounds unknown and did not stick around with Hermione and Daphne. Although not an ideal outcome, since it would have been very helpful if the Ratman stayed to help in case Mother Goddess of Depravity herself showed up, it was still better than risking him interfering with the fight and causing Loki to have to deal with another Vector throughout. And so Loki heaved a sigh of relief when Merlin did nothing other than leave silently. "I'll remove that corruption from him if he does nothing by the end," Loki promised the Ratman mentally while giving him a thumbs up. With the short pause in attacks from Loki, the Sequence 2 angels regained their breaths and acted. Without their permitha and their ability to use the spells inside it, they were simply left with their Banshee's weakening curse and death wail along with evil summoning. 3 things happened after that in the next immediate moment. 2 of the 5 angels used a weakening curse on Loki to rapidly drain his life force and prepare him for the ability the other 2 angels used, death wail. However, Loki had already countered this with another theft. Loki stole this time the life force from the 4 angels whom he knew his theft would be successful on. He added this life force onto the lifespan of Voldemort in an attempt to retaliate against the death wail that started to spell his death because of the weakening from the weakening curse of the 2 Sequence 2 angels. However, this still left Loki vulnerable. A mere Sequence 4 facing the curse of 2 Sequence 2s. It was at this moment that Loki used 4 of the abilities he had thieved from the angels. Loki applied the authority of the broken pillar to himself. And since he applied 4 of them, the backlash from the physical world on the angels was instantaneous. The 2 who used the death wail on him were all but crumpled into a ball of fleshy goo, while the 2 who used the weakening curse were splattered on the floor as they too died almost instantaneously after being crushed by 4 times the effect of the gravity at the center of a neutron star. Why did the 5th angel not attack him during this time? Loki too wondered the same question, so he turned to look at the angel. Only what he found was rather surprising. The angel stood simply dumbfounded. Not because her allies were killed so quickly, but because Daphne and Hermione had done the impossible, or at least it seemed so. A few moments earlier, when Hermione and Daphne had been teleported into the Sea of Subconscious of the one of the angels keeping watch over them. "What do we do now?" Hermione asked softly as they looked around at the truly bizarre Sea of Subconscious that had formed around them. The world was a blur of images truly graphic to be described in detail, making Hermione nauseous enough to puke immediately. However, she held it and given their mission while Daphne froze. Daphne. Hermione nudged her friend only to find her shocked and looking in a random direction. Hermione looked over there too, but found nothing other than a wall of images of grotesquely birthing babies who were crawling out of their mother's wombs by tearing open their stomachs with their sharp claws and nails. Only, all of a sudden, a giant Big Ben showed up in front of her. Its size was truly enormous. Hermione looked up at it, but before she could, the scene around them changed once again. Hermione was no longer at the neutron star anymore. She and Daphne were back on Earth. In a location they recognized not, but a location they knew was on Earth nonetheless by looking at the night sky. The constellations were the same and the air had lost all its oppressive aura. Their beyonder characteristics had fused back in themselves while their abilities had fully returned to normal. What just happened? Hermione asked Daphne, confused, frightened, and bewildered. Loki entered the Sea of Subconscious of the angel in front of him rather easily once he felt something familiar emanate off her mind. It was almost as if the feeling invited him to it rather than the other way around. But once Loki was there, he too was left surprised and in awe. Not because of the sights he saw, although they were pretty too. But because his memories finally returned. Loki found himself unable to articulate his feelings and emotions in words because of the plot unfolding before him. The Big Ben was still visible in the Sea of Subconscious of the angel, but Loki's focus wasn't on it. Instead, Loki's focus was on the figure that soon emerged in front of him. Sue. Loki began awkwardly after looking at the figure of himself standing in front of him rather relaxedly despite the situation. So what? Surprised that you're just an avatar? Loki shook his head and said softly, "No, I decrypted that already." Then what are you surprised about? That you would agree to give up your life so easily. Loki said, a hint of surprise in his voice. Give up my life so easily. It's not easy, but it has to be done, or humanity will have no future. I assumed that you would revive in time, but she delayed it by a large amount of time, which left me deeply corrupted, and now I have decided to merge with him and sleep so that you can grow. Loki stood silent for a long while as he digested his memories and the words of the past him that was speaking right now. Mother Goddess of Depravity had attacked him at such a random point in the past purely because she wished to kill past Loki. It had been a long time and the primordial chaos hadn't recovered yet. Precisely 2,160 years since he had been reverse corrupted by the past Loki. She was about to regain her ability to use the primordial chaos without succumbing herself to permanent madness and prematurely ending the universe, but the primordial chaos himself hadn't recovered yet. And so if she wished to attack Earth by breaking the astral barrier to regain her spheroid once again, she had to kill the past Loki who was still around and only asleep so that the primordial chaos could recover. And so she hatched a plan by working together with the only other Beyonder who would benefit from Loki's death, the full pathway king of angels that was also the hangman pathway true god, Herpo the Foul or Gellert Grindelwald. And since Grindelwald held a grudge against the past Mr. Error for forcibly making him dual-wield the hangman pathway, it was an easy sell since the astral barrier would remain fully intact as she would only use a descent vessel to appear before Loki and kill both him and his past self. And so when she saw Loki in front of her she held him down so he couldn't escape. Then she created a situation where the past Loki was forced to take over the present Loki's body by threatening to kill the boy, which would take away his only option for resurrection. And so past Loki reappeared by forcibly taking over present Loki's body in that moment to battle out Mother Goddess of Depravity. Mr. Error won in that fight by putting the space around the Chaos Sea into a limbo and sealing it to banish Mother Goddess of Depravity from there, however the damage was done. The past Loki had awoken from his slumber and been forced to use his abilities to combat something else than the progressing corruption of the primordial chaos that had corrupted him. At this moment there were only two options left. Either forcibly merge with the primordial chaos to make sure that when Mother Goddess of Depravity merged back with him, she would be unable to use it without fully killing Mr. Error, which would only get harder to do because he would merge with the primordial chaos and attain partial original creator status, if only temporarily because of the madness that would come afterwards. Or, he would have to give up and immediately resurrect in present Loki regardless of the consequences that might hold for him as the Goddess of Fortune predicted. The answer was immediate for past Loki. He trusted the Goddess of Fortune's divination more than his own at the current moment, since he was but a mere king of angels while she was a full-blown great old one who was dealing with a near-identical situation as his only for longer, and because he could clearly now see his fate was obscured by something in some way. There was a part to it that was hidden. Even from him. And so past Loki trusted the path Goddess of Fortune had laid out for him. He would wait until his avatar reached original creator level on his own before attempting to resurrect in him, even if it meant giving up the race for dominance of personality. After all, if worse came to it, he could always simply just live as an avatar of the avatar instead after his resurrection this way. However, this was unlikely since he would likely be killed by Mother Goddess of Depravity in some way eventually, since he had merged with the primordial chaos. After all, there was only so long he could hang on to his sanity in this state. However, what past Loki hadn't anticipated was that during the throes of the primordial chaos, when he was merging with the primordial chaos, Loki himself would show up to physically steal the primordial chaos. This changed the game significantly. Now past Loki could merge with the primordial chaos safely and have Loki steal him away from Mother Goddess of Depravity. This would mean that when the time came he could safely resurrect in present Loki without being killed by anyone. And then he could relegate himself to being an avatar of the avatar, but that wasn't necessarily a bad thing since it guaranteed his safety. At this moment, Loki looked at past Loki and fully understood his plan. Alright, I'll help you, but I need a few things first. So greedy. I'm giving you up my position as the dominant will and you still want more. What's to say? After all, I'm an error pathway beyonder, it would only be stranger if I didn't have a thing or two I wanted. Haha, true, I wouldn't have trusted you if that wasn't the case. So tell me, what do you want? You have to stay awake for a little bit once you merge with the primordial chaos to undo the corruption plague spreading around in everyone on Earth. Past Loki nodded. Then you have to help me kill the remnant will that you gave temporary Mr. Error status. Haha, I refuse. Do that yourself, you are more than capable of doing so. Loki frowned but understood the reasoning and nodded. So he then spoke softly, do you know what the Goddess of Fortune is planning? Not entirely, no. But I'm sure you'll figure out more on your own, and if it doesn't happen you'll regain those memories anyway once you merge with me eventually before she acts on whatever she's planning. Either way, I know one thing for sure, she's definitely not an enemy. She's just in a similar situation, like ours. Loki nodded and that was that. Past Loki was about to teleport Loki back to Earth but Loki stopped him. I'll have to go to take down the fake Mr. Error. You just merge. Loki said politely, waving his hand in refusal of the service. Past Loki smiled mischievously before nodding and vanishing, leaving behind a few words, "I'll be watching from the front seat then." Back in the real world, Loki reappeared in front of the angel holding a baby. The baby looked ugly to say the least, but Loki held it with care nevertheless. The angel had already died. Past Loki had taken care of that. Once that was all settled, Loki didn't delay further since Mother Goddess of Depravity would be arriving soon, since she had already been traveling from Earth back to this neutron star since the battle back on Earth had ended. Loki quickly set up an altar to pray to Mr. Error. "Mr. Error, I would like you to bring me back to the planet. I have succeeded in helping the Tarot Club member and the future member. I have also successfully stolen the primordial chaos." Once the prayer finished, Loki found his vision flooded by a crimson light before a door opened before him once again. Concealing the primordial chaos in a wall of spirituality, Loki entered the door and began to travel back to Earth through the spirit world once again. The process was the same this time, and Loki took full advantage of exploiting it thoroughly. The travel time was going to be 4 seconds once again. So 4 things happened in those 4 seconds. First, Loki let the primordial chaos be taken from him by the fake Mr. Error. This was a necessary step, since otherwise the primordial chaos would attract unspeakable horrors from the cosmos into the spirit world. So Loki let the primordial chaos merged with past Loki leave his hands and safely reach fake Mr. Error. However, this act had 2 purposes. One was obviously to safeguard him, while the other veiled act was to distract the fake Mr. Error with the new baby. In the 3rd second, Loki exploited the loophole that Mr. Error hadn't protected himself during the travel and attacked him. Loki did so not directly but indirectly by planting a seed of malice deep into the fake Mr. Error's spirit body. Obviously, even though he was a fake, Mr. Error noticed the sudden obvious attack and retaliated, first by stealing Loki's next thoughts and then with a swift termination of the teleportation through the spirit world that was ongoing. Loki was immediately expelled from the spirit world out into the cosmos. Left stranded out in the open, where he instantly died due to lack of oxygen, freezing to death while simultaneously feeling his blood boil from within as his eardrums exploded and a constant stream of blood and other fluids leaked his orifices. Of course, such a death was planned since Loki had already stolen fake Mr. Error's thoughts to examine the seed of malice that Loki had planted within his body. A seed of malice was a sequence 2 Bloody Archduke's ability, and it held the ability to allow planter to revive using these seeds if the main body is destroyed. And so the 4 seconds ended with Loki's death in the 3rd second and his resurrection in the 4th, but the difference this time was the fact that he was now inside the Sapphire Castle and not outside. The following attack after that was swift and decisive. The relaxed fake Mr. Error, who breathed a sigh of relief at having repelled the sudden attack, found himself wailing in pain as someone else revived within him. The world sank into silence as Loki pushed himself out of the seed of malice and returned with Voldemort's body inside the Sapphire Castle, breaking out of Mr. Error's body after stepping out of his psyche. Almost instantly, Loki used the uniqueness of the Error pathway to perform 3 thefts. First, Loki stole the monocle off the fake Mr. Error. The monocle stealing a monocle was an error which was not possible, so Loki instead stole the runes, causing its position to constantly flicker between the two, freezing it and binding it to himself permanently. Next, Loki stole fake Mr. Error's thoughts for retaliation after deceiving the fake Mr. Error's attack to never be launched in the first place. And once that was successful, Loki finally stole Mr. Error's soul. Even when all that was done, Loki didn't stop. Instead, Loki reacted quickly by using the monocle to substitute Mr. Error's soul with his own in his host Voldemort before inhabiting his original that had been abused by the fake Mr. Error till now. Along with that, Loki recovered the monocle and placed it on his face, leaving him with the exact same image he started with. He was now holding the baby primordial chaos, nudging the monocle over his right eye while looking at Mr. Error in the Sapphire Castle. Only this time, he was in his own body and not Mr. Error's. Good job. The baby finally spoke vaguely before it closed its eyes and fell asleep. Voldemort, or rather fake Mr. Error, now stuck as a parasite within Voldemort, finally regained his consciousness as his thoughts not being stolen flowed once again, only he looked at Loki with surprise, shock and horror. However, Loki showed no mercy. Goodbye. Loki said one final time before snuffing out the life that was fake Mr. Error by stealing his soul once again. Chapter 534, Advance. Loki looked down at the rune that the fake Mr. Error's will had turned into, with satisfaction. Finally. It's good to be back. Loki mumbled under his breath. He then softly looked around the Sapphire Castle, soaking in its silent sanctity as he quietly thought about all the things he had to do next. There's advancing to Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit. Then there's acquiring the Fool card from Rowena. And finally, the most important question. Should I return to Hogwarts? To do so would mean that I return the memories that the fake Mr. Error stole from everyone. But doing so would also bring questions. Why did he steal my memories in particular? What reason could I come up with? Loki thought about a few things around himself, about Voldemort, whose body he now owned to be able to do whatever he wished with whenever he felt like it, Dumbledore's virtual persona body that he also now owned to be able to do whatever he wished whenever he wished, or at least if the Ratman Merlin didn't get to it first. Let's see. What's the advancement ritual for Sequence 3 again? Why don't I plan things according to that? Loki thought back to the memories he had in this body because of the fake Mr. Error and learnt the ritual that he had to perform. Without violence, find and exploit loopholes in rules to temporarily collapse order in a region. Can the exploiting of rules be twisted? As in, do I have to exploit actual rules or can the rules be social rules or office rules etc.? And the region must be no smaller than a village, the smallest entity that can form a projection in the spirit world. Can I cause a collapse in order in Britain by revealing that Voldemort's alive? Would that count as exploiting a loophole? Since the Ministry vehemently defies his existence, what if he is suddenly revealed to be alive, which causes all of the Ministry's social rules about speaking against his revival to collapse? What if Voldemort gave out an interview to the Hogwarts Honest Mill? Could he reveal his plan to grow stronger by consuming the despair and distraughtness of people all over Britain after he kills Harry? That would surely cause a scene, wouldn't it? Loki liked his new advancement ritual. Walberga would be happy about it if that happened since it would send the Black family's stocks up. So I should return to Hogwarts then. What reason do I give everyone then about my disappearance? The reason could be that I was being safeguarded from Voldemort because I took a secret video of him while he was revealing his plans to the Death Eaters. So he is out to get me. And now that the interview has been released I can safely return to daily life with none the wiser. Ha! How genius! Someone should build a statue in praise of me. And so, Loki began working once again. Loki detached a worm of time from himself and used the monocle on his right eye to turn it into an avatar. However, since he wasn't a full-fledged Sequence 3 the avatar would be weaker, but that perfectly suited his needs. The avatar bowed before him until Loki spoke calmly, Parasitus Voldemort. Your job for now is to summon a meeting across the Death Eaters and tell them of your plan to kill Harry Potter. The avatar nodded, knowing exactly what Loki planned to do and parasitized Voldemort before Loki sent him away to his position under the Hogwarts castle. How weird. I don't think I can ever get used to seeing my face on something else and not shiver, even if it is just an avatar. Alright, now that is taken care of I should get going to record the entire event under the guise of free and fair reporting. Before then however, Loki walked to a random spot in the grey fog surrounding the castle where the fog slowly swirled out of view to reveal the captive of 3 generations of Mr. Errors in the Sapphira Castle. Ho! You're still alive. Loki mumbled looking at the true creator that was now trembling looking at the primordial chaos baby that was fused with past Loki lying safely in present Loki's hands. Be a good boy and cough up the full pathway beyond her characteristics, or you know what I'll do right. Loki said plainly and openly even though he actually had no way of truly waking up the past Loki right now and if he did he wasn't sure if past Loki could take using his abilities while fusing with the primordial chaos. After all, past Loki had already fallen asleep to help cure everyone on the planet from the plague that had recently spread. Loki didn't know if he had energy for more without being fully overwhelmed by the primordial chaos's will. The trembling true creator however knew none of that. And so, Loki watched patiently as the true creator bound to an upside-down cross coughed up several Beyonder characteristics neatly separated by sequence onto the floor. Loki had debated shortly with himself whether he would take away the Beyonder characteristics or not, but in the end decided to take them away since he could use them himself and then return them to the true creator once he wanted to advance to sequence 0 error. Loki didn't feel like touching all the characteristics drowned in spit so he kicked the giant eyeball once or twice, or thrice, before pulling out his wand and flicking it lazily to stow the away in his pile of things that now held the uniqueness of the Justiciar pathway as well. Alright. Now that I have the full pathway sequence 9 to 1 characteristics, I should be able to make mystical items to perform grafting and use historical projections. All that remains now are the Beyonder characteristics for the door pathway which past me should know the locations of or at least Salazar should know about it. After all that Loki kicked the true creator twice more before he whispered, that's for not telling me that Elaine was the moon goddess all along. Before he kicked the true creator once again as he mumbled, and that's for being annoying and kickable. Now you're just a single pathway god, make sure you don't behave like a madman, if the Aurora Order members aren't stepping in line by tomorrow morning and helping the Black family in their operations, I'll make sure you don't remain alive anymore. Got that? The true creator gave Loki a spiteful glare but when Loki threatened to drop the primordial chaos onto his head he shivered repeatedly once again before falling limp and still, as he closed his eyes to play dead. Loki kicked him once again before covering him up with the grey fog so that no one could see him again. Lucius Malfoy felt the sudden burning up on his left wrist and knew exactly what was happening. He calls for us. Now. Lucius Malfoy did not waste any time. He had been working on organizing certain files for the funds needed for his works and plans but he quickly stopped and got ready to meet his lord once again. He folded the files with a wave of his wand and set them back in their respective drawers with another. He then quietly walked out of Malfoy Manor in the dead of the night before focusing on the dark mark on his left hand and operating away. He vanished in a swirl of darkness as it wrapped around him like a womb before transporting him through the abyss and into a different location altogether. It was a grand hall of magnificent proportions that would have made him jealous if not for the constantly burning human candles on the edge of his sight and the constantly screaming piles of skulls that seemed to still hold the souls of people that were still alive and being tortured. Lucius knelt on the floor almost as soon as he arrived in the area. It was something he had practiced to do often so that he could do so without tripping at the wrong moment, at any moment. Almost as soon as he did so, he felt the familiar pressure on his body that arose from his Lord's high sequence. However, what Lucius did not realize, just like the other Death Eaters with their heads bowed down and kneeling on the floor in that moment, was that Loki was currently standing behind Lucius with a camera resting on his shoulder to record the entire event. Loki was hidden using the illusions of the Mentor of Deceit characteristics he had gotten from the fake Mr. Error to make sure he remained hidden from view of everyone. Loki even stole Malfoy's thoughts about moving too much because of the pressure on his shoulder so that the video would be stable and wouldn't have too many jerky movements. Should have brought along a tripod. Well, no worries. If Voldemort can have human candles, I can have human tripods. Also, my acting skills are pretty good. My avatar is playing Voldemort perfectly. The scary aura radiating off of him that is created using the subconscious thought of fear and inflating that desire in everyone near him is perfect. The Voldemort who was staring at the darkness-filled skull hanging on the wall turned around slowly as he looked at everyone kneeling before him. He spotted Loki visibly since he was a Sequence 2 and Loki was only using a Sequence 3 characteristic, but he didn't expose Loki. Instead he acted quickly so that he didn't delay his lord from achieving his best shots and leaving. Today, I called you all here for a simple reason. Voldemort said softly. My rise, it comes soon. He said, looking over each person present slowly. Several people trembled, including Lucius, but Loki frowned at it and stole his thoughts to stop him from trembling too much. I have prophesied the date of my advancement to the status of a high angel at the end of this Hogwarts year. Voldemort said with great excitement before proclaiming in a frenzied tone, that will be the day I attack Harry Potter while he lies within the castle. That will be the day the news of his death spreads. The day the boy who lived turns into the boy no longer. And the despair that follows. Voldemort's voice suddenly turned into a whisper. It shall help me rise, he said, his voice level, resonating off of the walls and bone pillars of the hall that they were in. I shall rise to take over Britain soon after. Dumbledore will no longer be a threat and neither will the puppet rulers of the country be any of any consequence. I shall take over Britain and all shall tremble in my presence. I shall take over Britain and be known as the greatest wizard to have ever lived. A Dark Lord greater than Grindelwald. And a wizard greater than Merlin himself. I shall return. Voldemort finally stopped with his arms stretched wide as if embracing the world itself, showing his domination over it as he stepped onto everything it stood for and muscled it under his feet. Voldemort's gaze passed over Loki, looking for praise, but Voldemort's strange appearance coupled with his lack of expression made Loki think for a second that he truly was in the presence of a Dark Lord himself. Loki nearly shivered and felt goosebumps rise on his body at being stared down by Voldemort, but he got control over his emotions quickly and nodded. Good job. Loki mouthed before picking up his clunky wizarding camera from Lucius's shoulder and turning off the record button. Loki looked around all the people that existed in the hall and gave new commands to Voldemort through the monocle, by implanting a thought into him. Give me a list of all their names and addresses. Also give me information about what they do in the organization. Make sure those people burning as human candles are put off and rescued if possible, and if not, just give them a proper burial and let them rest in peace, same for the skulls. Through his vague peek around, Loki noticed that Snape was absent and felt some relief that his teacher wasn't a fanatic and quietly slipped out of the hall. With a simple vanishing act, Loki reappeared in the Sapphira Castle, vanishing entirely from his previous position without a trace. Inside the Sapphira Castle, Loki looked at the recording before wondering how he would turn it into a film that could be watched and heard by the audience before realizing that he could just use the Miracle Invoker's Beyonder characteristic that he had just obtained from the true creator. Loki summoned it to himself and gave it a good thorough clean in water produced by the Aguamenti charm before he held it and looked at it deeply. Alright, this thing still has some power left to it. Loki summoned his Disc of Wishes and used the monocle to substitute the already present but dried out characteristics in it with the new one and found it obtaining a soft steady green glow, indicating it was ready to be used. So Loki made his wish. Give me a moving picture version of the video recorded in this camera so that anyone can hear the words spoken by Voldemort in it as long as they wish to do so. The Disc of Wishes complied and Loki soon had a simple piece of newspaper in his hands with the entirety of the article about what was in the recording, but as long as one paid close attention to the video in the paper they would be able to listen to it themselves. Truly a wonderful piece of magic. Loki studied the runes making it possible and edited it a little to his liking before becoming satisfied enough to be ready to print it in the newspaper for tomorrow morning. Loki looked at the Disc of Wishes and found that it still held some power given its dim green glow, so he asked it for another wish. I wish for the memories of all those that had their memories about me stolen, returned. Walberga sat down in her study with great unease. She felt a keen sense of fortune suddenly track their family. She'd just received the news that all the Aurora Order members had begun to search for black family handlers in the black market to suddenly want to work under them. However, this made her feel a deep sense of unease and worry. Why was the Aurora Order, whom she'd been ready to get rid of until recently, suddenly showing up at her doorstep asking for asylum? Especially when there was currently a seemingly incurable plague going around. Was the plague infecting them and making them suddenly subservient to her house because she was related to the god that the plague was spreading information about, Mr. Error? She lifted her cup of tea for a sip of cold tea only for the cup to slip out of her hands and shatter on the floor. How could I forget? Walberga suddenly gasped as she regained her memories. Walberga panicked instantly as she remembered about Loki and the fact that she hadn't heard from him in weeks if not months. What happened to him? Is he all right? How did I lose memories of him so suddenly? Was it the doing of that evil god of his that he has a pact with? But why would he make me forget my grandson? Did Loki get involved in something dangerous? What's going on? Where is he right now? Suddenly her vision was filled with crimson as her gaze slipped past the spirit world and landed on Mr. Error, who was sitting above the grey fog on his regal seat. She was about to ask him questions about Loki, bombarding him with them to understand the situation, but Mr. Error spoke first. Loki is all right. He will return soon. He was involved in a matter that required absolute secrecy, which was why he and all knowledge regarding him was concealed for a while, so as to not let the spirit world be polluted by his intentions. Loki hopes to see you again soon. Walberga's questions got caught up in her throat at that moment. Her eyes teared up and Loki felt the urgent need to give her a warm hug, but he felt that could wait for now since he had other important things to do right then. While I cannot tell you all that he was doing in this time frame, one part of it is this. Mr. Error said softly, sending a paper floating Walberga's way as she grabbed it to study it carefully. A newspaper. Almost as soon as Walberga read the headline, her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Voldemort's plan to conquer the world exposed. Underneath the headline was an article, but what took Walberga's full attention was the moving picture recording currently playing underneath the headlines. A recording of Voldemort. How? Did Loki record this? Walberga immediately asked Mr. Error, and he nodded. And if not for the fact that Mr. Error had started with the words, Loki is all right, she would have currently been at his throat, God or not. You can listen to it. Mr. Error said softly, and Walberga became confused. However, when she paid attention to the moving pictures in the paper once again, her eyes widened. It's true. I can list dash. That was when Walberga heard the content of Voldemort's speech. It shocked, bamboozled, and left her bewildered, since it revealed Voldemort's plan for his advancement ritual. Which meant that Loki had infiltrated a seriously high-level meeting. How? His memories missing now make a little more sense. Was he preparing to infiltrate this meeting for so long? Walberga trembled with pride and acknowledgement of her adopted grandson, since the things he did always left her shocked and surprised. Do you wish for me to include this news in tomorrow's paper, Mr. Error? Loki nodded softly, causing Walberga to be filled with delight. Such an exclusive piece of news that will be sure to shake up Britain. Good job, Loki. Grandmom loves you the most out of all her children. Loki disconnected her connection with that, allowing Walberga to continue her work for the night. Should I go visit her? She nearly cried. I should go visit. It's been only a short while for me since I was asleep until I resurrected, but it has been a while for her already. And so, Loki cut his time short and teleported back out of the Sapphire Castle and reappeared before the Black family manor. Knock knock. Loki knocked on the door using the knocker and took a few steps back as he waited. Almost instantly, Loki felt a wave of spirituality pass over him as someone attempted to drag him into a dream, but that only lasted for a second before he heard the thundering sounds of someone rushing down the staircase by the door before it slammed open on him as it flew off its hinges. Grandma! Loki shouted in surprise. Walberga rushed to Loki's side, grabbing hold of him and examining him from all angles as her eyes teared up instantly before she grabbed him and held him up close in a warm, tight hug. Loki felt his shoulder get wet from tears, but he just warmly wrapped his hands around his grandmom before whispering. I'm all right, everything's all right, you don't need to worry about anything anymore. Where did I worry? Walberga whispered with some disappointment. I didn't even remember you. Loki noticed the deep sense of self-blame in that statement, but he had nothing to say to it. What had happened was a freak accident. How would he know a simple mission to protect a launch facility would turn into a battle against multiple true gods, outer gods, and even an original creator-level being? So Loki only whispered once again. I will try not to let something similar happen once again. I promise. Promise. Walberga asked back, sniffling softly, completely unbecoming of her prideful black self. Loki nodded as he separated from Walberga and looked into her reddened and puffy eyes. I have to go back to Hogwarts tomorrow, but you can spoil me all you want tonight. Soon however Walberga slapped Loki's shoulder before praising him, "But you brought back something pretty good this time, so I forgive you for worrying me." Loki smiled, and that was the end of their reunion at the door as Walberga dragged him inside the house, flicking her wand to fix the door on their way to the dining hall. And as Walberga filled him to the brim with all sorts of sweets from various parts of the wizarding world, she asked him several questions about his time tailing Voldemort, to which Loki presented her another piece of good news. "I should have a list ready about all of Voldemort's associates by tomorrow, but yeah, there are a lot of them, so it'll be a little difficult in avoiding them. What do you want me to do? Release their names too?" Walberga definitively nodded. "We could take over all their businesses if we have the first mover's advantage by buying it at dirt cheap. But adding that onto the paper will delay the release to evening." Loki smiled softly and nodded. "That should be all right. I'll send you the information tomorrow by afternoon at the latest." "Can't you just stay longer?" Walberga asked softly. But Loki shook his head. "Not yet. People at Hogwarts will be pretty worried about me too, since they would have regained their memories of me already. I'll send the headmaster a letter tomorrow morning and leave by evening at the latest." Walberga frowned sadly, but she smiled soon after. "All right then. Let me spoil you tonight." Loki smiled happily as he felt more exotic sweets coming his way. Loki looked at Walberga one last time in the evening and waved a goodbye. "Take care, all right? No more up and vanishing with taking away my memories, all right?" Walberga whispered softly to Loki while gripping his shoulder. Loki nodded and smiled before he gave her one last hug and teleported away from the scene. However, Loki's destination wasn't Hogwarts. It was the Sapphire Castle. The changed papers took time to be published today, so they would just be reaching their customers about now. And since Loki had included the list of the Death Eaters' names for maximum impact into it, Walberga had decided to do a special edition evening print. And so Loki couldn't wait any more as he divined a simple statement. "Now is a good time for drinking my potion for my advancement ritual." Loki repeated the statement 7 times and looked down at the pendulum hanging from his hand. The pendulum was spinning clockwise. Loki picked up the Mentor of Deceit characteristics and dropped it into a beaker. He then placed it above a small burner inside the Sapphire Castle before dropping in the supplementary ingredients that he had picked up from Walberga and those that he already had on him from the previous potions he had made. Everything in the beaker pooled into a bright golden emerald crystalline deceptively ordinary potion that looked completely normal other than the funky color it had on itself. Loki looked at the potion for a while as he recounted everything he had done to get this far. "This has been the toughest sequence to advance to so far. I hope the others aren't this difficult. They probably won't. But just in case they are, I hope they aren't." And with that, Loki picked up the cauldron and emptied its contents into a small clear beaker. The potion felt normal to the touch despite having been on fire until recently, so Loki calmly brought it to his lips with a heavy emotional feeling of pride. And then he gulped it in one go. Chapter 535, Sequence 2, Trojan Horse of Destiny. Loki felt himself being divided almost instantly. He felt his soul fragmenting as his spirit body turned into millions of microscopic worms of time, almost as if they were each alive on their own and trying to become separate entities. Loki tried to control himself using cogitation, however none of it worked. The worms kept multiplying and exploding from his body, becoming entities of their own as if a million people had each possessed him and were separating him into a piece of their own. The world felt maddening and the pain was even more confusing. Did the ritual not work? Was my divination interfere? Obviously. Loki instantly teleported out of the Sapphire Castle along with the pieces of himself that had already separated from him into a well-known part of Britain, the Big Ben. Not that the Big Ben was a special place because it was his mythical creature form, but because the Big Ben was a highlight of the Britain culture and a place near where the Ministry of Magic was buried. Loki stood there for a second, pain capturing his mind and heart as he grasped at straws and felt the spirit world equivalent of Big Ben from its most popular spot. And the effect was immediate. Loki felt a barrage of information hit himself about the current chaos in London. In a random house somewhere in Britain, a young lady screamed in fright as this day's special Hogwarts honest meal was delivered to her by an owl and opened. Her fingers graced the moving pictures of Voldemort delivering his speech before his voice filled her mind and she panicked. It was only a whole minute later when she realized that nothing had happened to her that she spent the time to look at Voldemort in the paper once again, only to hear his entire plan of killing Harry Potter and taking over the world. Another young man in his home opened the special edition of the Hogwarts honest meal and shrieked. In a random office at the Ministry, several owls tore open the spirit world at once before entering the office room as they all held a card with the same simple question, "Is you know who really back?" Professor McGonagall, known for her ever-calm distinction, felt her heart trembling when she read the newspaper today and heard Voldemort speak. She then immediately got up from her chair and rushed towards the hospital wing where Harry Potter was to make sure he was all right and safe from harm as he recovered from the plague fully. Where is the headmaster when you need him the most? Hermione stood frozen as she read the new issue of Hogwarts honest meal that Daphne had gotten her. Her mind a whirl of colors and emotions as she heard Voldemort's plan, but more than anything, it stood by on the single line below the moving pictures enchanted to credit the reporter of the news. reported by Loki Black. Her heart trembled at the sentence as her mind shattered into disbelief. She had only recently gotten back his memories, which everyone else also seemed to have gotten back at once, and now this. Was Loki involved in something so dangerous that all traces of him had to be erased so suddenly and cautiously? Who even did all this? Was it using the help of the true god of their pathway? The darkness pathway? Is Loki alright? That question had been ringing in her mind since last night, but right now it was at its peak after seeing what he had done in the span of time he had remained hidden. Is Loki alright? Hermione asked Daphne, who was standing there waiting for a friend to break out of her shock. I think so. Daphne nodded. Loki, meanwhile, after experiencing the absolute chaos spreading across Britain, calmed down. His body, splitting itself into a million worms, started to stitch itself back together into the structural web of support that formed the Big Ben itself. The pieces of him that had split off from him slowly began to merge back together as his divinity also suddenly shot up, and he learnt the basic knowledge about the sequence he was currently in. Sequence 3, Mentor of Deceit. Loki aimed his wrist at the true god stuck in the Sapphira Castle and performed a simple theft. Loki stole the hanged man's symbolism of sin-bearing. He then threw a stone at a random person before performing the act of sin-bearing. Almost instantly, the rock that was flying at a random muggle at Mach speeds changed its direction and flew towards him instead. However, the rock lost its momentum as Loki performed another flick of his wrist. Loki had deceived the rock's momentum into thinking it didn't exist. The rock, which could have damaged him earlier, now turned into a harmless pebble tossed into a pond. Loki then flicked his wrist and caused a small Beyonder characteristic to split off from his finger and collided with a bacteria present in the air. The bacteria then transformed and turned into another Loki, becoming an avatar that he could now create and have control over any time he desired. The avatar turned to look at Loki in confusion before Loki spoke elegantly, as if his voice were silk and his tone were butter. Words rolled off his tongue like honey as they sank into the mind of the avatar he had just created. You are not an avatar. You are the main body. The avatar's eyes glazed over as Loki used his enhanced charm and deceiving nature to test out his ability to deceive. Suddenly the avatar put on a proud expression as it ordered Loki with a pointed finger, merge with me. Now, you filthy commoner. I created you, so return to me. Loki laughed at having deceived a part of himself before twisting his wrist and returning the avatar to its Beyonder characteristic state and merging it back with himself. I can create about 300 avatars before I start feeling weak, Loki estimated. However, the gifts did not stop there. Loki closed his eyes and opened them wide as he realized that he had fully digested the potion already. What? How did I fully digest the potion so easily? Ah, was it because I deceived so many true gods and outer gods into believing that I time traveled? Then can I advance to Trojan Horse of Destiny immediately? What's the advancement ritual again? Loki closed his eyes and remembered the ritual from fake Mr. Error's memories. To assume another person's identity through disguise and deception and other methods that don't involve Beyonder powers, then earn their social circle's trust until the identity dies naturally. The higher tier the target, the shorter the ritual duration, with a minimum of 6 months that does not need to be maintained until the identity dies naturally. Does holding Mr. Error's identity count towards the ritual? After all, I've held it for longer than 6 months already, right? And my past self, who was the true Mr. Error, is a king of angels. The ritual should already be completed, should it not? Loki quickly teleported to the Sapphira Castle where he extracted the Sequence 2 Trojan Horse of Destiny Beyonder characteristics from where the fake Mr. Error had stored it. Loki then quickly created a new potion station, clearing out the previous beaker he was using and replacing it entirely with a new beaker to prevent any contamination or interference. Loki placed the Sequence 2 Beyonder characteristics into it before turning on the burner underneath it. Then, as the Beyonder characteristic started to turn semi-solid, Loki placed in several supplementary ingredients into the beaker, causing a bubbling hot potion to appear. As the potion was forming in his beaker, Loki performed a simple divination. It is alright to advance to Sequence 2 right now since I have fully digested the potion and completed the advancement ritual. Loki repeated the statement 7 times before opening his eyes to look at the pendulum that was spinning clockwise on his wrist. Alright. Loki finally looked back at the potion that had finished forming. The potion was mercury-colored with many looping symbols that formed worm-like shadows in it. The silver potion was then contained by Loki and placed into a small flask which he grabbed calmly before looking at it and observing it closely. I can have this and advance to Sequence 2, right? Nothing strange like some random will awaken within me, right? No, that plot point is already done. If they do it again, they're probably running out of ideas at this point. Loki slowly grabbed the flask and brought it closer to his lips. With a single gulp, Loki stuffed down the entire potion into his stomach. Only an explosion of taste occurred in his mouth as the potion merely grazed his tongue. There were so many intangible tastes that it felt ethereal in nature, and left him unable to comprehend it all. Tastes like what it felt like to eat extreme sadness, to what it felt like to be in love, and simultaneously what it felt like to be involved in a disastrous accident that has caused one's limbs to be twisted in all the wrong ways existed at once. It was a fusion of multiple different fates all thrust into Loki's sensory perception at once. As if he were drowning in the river of fate. At the same time Loki's mind deeply held onto the identity that he had formed after coming to this world. The identity of Mr. Error that he had taken over from the old Loki. The identity that he had used to fool not just the members of the Tarot Club, but also true gods and outer gods alike. Each word he spoke after that as Mr. Error replayed in his mind. His simple worded responses. His habit of wrapping the edge of the table with his fingers. His careless habit to reveal high-sequence information without regard for corruption. It all came rushing towards him, reforming him as the potion merged with the cells of his body. It changed him on a fundamental level as each cell in his body took on the mythical creature form of the Big Ben, a huge ancient stone clock whose hands are worms of time split off from Loki's own body. Loki breathed heavily as the final transformations finished right before he heard a bell ring in the distance of his hearing range, a bell that rang from his mythical creature form to signify his successful advancement. Loki opened his eyes that had gained a deep black color signifying his stepping into the range of an angel instead of a mere demigod or a saint. Loki looked up at his spirit body threads and observed the deep-threaded fate that awaited him in the future rather easily. Coming up to the level of an angel, he felt several minor authorities become added to him as his mythical creature form took shape fully and solidified the foundation of his divinity. Each authority of destiny and theft turned into in-depth explorations of his power, with the authority of destiny giving him the ability to manipulate destiny that belonged to him and others without facing any strict backlash. His authority of theft too strengthened by leaps and bounds, allowing him to steal 6 abilities from each target at once while also allowing him to directly steal Beyonder characteristics from other Beyonders below his level. He gained the ability of fate siphoning, allowing him to swap the fate of 2 creatures in a short time. Overall it was a great boost to all his abilities till now. However, those were not the only things that Loki found irresistible about this sequence. Firstly, Loki had gained a deep sense of involvement with the Sapphire Castle in this sequence, giving him the ability to act as a Sequence 1 within it. This meant that inside the Sapphire Castle Loki could show the authority of a Sequence 1 Worm of Time. Meaning that inside the Sapphire Castle Loki had authority over time. He could steal the time of various people inside it and return it to them to age and dig them. He could instantly steal uniquenesses from various true gods without harming them using several avatars at once. Inside the castle, Loki could also display abilities of a Sequence 2 Planeswalker and a Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker along with all the adjacent sequences below Sequence 2. But above all else, Loki found that he had fully digested the Sequence 2 Trojan Horse of Destiny potion as well. Was this because I am already a Trojan Horse of Destiny planted by my past self to subvert something inevitable? With no direct answers to his questions, Loki could only divine about it, and his pendulum was moving clockwise, so he believed it without hesitation. Now all that's left is for me to advance 4 more times. 2 times to reach True God status, and 2 more to reach Original Creator status. With that, Loki opened a door in the Sapphire Castle and stepped out of it to reach the Hogwarts castle grounds. I still can't open a door directly in Hogwarts. Why? Loki wondered as he stepped out into the castle grounds near the Black Lake. I should bring the Chaos Sea and merge it with the Black Lake soon, that way the greatest mystery of the world, magic, will be hidden right under everyone's noses and no one will be able to see it. Also, what happened to Erodes? Loki only thought about the mirror and much to his surprise found that the fake Mr. Error had tried breaking it once before. Why did the faker attempt to break it? Before sealing it away? Well, I better check up on it later to make sure it's alright. And to find out why it hasn't met me, its master, yet. Loki took in a deep breath for a second, rejoicing the fresh air of Hogwarts that he had so long been separated from before looking at the castle and beginning his journey towards it. Only on his way towards the castle he found a unicorn rushing towards him from the Forbidden Forest. It tackled him to the floor and began to sniff him all over for any signs of hurt or wounds before it gave a pride-filled snort as if to say, "Of course my friend wouldn't be hurt so easily." "Damn, your memories got stolen too?" Loki asked the young unicorn that he had helped way back in his first year. Loki pet the horse for a while before leaving it to let it go back to its home in the Forbidden Forest before walking towards the castle once again. This time Loki was interrupted by Hagrid, who looked at him with worry and the gentleness of a giant. "Loki. Yuri, all right? I saw the newspaper clipping today. Hermione showed it to me. Did you really do that? Did you record you-know-who? Did he really say that he was going to kill Harry?" Loki was about to respond, but before he could, Hagrid's hut's door flew open and out ran from it a very bushy-headed girl who looked like she'd seen better days. Had it not been for the public setting, Hermione felt like she would have used a door just to get closer to Loki. However, she kept a handle on herself, only running towards him at full speed as she tackled him into a wide hug. "You're all right?" Hermione mumbled. "I was so worried about you, you know. I nearly thought something happened to you in the time we all regained memories regarding you, and until I saw the newspaper today." "What happened? How did all that happen? Were you alone? Did you need our help? Did we fail to help you? Are you all right now?" Loki smiled warmly at Hermione before petting her bushy hair. He gave her a warm hug in return before speaking softly, I'm all right. Although a few things happened in the time I was tailing Voldemort to get the news clipping, I eventually managed to keep it all under control. Aren't I here right now? But Hermione wasn't convinced. What about inside the abyss? When we were all fighting against her. You stayed back then even though we escaped with the help of the Flammels. I had help from the true god of the darkness pathway then with the help of an item from the Black family, that was why I had to do a task for him in exchange and dash. Tying you know who for information happened to be that task. Loki nodded, lying through his teeth, but he didn't want to go around explaining to her that he had died and only resurrected recently. That would surely only make her go even more crazy on him. Loki's gaze then left Hermione and traveled up to the hut's door where he saw Daphne standing silently and smiling. Something felt off about her to Loki, but since he couldn't put a finger on it for now, he left it alone. She walked up to Loki and gave him a warm hug as well. How are you feeling? Daphne asked softly. Loki looked at her and found her eyes to be twinkling softly with a certain confidence he couldn't place, but he nodded, I'm all right now. It was really stuffy at Voldemort's place, but I should be fine now. What if you know who decides to take revenge on you now, Loki? Hermione asked softly, still clinging on to him like a baby cola as if he would disappear the second she left him alone. Loki looked at her and thought for a bit before explaining, I thought that too, but since I was supported by a true god he should know that I was just a medium, not the one that planned the entire thing, so he shouldn't do anything to hurt me, yet, or if he does he'll only seem weak. And now that his ritual has been exposed, he needs to find a way to still advance, so he probably has larger things to worry about than some random frog in a well. Makes sense. Hermione nodded, not realizing that Loki had just used his charm to make her simply believe his nonsense. Good job in exposing the evil Loki. I always knew ye had it in ye. Hagrid said, giving Loki a rough pat on his back, but Loki was finally able to withstand it now that he was a bona fide angel. Loki talked to Hagrid for a while longer, asking him about the unicorns and the centaurs before he broke off and finally entered the castle along with Hermione and Daphne. And it just so happened that the first person Loki ran into after coming into Hogwarts was Malfoy. Loki mumbled, looking at the young boy walking with a great aura of depression with slight annoyance. I was having a great day, you just had to step into it to ruin it. Malfoy suddenly shivered. This was the person he had forgotten everything about. And then regained memories, all without anyone doing anything to him. Only for him to learn that he had filmed Voldemort's grand ambitions in secret. Could such a person be a normal wizard at all? Malfoy did not know. But he did know that Loki wasn't normal by any sense or measure of the word. After all, the newspaper had also released a list of names of Death Eaters present at the time the recording was taken, in which the name of his father was also present. It was why he was currently rushing home so that he could ask his father what he was supposed to do. Loki of course read these thoughts on the top of Draco's mind and laughed softly, giving Draco a chuckle that sounded both condescending and mind-numbing at the same time. I remember seeing your father, Draco, but I wonder if I saw you too, did I? Loki asked a question that spooked Draco. Draco didn't know much about the world outside Hogwarts, but he did know what it meant to be branded a Death Eater. The Ministry would throw you into Azkaban. And now the one person who could get him and his family thrown into Azkaban was Loki. So Draco did the only thing he knew how to do best. He instantly hugged Loki's thigh, surprising not just him but even Daphne and Hermione, who were watching the reunion with interest. I'll pay you anything, Loki. Just keep my father's name out of it. I promise we aren't real Death Eaters. But Loki wasn't ready to give in just yet. He taunted Malfoy. And the times you told us all that your dad was always a Death Eater in secret, planning for Voldemort's resurrection. And that he would kill Harry Potter as soon as he was back. Draco paled, his face turning ashen as he looked at Loki with wide eyes. Loki laughed softly before petting Draco's head as he spoke calmly, go talk to Grandma Walberga, I'm sure she'll have a way out for you. Loki wanted to get the word out there that Walberga was the one to deal with in this scenario. After all, she was the one that handled all the Black family finances, and it was her idea to take over the business of the Death Eater families during this time. Only, just as Loki was about to say more to get Draco out of the way, a phoenix appeared through the tall open doors of the castle that they were at the entrance of. Fox? Loki asked, puzzled as he looked at the bird that he recognized was Dumbledore's familiar. Loki grabbed the letter form the bird before thanking it and brushing its feathers softly as it preened itself on his shoulder. Loki then looked at Malfoy and spoke again, as you can see, I'm busy right now. It's better for you to talk to Grandma Walberga, it'll save us both time and energy. Draco nodded fearfully before stepping away from Loki and then breaking out into a run towards the end of the castle. Loki meanwhile looked at the letter he had just received and opened it up to read it. In it were the simple words. Mr. Loki Black. I would like it if you paid this old headmaster a visit as soon as you enter the castle, since things have gotten a little out of hand recently after the truth of your disappearance has been revealed. Loki looked back at the girls flanking him and explained the situation to them. I'm sorry, it seems our time here will have to be cut short. I have to go visit the headmaster, you see. Daphne nodded, but Hermione frowned. Why's he calling you so soon? Can't he wait a little bit so that we can talk about all the things that happened during the time you were absent? Loki chuckled at Hermione's insistence and chopped her head softly before interrupting her to speak. I'll see you again every day after today, so you don't need to worry too much about us not being able to catch up, alright? HMPF, fine. Hermione nodded softly before separating from Loki and standing by Daphne's side, watching as Loki left them to get to the headmaster's tower. Loki walked over to the large ugly stone gargoyle which stood just as silent as it had been all the other times Loki had come to it. Loki looked at Fawkes for the password only for the gargoyle to move aside on its own and reveal the circular staircase behind it. Did Merlin return to take over Dumbledore? Or is it just the fake errors parasite acting up and trying something now that he's gone? Loki didn't know but marched on ahead since there were very few things in this world that could get him at this point. And neither of those qualities were present in either Dumbledore or Merlin. And they definitely weren't present in the parasite. I still have to get that full pathway blasphemy card from Rowena. I'll do that after I'm done with this. Chapter 536, Rewards. Loki stepped onto the spiral staircase, letting it take him up towards Dumbledore's office while he hummed a random tune he remembered from long ago. The journey up to the highest point in the tower was mostly silent until Loki arrived right outside the door to Dumbledore's office. It's alright, Severus, we don't need to place him in protective custody. I'm sure the true god he dealt with made sure of his safety after the mission was finished. You don't know him like I do. Snape hissed, he is vengeful. Remarkably so. I understand, Severus, but I'm sure the true god of the darkness pathway has already thought of it. But dash. Knock knock. Loki knocked on the door politely since apparently none inside it had sensed him standing outside, causing them to pause as Dumbledore spoke agedly. Please come in, Loki. Loki walked in unhesitatingly. He looked at Professor Snape and spoke quickly. First, I'm happy I didn't see you there, Professor. Snape, ever the artist, held his head up in pride as he hemped before folding his hands along with his robes to look like a bat hanging the right side up as he brought them closer together to ward off the chill of the descending night. Loki then turned towards Dumbledore and spoke softly, You asked for my presence, Headmaster. Dumbledore's eyes glimmered as he looked at Loki before speaking equally softly, Severus here was worried for you after your recent accomplishments. We only needed to be assured that nothing untoward would come of it, either towards you or your fellow students. Loki nodded slowly before speaking, You can sense it, can't you, Headmaster? Sense? Sense what specifically? The curse of misfortune on those who decide to attack me directly. Loki replied calmly. Dumbledore was silent for a few seconds as he gazed at Snape for a few seconds before speaking up, I can. Well, let's just say that it has already taken care of Voldemort even thinking of retaliating against me directly. And what about indirectly? What if he chooses to attack the dunderheads you call friends? Snape interjected. Loki only shrugged casually to it as he explained, Aren't we already inside the castle? Won't we be safe here? Or is that too much to ask, Professor? Snape fell silent. Indeed, the students were safe inside the castle. The risk of keeping the students here had never increased. After all, Harry Potter, the original target of Voldemort, already stayed inside it, so the risk of safety to each student was already the same as before. Dumbledore nodded, seemingly understanding Loki's reasoning in the same way as Snape before he spoke warmly while stroking his beard, I need to speak about certain matters with Loki alone, so if you would please. Severus. Snape looked at Dumbledore and then at Loki with a frown as Loki shrugged, indicating he didn't know what Dumbledore was going to talk to him about before gathering his robes in a spin and leaving the headmaster's office. It was only after the spinning staircase stopped moving once again to indicate that Snape had left that Dumbledore began speaking. Mr. Loki Black, it has come to my attention that these belong to you. Dumbledore said softly, holding a worm of time palmed in his hand. Loki leaned in to examine the worm of time carefully before saying shamelessly, I think it belongs to my lord. Dumbledore, who had been observing Loki carefully, nodded, I understand. Shall I deliver it to him myself or could I trouble you instead? Loki shrugged, that's up to you. Loki didn't want Merlin, who was currently inhabiting Dumbledore, to think at all that Loki was worried about being affected in some way because Dumbledore possessed a worm of time that belonged to him. Loki was already using the grey fog to appear like an ordinary Sequence 4 demigod, so he wanted Merlin to think he was an ignorant Sequence 4, one that didn't know much about the world, to make Merlin think that he had the upper hand in whatever bargain he was about to propose. And propose Merlin did. Since it might be ill-advised for me to hold onto your lord's effigy, I shall hand it over to you. In return, could you ask your lord to complete his end of the deal? Loki reached to take the worm of time that Dumbledore was holding but paused as if only just remembering something before he asked, and what do I get in return? Dumbledore's brows lifted as he adjusted his glasses for a second before speaking softly, of course, why don't I give you a prophecy? A prophecy? Loki asked, slightly puzzled, since Dumbledore wasn't known for seeing prophecies, rather as a Sequence 1 author he should have been known for being capable of making them. So would Dumbledore make a new prophecy for Loki? Using the quill of Alzahud to make it come true. Dumbledore opened the drawer nearest to him on his desk before drawing out a special quill from it. Loki was half tempted to steal it but remained calm and collected since he could now feel distinctly that the quill was tied to the castle, meaning he would have to steal the castle to steal the quill. And while Loki could actually steal something the size of the castle, Loki didn't think he could directly steal the castle, yet. Especially since he couldn't even open a door inside it. Why was that the case? Loki did not know, but he could feel it being so. Dumbledore then unfurled the pages of fate that he could see before he began to scribble something on it in a handwriting that Loki couldn't quite read because of how terrible it was. Even still, Loki learnt of its effects by reading the changes it brought about in his own fate. I will advance to sequence 0 of the error pathway within the next year. Ho! Loki nearly mumbled out loud but controlled himself to still hold onto the persona of a new and naive demigod of his pathway that was in awe of whatever Dumbledore was currently doing. Finally, after sheathing the quill back into its drawer, Dumbledore spoke wisely. I have prophesied that your lord will return in the next year. Loki nodded softly, showing an obliviously excited expression before grabbing the worm of time now placed on the desk between them and quickly bowing to Dumbledore and leaving the headmaster's office. Only on the way out of the office, Loki was genuinely excited by Dumbledore's prophecy. What Dumbledore had written using the quill of Alzahud was most definitely a reflection of his conversation with him in the primordial chaos's hold, however Loki had only been bluffing then about reviving soon. After all, how would he know when he would revive fully when he didn't even know the location of the next sequence 1B under characteristics location? But now that the advancement had been turned into a certainty with the help of the quill of Alzahud, Loki was obviously going to advance to a sequence 0 true god sooner than later. After all, at this point if Loki wanted he could divine the location of the 3B under characteristics using the prophecy Dumbledore had made as a starting point and then quickly obtain them and advance to sequence 0. With that Loki returned to his favorite place in the entire castle. The Room of Requirements. Thankfully no one else was currently using it and hence Loki entered it quite seamlessly without having to use his secret entrance compartment into the place that he had constructed and left behind after studying its layout. Almost as soon as Loki entered the place he was greeted by his everlasting problem, the crystals that held the two remaining true gods he had to free, Godric Gryffindor and Helga Hufflepuff. Should I revive them now? Would I even get anything worth it anymore after reviving them now that I've become a sequence 2? But reviving them will put me on their radar once again and let me demand my rewards, otherwise they might hold onto the full blasphemy card that I need. But can I hold on to reviving them until I get the card? Or can I do something better? Can I revive them and ask for an even greater reward by mixing the two things together? Let's see what Helga rewards me first with. Loki traced Helga's spirit body thread and found it connected as usual to a spot in Gringotts, so Loki flicked his wrist and stole the distance between the end and the beginning of the spirit body thread by deceiving its distance to perform a miraculous theft. As soon as the other end of the spirit body thread became visible, Loki grabbed it mid-air and examined it carefully. Is this Helga's wine goblet? Loki wondered as he studied the Hufflepuff cup that had been turned into a Horcrux in his hands. Without regard for the soul inside it, Loki stole it with a flick of his wrist, causing a ghastly scream to erupt from it as Voldemort's soul found itself dying slowly and being sealed away before Loki tossed the cup into Helga's basket. Loki didn't hide himself this time. He wished to show the founders that he had returned. Especially since he had unpaid debts to collect from one of them. The golden basket into which he had placed the goblet shivered, trembling as a wisp of ethereal fragment flowed out from the crystal and examined it carefully. The wisp paused in retreat for a second as if shocked and surprised at what it was seeing. Almost immediately after that, however, the wisp exploded in power as it completely engulfed the goblet, drowning it in a thick essence of spirituality that Loki found and felt blinding in power. It radiated a light so bright Loki felt his eyes melt. But he persisted this time, however, by deceiving the bright light and making its target not himself but the worm of time in his hand. Loki felt relief almost immediately as he found himself looking at a rather mystical scene. Within the bright storm of light that was radiating outwards, something from the ceiling descended down onto the crystal, something ethereal, something human in shape and form, only without any details, or perhaps details changing so rapidly that Loki couldn't observe them soon enough. It leaned close to the whatever was locked inside the crystal and gently knocked it with its fingers. The glass of the crystal cracked in rhythmic clinks before it shattered to reveal the being trapped inside. It was the goddess of the two pathways, Helga Hufflepuff. Loki automatically mumbled, but his eyes remained glued to the being that had descended from the castle itself. The figure looked at him too, even though it did not have any eyes or a mouth. Loki looked at the figure and felt a rather strange sense of familiarity with it, one that he couldn't immediately place since he felt the limits of his memories there. Who is she? Loki thought to himself, noting the obvious use of the word she, but he still couldn't find it in himself to give the figure a name. Hogwarts? Loki asked, but the figure had had its fill of looking at Loki since it descended back into the ceiling and vanished. At the same time, the light show that was Helga had already vanished, leaving behind something in her begging bowl. Loki leaned over to examine the item and became shocked almost instantly. The item in question was a crystalline pillar of light and shadow, housing swiftly swimming 12 segmented worms of time around which everything nearby seemed frozen. Is this a sequence 1 worm of time beyonder characteristic? Loki nearly screamed out his lungs. A note remained underneath it all, but Loki didn't have the patience to even reach for it at the moment. And Mr. Error saved the day by fighting with the primordial chaos and removing corruption from everyone. Hermione finished writing in her diary about her latest adventure and its conclusion. This was her part in doing the acting required for her sequence as a scribe. She was diligently making note of all things that happened in her life like a scribe would. Almost as soon as Hermione finished making a note of the final ending in her diary, she felt her potion digest greatly with a clear indication. However, she didn't stop there. Dipping the quill in an inkpot, Hermione continued. Loki reappeared recently. I turned back to the older pages in my diary and he was mentioned in them once again. The moment I regained memories related to him, I nearly felt my heart break. Had Loki done something too dangerous and then died for the sealed artifact keeping him a secret from the world to fail? Had I lost him like I had Daphne a while back? The world kept spinning as Daphne calmed me down and tried to keep me sane. How could I forget that Mr. Error had proclaimed that Loki was a sacrificial vessel for his resurrection in the abyss? How could I forget that he had recovered Daphne and given her a new body in the abyss? I was worried that Loki was lost, that perhaps Mr. Error had hidden him from the world because his purpose as a resurrection vessel had been fulfilled. Perhaps Loki had died in the process. And Mr. Error only saw fit to release his memories back into the world as memoirs. So that the world would remember him without interfering in the process of him taking over him. Only at that fateful moment and all flew into the empty classroom we were in to deliver us our daily Hogwarts Honest Mill newspapers, a little bit late now that I think about it, but I hadn't realized then, for Loki's memories had kept me up all night long. Haunting me, keeping me needing my bed and hoping for any signs of his presence. I ignored my paper, for nothing could take my mind off Loki's disappearance and possible death. However, Daphne ever the calm heiress searched it for something to possibly quell my rising fear in the sea of silence. Perhaps she sensed the changes it would display. And she did find something. Surprisingly, Loki had reported on you-know-who's plan to kill Harry at the end of the school year. And while that did surprise me a little, I wasn't quite taken by it since Harry usually faced some trouble at the end of the year as if routine. What took me by storm was that Loki had reported it. And that he had taken a video of the whole proclamation. How did Loki do it? I asked Daphne, but surprisingly the heiress too didn't seem to know about this. She was equally surprised. A way to remain unhidden from a Sequence 2 angel. I don't think that's even possible with the help of a true god without the angel figuring out that something is wrong, let alone normally. I remember Daphne explaining to me. And I nodded along. After all, you-know-who was able to hear the mention of his name. How could he not know that Loki was recording him? And so my fear multiplied. Had Loki perished in the process of filming you-know-who? I didn't know. And since Daphne didn't have an answer to my question either, we rushed to Professor McGonagall. Only Professor McGonagall seemed to have gone over to Hospital Wing to check on Harry, which left us with nowhere to turn to but the Black Lake to calm ourselves. At the Black Lake we met Hagrid, who was equally worried about Loki and proposed that we write a letter to Madame Black to find out if he was alright or not, since any letters to Loki himself might get lost or worse reveal his location if he was hiding. I was just about to write that letter when Hagrid heard a unicorn neigh in the pumpkin patch just outside his hut. We all rushed out and found standing there the person we all wished to see the most. None other than Loki. My heart beat out of my chest as I gave him a warm hug. It had been too long since I'd met him and felt his hand on my bushy head. All I remember were his final words to me in the abyss, "You're getting late." And now I wanted to repeat those words to him, "You're late." But I held back. It wasn't my place to scold Loki. That job belonged to Daphne. I instead was supposed to take as much of an advantage I could out of the situation to make sure I got him to promise to never let the situation repeat, ever again. And I got that promise. However, the headmaster interrupted that reunion. With all that done, Hermione closed her diary and stuffed it into her book bag underneath all her other thick books because she felt her potion unmistakably fully digested. She then set up a wall of spirituality around her 4-poster bed before performing a simple ritual. "Mr. Error, I have digested the Sequence 6 scribe potion fully. I wish to advance. Will that be possible?" Loki was about to reach for the Sequence 1 characteristics but heard whispers in his ears almost immediately. "Who's praying to me now?" Sigh. The life of a god is truly devoted to his followers. Loki collected the characteristic and the card and shifted right into the Sapphira Castle, where he spread his spirituality over the pulsating crimson star and observed it deeply. Hermione. What's she praying to me about so soon? Is it about advancing to a traveler? Loki heard the prayer after that and felt slightly surprised. How has she digested the Sequence 6 potion so quickly? That's even faster than me. Either way, Loki was satisfied with Hermione's speed, so he was about to give her the Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic and tell her the advancement ritual method from the door pathway card of blasphemy. However, he stopped at the last second. No. I've given her too many freebies until this potion digestion, this time I need to extract a price. Loki crafted a simple response and touched the crimson star. Hermione's vision was flooded with crimson as she saw Mr. Error appear before her. He was calm and collected and surprisingly had gone back to his habit of wrapping his fingers around the table before speaking. I'm aware. But you do not have enough credit points to advance. You haven't given me enough believers. Hermione's expression of near joy was blocked by an unexpected obstacle and fell as she realized she truly hadn't worked in that regard. She had indeed set up the Dada Club, but she had never called for any meetings in that regard. A month and a half has passed since you handed me that contract, what became of it? Mr. Error asked softly. Hermione nodded quickly and spoke up, I'll work on it immediately, Mr. Error. Loki nodded and ended the connection after that, leaving a slightly restless Hermione and a calmer Loki on both ends. Feels slightly immoral to extract a price from friends. I should do something for her in real life. With Hermione's business done, Loki looked down at the Sequence 1 Worm of Time Beyonder characteristic with glee and a hint of madness. It took him a while to extricate himself from it before looking at the card that had come along with it. With this, even if Loki didn't want it, the convergence of Beyonder characteristics would bring him to the other two Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics rather easily since Dumbledore's prophecy was set in stone. I promise to guide you to the next Beyonder characteristic. This is your reward. P.S. Only you can read this, don't be too harsh on Rowena when you finally judge her, she was doing her best to keep us all safe. Huh. Rowena bit her nails as she looked at the other three friends that had gathered around her. The Chaos Sea has returned, however it is still protected by that barrier he set up, preventing anyone from entering it. That means the Hanged Man is still inside it. Which means his advancement ritual to Sequence 0 is still in place. And if he becomes a Sequence 0, he is bound to become a great old one with all the items in the Ministry. And, not to forget, the Primordial Chaos's corruption has receded, meaning that the Primordial Chaos was either killed or coerced in some way. Either way, it doesn't seem like she will be able to break the barrier using the Primordial Chaos anytime soon. Helga reminded, now in her proper form and not an ethereal ghostly figure. Rowena nodded softly and then sighed audibly. Do you think he'll act against me once he returns? Because we acted against him when his follower said he could travel back in time. Hey! Don't group us all into it. Me and Helga only saved him from all of everyone's advances, we didn't hurt the boy. Salazar reminded, prompting everyone to fall into silence until Salazar spoke softly again. Just now when Helga was freed, I dropped him a little gift. It might be enough to bribe him, but I don't really know. Bribe? What did you bribe him with? Rowena asked, puzzled since Mr. Error wasn't known to take bribes when he acted against his wrongdoers. Salazar remained quiet for a few more seconds before explaining, I gave him one of the three Sequence 1 Worm of Time Beyonder characteristics. A different silence gripped the table, one of slight fear and worry. You helped him grow stronger. Rowena mumbled, but Salazar only shook his head. He could have divined that location rather easily now since Merlin prophesied that he would advance to Sequence 0 true god status in under a year. I learnt of it the second Merlin tried to conceal it. Rowena gasped audibly. Under a year? That fast? Silence reigned around the table once again before Salazar asked Rowena a question few would have dared, do you have any outstanding debts with his follower? Perhaps if you could appease his follower, maybe he could put in a good word for you. Rowena's face scrunched up. She pondered for a while before she whispered, I think I still need to give him the full card of blasphemy, but what if I also give him the moon card of blasphemy? The moon card? Salazar asked, equally bewildered this time. Why are you so surprised? Helga asked. You haven't told them? Salazar asked with wide-eyed surprise. Rowena only frowned slightly before mumbling, I didn't think it was important enough, it's just that. I hid the uniqueness of the moon pathway in the moon card of blasphemy and handed it over to Salazar. Then why don't you just break it out and hand over the card without it? Godric asked, folding his arms. Rowena shook her head. The card cannot exist without the uniqueness. It will break if it does. I didn't want to look at the moon to divine the pathway formulae and rituals, so I used the uniqueness, but this inexplicably linked the two at the time of creation, call it fate or whatever, but the two are now fused and one cannot exist without the other. Everyone became dumbfounded at the reasonable explanation and couldn't offer any more advice, which led to Rowena asking them all softly, you sure he'll calm down with the moon card? He will, right? After all, it's a uniqueness. Loki looked at the card in his hand and suddenly frowned. Is Salazar talking about how they all acted against me when I was about to travel back in time? Well, it wasn't everyone. Salazar and Helga mostly protected me. But Rowena and Godric acted against me almost immediately, shouldn't they give me something in return then? And what did Helga even give me? She gave me nothing after I resurrected her, it was all Salazar, where's her gift for me? I forgot then because Salazar's gift was so expensive, but still shouldn't Helga have at least given me a drop of her blood? I'll make sure I'll let them off whatever hook it is that I'm letting them off only after fleecing them of all they've got. Rowena must give me the full card of blasphemy and something else alongside it of equal value. Helga must give me something as precious as a flaring sun charm that is on true god level. And Godric must give me compensation equal to Rowena. With all the punishments said and done, Loki decided it was time to free Dumbledore or Merlin from his corruption. So Loki acted swiftly. He traced his fate and studied how it was intertwined with Dumbledore before swiftly performing a theft and stealing the man's corruption. The corruption appeared in his hands as a ball of pulsating but slightly damaged worm of time-shaped spirit that Loki looked at with interest. So he did try to get rid of the corruption on his own, but gave up when he realized it was mixed in with the spherotes. Well, good thing I mixed it in, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get a prophecy that allowed me to advance to sequence 0 in a year. Now should I just divine the location of the other sequence 1 worms of time beyonder characteristic with the help of the prophecy? Or can I just ask everyone else to pay me with the beyonder characteristics as compensation like Salazar? To reduce my workload. After all, Salazar was the one to set the price so high for the compensation, wasn't he? So I'm sure the others won't mind showing equal sincerity. With all that done, Loki finally turned to the locket around his neck. He hadn't opened it yet for the fear of having lost his sister, however he knew he had to face it eventually. So he gripped the locket firmly before slowly opening it and looking at the little figure that was on the other side. Elaine. Loki mumbled. 2 big eyes opened up softly on the other side before soft but sweet words flowed out. Big brother. Chapter 537, Wheel of Time. Elaine. Loki said in a heartfelt tone, even though he couldn't help but notice how deep her eyes had become. It was as if the depth of an ocean resided in their gaze. Big brother. Elaine squealed with joy, her voice comforting to hear and soothing for Loki as he posed his first question to her. So, you're the moon goddess? Elaine quickly shook her head. Elaine is only a remnant will that was reborn. Elaine doesn't even have her past memories. All Elaine knows is that she has control over the moon. Loki sighed in relief, since that meant that their bond had never been a lie. But then he asked her his second question, why did Elaine never tell Big Brother that she could control the moon? Elaine's gaze fell, filled with sadness and self-blame as she looked at Loki with a gaze filled with betrayal. Elaine is telling the truth. I am telling the truth. I didn't know that I could control the moon until I met that man. That man? Loki asked softly, confused and slightly bewildered. Severus Snape is his name. Elaine is currently hiding in his teeth. He is a kind man that Auntie Cassandra asked to hide Elaine for now. A flicker of something lit up in Loki as he realized, of course. Since Loki was only a sequence 4 at the time that he had made Elaine her necklace so that they could always stay connected, Snape's concealment over the connection worked flawlessly since he too was a sequence 4. So when he stored Elaine away inside his spirit world storage for spirits, the connection was broken and Loki could no longer see Elaine in her mirror. But now that he was a sequence 2 angel, he could automatically decrypt Elaine's location even through the mirror without any problems and communicate with her. Are there any weird creatures there? Loki asked Elaine immediately out of worry, but Elaine only gave him a silly laugh. Hee hee, yes. There is a dog with many eyes. It is very fluffy and has a lot of teeth. It lets me ride on its back all the time and lets me give it cute little pets. It is a good doggy. Elaine's distraught eyes instantly turned light and upwards as she looked at Loki with obvious joy while petting the air as if the dog was right there by her side. Loki remembered the dog that Snape had with him when Loki had tried stealing potion ingredients from him and nodded. If it was that dog, then Elaine's preliminary safety shouldn't be a problem. But then Elaine instantly frowned and became mock angry with Loki. Oh, what happened to my cute little sister? Who made her angry? Elaine hump-fed and snorted out a name, Big Brother Loki. Oh. How did Big Brother make little Elaine angry? Elaine finally looked at Loki and then spoke teary-eyed. Big Brother does so many dangerous things. Elaine cannot save him all the time. Elaine saved Big Brother. Loki asked, surprised since he didn't remember Elaine doing so. Yes. Elaine nodded righteously. When Big Brother called all gods, Elaine redirected the moonlight in that dark and dangerous place and saved Big Brother from going mad. Oh, Loki suddenly remembered the point in time when Elaine had done so in the abyss by redirecting the crimson light away from him and nodded sagely before whispering back to her, since Elaine saved Big Brother will do any one thing that Elaine asks. What does Elaine want? Elaine too was quick on the uptake. Elaine wants Big Brother to bring her the uniqueness of the moon pathway. That way Elaine can protect Big Brother better. All right. Done. Big Brother will bring Elaine her uniqueness. All right. Humu. Okay then, tell Big Brother what else little Elaine can do. Elaine can summon scary creatures from the spirit world. Elaine can make potions. Elaine can cure Big Brother's corruption. Elaine can do a lot more with uniqueness in her hand. Haha, alright, you can already do so much. Big Brother will get you the uniqueness too soon somehow, don't worry. Humu. If Elaine is inside Professor Snape's teeth, Big Brother will meet Elaine tomorrow, is that alright? Okay. Elaine wants to meet Big Brother too. Haha, good. This way Elaine and Big Brother can become an unstoppable duo and break every rule there is to break at Hogwarts. Elaine can attend Hogwarts. Snape is very stingy, he said Elaine is not allowed to go outside. Don't worry, I will ask Professor Snape to leave you alone for some time and then we can play together, okay? Okay. Elaine wants to meet Big Brother's friends too. Big Brother already met Elaine's friends, so it's right for Elaine to meet Big Brother's friends. Humu. Then Elaine can have even more friends. Haha, sure. Then does Elaine want any other gift from Big Brother? Elaine wants to see the big dragon at school. Sure, we'll see Norberta when you meet my friends. You can also see my unicorn friends if we have time. Cool. Then I can tell my friends that I saw a big dragon at a magical school. Now that Voldemort is back, do I need Fudge anymore? Not a very difficult question, is it? No more Fudge then, let him die peacefully in his sleep after losing control and being killed by the unspeakables. With that, Dumbledore pulled out the quill of Alzahud and began to write in air. Because of losing support from his biggest supporter Albus Dumbledore, Cornelius Fudge suffered a heartbreak and lost control because of the pressure from Voldemort's return. The unspeakables had to unfortunately put him down. In a place elsewhere, Fudge was holed up inside his room, worried and frightened as he paced around with great speed, wondering what Dumbledore would do with him next now that it was out in the open that Voldemort had returned. Will he withdraw his hidden support from me? Can I sacrifice something to regain his support? All of a sudden Fudge's body that was already under great stress suffered a terrible heartache. Fudge gasped wildly as he clenched his chest, collapsing to his right knee as he had a sudden and fatal stroke. Am I going to die here? No. That can't be the case. I must live. Fudge struggled constantly, his gasps coming out in spurts as his heart stopped and started, flickering between life and death. His words started to be drowned by silence as they grew weaker and weaker, losing the effect of pained clawing at life that they had begun with. Everything seemed to indicate that Fudge would meet his certain end tonight. In the comfort of his very home. However, a gleam caught his eye at the last second and Fudge decided to struggle for a while longer, his nails clipping the floor as he gasped for his breath and crawled towards the final item that could save him from certain death. An item he had received from the cosmos as a gift on the certain day of his coronation. It was a strange lamp. Fudge attempted to grab the lamp, his hands trembling and his fingers grasping at straws as he dragged himself to it and slammed his hand over it to knock it off the display table and onto the floor. It clattered with a clang as its cover went flying off. However, what was revealed inside surprised and shocked Fudge. A mist of uncertain nature flowed out of the lamp that had lost its cover. It hovered faintly over Fudge as he gasped out a prayer in pain and defeat. I will do whatever it takes to live, just let me live. The mist then rushed into Fudge, entering through his orifices before consuming his very being by merging with it completely. Fudge stood up calmly not long after, tidying up his suit that had gotten crumpled in the action, before walking up to the mirror and giving himself a wide warm smile. Fudge held his hand out and looked at it for a second as he studied it carefully. Only seconds later his hand exploded into an uncertain fog that shifted unnaturally before it coalesced back into his fist. His gasping voice vanished as he spoke fluently without any pauses. Yes, my lord, it shall be done. Suddenly, however, there was a knock on the door that caused Fudge to frown in distaste. He looked at the door and redid his smile on his face before walking up to it and opening the door slowly. Yes. Fudge asked the man on the other side, who looked bewildered to see Fudge completely fine and alive while holding a crimson glowing stone that spooked him a little bit. Minister, we thought you died. Died? What nonsense. I'm feeling perfectly fine. Who is it that told you I died? They must be losing control and have gone mad. Have them thrown out immediately. Yes, Minister. The unspeakable rushed back to the ministry at great speed, foregoing the need for travel by directly apparating to a special box in the department where apparition was allowed by the miracle of their superior Madame Laura. And so he ran back to Laura's office without delay. Knock, knock, knock. 3 desperate knocks later the door opened by itself to reveal a simple office space sitting in which was a beautiful woman. Yes. Madame Laura. The divination department was wrong. Again. Wrong. How? Laura asked, taking interest immediately. Minister Fudge is not dead yet. In fact, he seems to be alive and well. Laura's eyes widened. This had been an event she had been looking forward to for weeks already, since Madame Bones had planned to compete and ascend to the throne of the British Wizarding Isles. They had gotten an inkling to this divination as early as 3 weeks ago only for it to be further confirmed today morning. She and the entire department had been prepared to collect his dead body that would have seemingly lost control after listening to the news about Voldemort's return revealed in the Hogwarts Honest Mill paper in the evening. But her subordinate was saying he wasn't dead. Are you sure it was him? And not someone impersonating him? Yes. Madam Laura, I was holding the divination correction item in my hand while I met the man himself. And it was glowing a deep shade of crimson during the time I met him. The divination turned out to be false. Impossible. Laura spoke up almost immediately. There was only a single reason that the divination could have failed, and that would be because of the involvement of a true god. But Fudge had been vetted thoroughly. He didn't have connections with any true gods. So how did he live? Was it truly because of some last-minute intervention of a true god? The subordinate in front of her didn't seem to be lying and instead seemed only sure of himself as he held out the gem that was glowing a deep crimson in color. She paused and spoke quietly, "You may return," before watching as her subordinate looked rather unsure of her decision before he nodded and saluted before turning around and leaving her office. Laura then quickly pulled out a parchment and scribbled something onto it with a quill. She called upon her messenger and sent away a message to her superior, Madam Bones. If true gods were really involved, then the matter was already far above her pay grade. Now Madam Bones would be the one to handle it regardless of what it ended up as. Whether Fudge really had the backing of a true god or even why he had such a backing, it was up to Madam Bones to figure it out. Still awake after the call with Elaine, Loki pondered about how he would get the uniqueness of the moon pathway for her. Surely Salazar has it, doesn't he? If he doesn't, I can just ask Rowena to get it for me, right? Yeah, those guys betrayed me according to my plan, now they must repay me according to my plan too. After his mind was set on the matter, Loki dialed up the number of his closest parents after Walberga. He created a new two-way mirror-like device that he used to connect with Elaine and teleported its position to a destination only he remembered apart from its owners. Miles away, Nicholas, who was still recuperating in his workshop, felt a soft shift in space in the wards he had designed. Something entered the house. Was it a meteorite? Nicholas immediately pulled up the house wards to check exactly where the ward had been tripped before realizing that it tripped in the same room he was in. He quickly looked around and spotted the harmless-looking object placed in an inconspicuous spot in his workshop. Who sent me this? Through the spirit ward dash. Nicholas' words remained frozen on his tongue as he spotted the image on the other end of the mirror before he nearly screamed out his lungs. Loki. Not even seconds later, Pernelli arrived in the room only to find an animatedly chatting Nicholas, who she pushed aside to peer into the mirror he was talking to. Loki. Pernelli screamed as well, but she was quick to complain, "You don't know how worried we were after we regained our memories. The last thing we remembered was leaving you behind in the abyss. If we hadn't divined that you were safe already, we would have rushed back in there." Loki blushed with embarrassment as he ducked lightly before speaking. "I was, busy." "Yeah. We read your expose." Nicholas entered the frame once again. "Is it true?" Loki nodded. "It is. Voldemort wanted to kill Harry Potter and then extract the widespread despair from the wizarding world to advance to Sequence 1. But what about the characteristics?" Pernelli asked calmly, since she knew well that a Sequence 1 and a true god couldn't exist in the same pathway, at least usually. Loki shrugged. "I didn't figure that out. But I might soon enough, since I have a spy planted by his side." "Spy? Who?" Pernelli asked, curious about the person who was risking their life for Loki, but since he couldn't say it was himself, Loki came up with a different answer. "It's an item I planted on one of his closest followers. As long as his follower thinks about him, I'll be informed of his thoughts." Pernelli heaved a sigh of relief, but Nicholas asked a question just to make sure there was no risk involved. "Are you sure he won't be able to trace the item back to you?" Loki nearly smiled. "Trace it back to me? The man is me myself. If he doesn't trace that back to me, then I'd be stupid." In reality, however, Loki shook his head. "Don't worry about all that, Nick, Pernelli, I'm perfectly fine. All that's taken care of since I did it all with the help of the darkness pathway true god." Pernelli and Nicholas finally fully relaxed at that and changed the topic of conversation. "How are you doing then?" In the deep darkness underneath the castle, Voldemort awoke to a soft whisper. "Now that your plan has been exposed, what do you plan to do?" Voldemort looked around for a second before realizing that the whisper came from his own sea of subconscious, which was in part corrupted by an outer deity, Mother Tree of Desire. The corruption pulsed and growed before settling in place as it contained its spread before speaking once again. "How are you going to advance now?" Not an avatar wanting to kill himself so easily, Voldemort spoke quickly and reverentially with a deeply bowed head that nearly touched the floor. "I shall act on it regardless. They know nothing about my plan apart from the fact that it has been laid out. I will deal with the one who leaked it soon enough, and then I will know who it was that helped him achieve such a feat. It will likely be Salazar. Killing him will be a difficult task for you right now, and will only be possible once you take on the mantle of the Father of Devils." But how will I get the sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic without killing him? Don't worry about that. I will grant you a boon. So as long as you finish the ritual you will advance as usual to a sequence 1 angel, then you can challenge Farbody and take his seat. Voldemort nodded obediently before another question was thrown his way. What happened to the preparations you made earlier? Confused for a second, Voldemort soon realized that Mother Tree of Desire was talking about his burning human candles and his wailing skulls before coughing up a response in a hurry. I moved them to a different location in case Dumbledore figures out where I was keeping them previously. Understandable, but make sure it is present at the time of advancement. Otherwise the entire ritual will be for naught. Of course, I know to do something so basic. Voldemort agreed softly and remained bowed in his position for a few more seconds before he felt the presence that had existed right beside him vanish just as suddenly as it had arrived. Damn, where do I get those wailing skulls and burning human candles from once again? I already freed them after the main body asked me to free them. Well, not my problem. I'll just push the responsibility to the main body. He won't really mind, right? After all, it was his order that caused me to free them up. Damn this reincarnation and resurrection of overlords. It keeps messing up the work culture of us avatars. It was early in the morning and Loki was currently inside the room of requirements having just finished talking to Nicholas and Pernelli. His mind, however, was on the latest message he had received from his Voldemort avatar. So Mother Tree of Desire wants Voldemort to finish his advancement ritual before she blesses him with a boon. I see, that makes sense that she would be able to do that temporarily until Voldemort regains Father of Devils status. Either way, this should allow me to regain the Abyss for Farbody too. I could get him to fake loose to me before gaining the Abyss from Mother Tree of Desire and then handing it back over to Farbody at a price. But what price should I ask from Farbody if that's the case? Should I simply ask him for a favor? Or should I ask him to become a follower of Mr. Error? Well, who knows what I'll need in the future, I'll just ask him for a favor and then leave it at that. After all, I'm sure he'll be eager to fulfill his part of the deal with me on his own after that since no one wants to owe Mr. Error a favor. That's nice and all, but my current biggest worry is the fact that I don't know how to finish my advancement ritual for my sequence 1 Worm of Time. To plunge a city into temporal chaos for at least 7 days. Can I just make a mystical item from the sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics and use that to steal time from various people in the region? That could be one way, but that would be rather weak for an advancement ritual. Or I could ask for the help of the Fate Goddess, and make her fix an area in a constant reboot so that an entire region is trapped in a fixed time for 7 days. After all, the Goddess of Fortune also owes me a wish because the past me chose to listen to her advice and wait for me to reach original creator level before reincarnating. Is there something else I can do? Something where I don't have to depend on other gods. If things got worse, I could wake up the primordial chaos and ask my past self to help me by placing everyone into a time loop, couldn't I? That would just be me depending on my original body and not anyone else. What about those time turners in the ministry though? I could use them too, could I not? I should contact Laura again. Her husband probably freed himself when we last fought the outer gods in the abyss. So I should be able to make do of the contract she promised me to. To be able to experiment with the time turners in the unspeakables department. Good job, past me. Loki praised himself shamelessly. Alright then, time for Rowena to pay for her debts. Loki collected himself inside the room of requirements before performing a simple ritual by decrypting the ritual steps necessary for contacting the Ravenclaw househead. I pray for the power of knowledge. I pray for the power of progress. I pray for Goddess's loving grace. I pray for the Goddess to reveal herself to me so that she can compensate our shared Lord appropriately. I have the spider, a part that belongs to the great longing of knowledge. I pray for you to bestow your powers to my incantation. Tongue of the Sphinx, a part that belongs to the great longing of knowledge. I pray for you to bestow your powers to my incantation. As Loki completed the incantation, burning the appropriate sacrificial pieces, he found the candle representing her turning a deep shade of blue. For a second it mesmerized Loki to the extent that he found himself enchanted enough to try and catch it, only breaking out of it when the candle light flickered. A heavy presence filled Loki's being after that. He dared not lift his head for the risk of angering the great Being. Why the hell do I care about that? I'm the blessed of Mr. Error. No other can hold a candle to him. And I woke up this damn lady who doesn't have an alarm clock myself, damn it. As soon as Loki mumbled that, the presence felt a little less burdening as Loki looked straight up at the lady dressed in a robe as blue as the ocean itself. Loki's gaze scanned the face looking down on him with clear annoyance before he stood up and spoke in a demanding tone. He asks for your sincerity. Rowena's brows visibly twitched at Loki's lack of courtesy, but knowing that he was a fanatic who would bow only to Mr. Error, she let it be. Instead she handed Loki 2 cards directly. Loki grabbed the 2 cards and studied them carefully. One was the Fool card he was already promised, while the other was the Moon card. He looked back up at Rowena in confusion. The meaning clear. The hell was he supposed to do with the Moon card? Was risking his life and Mr. Error's chance at resurrection only worth a single card of blasphemy? Fortunately for him, Rowena nudged him to open the moon card of blasphemy. And Loki was glad he did. For as soon as he did, a miracle occurred. A crimson orb as beautiful as the moon herself appeared in front of Loki. The uniqueness. Loki nearly screamed out his mind but then calmed down and spoke with an equanimous stare. This was what the Lord already planned to obtain at the right time. Where's your sincerity? Loki stared right into Rowena's eyes as he said this, since his past self had already planned to raise the moon goddess once again as his sister. If that was the case, then the uniqueness that Rowena had was only gotten as a consequence of that plan, nothing more, nothing less. It was like returning a licked candy to a child after taking it from them and claiming that it was payment for causing emotional distress. Rowena's brows twitched again. She looked at the still frozen Godric's soul before looking at the Gryffindor sword in Dumbledore's office before finally looking at Loki with a frown and mumbling. So unfair. Only along with that she handed over a simple paper crane to Loki. Paper crane. Loki looked at it with some confusion before his eyes widened as he remembered. Lockhart. The goddess of fortune. This is a way to contact the goddess of fortune. A feat his past self had completely failed to achieve. Chapter 538, Wheel of Time, The End. Loki's eyes widened at the item he had just received. Is she being serious right now? How does she have this? How did the goddess of fortune even know about paper cranes and Lockhart? Isn't that an original LOTM reference? Or do all fate pathway beyonders eventually make paper cranes? Loki calmed his freaking out mind by simply reminding himself that Rowena was still present before him, and so he looked at her blandly and responded calmly as if the items she had provided were nothing too important. Mr. Error will discuss the rest of the payment with you shortly. Thank you for your cooperation, I'm sure Mr. Error will be pleased. Rowena frowned but said nothing to Loki, knowing that Loki after all was just a follower of Mr. Error and not someone who knew the true value of the things she had given him. She was sure Mr. Error would be thoroughly surprised at the opportunity she had provided him with. With that settled, Rowena ended the ritual by blowing out the candle with her simultaneous disappearance. Loki collapsed onto a comfortable chair as he looked at the items in his hands. That was fruitful. The full pathway card of blasphemy to complete the set. The moon pathway uniqueness. And a way to contact the goddess of fortune. Should I sleep and talk to her right now or save it for a rainy day? How do I even know if it'll work only once or until the paper is destroyed? Well, I better not waste it, how many ever times it can be used. Loki's gaze stilled before it slipped to the final crystal in the room. Now all that's left is Godric. I free him and all the founders would have been freed. The question is, should I free him? I'm sure if I steal the Gryffindor sword right now, Dumbledore will have some way of figuring out that I took it. So I better leave it for when I'm absolutely sure that I either need to awaken him immediately or when I am confident I'll leave no traces behind of my theft. With that, Loki finally closed his eyes for some time. It was early in the morning and so there wasn't enough time to properly rest, but Loki was already a Sequence 2 angel so it didn't matter much. With a giddy expression that was completely out of place with the rest of the castle that was worried for its and Harry's safety, Loki rushed as soon as he woke up towards the dungeons. Wherever Loki turned to look, all he saw was people crossing their fingers in prayers to whatever great gods they knew, be it Merlin or Morgana or even Harry Potter himself, to keep them safe from the upcoming harm that Voldemort was probably going to rain on them. Loki half had the urge to laugh and make fun of the people since he knew there was no harm from Voldemort. In fact, Loki wanted to go so far as painting a picture of Voldemort in the Great Hall just to terrorize the people of the castle, but he resisted. After all, not everyone shared his sense of humor, especially the teachers. Elaine. Loki shouted as soon as he reached outside Snape's office. Calling for his little sister like there was no tomorrow. And even before Snape could respond, the potion master's office door opened as a small little girl that barely reached Loki's waist appeared through it. Loki. The little girl squealed in joy before latching onto his thigh like a baby koala. I'm back. Loki said happily to the little girl, giving an open show to the rest of the people passing by Snape's office. However, Loki wasn't worried about exposing Elaine to other people now. After all, what could they, if anyone, do to a former true god that still held her authority even if only partially? Tell me, has the Batman been treating you well or has he scared you senseless? Loki asked, looking at the approaching professor who was already dressed in his bat-like robes. Elaine pretended to ponder for a while, which caused Snape's brows to twitch before she spoke softly, no. Elaine doesn't have any complaints apart from the fact that Uncle Snape does not let me eat sweets. Ha. Why no sweets, haha. Loki looked at Snape with raised eyebrows and an amused expression. After all, Elaine was a true god if only in name. She would still not get toothache since no germs strong enough existed which could harm her physical form. In fact, Elaine's plump figure at the start of Loki's transmigration should have been the biggest clue as to something being wrong with Elaine. After all, there was no way, no matter how much the Loki before the current Loki arrived, shared with Elaine, was she was going to get fat in that dump of a place they were living in. So her apparent chubbiness should have instantly put Loki on edge. I guess I didn't think of it before because my mind tried to avoid the fact subconsciously. Snape opened the office door and let Loki come inside with Elaine, where the two of them immediately broke into a hurry to consume a bunch of snacks that Snape had placed on the table beforehand. Elaine because it had been a long time since she had had snacks properly, and Loki because he was still joyous for the fact that he had resurrected. Elaine. Big Brother has a gift for you. Loki said softly while pulling out the moon card of blasphemy right in front of Snape. Snape's eyes widened looking at the card of blasphemy, but he made no moves to take it from Loki's hands, a true testament to his self-control. Only the second Elaine grabbed it and opened it by pouring in her spirituality, she inadvertently revealed the crimson ball, the moon that was the uniqueness of the moon pathway. It nearly caused Snape to step forward and grab the card, but Loki simply glared at him and caused him to stand down. Even still, after the first glare, Snape calmed down a lot, the effect of the uniqueness diminishing on him after Elaine grasped it with her still chubby hands. Big Brother is the best. Elaine squealed, causing Loki to giddily laugh in joy before squeezing Elaine's cheeks and giving her a smooch on her head. Elaine left accommodating the uniqueness for later when she could rest properly in a safe spot, but Loki interrupted her. I know a place where you can accommodate the uniqueness safely on your own. Do you want to go there? We can explore the castle on the way, that way you don't have to remain hidden in his teeth all day. Elaine gave a slightly pity-filled look at Snape's shadow from where a whine emerged before shouting out, Don't worry Fenrir. This big girl will be back later to play with you once again. Woof. Good boy. Loki laughed at the apparent exchange before Elaine turned to him and looked at him seriously and nodded. Elaine would like to accommodate the uniqueness sooner than later. With that said, the brother and sister pair got up from their seats and walked out of Snape's office room, leaving the men behind as they began their journey towards the room of requirements. Loki allowed Elaine to meet with Norberta on the way up, and they also met Hermione, Astoria, and Daphne. Hermione, Astoria, and Elaine all looked at each other competitively for some reason before Daphne stepped in and started stuffing Elaine's mouth full with a bout of cheesecake, making Elaine seem rather stuffy and chubbier than she already looked as she somehow gulped down everything with a side of pumpkin juice. They explored the castle, meeting various teachers including McGonagall, who seemed rather awestruck by Loki's little copy, before making sure to allow Elaine to touch her cat form and then awing her with a remarkable rat catch that caused Elaine to squeal in joy. Of course, no one knew apart from Snape that Elaine was the true god of the moon pathway, but they all treated Elaine with equal respect until Loki and Elaine finally reached the room of requirements. Ready to accommodate your uniqueness, little sis? Yes. Elaine nodded fervently, but then she paused and looked at Loki with a soft forlorn expression. It will take me time to do so. Promise you will keep visiting Elaine in her dreams. I promise. Loki nodded, stretching out his pinky for Elaine to grab. The two siblings shook on the promise before Elaine entered the room of requirements by herself, leaving Loki behind as she began the long process of accommodating her uniqueness. Loki looked at her and felt rather proud. Look how fast she's grown up, only yesterday she was talking to me so cutely while sitting on my lap. Loki adjusted his monocle before opening his pocket watch to look at the time. Not enough time to go to the ministry and be back. Wait. I can just use an avatar to go to school instead of myself. Loki snapped his finger to create an avatar which was only at sequence 5 itself and asked it to attend classes instead of him. And instead of going to school, Loki shifted his focus to the ministry. Loki repeated Laura's spirit messenger ritual inside his mind. The spirit that wanders about the unfounded. The higher dimensional creature that a human orders. The messenger that belongs to Laura Drake. Only this time, instead of letting anything be summoned out of the spirit world, Loki decrypted Laura's position by seeing where the target of the ritual was in the spirit world. There. Loki said once he spotted Laura through the ritual. And within the blink of an eye, Loki was there in front of Laura, in her office, causing her to throw all caution to the wind and nearly attack him immediately. Loki stole Laura's thoughts of attacking him almost immediately, causing her to freeze in place. A few alarms went off in her head, but Loki quickly raised his hands by then. I come in peace, Madam Laura. Peace. Laura, only now realizing who it was that had appeared in front of her, calmed down and smiled joyously. It's you. A rude way to enter a woman's room, don't you think so? Loki laughed appropriately before bringing up the topic for his sudden appearance. Madam Laura, I'm here to collect my reward. Your reward? Laura repeated softly as if recollecting some distant memory, so Loki helped her. You promised me to let me see the Department of Mysteries Time Turner's collection if I helped your husband leave the abyss. Laura's eyes widened before she nodded. Yes, I remember, the Wall of Time, but, are you sure? Are you sure? Loki repeated the question, puzzled about its meaning, so Laura explained this time. Minister Fudge has recently become a high-value target. He was supposed to die and he somehow lived. After which he suddenly went missing, just like that, vanished directly from his room. So are you sure you want to open the door to the Wall of Time at a time like this? Loki frowned. Were his actions motivated by any external factors? Well, while it was true that he was here to complete his Sequence 1 advancement ritual, that was only an internal reason and had nothing to do with anyone else. So Loki nodded firmly. I'm sure it has nothing to do with him in any way. And why are you even afraid of a Sequence 4 that got to his seat only because the White Lord helped him? Laura studied Loki's smug grin and chose not to comment on his question. Instead she simply said, all right then, if it is as you say, follow me. Loki followed her quietly. Since they were already inside the Department of Mysteries, they didn't have to enter a special department. Instead, Laura quietly navigated the silent corridors of the Department of Mysteries until they arrived at a rather silent and ominous-looking door. It was a door that Loki recognized, at least partially. Is that mind-bending place beyond this? Laura nodded. Then she spoke, you just need to step beyond this and keep going straight. You'll eventually reach the place we so fondly call the Wall of Time. Wall of Time, huh? I suppose I'll know why it is called that once I reach there. Laura simply nodded. Loki accepted the challenge after that and pushed open the door slightly and slipped inside. Curiously, the door had no weight to it. It was as if it didn't exist at all and was only there as a showpiece. Crossing over to the other side had Loki feeling tense as he clamped up since he didn't like the feeling of having to choose between his memories and the feeling of time. However, surprisingly, this time the choice didn't come. Loki waited patiently, wondering if there was only a short delay this time, but no matter how long he waited, the choice didn't come. Is it to do with the fact that I'm a Sequence 2 angel now? Or does it have something to do with the primordial chaos that's in the Sapphire Castle? It has got to have something to do with me, since otherwise Laura would have warned me about it. Told me that I shouldn't expect any defenses. And the Ministry would have been a lot more chaotic if the Department of Mysteries' defenses went down all of a sudden. So it has something to do specially with me. Why? Not finding any answers standing around and waiting, Loki decided to continue walking forward. After all, the only way he could get any more answers was by exploring further. So explore Loki did. He watched the gears on the walls ticking by with their spirit threads quietly. He watched the other people in the same line guarding the various doors having lost their minds partially. He watched the dolls that were tied up at the ceilings decide the highest danger level was him once again as they all gravitated towards him until he covered himself with more of the grey fog. Loki kept walking, however, and eventually he reached a grand wall. I can't believe this thing was always so close by. If I'd have known that I just had to keep walking straight, I'd have been here long ago. In front of Loki was a grand wall filled with time turners. Each time turner constantly flicked between time, swirling in seconds as they ticked and measured time in minutes all at once to keep the Department of Mysteries safe. Who made all these time turners using the worms of time, I wonder? Loki asked himself rhetorically, since he still remembered the divination he had performed to find out the creator of the time turner or even understand how it was made. The result at the time had been simple. The maker of the time turners was Mr. Error, or someone Loki had mistaken as Mr. Error. Loki still remembered that the time turners were made by Gehrman Sparrow using the worms of time blessed by someone sitting in the Mr. Error seat in the Sapphire Castle. But after the fourth epoch there was only one possible Mr. Error that could have been in the Sapphire Castle, since the original Loki, the one who had defeated Mother Goddess of Depravity, was still recovering from the corruption of the primordial chaos. The remnant will of the previous Mr. Error. Loki noticed the spirit threads from all over the place tied back to each individual time turner in the place. No wonder I couldn't steal them or even manipulate them before. These things aren't just spirit threads connected to time turners, these are spirit threads connected to the worms of time used to create the dust in the time turners. These are the final remnant will of the previous Mr. Error that I killed. He would have foreseen his death and made a plan to circumvent it by creating several time turners so that anyone that used it would become a conduit for him to resurrect in. Unfortunately for him, my past self gathered all his time turners and turned them into a grand defense system for his resting ground while he regained strength from absorbing the corruption of the primordial chaos after the War of the Fourth Epoch. Loki easily decrypted this, since the only person capable of finding all the time turners at once was his past self when he was awake for the final time in the Fourth Epoch, when he gave Nicholas the runic spell casting method. How do I go past all this then? Loki pondered for a few seconds before his eyes sparked with a hint of mischief. With a simple swish of his hand, Loki stole the primordial chaos baby from the Sapphire Castle and brought it before himself. And the theft worked like magic. The time turners that were constantly turning around in their places, measuring time, and constantly keeping track of threats to the door in the present by traveling to the future, all stopped immediately. Loki looked at the baby in his hands and smiled. You work even when you're asleep. Good job. With that said, Loki hid the baby in a blanket of the grey fog and came close to the door and picked up a single time turner. Ah. I can feel it. Loki mumbled. He dearly wished to crush all the time turners embedded into the door and break them open to consume the beyonder characteristics in the form of dust of worm of time in them, but he held back. One, because he hadn't told Laura that he would be doing so, but more importantly than all, the fact that he might possibly need the time turners to finish his Sequence 1 worm of time advancement ritual held him back. And so Loki quietly pushed the door open. The door swung similarly to before, soundlessly and without weight, as if it never existed. Only this time what lay on the other side, shocked and surprised Loki to his core. Is that the door and the full pathway uniqueness? Loki entered the door with awe in his eyes and mouth partially open. However, he could not express his surprise and confusion at the moment because there was someone else present to ruin it for him. What are you doing? Loki didn't get the chance to finish his question since Minister Fudge spoke over him. So, what do you decide? Loki barely had a fraction of a second to decrypt the scenario in front of him as he rushed his mind at speeds he never before had thought possible. What's Fudge doing here? Talking to a lamp. Lamp. Magic wishing lamp. Son of Chaos. But why is Fudge here? That was when Loki saw an uncertain mist evaporate from Fudge's clothes. He was in a hurry and he was losing control over his mythical creature form. Uncertain mist. Is Fudge here to convince the Son of Chaos to give up and merge with the uncertain mist in the cosmos? Loki's heartbeat sped up. Had he just stumbled upon the deal of a lifetime? If things went right now, he could surely advance by leaps and bounds all at once. How does Fudge intend to merge the uncertain mist and the Son of Chaos? Is it through a vortex-weaving ritual? After reaching that point in his decryption, Loki instantly stole Minister Fudge's thoughts to delay the next action from occurring. Loki instantly parasitized Minister Fudge without regret, turning him into an avatar immediately. However, since this was a Sequence 5 Dream Stealer avatar, Loki's new avatar successfully deceived the uncertain mist into thinking that it still retained control over Fudge through its boon over him, just like Loki's other Sequence 5 avatar Voldemort had deceived its owner Mother Tree of Desire. Loki then finally looked at Son of Chaos, who was still inside his lamp, and spoke calmly. You did not accept his offer because there was a risk in which personality of yours, your current personality or your outer god uncertain mist personality, would emerge victorious if you both merged, am I wrong? You wish to be the dominant personality with 100% surety, am I wrong? Son of Chaos. The lamp trembled at the mention of its real name. Loki, still holding the primordial chaos baby hidden by the gray fog, showed it to the lamp. Look. Your father. He's here. Won't you say hello to him? Loki prompted kindly, only for the lamp to shiver further. All right, I'll stop joking. Come out and accept the ritual. I can give you at least a 75% guarantee that you'll be the dominant personality once you merge with your outer self. There was a short silence before the genie eventually snuggled out of its lamp. Although a cautious look remained on his face, he was also eager to know if the bait Loki had thrown at him was true or false. He looked at Loki and Loki provided him with the proof. I shall involve in the ritual 2 unattainable anchors for you as you currently are. Which 2 anchors? The genie asked softly. Rowena Ravenclaw, a great old one and a pillar using the knowledge of Morse Spherote. The genie trembled. And the second anchor? The genie asked with undivided attention, since if the first anchor for itself was going to be a pillar of the universe, the uncertain mist personality, which was a remnant authority after it lost its Spherote to the original creator awakening, might lose in a fight against him about 25% of the time, because it still had the help of Mother Goddess of Depravity and Mother Tree of Desire in the cosmos. But if there was also a second anchor of the same level, then he would win at least 50%. Especially since he was going to be contesting from within the barrier where the influence of the uncertain mist in the cosmos was the weakest. Which would only push it further. Loki smiled mysteriously before revealing the second anchor. Who else but him? Loki said calmly, unveiling the primordial chaos baby. The genie shivered when the grey fog veil fell and the primordial chaos was revealed. For a second he was about to return to his most comfortable dwelling in the magic wishing lamp, but Loki said something that sparked his interest further. He has parasite the primordial chaos, so temporarily, as long as the uncertain mist does not immediately win, you can be guaranteed a 75% chance at being the dominant personality once the vortex ritual begins. After all, what better anchor than someone on the original creator level? Silence reigned supreme as the Son of Chaos pondered seriously to make a decision while Loki thought on his own question. Is this the power of Dumbledore's prophecies? Was it so easy all along to become the error pathway true god? I should have gotten in Dumbledore's good graces long ago then. Why did I not? Loki lamented. At that point the genie in the lamp asked the most crucial question in the moment. And what do you gain in the process? Of course. The vortex ritual will include the advancement of Mr. Error and his revival. And all those in the ritual will have to power it to keep it running until then. This was the bait Loki was going to use to attract Rowena. After all, she could be least bothered by the fact that the Son of Chaos was going to escape Earth and merge with its counterpart in the cosmos. So Loki was going to use a property of the vortex rituals to make Rowena and by extension the Son of Chaos into his personal bodyguards as he ascended up to Great Old One and finally original creator status. Each vortex ritual had a simple property. That all of the participants in the ritual, unless not satisfied with their transactions that were promised when the ritual began, would cause the ritual to exist forever until they were finally satisfied and the ritual stopped. This allowed Loki to do something simple. It allowed him to start the ritual with 3 demands. The first demand was simple: Son of Chaos and Uncertain Mist would merge together in a fair fight for dominance. This would trap the Son of Chaos in the ritual. The second demand was even simpler: Rowena would pray for the Son of Chaos for as long as the merging process was continuing. This was to trap Rowena in the ritual. But the third demand was the most important for Loki. The Son of Chaos and Rowena Ravenclaw would, for as long as Mr. Error had not resurrected, protect him and pray to him to not let the ritual end. This was to establish an anchor for Mr. Error in the original creator until Loki's past self resurrected. The wording of the demand was intentionally vague, because neither Rowena nor the Son of Chaos knew that Mr. Error could not resurrect until Loki reached original creator status. And Loki had a simple plan to achieve that. As soon as Loki had become a Sequence 2 Trojan Horse of Destiny, Loki had gotten a new ability. The ability to steal the original identity's spurt body, consciousness, and psyche and turn into the original identity upon the original identity's death. According to the Goddess of Fortune, past Loki only had one restriction. The restriction was that he would not resurrect before his avatar reached original creator status. Which meant that he could at least die before then, and because there was no longer the need for past Loki to keep his memories coherent with present Loki, it meant that he could die and take a break until he was reborn. Which gave Loki the perfect opportunity to pull of the unthinkable. Loki would steal past Loki's identity before he resurrected to automatically ascend to King of Angels status directly without ever needing to go through the advancement ritual. After that, as long as Loki advanced to Sequence 0 Error status and then Great Old One status and finally Original Creator status, past Loki could resurrect freely. It would take time. Which was why for the duration Loki was a King of Angels, he would need bodyguards to keep him safe from all harm until he advanced to Original Creator status while he was merged with the primordial chaos in place of past Loki. So above all, Loki was about to deceive two Great Old One level beings. And even more if the Uncertain Mist decided to include Mother Goddess of Depravity and Mother Tree of Desire to secure its own victory in the merging process. Finally, the Son of Chaos agreed. All right. I agree. The Son of Chaos said, and Loki smiled his widest before making the parasitist Minister Fudge begin the vortex ritual. Minister Fudge immediately burst into an uncertain mist of ginormous proportions. His face expanded, along with his eyes and his nose, as his entire body was stretched thin into an uncertain bloody mist. The form was grotesque and unsightly for both Loki and the Son of Chaos, but they bore through the process since it was linked directly to their new and upcoming freedom. The uncertain mist then contacted four beings at once. The first was the uncertain mist itself, its master and the one that wished to initiate the merger. The second was the Son of Chaos, who wished to merge and emerge as the dominant party in the ritual. The third was Rowena Ravenclaw. She was spiritually given the reason Loki had given the genie, to protect Mr. Error through his revival. The fourth was none other than the primordial chaos itself. The final results were as follows. The uncertain mist accepted. Albeit as predicted, it invited two more people into the ritual. Mother Goddess of Depravity and Mother Tree of Desire. Both of them accepted too. The Son of Chaos accepted, albeit belatedly, as he waited until he saw Rowena Ravenclaw accept, since he could use her as a shield for as long as the three outer gods ganged up on him. The primordial chaos tried to reject. But this was already foreseen by Loki. Since the uncertain mist had called Mother Goddess of Depravity and she had accepted, the primordial chaos found its only opportunity to return to its womb. So the primordial chaos also accepted, even more eagerly. And so the vortex ritual began. Now it was impossible for even an angel to interrupt it or cancel it. And since the participants were Great Old Ones, they wouldn't even allow the ritual to end in the first place. The ritual was under their protection. Of course. The primordial chaos tried to break the ritual and jump directly towards Mother Goddess of Depravity. However, the primordial chaos was weakened severely by past Loki, and couldn't muster up the energy to break a ritual initiated by a vortex bearer who had involved three Great Old Ones in the ritual. After all, if it persisted in trying to break the ritual and merge with Mother Goddess of Depravity, past Loki would fully erase it and attain to original creator status immediately. But this was a chance par to any other. Loki used this chance flawlessly. Loki infused the primordial chaos with all his 296 remaining worms of time to parasitize it. The primordial chaos was instantly hit by 296 parasitism attempts. Of course they all failed. But the primordial chaos that was already weakened by trying to break the vortex ritual and being parasitized by past Loki was weakened further. To top it all off, Loki finally pulled out his wand and performed his self-created spell. Mens Velox Aegis. Almost instantly the primordial chaos's body of heart and mind crumbled. The weakened primordial chaos was weakened further. To the extent that the primordial chaos had to enter hibernation to save himself. Only this was the plan all along. Past Loki snatched up the opportunity to dominate the primordial chaos and became the dominant personality momentarily. Attaining original creator status temporarily. Only that wasn't what was needed, so in a shocking turn of events past Loki killed himself. Not one to waste the golden opportunity, Loki instantly capitalized on it by stealing the main body's spirit body, consciousness and psyche. It was a theft of a century as Loki felt himself dissolve and reappear. Not in the sanctum sanctorum of the two other uniquenesses of the Lord of the Mysteries pathways but inside the primordial chaos himself. But with the primordial chaos temporarily asleep, Loki was equal to the original creator himself. However, things were still not idle. Since Mr. Error from the deal died, Rowena was freed from the ritual. So she instantly decided to leave, since risking corruption from Mother Goddess of Depravity and Mother Tree of Desire to wait until his resurrection was not worth it. The Son of Chaos was about to instantly lose in the battle against Uncertain Mist after that. However, Loki had already calculated that far ahead. Rowena had betrayed him for her own interests earlier. Now that Mr. Error was dead, she would of course do the same thing again. However, Loki had already planned for this to occur. And here Loki was about to use the weapon Rowena had given him on herself. Loki inside the primordial chaos's body pulled out the paper crane that Rowena had given him. Loki bestowed it with his will and corrupted it rather easily. After all, he was currently a being with original creator status. The goddess of fortune manifested at that moment. Not as a beautiful lady, but as the snake that ate its own tail. Reboot. The goddess of fortune used reboot. The entire scenario reset back by only a few seconds right up until the ritual just began. Rowena was returned to her spot after accepting the ritual. Forcibly. And since Loki was currently at original creator level, he was unaffected by the reboot. So by extension, past Loki stayed dead. But the primordial chaos was currently weaker than Loki and currently suppressed, so it was affected. And so it was brought back to the time when he had just accepted the ritual but was completely and utterly destroyed by Loki and caused it to fall asleep. This was why Loki had chosen to involve himself in the vortex ritual right now. Because he could weaken the primordial chaos enough to overtake it. So Loki's primordial chaos was constantly protected by Rowena. Now all that was left was the fact that Loki had to truly advance to sequence 0 error and then finally to Great Old One status by absorbing the uniquenesses before him before absorbing the Sapphira. After that he would be free to truly advance to original creator status and his current position wouldn't just be symbolic. At this moment, now that Loki had attained to original creator status, the past Loki could now resurrect. And resurrect he did. Amidst the chaos that was the vortex ritual, the past Loki resurrected right there. As an avatar of the current Loki. Although he did not keep his psyche or consciousness or even spirit body, he still remembered what he had to do because Loki gave him a command. Absorb the full set of sequence 9 to sequence 1 characteristics of the full pathway. And so within the next 2 reboot cycles, past Loki diligently absorbed the sequence 9 to sequence 1b under characteristics that the present Loki had separated from the Hanged Man. Past Loki didn't care for not completing the rituals because all Loki were incorruptible. Corruption couldn't reduce Loki's to madness. It would at most manifest as ravings in the background. This had already been tested when past Loki advanced without completing the rituals for the error pathway. However, past Loki had also already completed most of the high sequence rituals. He had killed a demigod by orchestrating a grand performance several times in the second chaotic epoch. He had already been separated from reality for 300 years by being asleep and fighting off the corruption from the primordial chaos. He had also been forgotten to history after Salazar Slytherin concealed any mention and knowledge of the Lord of the Mysteries pathways. Past Loki had already returned a piece of history that had been left behind to the present era. Past Loki had already brought back the remnant will of the original Mr. Error into the picture for the entirety of the fourth epoch. The original Mr. Error was already dead at that point and he had been left behind in history and was returned to the present era. Past Loki had already made a town of marionettes with each marionette having its own fated trajectory by using Loki's converted members of the Aurora Order that he had marionette. Past Loki had also already fooled history by collaborating with Salazar Slytherin and erasing the Lord of the Mysteries pathways from history. Past Loki had already completed each ritual of the high sequence of the full pathway. As soon as he finished consuming the sequence 1 characteristics, the rest of the 2 sequence 1 characteristics were mixed along with the uniqueness that was hanging on the door uniqueness to form the sequence 0 full pathway potion. At this stage, the primordial chaos stepped out of the vortex, not out of the ritual, only out of the vortex using the authority of the original creator before looking at past Loki and drinking his own potion. A liquid formed by overlapping layers of segmented worms. The sequence 0 potion of the error pathway. Loki made this potion by stealing the worm of time connected to his fate due to Dumbledore's prophecy, like he stole the chalice of Helga Hufflepuff from the vault inside Gringotts. He dropped in the uniqueness, the monocle, into the potion to complete it and looked at past Loki and shared a smile for all the troubles they had been in to reach this moment. They looked at each other one last time before Loki first gulped his potion and then past Loki gulped his. Almost instantly Loki parasitized past Loki and replaced him in the ritual. Loki closed his eyes but could see. Loki opened his eyes but could not see. Loki could not hear the talks of the great old ones by his side, but he could also hear the whispers and wanings of their close sense of losing control because of the presence of the primordial chaos. Loki could simultaneously feel the errors occurring all across the planet, a nascent programmer cursing his misfortune at having to do overtime because of a bug, a shopkeeper cursing at his cash register for getting stuck, a carpenter cursing at the measurements he so deliberately calculated to become wrong, a cab driver gleeful at the error that caused his fare to increase by leaps and bounds. Loki could feel it all. He could also feel the errors happening on his own body like it were an amalgamation of the errors of all those across the planet. He could feel his vision elongate, he could feel sound suddenly occasionally pass right through him as if he didn't exist. He was being consumed by the potion. Suddenly, however, anchors formed in Loki's heart as he heard the prayers of the Tarot Club all at once. A coincidence. But one that helped solidify Loki's humanity. Loki grabbed onto the opportunity and cogitated his body, freeing it of any errors while keeping his divine sense spread across the astral realm intact. If the universe could clap, it would clap in this moment. After all, Loki had finally reached error god status. Loki immediately reincarnated past Loki as an avatar before turning to the Sapphire Castle and immediately accommodating it. And since like Klein there was no other personality to fight off for him inside the castle, the accommodation was instant. Since the Sapphire Castle had already deeply intertwined with him when he became the error god, it took no time to accommodate the castle itself. Now Loki was a great old one. A being that spanned not just the planet but a pillar of the universe itself. He had gone from Sequence 2 Trojan Horse of Destiny to Great Old One status in only a few moments. Having turned into a Great Old One with speed that would turn the fastest of progressing Beyonders blue-green with envy, Loki finally turned to the primordial chaos. Loki looked at the primordial chaos with interest. It was still asleep because Loki had hurt it so badly and because of the reboot. Seeing he had time, Loki absorbed all the Beyonder characteristics freely available to him in the Wall of Time. Then Loki grabbed a hold of the door pathway uniqueness and turned it into a resplendent staff shimmering with stars. Loki turned the uniqueness of the full pathway into gloves for his hands before turning the uniqueness of the error pathway into a glitching hat and the monocle at the same time, an error suitable for the uniqueness. Loki now looked like a proper noble. After all that, Loki finally killed the primordial chaos and took its place by fully and deeply parasiticing it and turning it into himself by stealing its fate, identity, and its spirit body. At this moment a crack rang across the wide universe as all the Beyonder characteristics experienced a qualitative change. They all pointed from the previous original creator to Loki, who was the new original creator. Except this original creator did not have the urge to kill anyone or awaken in them, leading to zero madness for all Beyonders instantly. The ritual was still ongoing since the Son of Chaos had never merged with the Uncertain Mist because of the reboot, so Loki turned towards the Goddess of Fortune. He looked at her through the reboot Ouroboros present atop everyone at the Sanctum Sanctorum of the Department of Mysteries. She was a beautiful woman, one that Loki immediately recognized. Daphne. Loki whispered. Daphne smiled at Loki and paused her reboot. Three things happened after that. The Son of Chaos instantly merged with the Uncertain Mist as Loki manipulated the Uncertain Mist and erased him from existence by simply stealing his identity as the error pathway true god. The Son of Chaos, now the primary identity in the merger, turned towards Loki from the cosmos and thanked him before leaving him alone. Loki was terrifying. Mother Goddess of Depravity was next. Loki stole all her authorities as the current original creator and banished her to the edge of the cosmos, as he did for Mother Tree of Desire. Both the women were shocked, surprised, and bamboozled. They had not had even an inkling of what was happening inside the planet because of the barrier. They had only taken part in the ritual because of the Uncertain Mist asking their help for fighting a fight for the dominant persona. So how did they suddenly lose their authorities and become banished? Loki had simply toyed with the concept of an error. After all, they were so close to the primordial chaos through the ritual, and by extension the original creator. If the last time with the original creator woke up they lost their Spheroid and Beyonder characteristics, now that there was a fully powered original creator standing by their side through the vortex ritual, why should they not lose everything else? Loki smiled but wasted no breath on them, for they were now worse than ghosts that would die naturally once they slowly realized the lack of their characteristics. Their countless enemies would kill them for sure. Instead he turned towards Daphne, who had been afflicted by the same curse as him. She was also corrupted by the primordial chaos. Loki stole away her corruption and things finally slowed down after that. "You're safe now," Loki whispered to Daphne, brushing her cheek. Daphne blushed before nodding softly. "I've waited too long for this." Loki nodded. "I know. I've regained my memories." Loki had regained his original memories. Not the memories of his time as past Loki, but his memories of his time as the universe's original creator himself. Yes. Loki was the original creator for this universe. He had originally transmigrated directly into the original creator in the universe the first time he arrived into this world. Loy still remembered the transmigration office. "What universe do you want to go into?" A being of unparalleled might and intelligence asked him. I want to go into Lord of the Mysteries. No, scratch that, let's make it Harry Potter for safety's sake. Loki said calmly after he had been sent here by the transmigration truck. However, the magnanimous being who would send Loki to another world was in a hurry. And so as soon as Loki said that he wished to go to the Lord of the Mysteries world, the transmigration process had already begun. Wait, you want to go to the Harry Potter world? The being asked, surprised before changing the trajectory of Loki from a random person in the LOTM world into the original creator himself so that Loki could create the world he wanted. And so in the world where the three children of the original creator had already been born, Mother Goddess of Depravity, Mother Tree of Desire and the Son of Chaos, Loki infested the original creator. However, since Loki was about to succumb to madness because he could not hold such power so immediately, Loki was forced to split himself off from the original creator after making preparations for himself. And that preparation was the Goddess of Fortune, who had one job: to resurrect him as many times as it would take for him to become the original creator. She had tried several times, even getting corrupted in the last one when she tried to directly create Loki and superimpose him with the image of the original creator, but since that was when Mother Goddess of Depravity got impregnated with the primordial chaos and the original creator turned into the primordial chaos which gave birth to the original will of the original creator, the Goddess of Fortune failed and was corrupted instead. Now Loki could only become the original creator himself, by crawling up through the sequences himself and claiming the throne. Now Loki had regained all these memories. He looked at Daphne with a kind gaze before petting her hair softly. Thank you. A few years later. Mommy, which god should I choose? Whichever you want, a child, since in the end they all lead back to Mr. Error. Yeah. I want to be as cool as Mr. Error too. I'll join the Slytherin house and digest all my potions before becoming Mr. Error myself. The mother looked at the child with a kind smile, since this was how she was when she was a child. She still remembered the first days the news about True Gods was released to the public. She remembered the chaos it had caused and how Mr. Error had been there to support them through all of it by punishing the evildoers and rewarding the Kinder people himself. Several gods were by his side throughout, be it the founders of Hogwarts who were surprisingly true gods themselves, or Merlin himself reborn as Dumbledore, or even Mr. Error's little tail Elaine the Moon Goddess. They were all gentle with the good and harsh on the evil. It was a lot of work, but eventually when she was at age for coming to Hogwarts, Hogwarts unveiled a new program. The Beyonder Partnership Program, which allowed all kids to turn into Beyonder of pathways of their choosing. This set an unprecedented new tone in the previous dull life of wizards and witches. After all, even muggles could become Beyonders, so the competition to prove yourself worthy of becoming one and advancing through the sequences was rare and strugglesome. It was as exciting as the Arcadia Royale games that the gods used to entertain themselves using their followers. She had struggled as the Death Pathway Beyonder and rose to the rank of a Sequence 5 gatekeeper. She just wished for her son to do the same. Then she could proudly show him off to the neighbors whose daughter was already a Sequence 8 clown. HMPF, clowns and their jokes. They should stay in a circus, those freaks. Did you say something, Mom? Nothing. Just remember, no matter what, you must not join the Fool Pathway. Okay. Yes, Mama. I will only join the Fool Pathway. The kid shouted and rushed onto the train, immediately leaving the mother dumbfounded on the platform. You fool. Excuse me, miss. A man suddenly stepped in to talk to the distraught parents of the rather naughty child. Yes. The mother asked, fuming, while the father tried to hold her back. I might have a solution to your problem. I have a few connections in the right places, and I might be able to get your son into the Error Pathway. Would you be interested? The Error Pathway? You must be kidding. That's such a high-demand pathway. Only the best students each year are even selected for consideration. The mother squealed, unbelieving and wondering if this was possibly a scam. The man smiled politely before speaking. Well, I have a few connections, so it'll be all right. As proof, you can contact the Error God and ask him if it is the truth. What do we call you, mister? The father asked eagerly. The seller nudged a monocle on his right eye before speaking. Oh, me. Have I not introduced myself yet? Please call me Mr. Error. XX the End XX. Chapter 539, Book End Announcement. Thank you for supporting the book so far. Overall, the book went on for way longer than I had planned, and the story veered way, of course, than what I had originally planned. But I felt this was more fun to write, so the story took the shape you all read and saw. Above all, I had great fun writing the book. But as all things good, this too has to come to an end, and I hope to carry over even a fraction of the joy and skill I gained from writing this book to my future books. Thank you for your support once again, since without you it would not have been possible. Thank you. P.S. Let me know what sort of books you'll like to read next. I'm currently working on an original like The Second Coming of Gluttony, but wouldn't mind writing a fanfic on the side along with it.